Shangri-La Frontier Shitty Games Hunter Challenges Godly Game, Part 3.2 by Katarina. Translated by Kurahashi Aiko at Light Novels Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 170, Gaijin Theater Heats Up Part 1. Pensilgton happened to discover that one weird trick last night during her testing session. Oh, so if a villain happens to be the cause of a natural cataclysm like that, their gauge will keep on increasing and increasing. The root of this discovery was the event when Pensilgton's gauge started to increase suddenly after the tank she happened to immobilize some time before exploded and caused a chain explosion resulting in huge damages to the entire surroundings. At that time, her expression was terrifying. No, it was more than that. It was as if the devil himself was laughing his ass off. If there happens to be a disaster that you weren't the cause of, but it happened as a result of your previous actions, your gauge would still increase. That caused Pensilgton to come up with a strategy she dubbed Cataclysm Jenga, but still, she was sure that she could go beyond that. However, it wasn't something you might call your ace in the hole. The buildings, their placement, the number of NPCs, street grid. It was all dependent on RNG. So if you happen to draw the short end of the stick, you're pretty much fucked. After all, RNG is a fickle mistress. Or wait a minute, maybe that's not so bad. Maybe RNG protects us from being totally screwed? Is RNG the MVP here? I think it's the pure chaos at work here. As building continued to collapse, there are explosions raging all around the shelter area. Enormous amount of villainous deeds continue to fuel your gauge as a result, lasting for what seems to be an eternity. Maybe it is only possible thanks to some unique interaction with Clockfire's clown Wake Up, but, crushed to death, killed by flying rubble, burned to a crisp, trampled. Various kinds of despair were currently fueling Clockfire's gauge. In other words, if it was any other character with their special technique, such an exploit would not probably be possible. However, Clockfire's skill set is pretty much unique even amongst the menagerie that is Galaxia Heroes. This means that as long as you have charges, you can spam one bomb after another right away. Setups are the special type of attacks, even amongst the ultimate moves, and to prove that, it should suffice to say that everyone in the audience, including Natsume-san and I, were watching with stupefied expressions how Skelecom was literally getting massacred inside of a cage of explosions. That's what happens when you let that Pensilgton bastard have some fun. It was far too late for him to do anything about his current situation. Pensilgton was right where she wanted to be, and Clockfire was not going to let her prey escape. Total time, 21 minutes and 33 seconds. Out there, in the cage of explosions, the HP bar of the Dr. Sandalphon reached 0 and he himself fell onto the ground. And seeing that this match got resolved even faster than the first one, I was about to hold my head in despair over that fact. Ahahaha. Oh, that was so much fun. Hey, that was clearly a bug. What's that supposed to mean? One person managed to exploit the mechanic in its favor, and the other person that got screwed over by that. The contrast was so great that it was impossible to not see. No, you see, the elements were all there at that moment, so I just had to see if this was going to work. And wasn't that amazing? You're the only person in here who would deem that as amazing. You big idiot. No, really, I bet it was the real deal. I want to see the video of the match. Think they will let me see it if I ask them nicely? I know it was within the game, but having a laugh over a mass genocide you've just committed? I think that Natsume-san's current expression was summing it up nicely. She looked as though she was about to faint from mixture of shock and disgust. Come on now, Lucas. It wasn't a bug, man. No matter how you look at it, her gauge was just downright broken. The reason why her gauge was so filled all the time was because of the collapsing buildings. They kept on coming down on one another until they eventually crushed the stadium where the shelter for the NPCs was located. Is that even possible? Realizing that there was no helping any of it, Lucas sat down in his chair as he seemed to have calmed down a little bit. Welp, if you'd ask anyone from outside of the gaming field about it and show them a clip where building dominoes comes crashing down onto a stadium full of people, pretty much anyone would call this a bug. So, Got anything to say in your defense? What was the point of making plans and elaborate strategy if you decided on your own? Fuck that. Let's get this over with in a jiffy just because I want to have fun? Hey, don't be like that. We'll manage somehow. The sheer audacity of that statement, my god. It was easier said than done. It's like trying to plow the field not with an ox, but an old donkey instead. However, just as Sasahara-san came to interview Pensilgton, I started to think about how could we possibly get that time that we want. It was a good thing that Pensilgton was getting all the attention, since no one would disturb me. By the way, when it comes to her abilities to focus the attention onto herself was probably even greater than her abilities as a gamer. But isn't the world an unfair place? Long live modern gaming, savor of the modern time entertainment. Natsume-san, who's going to be our next opponent? Alex Taylor. He goes by the nickname of Atlas, and he's probably, no, he is the most powerful player in Star Rain aside from Sylvia Goldberg. Code name Long Distance Relationship. That guy, huh? Yeah, I remember now. So please stop looking at me like I just scored 0 points on a super easy test. But if I remember correctly, he should be someone who Pensilgton happened to deem too easy. Ahahaha. My fellow villain, where would you like me to hit you? Even though we are destined lovers, we cannot avoid violence in between us. Hey, is that all you've got? Pretty pathetic of you, don't you think? Are you okay with showing the world such lame side of yours? Come on. No you. Even though I wasn't the one saying those cringy-ass lines, I could feel my face becoming bright red in embarrassment just listening to them. It was even more embarrassing since there were all those people around. Somehow, it's like watching a really close chess match. I'm glad that I participated anonymously. I think you can take that helmet off for now, you know. Do you even realize the sheer size of heresy you've just spoken? It's completely outrageous that Pensilgton does not have any sense of personal space or privacy like that. No, but that, oh yeah, it was only adding to my ever-expanding heap of anxiety. No matter how you look at it, there's no way that a lover would just outright attack their other significant half like that, isn't it? Not that I would really know, but I get the feeling that both Pensilgton's current behavior and that of Alex were the extreme opposites, ones that shouldn't really speak for the vast majority. Now I was starting to feel guilty for ever thinking like that. It's like watching a dog wagging its tail like crazy. The problem is whether or not this old dog is actually capable of learning new tricks. Yes, there is only so much that roleplay can give you in terms of advantage. The rest would be just the sheer contest of skill. But no matter what, Pensilgton was still Pensilgton, someone who took delight in spreading chaos and manipulating her opponents through carefully planned actions and words that were supposed to annoy or enrage her opponents so that they would lose their ability to reason and clear-headedness. According to the information that we have, the character that Alex is most proficient with should be Mr. Normie, a hero, but seeing that they changed it to a villain, it means that they must have realized that playing as a hero against Pensilgton was a bad idea. Chapter 170, Gaijin Theater Heats Up Part 2. They must have thought that by choosing a villain as well they would be able to rampage all they wanted without having to suffer any losses because of that, which was not a bad line of thinking in and out of itself. Not to mention that this would take away from us our most impactful weapon, that was the roleplay. As to Alex's decision, it seems that Pensilgton already had an answer waiting for him. Do you think he's going to bully the NPCs into oblivion as well? Usually, you wouldn't expect people to be all that gung-ho about committing mass genocide on innocent civilians. Not that many games offer you such path, but still. The moment you tried to go to the rescue, the whole building was blown up. The gauge accumulates. Just how many clown bombs does that make today? And apparently it could move on its own a little bit after being set up. Then what is broadcasted is the scene where Clockfire kicks the bomb right into the building, and as it explodes the whole place is reduced to nothing but trouble. I see, so that's how it is. So it also depends on how you decide to treat it. I get a feeling that this is going to greatly affect the pro-gaming scene. I blame Bakatsu for this. He's the one who dragged us into this mess, after all. Oh, Katsu, you poor bastard. Some cheap-ass sushi or wagyu beef simply won't cut it anymore. We're talking about full-blown imperial feast right here. I'm really gonna blow some steam away fighting that octopus-like bastard. I know it. Wait a minute. What was that all about? I know we're odd, but at least we're not on the level of those foreigners out there. Talk about weird and unpredictable. What I meant by octopus bastard was that cute-eyed guy that I was supposed to battle in the nearby future. I know that calling him and his cohorts octopus-like is really cheap, but I can't help it but to think that this analogy describes them best. Or maybe fish people would be better, in the end. By the way, this whole scene reminded me of a situation where I ended up being strapped to a cannon after I accidentally tried to blow up the base where Katsu and Pensilgton might have gone minutes earlier. But it's a rather long story and I would like to save it for some other time, but it got the same vibes, for sure. After all, there are some things in life that are better left to be unspoken or forgotten. Yeah, that's for sure. But I digress. Apparently on the screen something was starting to happen. It's just, how should I say it? I'm starting to understand why Kei thinks that you're so strong. Natsume-san says so to herself while watching Pensilgton taking a mother and her child hostage once more. Oh, what this? Well, if it isn't the same mother-daughter pair that Pensilgton exploded in the previous match. Terribly sorry that you guys get to be mixed up with Pensilgton again. Chapter 171, Evil Must Be Purged. Part 1. Do you know about karma? The idea that good deeds shall be rewarded and evil deeds shall be met with punishment. It's a simple yet effective concept, one that prevents people all around the world from acting on their basic instincts and using reason as their guide in life. Of course there are some organizations such as Mafia or the Army where that concept do not apply, but in Galaxia Heroes, Chaos, this concept is nicely represented by the clashes between heroes and villains. Depending on the player's choices there may be clashes between two heroes or two villains, but in the end God is always watching us from way above, ready to smite you down with divine retribution for any misconduct you may be doing. Best to be mindful of that. That's the gist of it. Although when it comes to punishment, its severity can vary as well. Justice Meteor runs her through. There is nothing that player No Name can do about it. Once you get caught in a full combo like that, it is hard to get out of it or to retaliate properly. The live commentary was really focusing against Pensilgton right about now, but I could understand why it would be like that. It would be extremely hard to focus on commenting on all the violence that Pensilgton would usually commit, judging by the mixed reaction to that show earlier. I wonder if I should do the same thing once my turn comes around. Or rather, if I do that, it shall be forever recorded as video data. There are instances where you really wish the civilization wouldn't get so far entertainment-wise. Well, let's say that from a personal point of view, let's say that when the game is over and Alex is beaten by Pensilgton, he would look as if he was about ready to drop dead because of the embarrassment, and it would be so much worse than normally. Because not only they were doing some real shenanigans out there, but now the whole world was able to see it. Well, be that as it may, it's going to be a wonderful thing. Full combo this, full combo that, no matter where you look, it's nothing but a full combo. It was slightly annoying, but that's reality for you. Explosive flowers were blooming all over the city, but it was all too little too late right about now. The walls, the roads, the cars, the pillars. There were so many elements on the map right about now that were being hit by blue meteors that they were having trouble catching up, and even for Pensilgton, it was not an easy task to avoid projectiles like that as if they were nothing. So instead, she was doing something else. She could predict the trajectory of the meteors from the point where they entered the orbit, and instead of avoiding the main meteors, she was dodging the explosions they were creating. If I knew the places where the explosives were about to occur and tried it a couple of times myself, I might have been able to do the same trick myself. But overall this is something that is really difficult to pull off, and something only a person like Pensilgton would be able to pull off. It's not even the realm of RNG anymore. It's really a difference in skill. In some FPS that we happen to play together, Pensilgton would be able to kill about 25 NPCs with one explosive, without having to fire a single bullet. However, if there was someone that would be able to break through Pensilgton's net of explosives, that person would be Sylvia Goldberg and her Mishas, who managed to reach Clockfire and smash her with a combo so flawless that it was simply unrealistic. Splendid job. Yeah, it certainly looks amazing, doing combos like that and all, but shouldn't she start doing something already? Look, at this rate she's about to lose. No, that's not it at all. Suddenly turning things around is her forte. Believe it or not, Pensilgton, or rather Pencil Warrior, is that type of gamer that secretly takes a whole bunch of preventive measures, but that's not what's the most amazing about her. The small lizard doll in a frilled dress starts to explode. However, the blast was never able to reach its target, since it was kicked aside right before it was about to detonate. I know this is supposed to be a catfight, but isn't that overdoing it way too much? Even if this is a battle between felines, it's hard to believe that it is equal in the slightest. It was like watching Munchkin Pensilgton going against the lion Sylvia. So there was no way for Pensilgton to pull this one off. The difference in their skills were far too great, not to mention their mobility, which was also making it impossible for Pensilgton to stall for any time. I mean, sure, Mishas is a character based on speed and maneuverability, but this is just obnoxious. Additionally, Sylvia knew perfectly what she was doing, and was playing in such a way that you could never guess what she would do next. She tried to detonate the last bomb she had prepared in hopes of blowing up the building and gaining some of the villain gauge, but thanks to the hero's efforts there were no NPCs left in this area already, so the amount she managed to gain was not as much as she wanted to gain. No, really, there's no way for me to win this. This is like fighting Sanraku when he's serious, or maybe even crazier. This is the #1 in the United States, Sylvia Goldberg. In Pensilgton's mind, the way in Sylvia was moving and attacking was similar to ultra-fast attacks and actions performed by the Gravekeeper Wiseman. However, since Sylvia would not hurt herself or leave any openings or create a pattern to exploit, there was no way for her to counter her, so she spotted the long and thin metal pipe amongst the rubble and took it in her hands, preparing for her last stand. So in the end I have no choice but to entrust matters to him. That is why. There were still 3 tasks Pensilgton needed to do, just like Natsume-san did: prolong her defeat and gain as much time as possible, cause as much carnage and destruction as a sort of vent for all of her pent-up frustration, and finally, scout as much about Sylvia Goldberg as possible, which would be used to estimate her true power and potential. If I can achieve all of those things, then special sushi. Why is she mentioning sushi all of a sudden, just before she was about to be hit by Mishas's ultimate ability Meteor Strike? Clockfire was engulfed in an enormous blast of her own explosion. Strangely enough, she seemed happy with that result, which was even stranger, since she thought she would be frustrated beyond belief. Maybe it's because she's not a pro gamer? So instead of winning or losing, she was more concerned with the notion of the audience having fun watching her actions. But even if that was it, No Name's last actions really seemed to be incomprehensible. However, why would she choose sushi to be her last words, her death cry? Probably she herself wasn't able to understand that all that well. One of them wants to eat sushi. One of them wants to go eat yakiniku. One of them wants to eat pasta. And since they wouldn't be the ones to pay for it, they were ready to do about anything that would let them achieve their respective goals. Even though Clockfire dies in a spectacular explosion, since it was only a game, Pensilgton emerges from the full dive state and rises up, looking tired as hell. Oh boy, she's strong. Ridiculously strong. Like a genuine monster. Give us an example, so that we may understand better. Think of her as of Wiseman but with agility cranked up to 19. Is that a monster from some other game? I know it wouldn't be easy, but for her to be this bad? This doesn't bode too well for us. Sounds really bad. Anything more to say? Honestly, that was pretty insane. What she was doing with her gauge. I see. Then I'll try to gain us as much time as possible, so you can relax now." Just as Sasahara was starting to head over towards us with her blasted microphone and cameras following her, Pensilgton straightened herself up, and once again she was emitting an aura of confidence and dignity only a world-class supermodel could muster. Just how much training you need to undergo to be able to be like that on demand? However, even though she lost, I can say it for certain, Pensilgton's skills have gone up quite considerably compared to last year. Chapter 171, Evil Must Be Purged, Part 2. As for Sylvia Goldberg, it was the same combination of mid-air jumps, mid-air dashes, wall jumps, wall dashes, but this time around she could spam them one after another without any kind of break in between her actions. Taking Misha's moveset into consideration, the way in which he was able to swiftly move from place to place and avoid the installed bombs, he was the worst opponent possible for Clockfire, whose mobility was pretty much abysmal. The way she moves, the way in which she controls her own center of gravity, the way in which she calculates the best route possible even mid-action. Seeing what I will have to go up against, it fills me with a premonition that it is going to be extremely hard. Natsume-san managed to earn us about 30 minutes, and Pensilgton earned us about 25 minutes for both of her one matches. Then she was eradicated, but let's not talk about it for now. Overall, counting the time in between games, we were about go past the 2 hours mark. And I must say, Pensilgton is pretty amazing, since it was her that managed to earn most of that time for us. But he's not here. He's nowhere to be seen. That stupid Bakatsu is nowhere to be seen. All this planning and efforts are to earn Katsu enough time to wrap the RWH6 finals us and come here, so he can have his dream duel. But it will all be for nothing if he fails to show here in the end. So right about now, it would be all on me to earn as much time as possible against that monstrous opponent. Once I take the full dive, I won't be able to know if Katsu arrived on the stage or not. This means that since I have no way of knowing if he'll be here or not, I must assume the worst case scenario and do my best to stall for the maximum amount of time possible, and I cannot fail those who tried their very best before me. And when it comes to Pensilgton, she's a true devil here. A genuine demon lord. Not only she managed to earn a huge amount of time in game, she even got a huge chunk of it post-game, getting Sasahara-san wrapped in an overly long and elaborate tale about who knows what. But is Katsu going to be able to pull it off? I mean, no offense, but even if someone like Pensilgton was not able to do it, will he be? No, can't think like that, not now. For that reason, I'm here right now. My role here is that of a reserve, the last defense line, battering ram stopper, secret bullet. My sole purpose right now is to not get completely bodied too fast against the monster of a player that is Sylvia Goldberg. I would like to have some handicap in this much, but there was nothing I can do about it right now. But the fact that the best player in the United States decided to come in third place, this put a dent in our original strategy and demanded some serious adjustments. In the first place, this whole stalling for time operation is nothing but a side effect of our main goal, which is making the Machi Omike vs Sylvia Goldberg a reality. For that, we need Katsu here, no matter what. So with our antagonist now entering the stage, my goal is to simply ultimately lose, but only after buying as much time as possible. But being honest here, I'm still going to beat the living crap out of that jerk Katsu once this whole ordeal is over. I realize that I must absolutely pull though here, but I can't help but to think that it is an impossible task, even for me. But there are also good news. Mainly, that Sylvia Goldberg is much stronger than we may have anticipated. And since the nature of our goal, I absolutely must win one round. This means that I cannot allow myself to half-ass things and give it my absolute best right from the get-go. Better brace yourself, Sylvia Goldberg. Otherwise I might just crush you in 2 rounds. And since my overall goal is to play for time, I have no other choice but to give it my absolute best all the time, since my opponent is no pushover. I'll turn you into a bloody pulp. Chapter 172, Arrogant Challenger, Ignition. Now then, Wouldn't you say that Nitro Squad is in a big pinch since Sylvia Goldberg decided to show up in this exhibition match? Let's see. The player No Face still needs to make his debut, so at the current moment his skill at gaming and power are still unknown. So it remains to be seen if he's going to be a challenge for Sylvia Goldberg. It sounds as difficult as being a soldier in the middle of the war zone who's been shot in the stomach and there are no medics in the vicinity. Just like that, my battle against Sylvia Goldberg was about to begin, while a certain someone was still not present, with everyone else thinking that he's still waging a brutal war in the toilet. It certainly does. Let's see if player No Face shows us the true extent of his abilities. Just like a wild rabbit when it's being hunted by a predator. Without any further ado, let's switch to character selection. Player Sylvia picks Mishas. Of course, we've already seen Mishas in the previous game, but his mobility is something that shouldn't be underestimated, and although it is difficult to carry out, this mobility combined with player Sylvia's skills and natural tenacity is what earned her the title of United States #1. Yes, when it comes to Sylvia Goldberg combined with her Mishas, the only term that comes to mind is #1. That's right, I am yet to discover a method to bring down the undefeated Sylvia Goldberg. To that end, I even read through various internet forums dedicated to beating her, with some of them possessing information only pro gamers would happen to know. And the answer that kept on appearing most of the time was counter. It's impossible to play against Mishas normally, and since the map is so spacious, it is also impossible to catch him if he decided to run away, since there are little to no environmental obstacles. So what is left to you? Countering him as he's about to attack. And I say counter, but in case of Sylvia's Mishas it is more like trying to smack a Misha going at you at full speed and with no intention of changing its course. Back to what I was saying, it is also said that Amdrava is the best possible counter pick for Mishas, mainly because it's the character that two people used, the two that got really close to bringing Sylvia Goldberg down. It's all about being able to force your opponent to come close to you while maintaining high alert and keeping your defenses up at all times. Also, being able to slip some dot damage here and there was never a bad thing. That would allow you to negate the fact that Amdrava was unable to keep up with Mishas, that Mishas would have to come to you. That is Sylvia Goldberg's greatest disadvantage. And the character I chose has almost 70% disadvantage against Mishas because he has not got what Amdavara has. Yes, it is Mishas' arch nemesis, picked by me for obvious role-playing reasons. That character is, now then, who No Face is going to pick. No way. Are you kidding me? Cursed prison. Gloves striking the ground, insults being thrown left and right, dragging the finger across the neck in an obvious gesture. This is going to be a battle of West versus East, of modern versus ancient, of weak versus strong where both sides desire victory. The ultimate underdog versus the ultimate champion. Cursed prison. It's Cursed Prison. Cursed Prison, the arch-nemesis of Mishas. Cursed Prison was pretty much useless in the hands of those who got a chance at beating Sylvia Goldberg. However, those two challengers were crushed mercilessly without any chances at striking back. It is even said that using Cursed Prison against Sylvia's Mishas is a kind of taboo. And if you happen to choose it still, it means that you mean some serious fucking business. Shouldn't you avoid Cursed Prison if you wanted to earn as much time as possible? Maybe, but that was Pensilgton's opinion, not my own. To be perfectly honest, I'd much rather beat Sylvia Goldberg with this here Cursed Prison than by using some gimmicky character or mirrored Mishas. After all, stalling for time is much harder than just playing to win. There is a whole lot more to take into consideration, and the additional RNG factors certainly won't make your job any easier. And speeding up the hands of the clock was obviously not an option here. Real life unfortunately does not work that way. So I must do this the old-fashioned way and tough it out as long as possible. However, the fact that you stall for time does not mean that you cannot try your best to win. I mean, I am going to lose in the end, but earning time does not stand in opposition of taking one round for myself. Samurai, fairies, cyborgs. There are characters that I find easy to handle and those that are not so much, but in the end the one that suited me best turned out to be the one that had 30% win ratio against Misha's in the last game. Bizarre, huh? On the surface Cursed Prison looks to be overwhelmingly disadvantageous towards Misha's, but oddly enough nothing was done across all the other games to change those numbers. Isn't that strange? What's more, in every single game Cursed Prison's win rate against Misha's was sitting at the exact 30%, nothing more and nothing less. Those 30% hold the key to victory. I see, so Pensilgton's evaluation of Wisman with agility cranked up to 19 was not all that off the mark after all. It is unlikely that any normal human would be able to have such reaction time if it wasn't for the help of some third-party source, but that was actually what was going on here. Gatling gun. The starting equipment of Cursed Prison roars loudly as it starts to spew bullets out, aiming towards Misha's, who began to move and tried to close the distance in between us with some complex #D maneuvers, just like during the last battle with Pensilgton. However, she's the weakest one of us 4 Heavenly Kings. Speaking of games in which your mobility depends on wheels, racing games naturally come to mind first. However, if those wheels are strapped to a person rather than the object, racing car is no longer appropriate. Tank is the word you're looking for, and when it comes to humans moving on wheels, I think that the biggest advantage to be had there is the fact that you can rotate your body freely without actually needing to move your legs. By turning the wheels on my legs in the opposite directions, something like super turns are possible. And currently I was using those super turns to try and swat down a nasty meteor, but so far I was only hitting the void. Ah, I get it already. That way you can avoid all you want, but you won't be able to hit. That is why. Fall down, green light. Wah. Just as I attack her, the only possible way to dodge that is through a mid-air jump, and the exact moment when she needs to do that mid-air jump is my window of opportunity for attack. But that's not over. I knew that those star-shaped googles would be poor at reflecting light, but apparently the effect was even bigger than I initially expected. Look at you. You're not half bad. Gee, thanks. It's an honor to be complimented by a pro gamer of this caliber, but I couldn't help it but to think that she was simply mocking me. Not to mention that I was slowly running out of options here, and with Katsu still not being here, she knew it perfectly well that my back was against the wall. But what else can I do here except to give it my all and focus on the task at hand? I like guys that are determined, but sometimes too much is even worse than not having any. Now that's something I can bet my chips on. I didn't think that round 1 would be this difficult, and I couldn't be sure about that since my field of view was blocked currently, but I thought that for a moment out there I could see a smile flashing on her face. He's still not here. Chapter 173, Raging Revendia, Burnout. When you try to beat a game, collecting and organizing information is the first and the most crucial task that you need to do. So let's take a moment to summarize the differences between a pro gamer Sylvia Goldberg and me, the casual gamer. First of all, the basic playstyle. Apparently she's just the same type as me, someone who gets to play better the more tension work on her, and whose attacks rely mostly on intuition. It's a direct opposite of Katsu or Pensilgton, who like to plan their every single move, but as a result would get destroyed once the situation goes out of the bounds of their own predictions. It's hard to believe, but looking at the Gatling shots just now it was the truth. She was able to avoid all of them simply on predictions like the angle of the muzzle, approximate speed of the bullets, sound of the shots, impact time and overall position. Maybe that's because her skills as a gamer are high, but her knowledge about the game must be deep as well. Unless there is some sort of innovation being brought to the table, the technology in games does not change all that often. And when we talk about the games of the same series done by the same company, there may be some changes in graphics or new mechanics, but the core gameplay stays largely the same. If a shitty game player such as myself achieved the knowledge about the ins and outs of a certain title because of my hard work, then Sylvia is like a cutting-edge computer AI. Good. That's actually good, because there are things that machines can do, but also things that they cannot ever hope to achieve, and above all else, I completely happen to understand the way in which Cursed Prison is supposed to perform. It's a gamble I must take every time. But that also means that you yourself don't have a whole lot of room to maneuver. You certainly like to talk much. I had some confidence in my theory, especially after watching her battle against Pensilgton. So in theory it was all a matter of picking a good strategy out of the few options available to me at any given moment. If I can limit her movement options, I might be able to pull this off. Think of it like a fire engine. If you don't connect a hose to it or some fire hydrant, there's no way for it to use its full potential and fulfill its purpose. Sure, you can use some of its other features, but what's the point in doing that if you can't do what you wanted to do in the first place? Besides, a speeding fire engine was much easier to avoid. Without that, winning even a single round might have proven to be extremely difficult. No, that might actually be good for stalling for time, but I don't think my heart would be able to withstand the tension. To begin with, Pensilgton managed to earn us a minimal amount of time, so it was now entirely on me to stall for long enough to make Katsu vs. Sylvia Goldberg a reality. Just thinking about it makes my motivation drop significantly. I thought that picking Cursed Prison would actually come as a surprise, but oh well. I'm stalling for time anyway, right? Miyuchi nailed it. I thought it was strange that Kei didn't show himself after so much time. I don't know what he's doing at the moment, but you tried to earn time for him to come here, right? I dodged quickly just in time to avoid the kick that pulverized a huge portion of the wall right where I was standing a moment ago. I mean, the only reason you've picked the Cursed Prison is because you want to stall for time, right? Phew. Oh well, let's have a good match, I guess. While I was shriveling in disbelief, Misha's used that opportunity to jump. She then do a somersault that swiftly transitions into a dive kick. I couldn't really see her facial expression, but oddly enough I knew what it was. Yes, it's an expression that I'm very familiar with. It's the face I would make when the carefully planned strategy would finally come to fruition and I would get some result. Certainly, there's no better feeling than that of having your opponent on the ropes. Especially if that opponent is someone who's not really trying and only wants to earn some time. On the other hand, even if I tried to explain it to her, it would probably do me no good. So her action was totally understandable. I see. It was a feeling as if some sort of switch got flipped inside of my head. Then what comes after that is the feeling as if a molten lava started coursing through my veins instead of caffeine. Who would have thought it would be so graphic? Going out on a business trip like that. Pulling all-nighters to play games. Study this particular game here. Eating an oversized parfait that almost made me feel sick. Being forced to play against a human version of Wizarman, but even more overpowered than he was. Being exposed for the whole world to see. And now my perfectly thought out strategy was seen through just like that. What word would be more suiting here? Disgusted? Disappointed? I see. Ha 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 ha. Round 2. Fight. I'll wreck your face in. Stalling for time? Waiting for Katsu to arrive? Reception? Who the fuck cares? I certainly don't give a flying fuck about neither of those things anymore. Just throw it all away from my mind and don't think about anything unnecessary. Yeah. You're right, Sylvia Goldberg, your every guess was spot on. But why didn't you tell everyone else that you've caught on? Oh, I know just why. What is Goldberg? What is the best in the US? I'm going to take that gold medal of yours for myself. What's this? It's as if the scales have finally fell from my eyes. It's that refreshing feeling as if I was sleeping for a dozen of hours only to awaken fully refreshed and well rested while basking in the rays of the morning sun. Still, there was one desire that was burning brightly inside of me right about now. To crush that hero that was before me and show her that her place is right under the sole of my boot. That's right, you don't want to win as a result of a freaking setup. Role-playing wise, the previous round was a complete disaster. I was so preoccupied with responding to Sylvia Goldberg's actions that I didn't have time to actually role-play as Cursed Prison. But right now my heart was full of anger. Angry at the hero Misha's, full of resentment, holding a grudge. Right, so that's what this is. It's just like being thrashed by the last boss even though you've done a whole lot of power leveling, or besting normal boss in battle only to be obliterated by him on the cutscene. Such things were the epitome of crap, and I absolutely reject such repulsive piles of shit. Great, just great. Isn't that ideal? Ah, I thought as much. I found it. It's minimal, barely even visible, but the window of opportunity for countering is certainly here. Now I only need to provoke her into doing exactly what I want her to do. Why hello there, Mr. White Bicycle. Would you mind if I borrowed you for a moment or two? It would really make my day brighter. Not that you have any right to refuse, you know. Now let's hear you howl. Equipment troubles. One-on-one duels. Interviews after the match. It's been a while since he last did that, hence his delayed return. He even dashed out of the hall where the match was taking place right after it ended, skipping the award-giving ceremony and having to shout to his agent, "I'll leave the rest to you." He then squeezed his way to the hall where the exhibition match was taking place, squeezing his way through backstage and passing the members of the servicing crew that were all looking at him in a funny way and asking things like, "Is your ass okay?" Paying that no mind, KE finally took the last seat on the Nitro Squad side of the stage. He didn't expect that his arrival would be cheered or anything, but he at least hoped that Sasahara would notice and comment on that, or at least someone from the audience. But it was then that he noticed that the eyes of everyone present were directed somewhere else. I'm impressed that the executives themselves graced us with their presence. I'm really sorry about that. How's San? How's No Face doing? It's his turn, right? If you've come a little bit earlier it might have ended peacefully, but for some reason Pensilgton laughed in a dry manner, which forced KE to turn his head towards the display where No Face could be seen. The reason for that laugh was there on the display, all right. What was shown there was the match between No Face and Sylvia Goldberg, most probably. Then there was the sound of a truly maniacal laughter, and the sound of tires rubbing against asphalt roads so furiously that you wouldn't think it possible. It was a laughter of someone who finally gone past the point of no return, and the last screws that were keeping his mind intact came apart. Worse yet, that laughter was dangerously close to the laughter of KE's gaming pride that he held in high regard. No, you see, there are so many things that went wrong that I don't know where to start. I thought that might be the case. But could you please summarize? All sorts of different things. Isn't that a little bit too brief? The undefeated champion smiled at the passionate challenger. Chapter 174, Outraging Invader, Full Throttle Part 1. Honestly speaking, Sylvia Goldberg was bored and disappointed at that. She quickly realized from the live feed that the opposite team was simply stalling for time, and that Uomi Kei was nowhere to be found by the time she went into full dive. What's more, the actions of this no-face player just confirmed her suspicions. Maybe there was some sort of accident or urgent business because of which he was unable to participate, but even though they had so little time to adapt to the game, it was certainly admirable that they were able to gain so much time against pro gamers, especially that girl Natsume Megumi. Still, the only reason she took this job offer was because she wanted to face Uomi Kei in battle, hence her dissatisfaction. But the biggest dissatisfaction Sylvia felt right now lay in that player fighting her right about now. Sylvia Goldberg was the strongest player there could ever be, and it's not just an estimate or a theoretical data, it's the undeniable truth after she fought a whole bunch of strong opponents from all around the world and managed to emerge victorious from every single battle. That being said, even though she was always victorious, there was a number of players who managed to almost give her a run for her money, including Uomi Kei. None of those people would dare to challenge her with Cursed Prison. Cursed Prison is the arch-nemesis of Misha's, as well as his greatest rival. Therefore, Sylvia would never allow herself to be beaten by that character, not since her skills at handling Misha's were cut above all else. By choosing that character against Misha's, it was like declaring a total war against her. Sadly enough, when it comes to Cursed Prison's performance in Galaxia Heroes Chaos, it could only be described as disadvantageous against Misha's. Adding Sylvia to the mix, there was no way in hell that any Cursed Prison would be able to beat Misha's. There could be exception to that rule, But so far Sylvia was yet to see a cursed prison that would be able to impress her. Surely that John Doe-san won't be any different. And even if by some miracle that John Doe-san happens to be a threat, it certainly won't be any real one. He won't be a bigger threat to her than Naomi Kei. He is the one she should be concerned about the most. She had really high expectations for that next match when she would clash with Kei again, and she fully realized that. She was also secretly hoping for him to choose a villain so that she could go all out against him. But just then the running and screaming NPCs brought her back to reality as her current opponent appeared right in front of her. "Ara, done changing your clothes? Sorry for keeping you wait." It seems that he decided to incorporate about 5 police motorcycles into him, wearing their parts around different regions of his body just like a suit of armor. Right about now Cursed Prison looked like a knight in shining armor, except he had black tires sticking literally from everywhere around him. And he was coming. Seeing that, Sylvia let out a sigh. Since the previous Galaxia Heroes games were the type of fighting games where you fight on small closed arenas, it was often impossible to fully realize the potential or appeal of certain characters like Clockfire, who spreads bombs, and Cursed Prison that incorporates the elements of his surroundings into himself. However, this particular installment was able to remove that constraint and made it possible to enjoy the characters just like they were in comic books. Well then, shall we get started? Before that, there's one thing I would like to say, ? What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that's right. At that moment Cursed Prison was so heavily armored that not even a single part of his skin was visible, but the fearless smile was not wavering on Misha's lips. "I'll kick your ass." The meaning behind those words was more like, "I'll kill you so hard you'll die to death." Excellent. Saying that, she kicked the ground and started running. She ran up the wall, made a jump in midair, landed with a flip and accelerated after a backstep. She then wanted to kick the empty space beneath her. Something grabbed her foot. I managed to grab her leg. It was basically one huge gamble on my part that relied hugely on intuition, but apparently the gods of RNG decided to be on my side for a change. Welcome. If Misha's is a fighter type that specializes in speed, then Cursed Prison is a fighter type that specializes in power. Normally he should also be really tough and difficult to injure, but because the game needed to be balanced, that attribute of his was lost, changed to a form of a handicap. He's really powerful, but as a result he's also difficult to properly handle. But that also means that its power is relatively close to the comic book original. Also, to offset my lack of mobility, I incorporated 5 motorcycles into my body, and used the super fast rotation to be able to keep up with Misha's and eventually be able to take a hold of his ankle like that. Then I continue to move at a super fast speed like that, as the mufflers located at my back starts to roar like wild beasts and emit clouds of dark smoke. Right here, right in this moment, the RNG gods are still on my side, thanks to which I am able to overwhelm the #1 player in the United States. Paradoxically, Cursed Prison is the most immobile and the most mobile character in the entire game. Even though some parts are omitted, the added weight of 5 bikes makes his body so heavy that he is no longer able to use his legs properly. He can move with really slow and heavy steps, but fighting in such state is out of the question. However, having 5 bike engines strapped onto you allows you to move extremely fast for a short amount of time, although it comes with little precision and no control whatsoever. For example, if you focus all of your energy on turning the tires that are strapped to your legs, now, it's time for you to become a star. You can swing your enemy around just like a ragdoll, a maneuver that wouldn't otherwise be possible. Then, when I let go of him having accumulated enough rotation, Misha's body shoots towards a building and pierces right through it, just like a meteor would. And it wouldn't come without a backlash, since this time around, he was thrown against his will. Fufafu, kukakakaku. Good, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like a batter that manages to hit a home run after home run, a soccer player that scores hat trick after hat trick, a horse that gets so far ahead that none other contestants are able to get close to me. And being able to thrash a pro gamer around like that surely felt good. Oh wait. I should use that opportunity to make myself look even more evil. Phew, ha 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 ha. Whoa there, Che. I was just about to enter the building where I threw Misha's in, but then he jumped at me from the still falling dust. On a side note, I was currently running at full speed with my arms spread wide and facing down due to the sheer weight of them. It surely looked as though I was trying to give Misha's a hug. Realizing that, Misha's tried to avoid my grasp at last possible moment, but by doing that he fell right into my trap. It was only a matter of adjusting my arm slightly. Too bad. That was never going to be a hug. Mew ha 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 ha. Fugwa. Maintaining my speed, I rammed straight into Misha's, letting him eat a magnificently performed lariat. And the impact of my attack was so strong that my tires got twisted and I spun in place, similar to ice skating move. As for Misha's, the force applied to his neck was so strong that it forced his body to do a backflip in the air. I used that opportunity to get close to him and place a motorcycle tire that was strapped onto my arm right next to his face. I think I don't have to tell you what would happen if you did that to a human being, and if you don't, then don't worry. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. Wahahahaha. Rejoice, boy, you're going to experience a wonderful Cape Don. Chapter 175, High-Speed Roaring Flames, Talkburst Part 1. When it comes to fighting games, my experience roughly applies to 3 shitty games. The first is without a doubt Berserker Passion Online aka Crap. A game where the use of bugs and glitches was so frequent that losing your physical shape and becoming a convoluted mess almost caused me to lose my sense of pride as a human being. But thanks to that I was ready to face whatever atrocities would await me down the road eventually, so there's that I guess. The second game was called Animal Fights Online, commonly known as Gory Lion Online. The basic premise of that game was that the player assumes the role of a wild animal and fights other wild animals. Even though the concept surely was original, poor optimization and controls made it almost unplayable, not to mention other problems resulting from full dive system changing a human being into animals of various shapes and sizes. The last straw was the fact that even though the game offered a wide variety of characters to play as, about 90% of player base was playing as Lion, because he was so OP that it was unreal. The patches did not help, the nerfs only made it stronger for some convoluted reason. Until the emergence of a gorilla, whose low kick spamming turned out to be the answer the players were all looking for. Why would a gorilla be new king of animals? I don't know and I don't care, but that's how it all went. Back then I was laughing my ass off at the prospect of fighting as animals. After all, it was something that would never profit me in any other game, right? Well, turns out that right about now that experience was quite useful in my current predicament. Then there was the third game, the game that was so ahead of its time that the moment people come to understand its genius will most probably be the moment we shall all lay into the earth and die. Or not. It was more like a game that only the absolute intellectual elites could ever hope to comprehend. The name of this game was Capriccio Online, but everyone came to call it Bakumatsu. It was a fairly simple open-world game in which you could punch or slash virtually everything, be it an NPC or another player, as you compete to obtain the highest score possible. It was a game where you were thrown into the deep water right off the bat, into the open world styled after the Bakumatsu period Japan, with only a single sword and a whole lot of senior players who were more than eager to beat the living shit out of you. And after you somehow got away from that baptism rite, you'd end up being haunted by the NPCs that were relentlessly chasing you down until you didn't drop dead or managed to stand your ground. Then when you finally managed to catch a break, you'd stumble upon other new players like yourself, and you'd decide to band together in order to vent your accumulated frustration. And what better way to vent your frustration than to overthrow some local landlord, rob and murder a government official who just happened to be passing by, raze a whole village to the ground and turn the women into slaves. All of the above activities would give you tremendous amounts of EXP, so before you know it you were sitting on a mountain of EXP, items and skills, which would allow you to grow strong. And then you'd go to the new player's spawn point yourself with your friends and practice the baptism yourself. It was a never-ending circle of life. It was a game like that. Even though the game was set in the late Edo period, there was quite a bit of things that you could learn from it. Of especially great value was the technique of using the gaps in time. The thing is, there is a certain lag for every NPC when it comes to executing one action and then transitioning to the next one. So the players could force certain actions from the NPCs and create time gaps that they could use in order to get free hits in. It is a technique that I would then use to capture many shitty games. It's just like the rest period in music. Just when the tension is at its highest point it suddenly stops, and in that brief moment you could make your move and strike. Sometimes it would be enough to kill your opponent, but more often than not it would just result in a critical hit. There were other games with similar systems like that, but I can say that without fail Bakumatsu managed to train my interpersonal skills, making me good at estimating when you needed to defend yourself and when you needed to make a swift offense. This beat shifting ability is something I think it's crucial in fighting games. Feints, delays, and all those other skills that only the end of Edo period could teach you. I'm sure it was going to come in handy someday. Sylvia Goldberg may be the same type of gamer as me, but her rhythm is different from mine, because instead of carefully looking for an opening, she tends to overwhelm her opponents with it, like a blast wave. That's the difference in between us. It's only a guess on my end, but I bet that Katsu and those other players must have realized that fact and were adamant of studying that explosive rhythm of Sylvia Goldberg. It certainly wasn't a bad idea or a wrong approach, but seeing that Sylvia Goldberg's title of undefeated was yet to be taken from her, I'd say it was not a correct one either. Sylvia Goldberg's strength lies in the fact that her rhythm is constantly shifting and changing. Think of it like heroes awakening to new powers or a car changing gears. This means that you have to analyze her all over again and come up with a countermeasure. Most players are unable to keep up with a rhythm like that and fall behind quickly, which results in their imminent failure. So how do you fight a monster like that? Here the basics of fighting games comes into play. You need to narrow down your choices of actions and press the attack relentlessly. It's the best thing you can do against her, since countering seems not all that effective to begin with. But I can see why people thought like that, since counters allow you to prepare for the incoming attack and respond to it accordingly. It's like putting a bird that used to live in the wilds inside of a cage. So if you want to beat a speeding meteor, you need to strike it first instead of allowing it to hit you. Now do your best. My semicircular canal kick. I lift one of my feet, making use of the ultra-fast turn and start spinning like an ice skater again, turning my leg into a deadly weapon once more. It's something I picked up from Gory Lion Online, a technique that was the bane of Lion's existence, but it could also be applied to other games, since it was so hard to deal with in general. Right about now I was like a fan with exposed wing, ready to slice everything that was in my path. So annoying. Who the hell are you? Anyway, I thought it was obvious. I'm a mercenary. In order to get food and money I'll take just about any kind of job. The spinning leg connects with Misha's face and he starts to be thrashed around the place by strikes he couldn't see or do anything about. I also suffer some damage because of the nature of this attack, but it should be obvious who is getting the shorter end of the stick in here. I just shake my head and try to brush the sense of shortening HP bar aside. I'll get this round. After I turn you into a hero paste, that is, flame bursts from the mufflers on my back and the lights on the front of my body all light up. Cursed Prison rushed towards Misha's, who was now cornered near a wall. There was no time for him to adjust his position or to escape. He could only hope to intercept it or roll to the side. Sure thing. I'll give you this round as a gift. And Sylvia Goldberg chose to intercept it, but it is a hero who always wins in the end. Best to remember that. Cursed Prison, my arch nemesis. That's how it goes in comic books. But it is a game here. Clash. Even if we both receive damage, the bigger and more armored character is going to receive it in much less quantity than a hero like Misha's. So if Cursed Prison's HP bar gets almost completely depleted, Misha's HP bar would is 0 for sure. Chapter 175, High Speed Roaring Flames, Talk Burst Part 2. But that carnival-like smile of hers that I saw in the last moment was enough to fire my aggression and spirit of competitiveness once more. Next round, I'll massacre you even more, so you'd better be ready for it. That wraps it up for this round. And what a round it was. Player No Face managed to score a surprising return on player Goldberg in a truly magnificent fashion. It's like he was a completely different person from his round one self. Truly, what a terrific match that was. Incorporating the motorcycles into himself to make up for his lack of mobility. Brilliant. Still, it seems that you need outstanding control to be able to handle movements like that. This will surely be a story that will be talked about for a long time to come. Oh, won't you look at that? Yuami Kei finally showed up. Ha ha ha. What a cold greeting. Hello there, everyone. The camera centered on Katsu, who sat next to Pensilgton, and he waved her hand at it, looking slightly troubled. The reception for his words was a warm and enthusiastic one. If Pensilgton or Sanraku ever tried to deliver a line like that to someone, it would seem like a cloud of poison escaping from their mouths. Player No Face called himself a mercenary, but what exactly was that supposed to mean? Same goes for our John Doe here. Well then, my friend, would you be willing to let us know a thing or two about your John Doe over there? And what if your John Doe is actually a woman? Oh, is that right? Sorry about that. So that would make her Jane Doe, right? That Pensilgton, spitting poison once again as she pleased, and her tone was that of a mother gently scolding her own children, of all things. For some reason Natsume looked really worried as she gazed at Pensilgton's face and eventually shifted her gaze to Katsu. Maybe she was trying to imagine what Sanraku would say to that. He would most probably make a gesture of striking the palm of his hand with his fist or clenching them really hard, but still, the two of them showed us a real wonderful match. Is No Face also a pro gamer or something? I think it's best to leave it a secret. Don't you think it's more mysterious that way? If Sanraku could hear that, he would surely scream something like, "What's with that gringy line?" Or "Stop embarrassing me." Fortunately enough, Sanraku was about to start the third round, so he wasn't able to hear it. Do you think it's possible for him to actually do the impossible? The thing that no one has ever achieved before him? No, 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 no. If he could win, it would mean I could win as well. Believe it or not, but my win rate against him is actually 70%. But right about now he was certain that he would lose, and pretty badly at that. But Pensilgton was kind enough to keep those words to herself and not to let them out. But does Sanraku still remembers the original purpose of all this? That it was all for Katsu's sake, so he could have his grand moment? Thus marks the beginning of round 3, chapter 176, Crossfire of Tiger and Dragon, Dead Heat Part 1. I'm gonna crush you, too slow. Too slow. I won't fall for the same trick Whoa, that was dangerous. TCH, does that mean that she can move even faster? If it was Katsu, an attack like that would have surely got him. Shit, I knew it from last rounds, but her reaction speed is simply insane. I'll have to make some adjustments of my own in my head. Not good. Cursed Prison enhanced with motor power certainly has speed, but it lacks when it comes to maneuverability. So far I've managed to get by simply by using ultra-fast turns and drifting, but if this keeps up, I'm going to lose this round for sure. If I want to win this thing, there are basically two ways to go about it. One is Cursed Prison's ultimate technique that will be ready to use as soon as my gauge hits maximum. It will require so fast thinking and acting, but I can gain some advantage because of that. And about the other one, yeah. It should be right about time to do it. But have I done enough sabotage work? Good. You're really good, Cursed Prison. Not too strong, but also not weak. Fighting you is really exciting. Gee, thanks for kind words. But that won't do. It simply will not do. You are Cursed Prison, so act like it. Be more arrogant and full of yourself. Is that how it is in the original comic books? I only know very little about Cursed Prison to begin with. But left, Misha's moves are naturally as a wind, sliding on the ground and transitioning into a mid-air jump combined with a flip. Shifting from left to right constantly, his arms were raised in a defensive posture. In the next moment he tries to kick my left side, but I managed to maintain my balance. I'm already used to those movements, now switching to offense. Oh, how kind of you to announce your next move. What should I do? Should I go with super attack? Or maybe... It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Wow. My policy changed suddenly. It's time to do some damage. Now hurry up and make some space. While guarding myself from the onslaught of the dance-like moves of Misha's, I wait for the right moment to strike, and it just so happens that Misha's was about to perform a huge roundhouse kick, which was perfect for me. Thinking about it, the fundamental difference in strength of those characters is almost like a mountain when it comes to fighting games. This guy. It is something that is quite impossible to achieve. And maybe that's the reason. His techniques packed so much destructive power because he didn't have a normal brain but rather an AI. Guess I'll be imitating him for a while. A heavy kick is being delivered to the side of my head. Since Cursed Prison is heavily armored like that, it won't be knocked off balance from an attack like that. But the sheer damage was nothing to scoff at either. As I reach out my hand towards Misha's neck, another burst of flames comes out of my mufflers. I'll be borrowing that for a moment. Wizardman. Maelstrom. Approach, lift, and then throw with your whole body's weight added to the mix. Originally, Wizardman used his tremendous power to brute force attacks like that and ended up hurting himself in the process. But right about now I should be able to emulate his strategies without having to suffer a handicap like that. Maelstrom's biggest feature was the tremendous speed of being grabbed, lifted, and then being smashed against the ground like a bag of potatoes. Before you could realize what was going on, you were on your way to meet the ground and you'd be dead as a result. It was shocking to see it for the first time after taking his sword away and feeling safe for a short moment, but now I realize the sheer potential that technique held. Approaching your target, you can shorten the amount of frames that are needed for gripping and lifting, and moving the tires can shorten and strengthen the power of the throwing motion. So by the time Misha's realizes that he was grabbed, he should be well on his way of being smashed against the ground. Then, when Misha's body smashed against the ground, I let go of his neck and continued to turn, eventually turning my back to him. Then I started to move with the loud screeching of my tires. That is, I was quickly running away from that spot. I think I heard a voice shouting behind my back to get back here and not to run away, but just wait there patiently for what's to come. The color started to change. Good. Very good. Amazing. Before she could notice she was being grabbed, she was already being smacked against the ground. It was a gimmick for sure, but it was a clever one, and the fact that you could do it instantly was also pretty amazing. So far, she'd fought against many cursed prisons. Amelia was strong but lacked the tenacity to finish things. Alex was always moderately good, and that fact never changed for better or for worse. They were all skilled and took the role play rather seriously. However, she was always feeling as if it was her that was fighting, not Misha's. In that regard, all of her past opponents were mediocre at best. However, amongst many different cursed prisons she'd fought so far, this one was plausibly exceptional. It was not a mere matter of being strong or weak. Right about now Sylvia really felt that it was Misha's who was fighting cursed prison for real. Sylvia Goldberg is the strongest. Her strength, as Misha's, is so unparalleled that even the creators of the original comic books would comment on her that she's basically the real Misha's at this point. But she always had but one complaint: a hero cannot exist on its own. The hero can only shine its brightest when there is a villain that would push him past his limits. So if she was the real Misha's, then where was the real cursed prison? She loved Misha's more than any other character out there, and ever since achieving mastery with him, he was on the lookout for her arch-nemesis. You could say it was a form of love, but not your typical form of love. It was love for a strong rival that could push you way past your limits. A love that could prove your very existence. I've finally found you, cursed prison. When she finally recovered from being smacked against the ground, the cursed prison was no longer in sight. For a moment out there she thought that maybe he went to secure Chaos Cube. But that couldn't be it. Something inside of her was telling her that. So did he lay in wait for ambush? No, that was not that, either. Something in her gut was telling her that this cursed prison wouldn't simply abandon the fight. especially if he was on his way to win it. Then why would he leave like that? He said that something has come. So does that mean he was waiting for something? Maybe it was his ultimate technique. No, that's not right. No one says a line like that if it's so simple. A passionate reaction like that only comes from something that truly burns a flame inside of your heart. What were you waiting for? Is it something that only occurs in round 3? I remember hearing that every round is supposed to add something to the battlefield. No, that's not it at all. It's not about the rounds. It's about the elapsed time. How much time have passed since the start of round 1 and round 2? Chaos City is a place where the situation change in real time and depending on the ongoing events. So what was the cursed prison waiting for? No, what was he counting for? No way. Unlike the rest of the vehicles, it takes time to prepare, but when he would acquire it, he would have easier time fighting and it would be extremely useful for immobile cursed prison, the thing that comes from the sky. No way. There was a loud sound, as if something was being destroyed. It didn't come from the left or right. It didn't come from the front or from the back. Once she looked up, she saw, "I've been waiting for you. My main weapon. Ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. The best. You are simply the best." Cursed Prison, Chapter 176, Crossfire of Tiger and Dragon. Dead Heat Part 2. There was the image of Cursed Prison who, after climbing the top of the building so that the news helicopter could see him, jumped in the air and dunked straight onto the helicopter, forcing it to lower its altitude. Having been dragged down by so much power, the helicopter lost its balance and gradually started to fall down towards the ground. The moment the helicopter hit the ground, there was a huge explosion that covered a considerable amount of ground in flames, as well as devouring Cursed Prison. Cursed Prison's unique ability is to capture the inorganic matter and then incorporate it within himself. If so, the wall of flames could very well be just a curtain to cover its next move. Sorry, but the colors have changed. If the appearance that incorporated the motorcycles into itself was that of a knight in a white armor, the one standing before her right now was of a typical Japanese samurai. It was holding the helicopter propellers in both of its arms, swinging them around like swords, and the helicopter's plating was serving as its armor. It's good to be more mobile, but more than that. This form is really calming me down, going all out. Non, that's wrong. Cursed Prison. No matter her opponents, Sylvia Goldberg was always giving it her very best. However, she was getting a feeling that her best would simply not be enough right here. Right now in this battle, it's time for me to go beyond my limits. After all, justice always prevails. And the hero of justice always shines its brightest when clashing against an evil villain. If you find yourself to be underperforming when it comes to weapons, the first order of things is to find something that will allow you to even the gap between yourself and your opponent. The Special Object News helicopter appears on the map after a certain amount of time passes and a certain amount of damage is being dealt to the map. In the beginning I was wondering why would the helicopter behave in such a way, and through the trial and error of incorporating it into Cursed Prison's armor I came to a conclusion that it was basically a special object. Aside from its tremendous horsepower, the helicopter even has 4 weapons which are way better than your standard guns. I don't know how exactly does it work, but apparently Cursed Prison can strengthen the overall power and durability of the things it incorporates within itself. However, the overall damage of the bullets is not ridiculously overpowered. I'd say it is on a level of a shotgun blast, and the damage done by the propeller swords is also enhanced thanks to Cursed Prison's ability, which makes it possible to cut through almost anything. Good thing I'm mostly using dual wielding these days, so I'm rather used to it at this point. If I was completely greedy, I would love this fighting style to be agility based instead of strength based. It would allow me to use this avatar in the same way as my avatar in Shanfro. But, greedy is bad, and greedy people tend to die horribly. With this I can cut you into thin slices. Excellent. The helicopter engine starts to growl on my back, giving my whole body much needed power. I swung my left-hand sword down, but Misha's managed to easily avoid it. However, since I have some more mobility right now, I can do some cool tricks on my own. So let's give it a try. Shall we? Let me borrow from you once more to kick A's. With that, I let go of my swords and reached towards the spare propellers hanging on my waist, quickly assuming the AI stance. Surprisingly, it seems that Misha's was seriously thinking of avoiding even that blow. That Sylvia has guts, I'll give her that. But you're wide open. Guo. It's not over yet. I hold my left fist close to my waist and make a move as if I was drawing out a sword, aiming at Misha's, who was already into evasive motion. But the cut was apparently too shallow. I return my hands into the EAI stance at once and close the gap between us. Even though she would probably try to evade all of my swings, I swing powerfully time after time, without giving her time to rest. I'd surely take some collateral damage as a result, but if that meant being able to reach Misha's with one of my blows, I'd say it is well worth it. So I keep my guard up, wait for an opportunity to strike and attack with all of my might. Even though Misha's is taller than your average man, compared to a giant that is Cursed Prison, he is relatively small. While I chase Misha's, I pick up the swords I have discarded not so long ago, and combine them into one huge sword. At this rate, even a meteor such as yourself will be unable to stop me. I'll stop only once I draw my last breath, so come and get it. I swing my sword from the right, add a frame or two of delay and then swing from the left. Misha's managed to avoid both swing, flexing his body with minimal of movements and doing a motion as if he was going to perform a handstand. In the next moment he sprung like a spring, aiming a kick right at my jaw. Ooh! There was no sense of pain, but for a split second my vision turned to black, as if I blacked out for a moment out there. Then I felt as though all strength was leaving my body. Was I stunned just now? I've got you now. You wish. Becoming a sandbag right about now would be really bad, since I can take a whole combo while being stunned like that. Is there anything I can do? I can feel a slight shock around my abdomen, and then I can feel the effect of stun is going away and my vision was restored to me. Just in time to see Misha's positioning himself to do a full combo. If I let him connect with me, it will be all over. No way. You broke free from it? It's the flowing Iai fist jutsu. I hold the left sword in front of me like a shield, defending myself against an elbow strike. A second later and I'd be dead. Currently my HP bar was sitting around 50%, while Misha's was at 60%. It may be a close call, but from here on out I shall turn this round around. Chapter 177, Breaking the Limits. Deadweight Part 1. Swords start to spin all over the place, cutting deep trenches in the asphalt and sending sparks flying. However, Misha's was already out of the harm's way. I then felt an unnatural weight on the tip of one of my swords, and when I looked up to see what was that about, I saw Misha's standing at the sword's tip, about ready to send a kick flying my way. TSK. I do my best to avoid the steel heel that was descending fast onto me. Once the heels barely manages to scrape the tip of my chest plate, I start acting in order to counterattack. I position myself in the center of the main street, intercept Misha's incoming attacks and start to run away in order to put some distance in between us. My gauge was almost completely filled up, only a little bit more and I could unleash my ultimate move. But just where should I use it? After all, Cursed Prison's ultimate move is slightly different from that of other characters. If you use it carelessly it won't bring you the win you want, so you need to carefully choose the right place. Oh, RNG can just go blow itself. Shit. Did she manage to avoid it? Wait. Can we talk about? Hurry, hurry. We only have so much time we can spend with one another, so let's use it to the fullest. Shit. I take a deep breath to calm myself down. Let's do this. I have no other choice. There is a slight difference in between our HP bars, but as long as it won't go past 30% I should be alright. Still, I needed to keep my guard up at all times. One wrong move and it could be all over for me. Also, I'm perfectly aware of that fact, but once I decide to do this match will more or less be brought down to the level of bashing special attacks against one another. Doing something like that against Sylvia Goldberg is a huge gamble on my part. Your ultimate move. It should be about ready to use, right? Then come on. Come right at me with it. You've taken the words right out of my mouth. Misha's ultimate move. Meteor Strike is the homing ability. Basically it's a technique that can follow you around, and once it targets you, you have very little options to defend against it. The only way to avoid an attack like that is to move faster than the attack is coming right at you, at the speed which would allow you to outrun the homing. You could also try to. In this setting there's no point in thinking about that option. Are you going to activate it first? Or maybe you're going to wait? Both options have their merits and demerits, and the HP bars can make all the difference right about now. Depending on the situation, my course of action would change drastically, just like my HP bar and gauge bar. But I still needed to be cautious of that 30%, an opening. Oh, shit. I got distracted, and once I realized what was going on, it was already too late. A strong impact started to course through my chest and my body got immobilized. It was fun while it lasted. Cursed prison. I had so much fun, but the hero always comes out on top. Misha's jumps in the air, then blue particles start to gather around his legs and shine brightly. Was I just stunned again? No, not yet. I just need a little bit more time. Just a little bit more so that my gauge fills and I can use my own ultimate move in order to get out of this mess. As long as I do this before the kick connects. When it comes to ultimate attacks, if they detonate near you it can easily chip about 40% of your HP bar away. If it's a clean hit, that number can go as high as 50 or even 60%. That being said, Meteor Strike is not an attack that only hits its target. It causes area of effect damage on a large radius around it. So completely avoiding that attack is out of the question because of the splash damage, but I should at least be able to survive it if I avoid a direct hit. Don't underestimate me. With that, I deploy my own ultimate move and, Mama, where are you? By concentrating my 5 senses to their very limit, I quickly scout out the entire area and formulate a plan, before eventually my mind arrives at a solution. Voice, child, woman, familiarity, Gurikinton, background, blast range, radius, more Gurikinton, Pencilton, even more Gurikinton, weapon, Gurininton. Misha's positioning. It feels as though my body moves on its own. No, that's not right. It moves exactly how I want it to move. Why, how, what's behind me? All of that information becomes obsolete in my brain as only 3 words emerge to the surface and take over. Don't run away. Misha's Meteor Strike is a technique that pours energy into the target it hits and uses that energy to implode the target from within, creating a huge blast radius in the process. In other words, the key to this technique is contact. The blast is inevitable, and completely avoiding it is something that is quite literally impossible to do. You could technically try to use shields, or get to cover, or stack things that would create a barrier, but meaningless. My thoughts come to me only after my body is already set in motion. It's time to act now. The time to rationalize my actions will come later. With both swords in my hands I make an X-like slash, then I grab the spare swords at my waist and do the X slash again. 4 walls, headache, feeling drowsy. Another kick comes right in. Fluffy, guard up. Need to pee, starting. Match the timing. Here, while assuming the guard posture similar to the American tackle, I lean towards the flying blades that slowly started to fall down towards the ground. In the very next moment, a shockwave penetrates through those 4 swords. It was a direct hit from the side, but thanks to that the thing that was directly hit was not cursed prison but the propeller blades, behind the swords that suddenly turned into shields, the shields that were being ripped apart and eroded from the inside. There was a shocked expression of the hero. I only saw it for a moment before he accelerated even further, but he seemed shocked that his attack didn't go through. I can't be too sure, but behind the mask with star-shaped googles, there was probably a smile and eyes wide open, looking as though they were on the verge of tears. Then there was an explosion. Talk about packing quite a punch. Despite avoiding the direct hit by the Meteor Strike, the force of the blast was so powerful that even a heavy giant like Cursed Prison was unable to withstand the blast wave and was swept off its feet. Of course, I immediately started to get back up on my feet. As expected, the full-body helicopter armor did little in terms of defense as it was largely just for show. However, thanks to that cursed prison was still standing, although with only fumes of its HP bar being left right now. So I'd say it's pretty accurate that I could fall down at any minute now, due to the slightest of damage. Meteor Strike is a super deadly ultimate move that injects the power of the Meteor's star into the target and destroys it from the inside. I could easily protect myself with the propeller, but why to do something like this? I can't figure it out. Why accepting it head-on without trying to escape? Well, it's not really that much of a mystery. I just wanted to make it up to the girl that we caused so much suffering to earlier that day. Because of that I blocked the attack and suffered the shockwave, and hence my current situation. But I don't want to be treated like Pensilgton. I would like to leave a good impression, if I can help it. Hey, the little girl with chestnut ice cream. It's not safe here, so you should go away. Besides, your mum is probably looking for you, worried sick. Why? Yeah, right behind me. There is a scared little NPC girl that cursed prison protected from the blast. I know it was foolish. I know that it's not the same girl. I know that the Chaos City that Clockfire decimated and this one are completely different things. However, no matter a hero or a villain, you should never get innocent people get caught up with your own affairs. Think of it like a bad guy who took pity on the little puppy he happened to come across in a cardboard box on a rainy day. It's a cliché since time immemorial, but who gives a shit? Now, worship this here cursed prison. You savor. Chapter 177, Breaking the Limits, Deadweight Part 2. You're a good girl, so run to your mother and don't look back. Thank you, Mr. Oh well, let's go with that, I guess. It's not all that cool and manly, but you can't really help it. I watched as the mother approached the girl and the two started to run away from here. They look different from the ones in the previous matches, alright. Once I was sure they were far away, I turned towards Misha's again. What's wrong, hero? Isn't it your job to help all those who are in need? Ahaha, that's rich. I don't think that cursed prison is the kind of guy who would help others just like that. This isn't a comic book, it's a game. How long ago was it that I said those words? It may have been not even an hour ago, but it felt as though it was way longer than that. I wonder what would cursed prison say in a situation like that? Universe sure is a crazy place. Still, it's not like I have any complaints. I just do what pleases me. The difference in our strengths was staggeringly disadvantageous to me. The helicopter armor was pretty much useless at this point and I lost my propeller swords. However, it was me who was in a far better position right now. You've used up your ultimate move, hero. Come on now. If I wanted to defeat the cursed prison, there was no way for me not to use it. And you know it. My turn now. Cursed prison's ultimate move is different from that of other characters. It does not inflict damage per se, and it is closely related to the lore of the character. Cursed Prison is a villain that first appeared in the comic book series Meshes, and he is related to Galaxius, the series Deus Ex Machina that ties everything together. He is an irregularity born out of Galaxius, a sort of part of him that grew its own consciousness and developed his own set of goals and ambitions. His ultimate ambition is to gain more power. However, due to his ambitions being too dangerous for even the fabric of existence itself, Galaxius imprisoned him in a cursed suit of armor that could not be removed by any normal means and inhibited his powers greatly. Hence the name Cursed Prison, a prisoner of the cursed armor. So in order to be able to reach the being that was created in Galaxius's image and that was granted a share of its power, Meshes, I had no other choice but to get rid of that cursed suit of armor. Prison Break. Cursed Prison was supposed to be Meshes in the first place. Prison Break is the ability that lets him use his original power in a limited way, driven by the sole ambition of obtaining the Chaos Cube and absorbing its power for himself. The helicopter armor comes off all at once and the black armor beneath it starts to show a lot of crack and fissures forming across its whole surface. Originally it was the power meant to be unleashed thanks to Galaxius's influence, but since it was a game I was willing to pay that small detail no mind at all. Bright light overflows from the inside of my armor, swallowing everything that was in its path. It was crimson in color, a polar opposite of Meshes's cool blue glow. Then the armor, as if no longer able to handle the radiating brilliance, comes off all at once, revealing a crimson man that was lurking underneath it. Cursed Prison is a type of character whose ultimate move is really specific. It's the ultimate move that collects all inorganic substances from the vicinity and incorporates them in Cursed Prison's body on a cellular level, increasing his overall parameters and performance. That's the first time I've been this excited about a match like that. Prison Break. The boon of Prison Break will last approximately 30 seconds. Compared to the time of one round, it's really short. Too short. However, during those 30 seconds, my power, speed, mobility, they are all equal to Misha's. It's the grand climax now, so put your back to it. I'm going to win this because I'm the hero. A blue meteor collides with a scarlet star. Chapter 178, Furious Tiger of Forbidden Star, Overheat. My body was so light right now. After wearing a heavy full body armor throughout 3 rounds, the difference in weight right now was so astonishing that it was actually scary. So fast. What's this? The undefeated queen suddenly is afraid of being struck down from her high throne. Still undefeated, she beat me in the first round. And even though I managed to win in the second round, it was still annoying as hell. So right now, in this third round, the stakes are at their highest. Misha's backs away for about 2 meters, and Prison Break makes a huge step that manages to overtake him, landing 1 meter behind his back. I used that advantage to do a kick right in the middle of Misha's back, although Misha's managed to guard against that. The difference in power was as clear as day. He didn't get blown away but swayed heavily on his legs. I'm surprised. It's like your whole battle style has changed. Unfortunately, such battle style leaves a kind of bad aftertaste in my mouth. It was a best solution here. Even if it means to go from a magician to gorilla. Even if it means I'll have to become half naked once more. I'll definitely emerge victorious here. Misha's used the midair jump in order to reposition himself, but in my current form I could overtake him in this as well, because I could do a double midair jump. So I catch up to him, overtake him and strike another kick to his back. What's wrong? What's wrong? Scared of me so you want to wait through the time limit? Foo-fa-foo. It only starts here. Seriously? How is she so fast? Right, let's burn through the remaining caffeine reserves. Just like a nitro boost. He can't use ultimate move or any special techniques. So I should be able to send him on the ropes if I keep on attacking continuously. So I focus like I never have before. And I continue to assault Misha's without leaving him much place to move or evade. 10 seconds passed already, and with the remaining 20 still on the clock, Misha's started to move. Shall we wrap this thing up? Yeah, let's do just that. There are no people around, only some abandoned cars and signs that were suggesting that there was a human activity not too long before here. I see. So this is what the stage of a final battle looks like. Good thing that right about now Prison Break was equal to Misha's in terms of performance and mobility. Thanks to that we could go all out and finish this based on pure skill! Exclamation mark. Misha's runs up the car and jumps off the crooked sign, gaining speed. I could only try to avoid it and adjust my positioning once Misha's lands after the failed attempt at kicking me. I then did a swipe kick to throw Misha's off balance and force him to land on his back on the ground. I'm not finished yet. Misha's managed to reposition himself from laying on his back to a push-up-like position thanks to twisting his body in a way that no normal human being would be able to do. Then he threw a kick towards my face, as if he was trying to kick a soccer ball with all of his might. If that manages to reach me, I'll certainly die. So I can only try to avoid it by twisting my neck and whole body. I managed to avoid the direct hit, but part of Misha's soul still managed to graze me, which led to losing some of the HP. But at the same time Misha's was not invincible during that time. I managed to grab him by the ankle and swing him around. Just like you do with an Olympic hammer or a bat. I was able to swing faster than Misha's was able to respond to it. But I chose to not slam him into the ground on the spot. However, Misha's probably managed what I was aiming for, and used a brief moment when I was swinging a little less violently to twist his body again and regain a position in which he would be able to protect himself. 10 seconds left. Everything will be decided here and now. I can already feel that the reserves of caffeine in my body starts to deplete rapidly, and my fast thinking starts to get duller and duller as a result. But once I let go of his ankle, my body is already on the move. I closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of fist attacks at Mishas, who rose his guard and tried to endure a series of attacks like that. Don't underestimate the EAI fist style. The gap of 12 frames is pretty big space to work with. The world and characters are all constructs of data, but it's human beings that control them. So there is no way to always be able to arrive at optimal solutions, to not get influenced by the outside factors and avoid failure from time to time. And that moment of hesitation in acting is the essence of AI fist style, that capitalizes on the humanity of the people controlling the characters. The ultimate weapon that takes even the non-human aspects of the game and brings them down to human factors that can be exploited. The moment her guard wavers as a result of being hit so many times, the moment where a slight gap in her defenses forms, that is where my right arm shoots through the air and glows brightly. Right there. Gayu? It was not a fist, it was not a kick, it's a spear-like attack made out of all 5 fingers put together. I managed to pierce my spear right through the throat of the Google-eyed hero, and the fact that a brutal attack like that was a critical hit made his whole body stiff just for a moment. Good thing that instincts of living beings still applied in here. I reach out with my right arm and force my whole body to twist and rotate. I use only my left leg as the point of support for my body, and as I continue to spin I raise my left leg in a kick position, ready to release that kick which contained the energy accumulated from my whole body. Confident about my victory, I focus everything I have into that one last attack. At the same time everything else disappears from my mind, Katsu, the exhibition match, the strategy. It was all gone, but still, right here and right now. It's just like that. Even though my HP was left at less than 10% as a result of the onslaught of attacks just now, I was still willing to give it my all despite the fact that I was at the death's door. Because right in front of me, Sylvia Goldberg was still a pro gamer. Don't underestimate me. Mishas forcibly breaks the chain that was binding his body, and uses its remains to swing and gain momentum. He lets out a mighty roar and gets ready to kick. Normal kick would not be powerful enough. Spinning kick would take way too long. That is why the very last attack of Misha's would be a high kick which would have enough penetration to do some major damage. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. 0. Yugiwa. The impact of Misha's kick connecting with my chest shakes my body to its very core, making me feel as though my heart was about to burst and my ribs were about to shatter. At the same time, I am pretty much sure that my blow managed to penetrate his armor and damage his internal organs. We keep silent while the system takes its sweet time to calculate the damage that has been done. Those few seconds felt like few hours, and then the results were finally in. The sensation of my body becoming limp and devoid of strength, as well as my vision blacking out, was the sign that my HP have reached 0. Is she really some sort of a monster that managed to make a comeback even from something like that? So, does that mean that amateurs can never hope to beat pro gamers, even if they are going all out? The last thing I have seen before my vision faded to black. It was the figure of a body that fell to the ground, completely motionless. K.O. And now what? Chapter 179, Install Lost Time Fantasista. You'll be logged out. So it will forcefully log me out? I was secretly hoping that I would be allowed to participate in the 4th round as well. After having my senses isolated from the outside world for so long, the breath of cold air on my skin felt really refreshing. Opening my eyes I could see the inside of the full dive device over my head, and then a really loud cheer reached out my ears. So freaking loud. Nice work out there, moron. Oh, shut up, Mr. Restroom War. You might want to hold your tongue for now. Otherwise the whole world will hear it. That would be bad. Certainly. I'm an anonymous person in here, wearing a pumpkin helmet no less, but I wouldn't want for any unfortunate nickname to be stuck to me by a complete accident. Anyways, a forced logout? Does that mean in case of a draw it is counted as a loss on both ends? No. It's nothing like that. It's just that you two idiots fought so hard that there is a need for a technical break. So what? Does that mean I'll do round 4 or what? I mean, I was running on fumes right about now anyway. Right about now I felt so exhausted that I don't know if I'll be able to perform in any sort of way during round 4. Maybe I should just pass the baton to Katsu. Speaking of the devil, he walked towards me and handed me a can. Here, they were out of store, but a salt company had a few of them available and ready for the taking. Really? Thanks, that will really save my life. I opened the can and chug on its contents. Ooh. The caffeine starts to flow through my veins once more, replenishing the caffeine that was used up to that point. I feel like I'm alive once more, but still, drinking this much energy drinks in such a short amount of time was probably not the healthiest for my health. Wish they had stuff like this here in Japan. But will this really be enough to refuel me? I see that for you energy drinks really are like gasoline. Haha, to think that you'd be this bothersome. Ekem, that's why I like you so much. Additionally, if you could beat Sylvia, then that means I have a chance at doing that myself, since statistically speaking I'm better than you. Talk about a theory taken straight out of your ass. Haven't this guy ever heard of adaptation or the concept of rock paper scissors? That's some real confidence that can be his grave. I can't really see your face in that helmet, but I do get a feeling that you're making fun of me. I'm making fun of you? Don't be silly. I'm just genuinely worried about you, my friend, about your intelligence, to be more exact. So in the end, that's how it went. Sanraku and Sylvia, they couldn't beat one another. For Katsu, that was the only thing that mattered for you, Omikei. Certainly, the previous match was a burning disaster from the pro gamer perspective, but that's what happens when you clash the same type of fighters against one another. It was like watching two meteors colliding with each other, and unsurprisingly, the fight between Sylvia Goldberg and a certain Pumpkinhead was already starting to blow up all over the internet. But sheer strength is not enough to beat Sylvia. No matter the result of their last standoff, Sanraku's high tension proved to be the key that managed him to reach Sylvia's throat. However, judging by the fact just how exhausted he looked after logging out, it might be possible for Sanraku to beat Sylvia again if they were to clash on some other day, but if they were to do it right now, he would certainly end up losing. After all, Sylvia Goldberg becomes more dangerous over time, when she manages to learn more and more about her opponent. That being said, Sanraku, you did great. You've earned your rest. Sylvia Goldberg's greatest weapon is neither her tension-related battle style nor the reflexes that earned her the title of True Mishas. It was her toughness, a monster-like resilience and stamina that kept her performance at the very peak all the time, and that wouldn't deteriorate no matter how much time would have passed. That's what made her undefeated up to this day. That, and the fact that she once defeated 50 opponents in a row without losing a single shred of her HP bar. Feats like that were making you something else than a normal player, rather elevating you to the ranks of the last boss that you'd normally don't want to mess with. Honestly, I didn't think they would manage to stall this thing long enough to reach the extra round. For a moment out there Katsu was worried that Sanraku might have actually forgotten about their original goal, but it all actually went so nicely that he couldn't possibly ask for a better result. That being said, I want to see for myself how that match affected our tension monsters. The results are bound to be pretty interesting. That is why he was so considerate of Sanraku and gave him the extra energy drink. In other words, he wanted for him to give it his best shot. And if Sylvia ends up beating Sanraku, then it will be all on Katsu to bring her undefeated reign to an end. Satisfied with the results, Natsume-chan, Sanraku-kun and I really worked our asses off for this, you know? Well, I think that there's a lot of truth to Sylvia's words in that regard. The world is always full of twists and turns, trials and tribulations, and at the end of the twisted and winding path, what awaits you there is. Heroes always come out on top, right? Right about now there are 3 reasons that makes me angry. First of all, we were going to have sushi in the end, because my predictions about the characters used by Star Rain lost twice with pencil buttons. Obviously Sylvia Goldberg was excluded, since we knew she would choose Misha's. Second reason, that energy drink that Katsu gave me. Turned out that the name was the same, but that one was manufactured here in Japan, so it didn't have the same kick to it like the American one. Hence, I don't know if I would be able to go all out. And third reason, the way that Katsu was looking at me and that extra round was as if he already managed to assume that I would lose. I see, while I was trying to fight the fatigue and headaches with unhealthy amounts of caffeine, it seems that Sylvia Goldberg was more of a resilient type rather than strength type. That's actually infuriating. We were fighting against one another to the death not so long ago, so how can she do an interview right now while looking so happy, without showing the slightest trace of being tired? When it comes to person versus person battles, they tend to differ from person versus monster ones. And even though I have fought many hard battles against monsters, like Golden Crystal Scorpion, Gravekeeper Wizardman or Reaper Orca, my spirit would never run out because of the nature of those fights. Here it was an entirely different story. As far as I can say, the undefeated hero does not look to be exhausted in the slightest, even though she fought such an exhausting battle. So this must mean that her performance will not diminish over time. It goes without saying, but when it comes to exhaustion, it puts both amateurs and pro gamers in the same spot when it comes to winning a battle. However, Katsu, right about now I'm really angry at you. You know, maybe I won't be able to display the level of performance that Sylvia approved of last game, but that anger was surely propelling me towards thinking, I won't lose this, no matter what. I am determined to win this thing, although not for all the right reasons. It's hard to explain, but it's something like a villain that is trying his best to pose as not a villain. When it comes to extra round, the gauges will accumulate twice as fast, and there will also be NPCs on the map that would not appear under normal conditions. So they want us to settle this quickly, huh? As I walk around and watch different NPCs holding different firearms in their hands, I can't stop myself from thinking that it's going to be one hell of a bloodbath in a matter of seconds. It's shopping time. That tank looks really solid. I wonder if it's a fighter type or maybe transport type. Chapter 180, Struggling Evil Part 1. Cursed Prison, Extra Custom. In order to make this work I needed to go on some compromises. For example, discarding the 5 motorbikes in favor of jet engine and some heavy armor and armaments. A bit unorthodox, but you know what they say about desperate times. Well, I don't like the lesser mobility, but we'll have to make do for now. Although I called it extra custom, in comparison to my meteor friend I looked rather poor and miserable, like a block of solid concrete, and for the time being, I also took care of procuring some rocket launchers and missiles that I placed at random over my body. That should allow me to be at least somewhat flexible when it comes to problem solving. Well then, I'd say that our physical ratio is about 2 to 5. Looking at the numbers alone they were not all that different from the third round, but at the same time the damage potential did not increase, so the possibility of me turning this thing around was really small. For the time being I tried to remain hidden, but I guess it was only a matter of time before I would be found out. My gauge was already accumulated, so hers must be roughly about the same by now. Now, the question was which one of us would dare to use its ultimate move first. I would like to avoid that as much as possible, since I would be losing strength rapidly. When that happens, will you try to move and obtain the cube? No. No, right about now that's not an option. That would be terribly anticlimactic. Nice idea. I don't dislike that fighting spirit of yours. It's called Vorpal Soul. Not that it matters in here. Presently, I was sitting on a chair inside of the cafeteria located on the 10th floor of one of the office buildings, enjoying my coffee break. Then, completely out of nowhere I was handed a plastic cup with a freshly brewed coffee inside. Yeah. Osho, Aura, do you realize just how dangerous it is to spill hot coffee onto someone, woman? But still, your reaction time is pretty good. God fucking damn it. What is this, some cheap horror flick? And how did she manage to find me so fast? Is she an Esper or what? A slight digression here, but there are usually 2 types of people in the world. During a zombie apocalypse, when a zombie lounges in to attack you, some people will remain still and stiff, and others will move out of the way on reflex. On a side note, I'm the type that would kick the zombie away while grabbing my trusty shotgun. Call it a force of habit from all the games that I have played thus far. But I was pretty confident with my survival instincts and fighting reflexes. No unexpected surprise like that would be able to catch me off my guard. No, allow me to educate you properly. Sorry, but ever since I was a child I was told that I was a slow learner. In addition to that, repeated deaths and rebirths allowed me to develop a certain proficiency and skills that most players would find unable to perform under any normal circumstances. If I train those abilities, perhaps one day I'll be able to dodge bullets fired at me at point-blank range. As expected, I wasn't able to climb to that high level yet. At best I can try to predict the hit point of the missile from its general trajectory. The coffee is splashed, and the jet black liquid shoots through the air from the L-sized cup while retaining most of its shape. Reactive Prison Break. It's not a new kind of ultimate move. It's just that in order to minimize the damage I can take, I need to treat even the most simple and weak pellets flying towards me like missiles being shot from rocket launchers. There's also a twist to my current armor. It reacts to external trauma and explodes on impact. That is why even though Misha's took a step back after trying to spill coffee on me, shrapnels of the part of my armor fly near him in a sudden surprise attack. Oh, oopsie. I think that my hand just slipped and oh shit. I'm sorry. You see, my armor just happened to slip as well. The thing is, it does so without me even deciding anything. I reached my hand beyond the flying coffee, trying to grab Misha's by the face. I was used to reaching across deep chasms, molten lava pits or poisonous swamps, but crossing the field of hot coffee was a first for me. Because it is a fighting game, and a first one such as that, I must not be fooled by a photorealistic graphics. There was no way that hot coffee would be able to kill me. Or else, that chance was so slim that it was bordering on downright impossible. Since you're going to play this game on a regular basis, let me give you a certain piece of advice. Ms. Champion. Japanese sleeper hold? I wonder if that's some kind of pro wrestling move? Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I don't know if it's according to specification or if it's just a bug. I don't have a clue, but I'm gonna exploit the living fuck out of it. With my left arm still on Hero's neck, I put my right arm on the hero's thigh. There is no such thing as full damage in this game, so it would probably be okay to jump from the stratosphere without a parachute. But I have my doubts about that. Certainly, fall damage may be equal to 0, but would the same be true to throwing damage? If it was from natural causes, then fine, let it be 0. But if the origin of the throw was other player, that was something worth investigating. That is why I've ran a trial run to see if my theory was correct or not, at the expense of couple dozens of innocent NPCs plus Katsu's controlled characters. Based on that, I've managed to devise a new secret technique. The window glass exploded and Prison Break together with Misha's jumped out of the building from the height of the 10th floor. Normally, the fall damage would always amount to 0. However, while I was always okay doing most crazy of stunts out there, the NPCs that I took along for the ride, they weren't as fine as I was. They've received damage, and quite a lot of it. Conclusion: even if the calculation for the player in case of fall damage is equal to 0, it is not for others in your grasp. For example, something like that, from this altitude, a pro wrestling move. Without holding back. Wait, it cannot be. She tried to break free, but it was no use at this point. Prison Break's stats right about now were on par with hers, and I wasn't going to let her escape so easily. Super extra and ultimate move. I take 2 steps back to adjust my position and gain some additional height. Now, let's see if it's going to be like an eye drop from a 2nd floor or even greater. The physics aspect is working for sure. A simple fall won't cause damage at all, but it will certainly accumulate energy, a whole lot of it, and that's something that cannot be brushed aside so casually. Now, I'll show you tons of damage at the expense of no gauge being used. Impact conversion. As the merciless clutches of gravity entangle both of us, Misha starts to fall down, as such is the fate of all those without wings of their own. Little did he know that he was on his way down straight to hell. Our bodies intertwined together. We were approaching the earth at an alarmingly fast pace. There was no way that after jumping off the building from such height we would end up without any kind of damage to ourselves. The earth is not so merciful as to allow something like that to happen. Clash. The ground shatters, and the asphalt gets covered in a web of deep cracks that form from the place where feet slammed into the ground. Also, there was an overwhelming feeling of numbness going through Misha's body right about now, making him unable to move or act in any way. Falling limiting my body and ascending limiting Misha's movements. Out of the two of us, it was Misha's who managed to recover first. Chapter 180, Struggling Evil Part 2. My remaining HP was about 10%, not nearly enough to survive the obliteration that the falling meteor would bring with itself. This technique, if you'd like to try cutting it in half, that would be like using a building for comparison, trying to destroy it from the 12th floor upwards. I never thought I would actually do that at the very last possible moment, and against someone like Sylvia Goldberg, to add hiding on the 12th floor. That means I have 2 floors left to go. What did you left behind? By comparison, right now I should feel as though I had my head placed on the decapitation table, or as if I was standing at the edge of a steep cliff with my hands tied around my back. I see. Then what I should be saying here is you are, that's right. If you keep being so forceful, ? Hey, haven't you noticed that you've been really forceful yourself for the past couple of minutes? Oh, guess it cannot be helped right now, so let's just roll with it. After 5 seconds have passed, it's now 30 seconds, ! The hero rolls his eyes. When I looked up to the sky, there was a giant metal piece shooting towards the earth, spilling glass and sparks all around. It's just death, and if you don't know where it is, I'll tell you. It's right here. Armor encases me yet again. The evil star that once devastated the world was trapped in a cursed prison once more, but this time around I was more like a rigid demon closed in a melting armor. I surveil my surroundings and then destroy the transport car that looks just like your typical ice cream truck. If the shock conversion was my hidden bullet, then the equipment that I left in here at the very start shall be my last attempt at evil struggle. This is my initial position. Why you little r. There is only one more thing left for me to say. Gatling gun, shotgun and modified truck engine. Leaping, somersaults and jump kicks. Black warrior wearing metal scraps for armor and a meteor glowing bright blue in the sky. As the black bullets shoot towards the heavens, the meteor comes crushing down, and a bright glow starts to shine from within me. I want yakiniku more than I want sushi. That's why I'm asking. Why? There was a big explosion. Well, and there you have it. You'd have your precious Katsu vs Sylvia match, so everyone should be happy, right? But what about the results? Chapter 181, Throwing Your Baton Like an Anchor Part 1. Really now? Nothing can ever beat good sushi. It's a tribute for all of your hard work, although I wouldn't be mad if you chose to go to yakiniku instead. Both are equally as good if you ask me. And that's the problem with you, Katsu-kun. You have to make a clean distinction when it comes to things like that. So, in other words, you're that kind of man that can't appreciate the uniqueness properly. What a shame. Why can't you guys never agree onto something, even for a moment? And while we're at it, I know that I said it's my treat, but don't you think you're going a little bit overboard? You sure you want to say that? Come on now. Show our dear Pumpkin-kun and myself here some appreciation. And let's hear a word or two from him, while we're being at it. You'd really do something like that and catfish people to praise you. It was really weird to see someone who would play like a complete demon act in such a middle school manner. Crap. I'm really no good when it comes to public speeches like that. That's why I really hate public events. By drinking Blood Riot, you can achieve a level of play that's on par with pro gamers. You should give it a shot from time to time. Dude, are you some kind of sponsored influencer or something? Shut your trap. I'm not quite like you guys, being able to throw cheesy lines around like it's the most natural thing in the entire world. Fuck me, now my head starts to hurt. My caffeine fuel is exhausted, but I don't want to risk overdosing on energy drinks too much. Looks like it's going to be impossible for me to play some Shanfro today after all that, Mr. Pumpkinhead. Then I felt someone grabbing my hands from the side and forcefully turning me around. Raising my eyes, I could see none other than Sylvia Goldberg with her eyes sparkling brightly. She didn't seem exhausted at all. Good game. Good game. Likewise. The force and intensity with which she was shaking my hands showed just how excited she really was. But who would have thought? It seems they understand Japanese, at least to some extent. But sadly, my language capacities were fairly limited in real life. Hey, come on, give me some real-time babble here so I could at least understand them. Or at least tell them to speak Japanese. Can you do that for me? Foo. What a shame, huh, Sylvia Goldberg, ? I'm nothing more but an assist here. You see, our boss wanted to defeat you in combat. Eh? I didn't say anything like that. Yes you did, Katsu-kun. Yes you did. I want to defeat Sylvia with my own two hands, so please make that possible by buying as much time as possible. No. I most certainly didn't say it like that. That's right. KE will be the one who will end your undefeated streak. Isn't that right? Megu? Dude, you can't even admit to your own faults even after we went so far and still managed to lose? After a short pause, it seems that the meaning of our words finally managed to reach Sylvia Goldberg. Her facial expression, beautiful enough to be on the cover of some modeling magazine, was distorted by a ferocious smile. Don't you worry. We'll take responsibility and settle this some another time. Maybe once you'll make it big as a pro gamer, although it won't be an easy path to travel. Do your best, but don't think we'll make that climb any easier for you. Oh well. Even though we've been joking around like that, it is true that no real gamer ever plays with an intention to lose in the end. We've all did our very best, myself, Natsume-san and Pensilgton. We've also experimented quite a lot and tried a ton of different things. Well, having said that, we've gone so far already, so don't you dare to fuck this up. Show us a match that will be as good as Pensilgton's, a match that will turn the whole city inside out and that will prove that you are better than Misha's once and for all. If I'll win, I get to decide what kind of food we are going to eat. Of course it will be yakiniku. It will be sushi. I want to eat pasta. So maybe an Italian yakiniku. What do you say to that? It's the first time you've spoken so clearly, Sylvia. You've been always using that suspicious combination of both English and Japanese. Sylvia, if the match is a hero versus a villain, villain will always receive a 30 seconds of extra time before the match actually begins. However, in hero versus hero scenario or villain versus villain, they will always start at the same time. Right now, two heroes are facing off against one another in Chaos City. Right now, all the damage from the previous games was gone, so there was no trace of evil plants, exploding stuffed animals, leveled buildings or meteor crates. The map was completely reset. It's actually surprising to see you discard Amdrava. I wanted to use him initially, but I decided not to in the end. Sometimes the only thing that you need is a change of pace and perspective. In one corner, the Meteor Hero, undefeated right until that point. In another corner, a different hero wearing a silver jacket and pointing his finger at Misha's. Today I shall finally end your reign with this hero here. Silver Jumper. Even though they were surrounded by the cityscape that was about to turn into a war zone, Sylvia could tell that the heart of her opponent was full of passion and burning fighting spirit, about ready to go all out. Until that point, he lost to her time and time again. But even in spite of that, his spirit didn't shatter and he was still bringing himself up after each fall, adamant on catching up to her and defeating her. Sylvia really liked men who were so persistent in trying to get what they wanted. Well, I'm really looking forward to this. Oh. Yeah, but before we get to that, why cat ears? Is this your hobby or something like that? Those guys forced me to do this. Please don't worry about that. It's better to not delve over their crazy for too long. Is that so? All right then. Well then, it's finally time. If I end up winning today, will you tell me the real identities of your villain colleagues? Ahahaha, fine by me. But I'm warning you, they really lose a lot when you actually meet them in person. It might have looked like a simple exchange of pleasantries between two rivals, but that statement couldn't have possibly been furthest from the truth, because in reality it was nothing short of a declaration of war. Silver Jumper. It's a side character that appeared on the pages of the comic book Gold Edge and is currently the oldest character under the Galaxia label. Although it was a character that underwent many changes, reboots and adjustments across the years, his core concept was always staying the same. Easy to play, but difficult to master. Now then, show me how you're going to beat me. It seems that the Blue Meteor hero was not tired after all that fighting in the slightest. However, Ke had a different opinion on the matter. He was sure that the fights against Clockfire and Cursed Prison managed to put quite a dent in the reigning champion, continuously optimizing her own performance whilst not falling victim to fatigue. In other words, her actions were directly connected to her current approach to her opponent. Hitting your opponent square in the face is not the only way in which you can win matches in this game. After running many tests, Katsu, Pensilton, Sanraku and Natsume all concluded that the characters they could use during this exhibition match could be roughly split into three categories. First category, fighter types such as Mishas and Cursed Prison. It's the most basic type, where the characters shine in close quarters combat and can pull off really impressive moves. Next is the Fixer type, a type that refers to characters that are weak in direct combat and must rely on tools in order to succeed. Clockfire is just a character like that. Those characters tend to control the events from the shadows, thinking up plans and intricate strategies that would allow them to not engage in combat themselves. And last but not least, the Seeker type. Silver Jumper is the excellent representation of that playstyle. He's not nearly as powerful to have faith in close quarters combat, but at the same lacks the wit and cunning necessary to set traps and scheme various evil plans. But if it's like that, then at what characters like him excel at? Chapter 181, Throwing Your Baton Like an Anchor Part 2. The times have changed, and you can no longer depend on sheer power alone. Here I go, Mishas. Mishas then started to dash through the air in all directions. He wasn't completely gone, though, so his incoming attacks could be avoided. Looking up on the screen, I could see Silver Jumper leaping high into the air, bouncing off the air and the walls of the buildings, only to disappear behind the corner of one of the roofs. Silver Jumper's ability is really simple. He doesn't channel the energy of the stars. He doesn't detonate bombs with his evil eye. He just jumps really high. And that's about all there is to it. However, just because it was simple, it doesn't mean it should be underestimated. His jumping abilities are the best in the entire game, allowing him to do 4 consecutive air dashes. It's a number that even exceeds that of Cursed Prison during its ultimate move stage. In other words, by sacrificing the immense fighting power of characters such as Cursed Prison and agility of Mishas, he is able to move through the air so swiftly that it can be even compared to flying in some instances. And the lack of fighting power is certainly not a disadvantage for Silver Jumper. In this game, victory can be obtained in 2 distinct ways. One is the usual way, meaning hitting your opponents until it dies to death. And the other is securing the Chaos Cube, a keystone that is the core and supporting pillar of this city, hidden somewhere around. Securing the Chaos Cube is much like treasure hunting, and it's the second way of obtaining victory. However, avoiding the fighting completely is a no-go as well. In order to get the cube, you need your gauge, and in order to fill his gauge, the hero must aim for taking down NPC villains. Thinking about it now, Natsume Megumi must have been aiming towards victory via securing the Chaos Cube. But, since No Face and No Name were such battle maniacs, obtaining Chaos Cube never even came across their battle-obsessed minds. No, it's not like we didn't realize that, it's just, we felt like winning through that wouldn't really count as winning. Well, think of it like a small gift from yours truly who couldn't beat Sylvia-chan directly. What was that again? It feels really similar to Abyss Destruction. Do you mean Misdirection? Oh yeah, that's the one. You're so smart, Natsume-san. It's common sense, my pumpkin friend. But I know, it's hard to utilize common sense when you have a pumpkin instead of a brain. Shut the fuck up, zombie female knight. Go pick up the flowers in the toilet or something. Could you stop insulting one another all the time? This is getting really old. The initial actions were delayed. Is Kei aiming for securing the Chaos Cube? If so, he'll need Gage for that, so that means he'll have to beat NPC villains. When it comes to being sneaky and trying to utilize that in battle, you need to use 70% of lies, 10% of truth and By the way, the remaining 20% was half-truths. The moment Sylvia's thoughts changed from battle mode to chase mode, her movements underwent a change as well. She went after Silver Jumper and tried to tackle right into him when she had the chance. Then the two roll onto the ground. And my gut tells me that if you want to achieve an advantage in PvP matches, you need to be able to take your enemy by surprise at all times. At the moment when Misha stood up and gazed down at the Silver Jumper, a huge portion of the nearby building's wall came down and crushed right in between them. This is no longer a well-kept and maintained Colosseum. Now then, what will you do as the hero? Sylvia, Chapter 182, Road to Fruition Part 1. Actually, doing just that. This might be more difficult to accomplish than we might think. Natsume-san is right. When it comes to two heroes fighting one another, this will basically become a competition of who gets the NPC villains first. What Katsu presented to Sylvia Goldberg right now was a choice, and that choice just happened to incorporate one of the biggest gimmicks of the entire game. First matter of choices is Katsu going to aim for securing the Chaos Cube or try to defeat Misha's? At first glance it looks as though he is aiming for the cube, but it might just be a trap. An elaborate ruse that aims to lower Sylvia's guard and make her susceptible for a surprise strike that she wouldn't normally anticipate. And the next dilemma is more or less like that. What should Katsu do in order to emerge victorious from this hunt for the NPC villains? And the most terrifying thing here is that this dilemma is connected to the two choices mentioned above. If Katsu was indeed aiming for a Chaos Cube win, he would have to defeat the NPC villains. That means Sylvia would need to stop him from doing that, so that he would not be able to earn Gage. If so, then what should she do in order to prevent Katsu from doing that? But if Katsu's aim was defeating Misha's all along, she should focus on offense and don't think too hard about it. In other words, nothing was set in stone yet, so both sides would need to play it safe if they didn't want to regret it. But should Misha's also accumulate his Gage in order to prevent Katsu from doing whatever the hell he wanted? All in all, Sylvia Goldberg was in for quite a dilemma here. It wasn't something she could decide carelessly, on a whim. Otherwise she would end up regretting it. Misha's is excelling at momentary acceleration, but when it comes to a long-term chases and runs, Silver Jumper is a much better character here, since he can change his altitude freely and fly across the sky to some extent. In some cases that mobility of his would even serve to dodge the enemy's ultimate moves with a high probability of success. Your strategies are as mean and evil as ever, Comrade No Name. No, I don't want to hear that from someone who had a say in the initial drafting of this strategy, dear Sergeant No Face. It's a really cheap, but also quite effective battle strategy. Instead of trying to come up with some fancy way of action, you just overwhelm your opponent with way too many ways of acting. It's that kind of strategy that can even succeed against advanced A.I.'S, but it's only effective when your surroundings and situation change rapidly. If the gameplay is stagnant, it's not going to be of any use. Sylvia Goldberg still thinks that she can hunt Katsu down or beat him up, but she's not even aware that there is already a potent poison circulating in her system, eating her away from the inside. Soon enough she shall become a victim to her own thoughts. But then she also remembers that there was someone like that who used a tactic similar to that way back in the first round of the match. Of course it would be a trap. It may be rude to Natsume Megami, but as far as Sylvia Goldberg was concerned, she was not a genuine gamer. That is also why Sylvia Goldberg had troubles with recalling Natsume Megami's exact battle style, because she was so forgettable to her. It was nearly as difficult as trying to recall exactly what you had for dinner a week ago. From the get-go, Pensilgton and I focused on making it look as though Katsu wasn't going to aim for getting the Chaos Cube, just so that Sylvia Goldberg wouldn't try to think of ways of preventing him from doing just that. Yes, misdirection. Misdirection was the way to go here. As per Pensilgton's words, since the members of Star Rain are all proficient in some form of martial arts, irregular behaviors and pattern changes are their greatest enemies. I don't really get it, but whatever you say, and that is why the time is just about right. Sylvia-chan, sorry in advance if your brain ends up overheating from too much thinking. Human brain allows even complete idiots to solve complex problems if given enough time to ponder the matter through. And Sylvia's brain was quite exceptional at handling problems. Now then, Katsu. From here on out you're in the endgame. When her HP bar dropped to about 50%, Sylvia Goldberg abandoned thinking. Is the goal of Sylvia Jumper to simply get the Chaos Cube? Or maybe to beat her in the fight? Should she deal with the NPC villains that were approaching her, or should she just leave them alone? Should she stop Sylvia Jumper from getting the gauge, or should she prioritize collecting her own? I don't know what to do, but for now I must focus on beating KR. That's right. That's the conclusion Sylvia Goldberg's mind was rushing towards. She was being so overwhelmed by the incoming information that she just happened to omit one very simple fact. Sylvia Jumper is Uomi Kei, and Uomi Kei is that kind of gamer that excels at reading his opponents and devising strategies according to what he managed to learn about his opponent. There is no right answer amongst the ones presented to her by Kei. This was not a race where the competitors were competing on equal terms. It was more like a setup where one racer got a head start as a result of a rock-paper-scissors match. And that rock-paper-scissors was set up as well. Every time Sylvia would decide to do something, Kei would counter it accordingly and they would be back to the square one. She started thinking about the previous villains she fought. The vivid images of dire, Clockfire and Cursed Prison started to pop in front of her eyes, clouding her judgment and occupying her thoughts. The villains weren't just stalling from time, they were doing something more. They were attacking the whole of Star Rain from the very beginning, and they did that in a way that no one would even anticipate, in a way that no one could really counter their thoughts. That attack managed to dull Sylvia Goldberg's fangs and make her oblivious to what was going on. That she was no longer playing a normal fighting game. That she was dragged into something that was fairly uncommon in the world of gaming. A game where one person was struggling against many opponents at once. Sorry to break it to you, but this round is mine. Misha's attacks Sylvia Jumper in a straight line. However, inside of her mind she was still considering this match to be her versus Kei. She didn't even consider that he could have the support of someone else. It stems from the fact that as a pro gamer Sylvia Goldberg was proficient mainly in fighting games. Because of that, unlike Kei, she didn't experience many different types of games and his current actions seemed to be nothing but incomprehensible to her. In a different genre of games, that strategy is called monster player kill. It's a technique that pushes all monster aggro towards your opponent, and as a result you don't have to kill your opponent yourself, since monsters will eventually do that for you. And the fact that you know about it or not is totally unrelated here. Yuga, a bit slow on the uptake, huh? Misha's body was hit with a tackle that was so ultra heavy, unlike any other attack Sylvia happened to take today. It was so powerful and so unexpected that she didn't even have time to react to it and was blown away as a result. Pretty ironic, don't you think? Kei must be thinking the exact same thing. And others as well, even though they can no longer actively participate. This is global game competition. And since everyone is watching us right now, let me illuminate you to what this game is all about. In this game world everyone can be either a hero or a villain, but that also means people can understand the hardships that one type experiences because of the other's actions. Hooray! Kei took one round. About time. It was fun to watch both of them struggle, but it's nice to finally have a result. I don't know exactly what they were saying because of the system voice, but from the way their lips were moving I think it was something like "Ooh, dude, is there anything in this world that you can't do?" A thing or two for sure. Chapter 182, Road to Fruition Part 2. It's far too early to celebrate. Katsu managed to win one round, but this only means that from here on out this is going to be hell incarnate. The strategy we've come up with for Katsu to be able to remain victorious is nothing more but a trick, a sort of a warp gate that takes you from the main road and throws you right in the middle of the dark and barren off-road. It is escaping all the common sense associated with playing the conventional fighting games. It's supposed to be ridiculous by default, or at least that's what we want others to think. Essentially, what Katsu tries to do here is to subdue a rampaging horse or a tornado with his bare hands. And it's not nearly as easy as it looks. After all, managing mob aggro is harder than you'd think. It all depends on how well he'll manage to push it all onto Sylvia Goldberg. And she probably must have understood that, because she must have had roughly the same idea. I wonder what kind of combo would they make if they were ever to pair up as a team? And screaming. Now I get it. It must be that famous break switch technique. I mean, during matches like that the tension basically goes through the roof, so it's no surprise that even America's #1 would like to vent all of those pent-up emotions from time to time like that. And the result was that Misha's managed to quiet down Rip Silver Jumper and you won in under 4 minutes. Ha ha ha, won't you look at that, Pumpkin Kun. It was so bad that it actually hurt to look at it. Well, can't argue with that one. Could it be that my darkest scenario regarding Sylvia was actually coming true? That thing. What was it, exactly? Misha's basically holds a handicap in that he can only use his mobility and linear moves. So if Misha's wanted to do a sharp turn, it is necessary for him to stop for a moment, turn in the right direction and then continue to move. The usual way in which Sylvia's Misha's achieves his unpredictable moves is high-speed movements due to kicking off the ground, mid-air kicks and using buildings and obstacles as footholds. Think of a way in which a rubber ball thrown at high speed and force acts in a small closed space. She probably uses a lot of sidestepping and bending to make better results. Because of that, even though it shouldn't be possible, Misha's was able to move in a lot smoother way than he normally should. No matter what happens, I'm sure that right about now Sylvia Goldberg's emotions were at their peak, and it was showing through her actions. Right about now she must have been at even greater edge than she was during her battle with Clockfire or even Cursed Prison. An unexpected boost, but that's also an opportunity. I can say that with all certainty, because I was experiencing that myself on a number of occasions. That sudden battle boost. She was basically running on fumes right about now. For example, it's like running a marathon, and then breaking into a mad sprint while ignoring your running strategy and overall pacing, just so that you can give it your absolute best and aim for the record. After that, you drop on the spot, out of gas. Sylvia Goldberg's toughness is nothing to scoff at. It's monstrous. But even the most terrifying monsters have their limits. No matter what they may be, her spirit may still want to fight, but her body will give up way before that. That's right. Now is our biggest chance. The bird that usually flies higher than the rest and for way longer is finally about to become out of breath. It's all right, Katsu. This is it. The pure contest of skill. Right now it all depends on that. No more cheap tricks or relying on RNG. Plus, we have caffeine on our side. Come on now, Natsume-san. Don't look at me like that. It makes me look stupid. Maybe if you weren't stewing your brain with energy drinks so much, you wouldn't throw such gringy lines around, my dear Pumpkin Kun. Is that what it looks like to you? He could feel sweat going down his cheeks. No. He was sure it was just an illusion. There was no technology that would be able to recreate that, so it was probably a sign that his real body must have been sweating intensively. What it that? She can still perform this well even though she's been through so many battles today. No. Such high-level performance is not something that can be maintained endlessly. It's like flipping a switch over and over again. At the surface level it might not have any drawbacks, but deep down it might eventually cause some serious damage. Yes, sometimes it was even clearly visible when Sanraku was losing his boost. He would often be angry and irritated after that. But that technique of his was clearly allowing him to use more of the power of his brain than he would normally be able to. That much was clear to everyone, even when looking from the sidelines. But at least his life wouldn't shorten or anything like that because of that. At least after going all out like that, Sanraku feels like shit. So it's not without its drawbacks. A 1 in 1,000 chance. Sylvia Goldberg, who up until now was unbeatable, was finally within his reach. But it wasn't a mere coincidence. It was the result of an intricate strategy that he came up with together with his friends. It was thanks to their combined efforts that he could be right here right in this moment. And if so, then there were basically two things he could do right about now. Beat Sylvia Goldberg and pray that his wallet would be able to emerge alive from the imperial feast that would ensue upon his victory. Now then, let's win this thing. Even though KE wasn't 100% sure he would be able to win, he also didn't feel like losing either. Chapter 183, The Results of Training Part 1, Third Round. Round of Fate. Both of their gauges filled to the max level. They assumed their positions. Their current location was pretty much remote, so there wouldn't be any NPC villains here for a while, and there was nowhere to hide or to escape to. I must say that just a little while ago I was somewhat disappointed. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I'm pretty much used to people behaving like that anyways. Both of them could fire off their ultimate move anytime now. Misha's Meteor Strike was extraordinarily deadly, covering both destructive power and vast area of effect. Clockfire experienced that firsthand, and did my cursed prison, so I know what I'm talking about. However, even something as OP as Meteor Strike had its weaknesses, and part of Sylvia Goldberg's strength was effectively covering that weakness. That special effect Jump Kick, its effect are far more dangerous than any other ultimate move in this game. Strictly speaking, it's a strategy of taking a few steps back just before unleashing the ultimate move and assuming a very specific backwards stance. By doing that, you can increase the range and the duration of the technique, making a simple kick a deadly weapon that shouldn't be underestimated. Not to mention that thanks to Sylvia's abilities and familiarity with the character, the distance and obstacles are hardly a problem for her, and they can even work to her advantage. She was also not shackled down by any kind of role play. If Cursed Prison save its ultimate move Prison Break at that time instead of activating it to help an NPC, the results of that previous match could have been different. Well, even if he was aware of that, I think that he would still choose to act in a way he did. Gaming is always a matter of choice between fun and winning, and only people who are unhappy would prioritize winning over having fun. Over there, I could get there if I used my gauge right now, but then I'd have to somehow deal with her ultimate move first. As for the third round, the location of the Chaos Cube is still unknown, but Katsu already had a rough idea. In this game there are some subtle patterns and signs that seem to signal the whereabouts of the Chaos Cube. Because let's face it, if you had to search basically every single nook and cranny in order to find that damn thing, this would pretty much devolve into a shitty game in no time. For that reason, the Chaos Cube would usually appear in one of three preset locations, with some exceptions to that rule. First one would the center of an open and flat area with a great view, such as parks or a stadium. It would float in the air above some landmarks such as a fountain, for example. As a side note, one of such locations could be the stadium that penciled and blown up today. We verified that last night. The second place are the roofs of the buildings. This, however, is only the case if a heliport spawns in the city during the first round. Also, the shape of the building with the heliport in it is pretty distinct, so you can easily spot it if you search around. And the third option. The only place in the entire Chaos City that retains its shape no matter how much the surrounding area changes, the Chaos Tower. The observation deck at the top of the tower is the last place where the Chaos Cube can appear. They kept on staring each other down. Did Sylvia also manage to figure out the cube's location? With more and more time passing, the tension was slowly raising as well. None of them wanted to move first, because not always it would spell advantage, but if someone decided to move first, you could fall behind in a matter of seconds. The plan of bringing some of the villain NPCs with them here would not work, either. Katsu wanted to believe that Sylvia also thought like that, not wanting to be locked in many versus one scenario. Could it be another of my bad habits? Sylvia and Sanraku are move before thinking type of players, while both Pensilgton and Katsu are think before you move types. What's more, Katsu and Pensilgton can always adapt to any situation, depending on the changing circumstances. If in trouble, slow down and think. Blindly rushing in was almost always sure to get you severely injured or even killed. Secure cube. Don't think about anything else. Think about what you need to do. You're up against a strong opponent, so focus on them entirely. He has lost many times and committed to countless research. This monster right in front of him was growing stronger each time they met, but the underlying foundation and battle style always remained the same. Exclamation mark. Silver Jumper decided to take the lead. In fact, he started to run straight at Misha's, without trying to dodge or evade. Misha smiles seeing that and accelerates as well, getting closer to Silver Jumper faster than he could close the distance himself. Now then, try to catch up. You'll have to overtake me first. In reality, there was no reason for Omike to get stronger. He just needed to understand the process of becoming stronger. Sylvia's dominant foot should be her right one, so she shouldn't be able to counterattack. Of course, there was nothing that would stop her from kicking with her left foot. But if she had a choice, she'd always go with her right one for attacking. Katsu had no idea if he would be able to mimic some other game's techniques as flawlessly as Sanraku was doing that, but for that one occasion he practiced a whole lot. Thank you, Ikoda VR class. If you decide to try a different approach and change tactics, your efforts will never be in vain. Right about now, his body trained to counter Sylvia Goldberg's actions was far deadlier weapon than the actual sharp blades or bullets. The root of Sylvia Goldberg's battle styles is based in martial arts that accentuates footwork. It is quite advantageous compared to other sports or battle styles, but in virtual reality, where physical attributes have little to no use, that merit was almost non-existent. As usual, you're so nice, Kei. You accept everything I throw your way. Don't put it like that. People might get the wrong idea. Okay. So to put it another way, Kei is a good catcher. Q. A psychological attack. Right now he wasn't at the level where he could accurately predict the flow of the entire combat, but he had a good grasp on what Sylvia's next move would be and what he should do in order to counter it. However, just because he could predict it, it doesn't mean he can perfectly counter them. He had to make sure to stay on his guard and look for those slight traces of a pathway that would eventually lead him towards victory. Exclamation mark. Sanraku calls this the moment when you can see the other side while balancing on a tightrope, and Pensilgton calls it the moment you set off the fireworks. For Kei, it meant that one of many keys he was holding in his hands have finally managed to find its respective keyhole. He gave a silent prayer to one of the RNG gods, even though he knew that his friends would scoff at him for doing that. Galaxia Heroes, Chaos held many chaotic elements, some of which have proven to be very powerful weapons against Sylvia. The situation right now, it was something totally unreasonable, something that would never happen in your normal fighting game. That situation was the door that would eventually lead to Kei's victory. Villain Cursed Prison sacrificed himself to protect a small child. That action was controversial, but well received by the public. It's the so-called paradox of picking up a stray kitten on a rainy day, but there are those who don't like scenes like that, and who wouldn't like to see the same exact scene happening twice. To put in a simpler terms, there are NPCs worth attacking and there are NPCs worth protecting, and when it comes to previous matches, they were all about brave heroes putting an end to their nemesis Evil Deeps. Perhaps running away from a hungry beast could only get him so far, and it just so happened that a small miracle managed to occur right close to them at that time. By sheer coincidence, a familiar-looking woman NPC was about to be attacked by a bunch of NPC villains completely out of the blue. Looking closely, the NPC in trouble really turned out to be that one mother NPC, who just happened to be nicknamed Chestnut-chan by Pensilgton not so long ago. That was when the miracle would finally be able to occur. Chapter 183, The Results of Training Part 2. This, right here, There would be no other place or a chance like that. The only thing that Silver Jumper had to do now was to make a good use of the keys to victory he's been collecting up until now. You're wide open. And so he acted by using one of the simplest and most effective techniques that could assault the two pillars supporting the weight of the human body. Leg hook. Severe exhaustion caused by her previous fights. Non-stop abstract thinking and changing plans on the go. Tension caused by sudden events springing up one after another. Void of thoughts that would not normally be there. All of those elements created a small list of gaps in the defenses of normally undefeated and unsinkable giant that was Sylvia Goldberg. Silver Jumper's ultimate move is called Silverfoot. It is a simple ultimate move, one that strengthens the power of your legs for about 10 seconds. It may not be all that flashy or dramatic, but it is effective, since the power of your kicks can be tremendously increased. However, the true value of this move lies not in the enhancement of the jumping power, but something else. You can run faster thanks to that. Sorry about that, but this time around I'm taking the place in the spotlight. Voila! The moment before Mishas could finally pull himself together and get back up on his feet, a silver trail runs across the city. The more heroic you are, the more dramatic your actions become. The more despair drives you, the more hope starts to fill your heart. In other words, the conclusion of gauge gathering done by that hero could only be one. All the NPC villains were wiped out, but before she could say that out loud, Kei, unlike some anonymous heroes in the comic books, decided to capitalize on his action in the fullest. You are safe, Mademoiselle. I'm actually relieved to know that. Who are you? The Silver Hero, Silver Jumper, at your service. He managed to save the half-dead woman from the evil clutches of the NPC villains before they managed to massacre her. Now he was carrying her in her arms, casually introducing himself just like that. At the same time his heroic gauge skyrocketed, boosted by the highest heroic actions possible. It looked as though he wanted to get as far away from the rest of the villains as well. But in reality Silver Jumper only used the NPC woman as a cover-up, getting closer and closer to Chaos Tower while pretending to carry her to safety. Now, I guess that the only thing left for me to do is to climb on top of this thing. Everything was in its right place. Behind, he could hear the footsteps of the blue meteor giving chase and the NPC villains converging onto his location, but it all did not matter anymore. Also, it looked like Sylvia Goldberg needed to take care of the villains first if she wanted to catch up. She was unable to simply avoid them and go straight towards Kei. What a scary thing a monster train can be. Still, the only thing that could be seen at Silver Jumper's face was a smile. Imagine that, huh? A hero, and NPC villains. The stage of their final battle would be this here gigantic tower, and in the end, the only one left standing would be Chapter 184, Gathering in the Unexplored Gold Mines Part 1. Right about now, I'm too scared to even open my SNS app. The second day of GGC ended with a literal storm of applause. How long has it been since then? Some people ended up going back home completely unsatisfied, while others went back to hotels in order to regenerate and get ready for the third day of GGC that was in front of them. As for us, our team was invited to the after-party alongside other people who participated in the second day of GGC. I don't know just how long we had been there, but the next thing I knew was that I was back at my hotel room with some amount of time to spare before actually turning myself in for the day. So tired. When was the last time I was feeling this tired? Yeah, it was during that one time I went as far as to go to Kyushu in order to obtain some rare shitty games. I know that it was because of our fight against Sylvia Goldberg, but we have been in the center of the spotlight way more than I would have liked. Even Pensilgton seemed to be overwhelmed by our sudden popularity spike at some point. I thought things like that were normal to her. Will I ever be able to sleep like that? No, that won't happen. Most probably. The multiple cans of Blood Riot that I chugged now wore off completely, leaving me so tired and so sleepy that I felt that I wouldn't be able to fall asleep even if I wanted to. I take off the helmet that protected my precious privacy and fall on top of the bed. Party. I remember that one of the pro gamers was talking some nonsense about renting the party floor of this hotel in order to have a no after party. I know that sometimes Katsu smelled like a filthy rich boy, but this shit was actually on a whole new level of acting like bourgeoisie. Oh, not to mention that this bed is suddenly a whole lot harder than it was yesterday. It would also be kind of hard to actually say goodbye to this guy right there. So I walk towards the VR device and place my hand on it affectionately. It's not that I got attached to this guy or anything, but I must admit that playing Shanfro on it was rather comfortable. If it was not so overly overpriced, then who knows? Maybe I could even invest in one of those things myself in the future. Also, once I get back home I need to get back into the swing of things and set myself back from this game. Maybe Shanfro would be a good candidate for that. I could also buy another game on my way back. That's always an option. But is there any good game out there right about now? I have heard that there are a whole lot of hidden gems out there on the market right about now. The games that may look uninteresting but turn out to be really enjoyable once you get into the swing of things. That being said, for each such hidden gem there is also a potential landmine. A game that looks interesting but once you start playing it turns out to be nothing all that special. When it comes to me, my experience with shitty games somewhat dulled my senses. I cannot detect a landmine unless I step all over it. But then it is already too late. Might have to do some research. Oh, it's just the absolute crap. Damn, that's just stupid. Why can you make a cake out of a monster? Who would eat that? When it comes to players all over the world, there are a whole lot of things that they can spot that no one else would even bother to look up. Sometimes it is really helpful, and sometimes it's ridiculous. It's about time the Western companies started to reclaim their spot as one of the best game makers, but as far as I know their definition of shitty games can be quite different from ours. I mean, when you look up the meaning of shitty in Western culture, it's really amazing just what kind of results you can stumble upon. Not to mention that you can buy some really questionable games for a full price, and people would still not complain about the value of their money they just happen to waste. But if that's the case, why did you buy a full-price game without doing your research first? And then there are games that make you question if it was really the 21st century technology that allowed to create it. In some cases it looks just like magic at work, and it oftentimes shows in the fantastic reviews. Then again, reviews are not equal to one another. Depending on what review you read, it can either make the game or break the game for you. There are some reviewers that totally despise shitty games and would burn them in a second, and there are some shitty games connoisseurs who are even more devoted to their hobby than I am. How crazy is that? That's right, it might be a good idea to see how the attack on the Kutanid city has progressed thus far. But wait. Hiya, Sanraku-kun. You're ever so reliable and absolutely stunning. A Nissan came to pick you up. But dude, you look like shit. What did you do? Did caffeine cut your life too much? You look as if you're about to collapse at any moment now. I just realized something. People can laugh and cry at the abyss, but in the end the abyss will always laugh at you that much harder. My head is filled with nothing but caffeine for the moment. Remember, kids, caffeine should always be used responsibly and in proper dosage. And no, caffeine will not shorten your lifespan or make your brain less wrinkled, but it can surely fuck you up in a lots of different ways. How the heck do you even eat this thing? Honestly, heck if I know. How about you, Katsu? I'll go first, so you guys can just follow. That way you'll at least avoid compromising yourselves, right? In any case, sorry to make you do that, but we're not really sorry. Kyukakaku. Sylvia Goldberg's brilliant unbeaten streak has finally come to an end. The moment when Silver Jumper reached the top of the Chaos Tower and touched the Chaos Cube that was located there, the sudden news started to circulate all over the world in an instant. The name of the person who ended the champion's reign was Uomi Kei. Incidentally, it was Uomi Kei who also managed to lose 2 rounds straight to the last of the Macho Man, getting beaten in less than 10 minutes. At that moment, I simply could not stop laughing. Was it because Katsu was so happy that he managed to beat Sylvia Goldberg? As for that Macho Man, I'm sure that right after his victory, He went straight to his girlfriend to brag about that to her. You should have seen your face the moment you logged out. You looked just like one of those Haniwa figures. Bug. As soon as he came back to us, Pensilgton walked towards him and slammed his back with her hand while laughing uncontrollably. Oi, stop that. It looked rather painful. But, oh well, as long as everyone is happy with the results, it's all that matters, right? Now then, whatever shall we do with that fact? Well, for now I think that a big smile and congrats on your first victory should be more than enough, wouldn't you say? Are you trying to recreate your Johnson game but this time around in real life? Although our playstyle was not the most representative out there, as for Pensilgton and I, it's a good thing that we are hiding our identities. God only knows when some crazy manager might jump the gun and try to scout us or something as equally crazy as that. Chapter 184, Gathering in the Unexplored Gold Mines Part 2. Now that you calmly think about it, we were the only cosplaying party at that event. Because you see, I'm that kind of a woman who tends to be ahead of her times. Don't you mean, a woman who leaps headfirst into something first before thinking about the consequences? Following that logic, why don't you start cosplaying an old granny every day now? Then you'd be even more ahead of your times. Or maybe Santa Claus? Then you'd always be ready for Christmas. No matter the circumstances. There was a bodyguard standing in front of the entrance to the party hall, wearing sunglasses and a full suit. Suddenly upon seeing that I felt a strong urge to just turn around and go home. Come on, if I were to catch some Shinkansen right about now, I could get back home and even have some time to spare on some optional activities. And what about a dress code? There has to be one, right? What if we violate it? Wouldn't that be so embarrassing that you would like to die? Apparently we were the only guests who were late, since I could already feel that a vast part of the rather lively venue started to look right at us the moment we entered the room. Wow, I don't know just how many pro gamers are in here at the current moment, but those are some intense glares I can feel on me right now. If I were a pro gamer just like them, would those stares be less fierce or maybe even more brutal? Why do I feel like a squirrel that was hibernating up until now and was woken up only to find out it was woken up in the middle of winter? Not a bad comparison, even if somewhat dull. That's right. How about I don't feel like losing to anyone right now, except I just lost Kukaku. Hello there, my boss. Congrats on your big victory. If it was me, I would have lost immediately. You geese sure know how to sell a good fight. Those words were really friendly and could even be considered as kind, if it wasn't for the fact that the faces that were spouting those words looked anything but kind. I once played a baseball-themed video game where you could eliminate all the opposing team thanks to smashing their heads in with fast balls. This situation right now bore the same vibe as that game. What about yakiniku? What about sushi? It's all there, so you can eat to your heart's content, but it just that. Just what? Katsu then slides to the side quickly. What the hell, man? If you wanted to show us something, then why don't you just? It seems that a whole lot of people want to talk to you. I don't want it. You can talk so much that your throats run completely dry, suckers. In that case, Gaijin guard. Gaijin flash counter. The two of us instantly tried to reverse this whole situation and get the hell out of here. God damn it. Why aren't physical attributes equal in real life? Gah? Are you a pro gamer? If I was, why would I hide my face? It was amazing. Thanks. Why didn't you already participate in official competitions? Personal circumstances. What's your relationship with Uomi Kei? Gaming friends. How can I be like you? Feel an unreasonable fear of being exposed. Is it true that your win-lose ratio against Uomi Kei is 3-7? I'm often angry because of that, but sometimes even I win. Why do you hide your face? Personal circumstances. Do you like Jack? Jack? This guy from the helmet? I don't hate him, at the very least. Do you play FPS games? I'm not limited by any genre. What is your age? If I wanted to disclose that, I wouldn't change my voice, now would I? Here, have a drink. No, I'm still underaged. Gah, Katsu, you stupid shithead. I'm from Gatling Drums and I would like to ask No Face Sama some questions. Yes? A full-on interview? Show tired. I don't know just how Pensilgton can stand situations like this. Her brain must be wired in a completely different way than that of a normal human. Meat. It's not that I'm all that hungry right about now. It's more like I want to heal my mental state thanks to the sole act of eating. It was then when I was slowly walking towards that part of the buffet that was serving all kinds of meat that I saw Natsume-san looking rather uptight. Following her line of sight, I could see what was going on. Apparently Katsu was locked into a conversation with none other than Sylvia Goldberg. I see. They cannot speak to anyone else in here thanks to the fact that none of them could speak Japanese fluently enough. What do you think of that, Agent No Name? Let's hear your opinion first, Agent No Face. I want to smash Katsu's face in. Understandable. I don't know why, but every time I see that bastard having a good time, something deep inside of my soul seems to be screaming. Now, is there a spare fork in here that I can use? Guess it cannot be helped. This lovely Nissan here is going to help you out just this once. Do you have some sort of a plan? Ahahaha. Do you happen to know what a scapegoat is? Some poor sap that ends up taking all the blame for something they did not do. Don't touch my helmet. Don't you dare sacrificing my privacy. But I must say, you really were amazing, No Face Kun. To fight so fiercely against a pro gamer even though you are nothing but an amateur yourself. Wouldn't you agree? Those words, accompanied by the act of taking my mask off, managed to grab the attention of at least several people in the room. And since vast majority of them were pro-gamer, the shine in their eyes was really unnerving for some reason. Some of those people even looked like managers. Then something truly terrifying happened. They reached out into their pockets only to produce that one accursed thing that everyone was afraid of, business cards. Ah, I see. So right now I'm the raid boss and they are a swarm of bloodthirsty players about ready to rip me apart. Oh shit, oh fuck, what about my escape route, you bitch? Ahaha. Good luck out there. That bitch is insane. I swear to God, she must have at least a dozen of screws loose inside of that stupid head of hers. What? Wait just a fucking minute. Sylvia Goldberg and her macho squad? What are you, some sort of monster Tamers? What? The muscles as far as I can see. Well then, in order to not let the noble sacrifice of Cupid go to waste, should this here Cupid be put in extra effort into her job? What are these guys even doing over there? There were many things and words that needed to be done and said, but thanks to KE's victory over Sylvia Goldberg and the fact that the exhibition match was major success, it goes without saying that Nitro Squad's renown in the gaming world would surge as a result. Hopefully, it would be enough to reject another unreasonable offer coming from the sponsors if such a thing was ever to happen again. And it would surely happen. KKE. Oh, Megu. What's up? KE asked while watching various managers and pro gamers swarming over a certain lonely boy who was apparently left by his comrade for them to feast on him. First of all, congratulations on your victory over Sylvia Goldberg. Well, it's a shame that I lost that last match and the whole squad lost because of me. Even if we lost the game, it's still incredible that you managed to achieve a thing like that, don't you think? You may be right, but it was thanks to team effort, if nothing else. One day, I would like to be able to win only thanks to my own power. Even though he said that a win like that was nothing all that uncommon in gaming world. It was one of the best strategies to wear down and exhaust your opponent in team battles as much as possible so that you could deal the decisive blow when the moment was just right for it. But this is this, and that is that. Without the help of his ever so reliable friends, Uomi Ke wouldn't have been able to achieve victory like that, so next time around, he was hoping he would be able to achieve something like that all on his own. Speaking of that, there's something that I'm curious about, and what could that be? No Face and No Name are not pro gamers, but simply amateurs. You said that yourself, right? Yes. They may sometimes speak really bizarre things and act in unreasonable ways, but they are only amateurs, nothing more and nothing less. And since they are in high school, don't you want to do the thing? You know, scout them out? Hearing that, A strange gesture appeared on Uomi Kei's face. Turning away from the people in question, Kei gave Megumi the answer that Sanraku gave him some time ago when he actually tried to scout him out. He promised his parents that he would go to university and graduate it. According to Sanraku's words, all of his family are hobbyists of some kind. They are all rather understanding and supporting when it comes to their individual hobbies, but there was a condition under which Sanraku could enjoy his passion the way he was able to do so until now. So education is the reason why he turned you down? That may have been part of the reason, but I don't think it was the main point. In this day and age, professional gaming was as good of a profession as anything else. Plus it was the one with a relatively high income. You could get money from tournaments, beta testing of new games, paid for doing reviews etc. It might be a stretch to say this, but if you managed to score as big as Star Rain, the amount of money you could earn could easily equal to what successful athletes can earn. There is no one who, if given the opportunity ticket like that, would turn away from it and said that they are not interested. However, when Kei was looking at the figure of Sanraku who was currently being hugged and surrounded by American macho men, there was a sense of envy in him. He envied that attitude of his, that everything is doable if you give it enough tries and that if you only give it your very best, you are bound to succeed eventually. He truly believed in those words. And that's how it all should be. Mysterious anonymous players, their defeat of Sylvia Goldberg and what that event has brought. Soon enough, all of the above would turn out to be the instruments of a great change. Chapter 185, Touring the Abyss City with a Bunny Part 1. After our fateful exhibition match during the second day of the GGC, 2 days have passed and it was now my 4th day of struggling inside of the underwater city. For the sake of focusing on the task at hand I have sealed away everything that was not exhibition match related, but since that matter was now well done and over with, I could once more focus on developing some sort of strategy to conquering Kutanid of the Abyss. To that end, I said goodbye to Mr. No-Face and embraced Sanraku once again, but before getting back to Lilius, there was something else that I needed to find out first. I wonder if the after effects are going to show themselves in this way. The name of the application that I was currently using was VR Athletic Tutorial. It is one of the programs that I have downloaded into my VR device ever since I first got it, and it was sitting there all this time. This application has no magic or bullets flying around and trying to hit you. You can also forget about realistically looking NPCs. However, one of the mini-games here offered the feeling of virtual weightlessness, which was a really useful feature, at least for me. The mini-game allows you to freely move in a 3D environment that simulates the underwater labyrinth. The labyrinth is ridden with glowing spheres that you can touch along the way, and the number of the total spheres touched will be your final score upon reaching the exit. The best score that you can achieve in this game is about 65. As for my current results, I'm sitting at the measly 41. Maybe it was the fault of changing the devices to a worse one after GGC, but I blame my score on that, rather than rusty virtual body coordination. It's not limited to VR systems exclusively, but there are rare cases in this world where small things can serve a larger purpose and large things may be small and insignificant. Although this new type of VR chair was laughed at and ridiculed for a simple massage chair, it is without doubt that its specifications were at least several times higher than that of its predecessor, the headgear type of VR system. It was a feature that could only be achieved thanks to increasing its weight and size, but even though the benefits of the chair were without a doubt grand, there is also the second side of this coin. After using the chair and now switching back to the headgear, the difference in specs was really starting to show, to the point where it was feeling downright uncomfortable. And if I was going to fight against unique monsters in the future that are at least on par with Wisdom and Olakan, that difference in specs might become a serious problem that might even hinder my progress. I've been doing this training exercises since yesterday, and thanks to that I have managed to actually regain some of my battle sense and intuition. Still, I do believe that the best course of action here would be to just play the game and practice in the actual combat. For now, Let's see if others managed to make some sort of progress while I was gone. While I was busy being the Pumpkinhead assistant during the GGC, the others seemed to have formed small parties and they were taking their turns exploring the underwater city and gathering information. Since the majority of enemies around here were fish, there was no problem with food running low and us dying from starvation. We just needed to grab a bow or some sort of distance attack and there, a meal ready to be eaten. The different kind of monsters during the day and night might be annoying here, but that's not a problem. And even if we were to gather some spare fish meat, since this is underwater it shouldn't spoil too quickly. Now, each boss in each tower seems to be immune to specific kind of attack. Thanks to Akatsu Arcane and Rust's scouting raids, we have managed to actually confirm that 2 of the 4 tower bosses are immune to magic-based attacks and physical-based attacks respectively. As for the other 2 tower bosses, their immunities are yet to be discovered by our party. The magic-resistant boss won't be much of a problem here, but when it comes to the physical attacks-resistant boss, do we even have a magic caster strong enough in our field trip group to challenge that? There is Mold, who is some kind of a demon, so that might work out. Akatsu Arcane has some abilities like that, but his level leaves much to be desired. There is also Ray, but she's out of the equation since none of us managed to actually contact with her. Rust is a long-distance ranger, and she should have some skills that would allow her arrows to become magical, but the problem with her is that she said that she wouldn't be able to log in on the 1st and 4th day. Being able to negate physical attacks would also mean that weapon buffs would be no good. Same with enchantments. As for skills, that is yet to be actually confirmed. Apparently there is no other way but to annihilate it using overwhelming raw magical firepower. Of course, taking that into consideration, I am not going to fight that specific monster. It's a shame, but I'm more of a close quarters physical kind of a guy rather than big brain magic caster. Plus, I have no magic attacks to speak of. Now then, shall we log in and get this party started? Who knows? Maybe I'll even stumble on Rei-san again and we will join forces once more. I close my eyes and the next thing I know is that I have woken up. Thinking about it now, it really is strange of an experience. I wonder, what am I right now? Awake? Or maybe actually asleep? Oh well, let's try not to think about it too hard right now. Fact is, I'm currently awake while laying on the hard bed inside one of the houses in the underwater city Lulilus. That's all that matters. Rather than being awake or not, it seems that my brain is working at full throttle. Ah, Sanraku-san, you finally got up. Emule. Hi there. I know that we've seen each other not so long ago, but for me it feels as though a lot of time passed. You sleep way too much, you know that, Sanraku-san. Chapter 185, Touring the Abyss City with a Bunny Part 2. Emule was first jumping all over my legs, but he was gradually moving his way up and up, until he reached my head. Normally I'd think nothing of it, but now it made a really strange thought cross my mind. So in order to try to alleviate that, I started doing squats, push-ups, somersaults, sideways jumps and all other manner of small exercises to try to pinpoint what was that feeling. And even though moving around certainly made me feel better, it didn't help much for my mental state. What was that strange feeling? I felt as though it was something important, but now I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. Could you please stop moving around like that so sudden, Sanraku-san? You're freaking me out. Oh, sorry about that. By the way, where's Alva? You know, the giant fish dude? I can't see him around here. The fish person got tired of waiting and went out on his own, saying something about having to find his lost sword. Or something like that. His beloved sword. Come to think of it, he did say something about searching for a sword of some kind when I first met him in the city. I don't know if it is something that is related to the unique quest text, but maybe it would be a good idea to help him look for that sword. Who knows? Maybe I'll even get something out of it for myself. Anyways, from what I have seen, Alva's combat prowess is quite high, so there is no need for me to go after him just yet. He's a big fish and he can probably handle all the enemies around the town and can hold his ground on his own. Now, what about that stupid brat? All right, you little shit. Where are you? Come on out, I won't bite. that hard. If you are looking for the captain guy, he's right there. The bed that I was sleeping in, beneath the bed, to be more exact. He. Really now? But after I bent over and looked under the bed, I could actually see a pair of frightened eyes cowering on the ground. He looked really miserable. Just like a frightened puppy dog. He's been going on at it like that for quite a while now, whimpering and trembling. Show some Vorpal soul. Why don't you? No. You know, I think I kind of get how he feels. This whole situation was rather shocking and sudden. Was he acting too frightened? No, I don't think so. I do believe that his response to this situation is really appropriate. I would be even more surprised if he was acting all high and mighty despite the fact that he was thrown into an underwater city that was crawling with fish zombies. Thinking like that, it was actually quite odd that Alva decided to go out on his own like that. It would be a whole different thing if he was actually a player. I mean, if it means triggering an event flag or obtaining a strong weapon, we would jump right in the middle of a black hole without a moment of hesitation. Yeah, right. Well then, Emule, what do you say we go out there and try to search for Alva's sword as well? Honestly, I thought you might suggest something like that, Sanraku-san. Well, it's still better than let's go take down those 4 towers. Somehow, that remark really managed to tick me off. So in order to let loose some steam, I decided to pinch Emule's cheeks and try to see just how far they would be able to stretch. See? That's what you get for acting all cheeky. Let go. Please, let go of me. I beg of you. That wasn't very Vorpal soul what you just said, you know? So maybe try to act a little bit more like a true Vorpal soul carrier would, otherwise I'll do something even worse to you. I said that, even though just a few days ago I resulted to overdosing on caffeine so I could bring out my absolute best. But I mean, we managed to achieve our goal in the end, so that justifies it, right? All right. Listen, you shithead. We're going out for a bit, so make sure to lock the door and stay where you are. Alright. Even though Rust was the strongest player in the game called Nephilim Hollow, she was still trying to have as much fun with the game as she possibly could. I was also getting a feeling that Mold was exactly the same type as her. What I mean to say, is that their main goal in playing games is to experience them and have fun. There are roughly 2 types of gamers out there. The ones that care for the game's story and the ones that only care for the graphics to be as high as possible. Former type does not care even if the game system is utter crap. They only care for the scenario, characters and the world building. They tend to be active outside of the game as well and even clear it multiple times just to experience the story again. That kind of players, the latter type only cares about the technicalities of the game. Stats, rarity of equipment, the amount of frames the game runs on, the resolution etc. For them, as long as their numbers are high enough, the story and characters didn't even needed to be there to begin with. That kind of players. Now, there is nothing wrong with being either type of gamers. There is no incorrect way to play games. After all, both types can buy whatever games they feel like buying and they can enjoy themselves while playing them. But if you were to ask me which type would stick with a game for longer, I'd say it is the latter type. How does items work with different parameters? Is a certain action going to be as powerful when performed under a certain set of circumstances? Players like that tend to like to experiment a lot and do trial and error more often, which results in enhancing their experience tremendously. And it seems that Rust and Mold were doing some sort of field research during their spare time when I was gone. Namely, the behavior of mobs on the map. Basically, if you get discovered by the fish people, you've got about 10 seconds to get rid of them, otherwise they will call for reinforcements. But if you kill about half of the encountered fish people, they won't be able to call for backup. What's more, even though the probability of that is quite low, fish people can drop items that normal fish would give you. But here it was open for debate. Supposedly you can't obtain items if you kill fish people outright. But if you destroy certain individual parts of their bodies, the items shall drop. You can nullify the effects of the mermaid's song by physically plugging your ears beforehand. Listening to the mermaid's song debuffs you, but if you plug your ears shut you can negate that effect completely. When it comes to me, nah, I think that Akatsuake needs to learn that tip by heart. Large sea creatures emerge during the night, but during daytime only fish people and mermaids roam the streets. I see. Zombie apocalypse, but no boss monsters will appear. The only reason that giant fish appeared before was because of Emule's magic, so it won't normally show up during daytime. Slimy, so slimy. Don't you think so too, Emule? I don't think it's something to make fun of, especially if it relates to Cutenid. Anyways, we shall worry about Big Bad Guy on the 7th day of our stay here. But for now, those other boss monsters could be a pain in the ass to deal with, especially because they require you to do things you're normally not all that accustomed of doing. Now then, where should we look first? No way. There's no way. Back in my country we call it road divination. You place a stick like this, you let it fall to the ground and then you go towards the direction it indicated. And since we have no branches here, I guess that one of my swords should fit in and do the trick rather nicely. It fell towards our base of operations. Does that mean we're going back to sleep? Nah, the direction of the fall is mostly RNG, anyways, and when it comes to me, I never give in to RNG. Even if I had to search the whole city stone by stone. Emule, did you hear that? Loud and clear. The voices of fish people. Can you understand what is it saying? I cannot be too sure, but it's something along the lines of I found it. It came from over there. Might be worth our while to check it out. But is it going to be our friend? Or maybe something else entirely? Oh well, some zombie mowing is just right for getting back into the swing of things. Chapter 186, Seafood All-You-Can-Eat Buffet. Part 1. I don't think I ever mentioned that before, but Emule's ears are not just for show. He managed to guide us towards Alva better than your typical sonar would. On few occasions we were almost spotted by the mermaids, but aside from that we managed to quickly find Alva and rejoin him. Right, so we managed to find Alva. But now what? Ooh, well if it isn't Sanraku finally decided to wake up. Then get to work and help me out here. Oh, yeah, that's right. Lending a hand on it. See? I'm doing it. I'm like super lending you a hand right about now. But when it comes to the monster that Alva was currently locked in combat with, I couldn't quite put my finger around it. What was it, exactly? Its size was a little bigger than 2 meters, but its shape was all over the place. Hey, the fuck is this? Probably a chimera. You've never seen one before? Chimera? Usually when games talk about chimeras, they picture a monster that is a combination of a lion, a snake and a goat. When it comes to Japan, we have our own kind of chimera that is called N, and I even heard of countries with mythologies that classify cockatrices and other monsters like that as chimeras. But the common consensus is that chimera is a monster that incorporates parts of various living organisms. Also, in other games chimeras are depicted as being of considerable size. So is that thing really a chimera? You little shit, I'll get you for mistreating my precious sword like that. The chimera was holding something in its right hand. That something was a sword, and it looked just like the sword of a marlin. As for its left arm, it was completely covered by some huge rock. No, scratch that. It was an oyster that was acting just like a shield would. Instead of its right and left leg there were tentacles, but what kind of creature they belonged to? A squid? No, the suction cups made it look more like an octopus. But that was not all. There were also crustaceans' legs right next to the tentacles, the ones that you would often see on crabs or lobsters. All of the above parts were connected to the main body of the monster, which was an irregular sphere of a gel-like substance. And instead of its head there was a huge chunk of coral. If I had to describe it in one sentence, it would probably be something like a freaking seafood all-you-can-eat buffet. Now, I would like to see that thing cooked in butter and served on a plate. Or maybe slowly grill the whole thing and then garnish it with spices. But wait, aren't crabs and lobsters better off boiled rather than baked or grilled? Oh well, no matter the method of cooking, I'd bet it would taste delicious either way. The inside of the gel sphere is filled with something that looks like thin strings or cords reaching from its center towards the limbs. It may be hard to believe, but is that a jellyfish the likes of which you can find aplenty swimming in the ocean? Could it be that thanks to the influence of Cutenid's power a normal jellyfish was given some human characteristic and ended up becoming that monster as a result? On closer look, it even looks like a very primitive mecha. Let's see. Here we have a jellyfish with crab legs, lobster legs, tentacles, oyster shells, cola reef and marlin sword. Seriously, a chimera is such an organism that adapts to any environment by devouring its prey and utilizing its special characteristics in order to adapt to new situations. Ah, I see. Now I get it. So, in other words, when it comes to chimeras, the yesterday's dinner basically becomes today's body. Not that I want to pry into this matter too deeply, but how the hell are they even doing that? Is it some kind of magic, a skill, genetic mutation, or maybe a racial ability that only chimeras tend to possess? No, now's not the time for that. Need to focus. We came here looking for Alva and his sword, and it just so happened that his beloved sword was absorbed by this chimera right here. And what's that? Oh my god, what is that thing that hangs in between its thighs? Don't tell me that's actually, is that its dick? You moron. Stop with the crude language. That's unbecoming. How dare you turn my beloved sword into something so shameful? You bastard. Looking at the Excalibur dangling from the monster's crotch, I cannot shake off the feeling that if Pensilgton was here right now she would have died of laughter, because surprising no one, this sort of situations are exactly her kind of humor. Now this makes things a whole lot more difficult. Since it clings to that nasty place, I think the combat difficulty will raise tremendously. It's also about the fact that we'll have to actually pull the sword out of Chimera's body. Now imagine that, pulling on the monster's dick to actually pull an item out of it. Gross, right? If it was growing out of its ass it would be somewhat easier to do, but it would still be gross as hell. Suddenly, I am not so sure if I want to be here anymore. Just so we are completely clear on the matter, are you sure you still want to do this? You don't want to back away? Of course I am not going to back away. I won't forgive. I won't forgive that monster for treating my precious sword like that. No, I won't. This bastard needs to die for this. Alright, that about does it for formation of the Seafood Mix Subjugation Squad. That being said, it would require us to hold an actual strategy meeting beforehand, but since our strategy here is going to be really simple, we can come and start doing it right away. Alright everyone. Yes, sir. Chapter 186, Seafood All You Can Eat Buffet, Part 2. This thing is still just a fish man in the end. It may pose some threat to us, but it should not be all that durable to begin with. We must stay vigilant for the tentacle attacks and that marlin sword, but aside from that it should not have anything all that lethal. Just stay there and let me kill you, I yell while jumping high in the sky, brandishing my sword and bringing it down in a straight line right onto the oyster shield of the chimera. My sword ended up bouncing off the oyster's surface, leaving my hands with a severe feeling of numbness caused by the shock. At the same time the marlin sword shot straight towards my stomach. Sanraku-san? Damn, that took me by surprise. I thought my movements would be fast enough to slip my attack just past that shield. It appears that even though I managed to achieve level 99, I still needed to keep my guard up. And I can't forget the fact that I am essentially half naked all the time. Besides, this game relies more on the way you hit things rather than on sheer numerical values. So I need to constantly make my hits connect while disregarding any small scratches on my side. Emule, aim for the main body of this thing. Yes, sir. Magic Hedge. The blade of pure magical energy shoots towards the seafood chimera and strikes its body, causing the chimera to scream loudly. It was a really weird scream, but it was more than enough to cause my body to shiver and tremble. Just what kind of vocal strings this thing must have? Assuming it has any. I knew it. Its main body is that of a jellyfish. We need to carefully aim our blows and strike with full power if we want to take this thing down. Roger that. Alva, please act as a decoy again. You can count on it. Even though it was originally a jellyfish, now it was turned to something resembling a humanoid. It may not have had intelligence, but it must have gained at least some semblance of it to be able to effectively defend itself with a shield and attack with a sword. Furthermore, The tentacles that connected to its joints may be a problem that we need to watch out for. That, and the fact if it is an eastern or western jellyfish. Depending on that, another problem may arise. I have heard that one of those species may or may not be poisonous. Now, if it was just a normal poison, then so be it. But it would be even more troublesome if it was a paralyzing poison. Being unable to move is not something I want to happen to me right about now. If something like that afflicted me while my armor is paper thin, I could eat up a whole combo and die as a result. Kitanid that bastard. No respect for lives of those he reshapes with its power whatsoever. This monster is no sword master by any means. It seems that on top of being given a new shape and abilities, the transformation also enhanced its reflexes and gave it instincts it would not otherwise possess. At the same time, we can't forget that the tentacles are still there. That being said, it should act in patterns that players should be able to exploit in some way. But this thing actually managed to cover that by acquiring the powers that would allow it to respond to any kind of threat. Looks like a different approach would be needed here. Its neck. It's nothing more than a decoration, right? Fuck. I would have aimed for that if that was not the case. I would have aimed at its torso, but damn. That sword and shield are annoying as fuck. I activate the skills, make a run for it and regroup. But even while doing just that, I could feel that this thing was still onto us, so I had to do something about it first. Emule, turn around, and hold on tight. I managed to dodge the incoming sword stab and throw my own as a response, but it only fell right on top of the oyster shield when the monster guarded against my counter. I then rotate while still being on the move, making a sliding motion in order to try and get right behind the seafood monster's back, where the shield would no longer be able to protect it. However, there was another problem when I got there. Usually, gorse, they are wriggling. The tentacles are wriggling like crazy. It's gross and slimy and rotten. Oh god, it's making it even worse. I'll need to wash myself properly later on. But it cannot be helped right about now. Time to start the show. I throw 3 slashes at random at the monster's direction, each powered up thanks to my skills. The seafood monster turned towards me and began its approach, but then it was flashed by Alva's attack and turned towards him in response. We kept that passing of aggro for a moment or two, during which most of my skills managed to stop being in effect. But right now it doesn't matter. What counts is the sheer number of attacks. Each time we make a hit to the monster's main body, the fluid from inside of its gore splashes about. We must keep at it, be patient, and soon we'll have the fucker right where we want to have him. This guy is even tougher than I expected. However, since it was only a simple mob, its AI algorithm was not all that advanced. Otherwise it wouldn't simply allow its attention to be divided like that. It would also realize that the biggest threat here was not Alva, but actually Emule, who's been charging his attack for a moment now. No matter how tasty you may look like, there's no way anyone would ever want to eat you. Emule, do it. The monster raises its body and twists it around, bringing it down in a motion as if it wanted to crush both of us at the same time. It would surely be a devastating attack, as a result of which there would be nothing left of us to pick up. But it's all for nothing if it can't actually hit us. After all, there must be at least some system assist when it comes to monsters aiming their weapons at players. Knowing that, I could use that knowledge to evade at the last possible second and with relative ease, causing the monster's sword to get stuck in the ground, unable to be removed. So I step on in with full force and the intent to pull it out, at the same time looking seafood in the eyes. It looked as though it was unable to comprehend what was going on. No hard feelings, seafood. It's just a business magic hedge. Before Emule cast its spell, he used another spell on this one in order to greatly enhance its power. As a result, the blade of even bigger magic fell down on the seafood monster, hitting it right in the center of its jellyfish main body. The magic power managed to penetrate the gel structure and evaporates the contents that were filling it. In response, all of the monster's appendices started to frantically flail around, before they eventually stiffened all at once and went limp, never to move again. In the end, the seafood monster was reduced to nothing more but a flat carcass that no one would bother with. I don't even have to mention that it looked totally unappetizing, right? Was that perhaps your special skill? You are safe. You are safe and in one piece. I see. I only noticed that now. But the sword seemed to be buried in Chimera's crotch only up to the grip part. So, in other words, does that mean that if we did not found it in time, it would have been completely devoured, and its abilities would become the part of Chimera's body? I won't ever let you go again. I won't make the same mistake ever again. Isn't that going too far for just one weapon? Even though I said that, aren't I basically the same? I mean, in my battles I tend to use some weapons much more than the others. As for the sword itself, it was single-edged and looked really worn out. It was also very big and seemed more like a lump of steel rather than an actual weapon. When Alva finally finished inspecting his weapon, he then thrusted it towards me as if he wanted me to take a good look at it. Was I supposed to be impressed or what? That's right. Now would be a good time for proper introductions. Sanraku. This is my trusty partner Daiku. There's a spirit called Nero's existence inside of it. Hello there. Yue. All of a sudden, something came out of the sword. Chapter 187, Give Me a Private Room in a Net Cafe Part 1. Spirits. When it comes to those guys, they are a whole lot more common in video games than chimeras. At least in theory. Neither humans nor monsters. Their race is one of the higher tier, oftentimes being on par with phantasmals such as dragons, or creatures of the divine realms such as angels and demons. As to the spirits themselves, there is a whole lot of them. For example, we have spirits and greater spirits representing the elements of fire, water, earth, wind, and water. Then we also have spirits from the mythology or folklore, such as Jinn, Arabic spirit from inside of the magic lamp, and Excalibur, an English sword of promised victory which originally belonged to the spirit known as the Lady of the Lake. Although I'm not all too sure about the credibility of that last one. One must also take into account the fact that depending on the game, the exact details and descriptions may vary, as many creators change the actual fact in order to suit their setting better. Sometimes it even reaches the level where the nature of the creature in question is purely cosmetic, making you ask yourself the ever-important question, what was the point, then? On the other hand, staying as close to the original as possible is no good either, as it sometimes can give birth to quite the contradictions. Take Ifrit, the fire spirit for example. In some setting it is presented in form of a flaming lizard, because in Europe salamanders were pretty much equal to Ifrit. But we are not in Europe here, so thank you very much for that. Oh well, at least that is how the story goes in other games. Now, how does that compare to the spirits presented in Shanfro? Well, let's imagine a natural catastrophe or cataclysm. Now give it free will and the ability to go basically whenever it pleases. It is that kind of existence. But rather than spreading death and destruction indiscriminately, it also possesses a unique ego and a set of parameters that is its very own. That is the definition of a spirit on the world of Shangri-La Frontier. It is because of that the comparison to the natural disaster or a cataclysm is surprisingly accurate, because spirits are not living beings per se. It is an accumulation of condensed magical power. But that also means that once all that magic is used up, the spirit also ceases to exist, just like tornado, that disperses into normal winds the moment all of its raging fury disperses. In other words, spirits are creatures that live with the constant reminder in form of a ticking clock. What's more, the ego of a spirit is not a fully grown one, like that of adult humans or animals. If you had to compare it to anything, it would be an ego of a small child, capable of acting on its own, but barely capable of distinguishing itself from the rest of the surrounding world. That is why most of the spirits will usually disappear without a trace, not even trying to fight their fate. Apparently when they use up all of their power, they disappear simply because they are unable to decide whatever they should do after that fact. Nonetheless, it was not entirely wrong to think that the more famous and grand the name of the spirit in Shanfro, the greater its power and the scale of the catastrophe they could cause. And it goes without saying, but since they possess at least some semblance of ego and personality, spirits can sometimes be a real pain in the ass to deal with, but sometimes they can be even more insignificant than insects such as cicadas or fireflies. Not to mention their abilities to absorb magic from their surroundings, and that the way they could wield them were more potent and dangerous than that of any human. But in the end, spirits are just that for the players, spirits. Unless they are an enemy mob or boss characters, or are involved with NPCs or in certain questlines, players could go on about their daily business without really caring about them all that much to begin with. But if they appear during a unique scenario like this one, that's a whole different story. So, what's the deal with this Ijazizdansu here? Its existence, thank you very little. A very powerful spirit, indeed, but that's only a given. Did you know that all spirits that fail to become strong will fade into oblivion as a result? Which means, it means what I just explained. Perhaps Steph. This is bad. I knew I should have read the strategy guides in forums in greater detail before coming here. Even the dwarves are aware of such basic knowledge. Or should I call it common sense? And if you do not possess any power on your own, then there is no need for anyone else to provide you food or shelter. And what happened to any sort of aid or help from those at power? Also, what does existence even mean? Usually it's the term given to beings that are alive. Sanraku, are you doing that on purpose, or are you just a little bit slow on the uptake? Well, it doesn't really matter. Let's just continue. For a moment out there Alva looked as though he just witnessed the most unsightly of insects, but he did not try to argue. It was simply because having me around was beneficial to him, as we all could see from our previous fights together. That was more than enough to tolerate all of my deficits of common sense and knowledge. But Alva proved to be a capable fighter before, especially during the Reaper Orca battle. She happened to be that kind of spirit as well. She had an ego of her own, but she was unable to harness magic for herself from her surroundings, as a result of which she was on the brink of disappearing completely. Their story was really noisy and all over the place, but from what I could understand it is that this sword contained a spirit that was at one point in time about to disappear because of its own inability to adapt and survive. But after that, the spirit decided to show me her human form. Everything about her was bluish in color. Her eyes, her skin, her hair. She was even wearing a robe that looked just like the surface of the water, bluish in color, but not transparent or see-through. Normally it would be a really stimulating clothes, but the outline of her body clad in that water dress seemed to blur at some point, so you were unable to pick up any details. No, it was not that. It was more like her whole appearance was made out of water, rather than being of flesh and blood. That would certainly explain why she would liquefy from time to time. Ah, that is where I come in. I couldn't leave her like that to her own fate, so I managed to bring her to a dwarven blacksmith who enchanted her into my own weapon. Of course, it was done with her consent and with her best interest in mind. Or at least it was something like that. Chapter 187, Give Me a Private Room in a Net Cafe Part 2. You there? Were you not looking for us for a long time? Is there any reason why I would want to do such a thing? I guess if this was a different kind of game, you could have applied the trope of boy meets girl in here, but this game was not of that particular kind. So, to make a long story short, the sword contains a spirit, and the user feeds the magic energy to the sword. No, I guess it would be more accurate to say that the sword itself collects magic energy to some extent. Or maybe it is because of dwelling inside of the sword that spirit learned to absorb magic properly. Foo fun, it seems that I have managed to hit the nail right to the head. The weapon with the spirit sealed inside of it is like a royal banquet for any player out there. It is such good of a treat, completely different from your typical tea and rice. And now I was somehow getting hungry. Once I log out for the day, let's make some akazuke. There should be the ingredients laying around for that. But it was not such an easy task. You see, even if the spirit is about to disappear, you cannot forge the contract without actual consent from the spirit itself. So you cannot really force it to be contained within a weapon. Yeah, that really sounds amazing. I wonder if you were to jam-pack a whole lot of spirits into a weapon, would it turn into a weapon of mass destruction? What did you just say? And guess what? I have recently cleared a game that had a motif just like that, and its name was Fairy Chronicles Online. Ugh, the flashbacks. My poor head. I was joking. It was a joke, man. Besides, and not the dwarves, the ones who would usually go and do such despicable things? Well, duh. Obviously, they may be an assholes sometimes, but they are good guys most of the time. But they can still be assholes, I can imagine, especially if they are drunk or have an attitude like normal dwarves in your standard fantasy setting. Plus, being minors and living mostly underground can definitely add to that factor as well. When I came here initially, I was overrun by enemies and I let her go by accident. I'm so glad I was able to find you again. For a moment out there I was really scared. I thought this creature was really going to eat me. Oh, so that thing really was trying to devour you. Tentacles, female spirit, being attacked and almost devoured. Oh boy. I'm glad that Shanfro is not rated R18, I really am. You should be as well, Alva. And we were actually pretty lucky there. If that chimera managed to absorb the sword, it would have most probably gain a spirit attribute for itself. I mean, I could still technically cut it with my Dullahan sword, that is if genuine spirits were susceptible to that. You have my gratitude, bird person. Is there anything I can do to ever repay you? If you are feeling grateful to me, then please keep doing your best as Alva's weapon, otherwise a certain octopus might rip him a new one. It is without a doubt that cute Nid, a unique monster who is most probably on the level of a little god, will have no problem demolishing normal humans. However, taking into account that Alva is what he is, plus that he has sharp fangs and his weapon besides him right now, he should at least be a force to be reckoned with. Or at the very least that is something I would like to believe. Counting all of our manpower, this party was now 8 persons big, NPC included. Of course, stupid shithead is not counted here, but having 8 people on board to fight a unique monster surely beats up doing so with party of 3, all with lowered levels to boot. Of course, I will give it my all. Nereus is going to protect both Alva and bird person. And that creature that looks like black and white sea urchin. I'm a Vopal bunny, you'd better remember that. Cut her some slack, Emule. She probably has no idea what a Vorpal bunny is, mostly because there are no sea-dwelling Vorpal bunnies, not that I care all that much. Now, calm down little sea urch. Ouch, that hurts. Don't poke my head so relentlessly, that hurts. Pew. Normally I'd laugh it off and blame it on the lack of knowledge about land creatures, but it was actually kind of funny Thimule tended to have such a short fuse in some cases. Fabia. Oh, what is that? Don't tell me you're going to lose to Nereus, a freaking spirit-possessed sword? That would just be shameful, my dear Emule. You're my adorable mascot, so act like it and show us what you've got once in a while. Oh well, what the hell? Might as well do that now than wait for later. Alva, we are going to hunt us some boss. Isn't that way too sudden? I cannot do any more leveling at the current moment. I also cannot go any try to farm for items, hoping that something good is going to drop. So going to fight against the bosses was the only real thing that was left for me to do here. But that thing I saw can probably absorb magic damage. But hopefully even the spirit-possessed sword can dish out some physical damage, so it should not be that much of a problem. Well, it's not that I am not seriously thinking about tackling any of the bosses here right now, at least not when the other players are not around. At the very least some recon would be nice. You see, there are 4 bosses to be fought here, so you know what that means, right? You go back and guard the base, Emule. Pewee. After all, in the coming battle magic users' only use would be that of a meat shield, and we absolutely cannot have that, right? Chapter 188, Days of Connecting and Being Connected Part 1. Turned out that Ikazuke was not enough for me, so I have decided to make some other simple dish to go along with that. I added oil on the frying pan, heated it up and then added leftover rice and broth to it. Then I scavenged the contents of their refrigerator for things I could throw into the mix. And once I have found them I threw them in on the pan with all the rest. I finished the dish with a pinch of both salt and pepper. I shall name this dish, what the hell? This is your typical fried rice in there, ain't it? Or you could even call it a half-assed chicken rice, but without ketchup and all that other fancy stuff. Okay, starting from today, thou shalt be called chicken rice. Now, maybe I should add some egg into you for some added flavor. Alright, For now I have tried to defeat one of the bosses in the city's towers, and as for the result of that, I quickly finish my meal and then log in on the SNS chat group to report that the magic-absorbing boss has been successfully defeated. The name of the magic-absorbing boss was Cleon, and while Cleon was a truly formidable enemy because of his magic-absorbing ability, it had one fatal flaw that proven to be the end of it. It was laughingly weak against physical attacks. Also, for some reason all of its attacks were magic-based, and they were all in shape of cones or other things that made them quite easy to dodge if you knew what was coming. But on the other hand, something about the Cleon setting seemed to be really fishy to me, and I do not mean the smell here. This boss seemed way too fresh for me. Basically, all of the monsters in here are rotten or decomposed to some degree, no matter if it's the fish zombie, mermaids or the gigantic fish predators. Or even if they were not rotten, there was this fleshy odor coming from them. However, I could feel none of the above-mentioned things from Cleon. It is really difficult to put into words properly, that sense of inconsistency. Yeah, it's like there was some kind of mistake in the writing, perhaps. Let's illustrate it as follows. The boss uses a magic attack that looks like a row of throwing knives. So you'd expect the projectiles to act like knives in terms of physics, right? Well, wrong. The attack may look like knives, but in reality it works just like a freaking shotgun shells, with their spread and damage and all that. So, there is a real sense of being disconnected from what you see versus what you actually get. Come to think of it now, a whole lot more enemies in here had that sense of inconsistency to them. For examples, the mermaids may look like mermaids, but you get the feeling that it was actually something else that was just forced to act like a mermaid. So yeah, the bottom of the boat which contained boiling water that started to overflow, closed gates that you can only pass by but in one direction, a friendly NPCs that wants to ally with you but because of a bug you can see that they are really an enemy, so the whole plot twist of the quest goes out the window big time. What on earth are you even talking about? I am trying to verbalize the concept laying behind the mechanics governing this whole underwater city, and when I put my thoughts into words my brain cells tend to work with way more efficiency. Oh, Sanraku-san, you sometimes act as if you were sick. I'm really worried about you, you know? An illness? How rude. It's not an illness. It's called brainstorming. Have you ever heard about that before? You should really try it sometimes. However, there is one huge problem here. With my current build I will be unable to defeat the boss that nullifies physical attacks. If I wanted to try my luck at bringing that thing down, I would need the help of magic users such as Mold or Akatsu again. And then there is the problem of two other bosses that would remain. Magic does damage, but physical attacks get nullified. But sometimes it can be the other way around, or it might even work interchangeably. However, I have no way of knowing what is it exactly, but I feel as though Cleon is the key to the mystery in here. It might be safe to assume that the remaining two bosses can be like Cleon here, nullifying magic damage, or the complete opposite, which means nullifying physical damage. That line of thinking is not wrong, as the two bosses that remain are sure to have some sort of restrictions that are there to ramp up the difficulty of their respective battles. But, one must remember that in here, in this underwater city, everything is revered by nature. Oil is water, water is oil, North Pole would be the South Pole and vice versa. That's right. It is always coming in pairs. When it comes to inversion, it is a process that cannot actually be done unless the thing it works on does not have the second side. You need to have both front and back, or else upon inversion nothing would happen. So, following that logic, it appears as though our initial thought of this place and its rulers was fundamentally wrong from the very beginning. We thought that what we are dealing here are one unique monster and four boss monster that guards the towers, while in reality two bodies that are actually being split into two. Or so it would seem. Kitanid is a given here, since it is the main source of this place's gimmick to begin with. So that would leave the remaining two monsters, right? What is their gimmick? What makes for their strengths? And what makes their weaknesses? Could it be critical hits? Or maybe a limited window of opportunity to dish out damage? Nah, that cannot be it. Rust said that no matter the type of bow and arrows, neither physical nor magic ones did any damage, but at the same time, The hits seemed to have connect. According to Mold, it seemed as though the player's attacks seemed to be effective every time they were at the disadvantage and vice versa. And according to Akatsuki Akane, his kunais seemed to have sometimes hit and sometimes they would get nullified. While I was processing all those information, a mermaid approached us and started singing. I reflexively hit it with a high kick that managed to dislocate its jaw. But poor Mule was still hit with the song and fell from his rightful place on my shoulders. At that time my thinking processes accelerate even further. Amongst all of the testimonies I managed to gather, the one from Mold seems to be the most important one. While the ones from Rust and Akatsuki Akane are more or less the same, Mold 1 is distinct and unique. Being able to damage the boss only when you have the advantage and being able to damage the boss only when you are at a disadvantage. Chapter 188, Days of Connect. Connecting and Being Connected Part 2. At first glance it sounds really silly, being able to hit something and deal damage only when you are at an advantage or disadvantage. To begin with, those terms sound really vague. I easily dodged the laughable attempt of the mermaid at attacking me. She was trying to give me a hug with furious expression, but I dodged her to the side and slashed her across the nape with my Dullahan sword. Pidgey? I thought I have heard a death scream of some sort, but right about now my brain was working on full throttle, so I pretty much stopped paying attention to such insignificant details. Akatsuki Akane's kunai knife was always giving more or less the same results when facing both bosses. In case of Rust, the effectiveness of her arrows was depending on the fact is she was currently at the advantage or disadvantage. Now, is there some kind of fundamental difference when it comes to both kunai knives and bows? The unquestionable advantage of the bow is that you can snipe various targets from great distances, without the risk of getting involved with the enemies yourself. What are the disadvantages of the bow, then? It's quite simple, just eliminate the distance factor and the bow user is as good as screwed. What are the unique characteristics of Akatsuki Akane's kunai knives? Kunai knife is a disposable item that can be used in two ways. It can be thrown from the distance at the target, or it can be used as a bladed weapon, although it is far weaker than your usual knives and daggers. Distance? My thoughts pass through the dark tunnel, only to be illuminated by the light of the answer that was waiting at the end of said tunnel. Even though my theory is not proven by anything, I am fairly sure that I have managed to hit a jackpot. The moment when the bowman loses advantage and starts to be at the disadvantage. The moment attacks switch category from long distance to close distance, and in kunai knife's case, it can be attributed to the fact that it can be switched in between throw weapon and close-ranged weapon. I've got it. I've got the answer. It's not the answer to some stupid questions we should be looking forward to right now. It should be the freaking safe zone. Oh yeah, right. I totally forgot about it. I was so passionate about thinking this matter through that I have forgotten that I was actually right in the middle of a war zone. Oh well. Guess it's high time to go back to reality. Alva above. Watch out. Say something like that sooner. Don't ask for the impossible. Do you want your beloved sword to become a great wiener again? Or do you want it to become the best weapon ever made? This level of adversity is nothing. Thinking routine like that was easy to handle, but it was also the exact reason why it was making me worried. I mean, if I can do it, it means that people like Pensilgton can do it as well, and letting people like her do things like that is never a good thing. Sanraku, important strategy meeting. Sanraku, you see, it might be a little bit long to fully copy and paste in here, but I think I figured something out about the remaining bosses we must face. The deal is, they can probably possess invulnerability depending on the distance the player maintains from them. So that it would be long distance nullification and close distance nullification. Sanraku, so normally I would propose to use the close quarters tactics for one boss and long range for another, but this time something tells me it won't be that easy to pull off. Mold, Rust is currently incapacitated, so I shall relay everything to her. Sanraku, what the hell happened? Mold, there was an announcement at the GGC that they are currently working on the sequel to Niflheim's Hollow. Didn't you know? Sanraku, seriously? Well, now that the sequel has been announced, I guess the first game will start to get more and more depopulated. Huh? Akatsu Arcane, it's break time. Sanraku, anyways, what I want to plan in advance is the time at which we should take down the bosses. Sanraku, also, it should go without saying, but defeating the smaller bosses is our pass to Cutenid. Also, let's hope that it will cast some sort of demerit on the guy. Sanraku, oh, thank you for all of your hard work. Sanraku, we must also be ready for the eventuality that once we beat all of the 4 smaller bosses, we will get instantly locked into a battle with Cutenid instead of being able to prepare ourselves. Best to be ready for that. Akatsu Arcane, yes. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to give it my all. Mold, so you want to be done with all the small bosses by the 6th day? Sanraku, that is what I want to do. I'm done with my matters on my end, so I can go all the way until the end now. It's just a matter of recruiting more members. Mold, by tomorrow I should be able to bring Rust back to sanity, so we should be able to participate no problem. Akatsu Arcane, if it's on the 6th day, then it is okay for me. Akatsu Arcane, I'm sorry for having called you here so suddenly. Rust, world level excellent. Until next year I cannot allow myself to die. Mold, at this rate, if this keeps on. Sanraku, it's not that I cannot understand how you feel. Sanraku, hopefully Ra will be able to join us before the 7th day mark. Mold, I don't ever see her around here. Does she even logged in once since we arrived in here? Sanraku, she is probably busy with stuff in real life, but hopefully she will be able to join us on the fun before this quest is over. Sanraku, fortunately enough we have an oversized landmark that should be just about right. The landmark named Cutenid. Sanraku, as for our schedules, now, then. Right, time to earn some dough for myself. Since boss fights are to be fought as a group, I must wait for the day during which other will be available. Until then, I can stroll around the underwater city at my leisure, earning money and items without reservation since boss actions or unique scenario X's actions are not shackling me down. Good thing that in case I ever run out of space to hold my items in, the inventory can act as unlimited storage space. Chapter 189, Running from 4 to 5 Part 1. For today I have planned an exciting seafood tour. When it comes to the enemies you encounter during the day, they may not look fresh in the least, but surprisingly enough they drop fresh ingredients when you kill them, so it's not really a zombie hunt right about now, but rather a seafood hunt. Oh, won't you look at that? It's the rare enemy, the Seafood Emperor. Ha ha ha. But this time around I see that you have managed to absorb nothing more but fish. I have heard that female anglerfish tend to devour their partners, but does that mean the female anglerfish can devour males of other races? It was really scary to think about it. I know that chimeras are technically mutants, but is it really okay for them to inherit such characteristics? And is that really a rare enemy? I get the feeling that its encounter rate is way bigger than other rare enemies out there. But compared to other games this is really amazing. Take United Rounds for example. Some rare enemies in that game were so rare that you would have a better luck at finding such an Oko is your local forest rather than encountering rare enemies. And the ratio? One rare enemy every few hundred normal encounters, give or take. But when you actually manage to encounter one, it turns out that it was so difficult to defeat that it actually felt like you were fighting an indestructible object. However, even those things were killable with just the right strategy, and actually killing one was so satisfying that you would not believe. Anyways, I had no time to spare right now, not even the small amount to check the items' descriptions. I was just slashing, and slashing, and slashing away at the fish that came under my blade. Sometimes it was even scaring me just how ruthless in terms of item farming efficiency I could be. You're in the way, Twintails. Get lost. The upper half of it may look human, but you still manage to kick it away so effortlessly and without giving it much thought. You are truly a ruthless person, Sanraku-san. In my eyes they all look like oversized sandbags right about now. Eat this sucker. More often than not people tend to complain that once they achieve certain goals in any given MMO out there, there is not that much things for them to do or goals to accomplish. But right now, I had a goal that I was going to accomplish, to line up my pockets with as much cash and items as I possibly could. Phew ha ha, phew ha ha ha, Phew, ha 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 ha. Long straight black hair, blonde twin tails, short silver bob haircut. They are all effectively cash and items and materials in my eyes right about now. Please don't get me wrong, but sometimes I cannot help it but wonder if you are not, how to put this lightly, a little bit touched to the head. It's alright. They may not taste all that good, but fighting them sure is a memorable experience. Ha ha ha. Is it not just straight up laughable when the NPC tries to preach something to the player that the player already knows? You would think that I would get enough, but no. The seafood tour around the underwater city never ends. During the daytime, I was hacking and slashing and slicing at the rotten zombie fish people, but not at night. Night is a different matter altogether. This time I am rampaging against fresh fish. The opponents that are not the least bit rotten anywhere, and that fact alone is causing me to want to go on an even bigger rampage some more. Just take a look at this thing. The way it looks, almost like the seafood emperor. You think it's its mother or something? It's an enslaving carrier angler. Do you really wish to challenge that thing? Mumbling such things in an embarrassed voice, with a mule still sitting on top of my head, I look up to see the monster towering over us in the air above. Arctos Regilex was a train of a monster. The Reaper Orca was like a combination. It was a monster with defenses of a tank and firepower of a battle-experienced battleship. So now, to what exactly we could compare this here enslaving carrier angler? Ha ha ha, if you were able to see it with your own eyes you would get it right away. Hey there, Seafood Emperor's mum. Just so you know, your child was freaking delicious. Oh shit. This guy might really have a screw or two loose in that head of his. Say, a mule, this thing is crazy big, but that should also mean that it is going to drop a whole lot of items and materials. Wouldn't you say? You really have something seriously wrong going on with your head. There's no doubt about it. There was one huge monster out there and a swarm of smaller monsters surrounding it on all sides. They weren't all that big, but their shape was long and thin, with wide and long fins that made them resemble small airplanes, the likes of which aircraft carriers would carry on their decks. Oh, and they had teeth. Lots and lots of sharp teeth. Oh yeah, that's right, that's it. If you weren't calling this thing an aircraft carrier, then how else would you call it? I'm genuinely curious. Hey Alva, in your honest opinion, how strong do you think that thing is? So strong that the only thing that can easily defeat it in open combat is Deep Sea Emperor, a creature living inside of the underwater forest. I see. Now that he said it, I would most definitely like to see that underwater forest with my own eyes someday. But oh well, if that means we would have a rather hard or downright impossible time with it. This means I want to try. Besides, it's not that we have anything better to do at the current moment. And just think about the drop items. Take a look at that. The things that are coming from over there. If this huge monster is an aircraft carrier, does that mean the smaller ones are torpedoes? Or maybe destroyers? Suicide boats? How about giving it a shot? On your marks. Take aim. And fire. Good. Good morning. I was wondering about that, but could it be that Sanriku is not that much of a morning person? He was pretty much acting the same way when we have met for the first time in 5th year. Nah, it's not that. It's just that the fucking aircraft carrier took way more time to sink than you would have initially expected. Are we talking about this game right here? Or maybe some other game that you are playing on the side? Of course it's a story from Shanfro. What else were you expecting? Unfortunately both Alva and Mule were overtaken by fatigue. So for now they are resting in the safe house, while I'm getting ready for the incoming boss battle. Chapter 189, Running from 4 to 5 Part 2. You could say that I could have taken some caffeine in order to give myself some boost, but since we have no way of knowing how it will go on the 7th day, I need to save some of it for the big day. So, how did returning to sanity went? You managed to succeed? Well, I did the best I could, but unfortunately, ahaha, you fufu. Ah, I see. The results was all smiles. Rust was sitting in the corner of the room, looking and behaving unusually quiet for herself. There was also that big, idiot-like smile plastered to her face at all times. It was the kind of smile that would even put a baby's one to shame, and kids are known for smiling genuinely at everything and everyone. since they are not aware of the harsh reality of the real world. No, really now. It was much worse yesterday, please believe me. She was spouting some nonsense all the time about going on a muscle-strengthening journey to make absolutely sure that she would not die before the sequel to Nephilim Hollow comes out. Look, I can definitely understand the feeling, but I can't really say that I have ever experienced it for myself. So I cannot really relate to her all that much. I don't really look forward to any game releases, mainly because I keep my enthusiasm in check until the reviews are finally in. And that she wanted to become strong? Good luck with that. You'll need a whole lot of mental fortitude not to go crazy from waiting until the game gets delivered to you after its premiere. You think she'll be of any use to us in such state? It's okay. She was practicing all this time in VR for a day like that to come around, both here in Shanfro and some previous games that she played. So no need to worry about her. I guess that all smiles Rust gets a pass for now. But the one that I am really concerned about is in fact Mold. When I asked him that, he only replied with a somewhat ambiguous smile. Well, in the long run it does not matter all that much. We are all players here, and since dying is of no real consequence, we can die during the boss fights without reservations. The place we shall be heading towards will be the Lulalus's South Tower, the one housing the boss that nullifies all ranged attacks. However, it's not like I was sure about that property of the boss. After all, it was Rust who happened to witness it with her own eyes. We could technically sacrifice one run just to see if it was indeed like that. But first and foremost goal was still getting rid of the boss. That goal remains unchanged. We're dealing with a barnacle and fishman couple here. And since we do not have a valid strategy fleshed out, it's going to be hard determining the damage, as well as the aggro. This is going to be one heck of a fight here. It's not that we cannot create an effective tank for the upcoming boss fights. It's about the resource consumption. So many items are needed for tanking effectively that you cannot really allow yourself to waste them on mid-tier bosses. We do have the possible last resort strategy of tanking. Someone would just run around and collect aggro, while a mule strapped to their head would keep shooting his magic. But as far as I am concerned, I would like to avoid having to turn to that strategy if we could help it. Besides, I would like to avoid having to get Emule involved in those fights as much as possible. It's simply way too dangerous. Alright, let's go beat ourselves some boss, shall we? Come on now, Rust, I need you to come back to me. Get your shit together, we have work to do. The air is so delicious. Is it really going to be okay? Let us review what we know before the operation begins. The provisional name Snail has the potential ability to nullify all ranged attacks, no matter if they are normal attack or skill. In order to succeed in this battle, close ranged attacks are a necessity. That is why yours truly, Sanraku, is going to be in charge of the attacking as well as aggro management. Waiting at the distance is going to be Rust, who will also look out for an opportunity to get up close and personal with the snail, so that she can dish out some bow damage from close range. In this setting, Mold will work as a support for Rust, and since it would be quite troublesome if the boss started to focus him during the fight, Mold should stay away and avoid any combat actions himself, instead focusing solely on casting buffs and debuffs. We shall call this operation shell digging, even though we are not really sure if it's a snail or not. Mold, those are mere details, you don't have to worry about them too much, because that is not how we roll in here, okay? Anyways, Team Nephilim Hollow, ready to roll out. Each one of us grabs a hold of our weapons and we invade the inside of one of the remaining towers. I see, so it's actually a snail. Who would have thought? No, sure thing. Clean also seemed humanoid to me until it did not show its true colors. Apparently all of the bosses in here are pretending to be humanoid in shape. Hey, I mean, I once fought a giant robot dressed up as a Japanese samurai, but this here was quite the opposite. This monster looked pretty much like the Western Knight, although it was covered in barnacles and seashells. What stood out the most here was the fact that it had a giant snail in place where its head should normally be. I was also trying to imagine how this thing would look like without its shell, but no matter how I was trying to wrap my head around it. Ammonite. At least that's how I see it. Rust was betting on Nautilus, or maybe a snail. Ammonite was also there, but she did not wanted to say it for certain without a decisive proof. There are many strange things that could be pointed out here, but oh well, like interpersonal skills are going to be of any use against humanoid monsters. As for the weapon the boss was wielding, it looked pretty much like a rapier, but it was spiral in shape and covered in a whole bunch of shell-like thorns. Also, there was a cutlass in its other hand, clearly made for being used by humans. Upon seeing us, the boss assumed the battle position. Two-sword user, huh? This is going to be fun. Ammonite Knight. There is certainly something romantic in dual-wielding two different types of weapons. However, no matter a normal opponent, player or a boss monster, I won't let anyone to outclass me when it comes to dual-wielding. Just like we have discussed before, I'll be in charge of taking this guy down. Are you alright? It might not be an evasion tank, but still its defensive power. I know that it was a point of concern, but still I replied with a smile on my face. Compared to the Wizardman, who was almost impossible to overcome, those things are nothing. Now then, let us start the hunt. Chapter 190 Part 1, Chapter 190, Collapsing Apex Part 1. Here's a piece of historical trivia. Rapiers were mostly used by European nobility for the purposes of dueling. Rapiers rarely were used on the actual battlefields, and even when used, they turned out to be downright useless. However, this place right here is the game world. This world tries to resemble the real world as much as possible, while also having things that set apart and distinguish the two from one another. So even if real-world rapiers were pretty much useless, this rapier here surely must be more than enough to send the players into respawn with ease. Since rapiers are mostly long and thin, it is a given that their main way of attacking is through piercing strikes and thrusts. That makes it even more troublesome, since with thrusts and piercing attacks one must take them on from the front, where they are only a single, small point. When attacks are forming a line such as strikes or slashes, that makes them easier to block since you have way more space of the weapon that you can block with relative ease. Of course, there is the matter of stats and attributes in games, but in general a vertical attack can be blocked by a horizontal move and a horizontal attack can be blocked by a vertical move. However, piercing attacks and thrusts have way smaller area of attack, which makes them increasingly more difficult to block. It's not impossible, but really hard to pull off. But surely you are more than well aware of that fact, huh? Snail Knight Kun! Exclamation mark. I feel like during the past month I have been fighting with nothing more but enemies that are familiar with the rules of Taz. Hell, recently I even happened to come across a human enemy that was more like a Taz monster. I know it may sound weird or disrespectful, but I could not be surprised if she turned out to have a battery pack hidden on her back. But thanks to that I have managed to understand the way in which enemies like that tend to work. Without that, it would be increasingly more difficult to pull this off. That is why right now I take 2 steps to the side and swing my sword in the direction that I have come from, striking the rapier thrust that was coming my way. Having parried that, I throw a thrusting attack of my own, aiming towards the elbow of the Snail Knight, which was now completely exposed due to it still being locked in the attack animation. It's a really good thing to have a game that think about small details like that, but in the end nothing can beat action games where you can recreate any kind of your favorite actions till the very last detail. I activate the skill Utsuromi Kagami, and then I quickly switch my weapons to a large Zweihander, and while dodging the slash from the cutlass I strike the Snail Knight right around the neck, or at least that area where it was difficult to differentiate if it was still the main body or if it was already the head. Not only the enemies can have the privilege of using piercing attacks, the players can utilize attacks and tactics like that as well, and you can be sure that if I can use something, I am going to utilize it to its full potential, and the enemies shall suffer because of that. Shoot, roger that. Status abnormality. There was still something off in Rut's voice even though she managed to recover from her no sanity mode, and then she rushed forward, jumped in the air and quickly retreated upon landing back on the ground. In the next moment, the arrow that she fired slammed into the body of the Snail Knight with a loud and dull noise. I'm afraid that those guys here are not like small fries from the early stages of the game. There is no use in hoping to finish them with a single blow. I have tried it a few times before, and the shots fired at the very last minute were counted as successful. You just have to be extremely careful about the distance and you should be okay. Not that I have a degree in physics or anything, but that attack just now seemed to be effective. Looking closely, the Rust's arrow surely must have done something. However, on my end it looked like the only thing the arrow managed to do was to cause the Snail Knight to sway on his feet due to the force of impact only. Damage-wise I am afraid that it did not manage to do all that much. That was so-so if I do say so myself. Rust, see how flames work with your next attack. I get it. Rust backs away to the safe position, while at the same time Mold started chanting his buffs, keeping the eye out on the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, I stood upright in front of the Snail Knight, my scorpion gauntlets ready to be used. Hey, how about a little game, Knighty-kun? Let's play some rock paper scissors. But in order to make it a little bit easier for you, I shall put some handicap onto myself. I am only allowed to play rock. How about that? However, do not think not even for a second that me being forced to use rock only is going to be disadvantageous to me. Rather, this will allow me to use my gauntlets in the most efficient way to parry the incoming attacks. True, I will end up having less reach than before. But, using my gauntlets, or rather my bare fists, I have way more freedom in terms of maneuverability. This gives me some room to be creative with parrying both the rapier and the cutlass. And while the Snail Knight is being preoccupied with me, ever so often an arrow would fly in his general direction, infused with some randomly selected power or element, landing in Knight's side every time without fail. Just like that, Rust managed to fire about 10 arrows or so. Each was infused by Mold with different attributes, in order for us to determine what would be the most efficient one in this particular battle. I won't tell. You surely look tough, Knighty-kun. But just to let you know, if you want to hope to bring me down, you'd need to repeatedly spam an insta-death skills in my general direction for about 30 seconds, each with 0 seconds recast time in the least. But even if this boss had the same stats as Wizardman had, I highly doubt that it would be able to do the same level of shenanigans Wizardman was able to pull off. I guess that this particular shtick was his and his alone. But if there is one thing in particular that we must watch out for, it is the battle style of this boss. I have no idea if it is intentional or not, but doesn't that boss possess a whole lot of unnecessary movements or something like that? Chapter 190, Collapsing Apex Part 2. It all seemed kind of strange to me from the very first moment. Why would the Snail Knight, an embodiment of Western Knight, use the cutlass as its weapon of choice in the first place? There is also another fact to it. The rapier attacks were really dangerous and intimidating, but the cutlass, on the other hand, was so weak and slow that even after taking hits for quite a while it would be unable to deal any damage to us, much less to kill us all. Also, cutlass is usually a weapon that is associated with pirates in lots of other games and other media. In fact, I just cannot imagine any other group in video games ever using something like that as their basic weapon of choice. And just like with Cleon, I watch as the Snail Knight disappears the moment its HP bar hit 0. And surely, just like with Cleon, its death animation was different from the usual one, in a way that instead of blowing up in a geyser of pixels, the Snail Knight just dispersed into a bunch of bubbles. Pirates? What's up? No, it's just a one big what if. Let's see what is the boss drop here. Neither Mold nor I use short-range weapons. Therefore, no, I really think that Rust and Mold should hold on to that. I can see that the two of them have literal question marks floating above their heads, but it will all become clear soon. As soon as they witness the item in the inventory window and see that it looked awfully like the ones the pirates of the Red Whale's crew were using, then the meaning behind that cutlass should become as clear as the day. Considering the discomfort I was feeling up until now, I dare to say that this cutlass is the drop item that is unaffected by any external factor and that it would always drop from this boss no matter what. I see, so this one was taken in here by force. I see, I understand. Now that I think about it, it makes a whole lot of sense. It was probably hidden behind the impact of the unique scenario X starting, but this is probably what this is all about! Exclamation mark. What's wrong, Rust? Red Whale Cutlass, does this mean? I recall the first day of us getting stranded in this underwater city. More specifically, the moment we were being dragged underwater alongside the ghost ship by those huge tentacles. And before my consciousness faded to black, I remember seeing a system message indicating the start of the unique scenario. That's right, no one has ever said that the quest we have picked up at the port was over. It is happening simultaneously at the same time. This means more or less that the unique scenario punching the Apostle of the Abyss was far from being over. In other words, that's just how it is. As for right about now, we are currently running two separate quests simultaneously. One of them is the quest which challenges you to fight the Kutanid of the Abyss, the ruler of the underwater city of Lulilus. The unique scenario X, stare into the abyss and the world turns upside down. The other one is the unique scenario, punching the Apostle of the Abyss. In this quest you follow the storyline of a young captain of a pirate ship, whose father was kidnapped and killed by a ghost ship that took them by surprise at the open sea one day. I am beginning to think that the punching the Apostle of the Abyss might be the quest which has multiple endings. The normal ending would require you to kill all of the ghost ship's crew, and as a result you would arrive here, in the underwater city Lulilus. So as a matter of fact, one ending leads to the quest branching off into a whole different quest. Thinking about it like that, it is only logical why the Snail Knight would fight with a human cutlass. In that case, should it not only be natural for the guy who accepted the quest in the first place to proceed? I was always thinking that when it comes to talking to NPCs and such, Shanfro was borrowing a whole lot from a whole bunch of Galges and such games, but I would certainly wish if the one associated with this quest was someone other than some shithead brat. In case of this particular unique scenario X, that would mean that even though anyone from the group would be fine, I must be the one to go and talk to the NPC that gave us the quest, since I was also the one who happened to initiate the quest. Here, I shall guide you and show the way to all lost lambs in need of guiding hand. What a pain in their mold. Ahaha, I'm going to accompany you as well. Now then, we have managed to defeat two remaining bosses, but still, I can't say that there is any sort of a change in this place at all. Even so, it would really be a problem if something really happened right away after bringing the four bosses down. That is why we wanted to defeat the fourth boss on the 6th day. I hope that she will manage to join us by that time. What on earth is going on your end, Ray? Section. It was a fight between sisters completely devoid of love. What started it was the lack of spinach. The older sister who was always ahead of the younger one. The urge to resist the domineering elder sister's privileges. It was that kind of a fight where the younger sister would wish for the older one to be kicked by the horse and die as a result, but sadly there would be no horses around. Ray, I'm not your accessory or a dog you can take for a walk on a leash, sister. It was a fight between sisters devoid of love. But somewhere, at a certain place, it would spell the fatal collapse of a jet black wolf. Chapter 191 Part 1, Chapter 191, Salmon Head's Advice Part 1. Originally we were going to go and defeat the barnacle as we were, but the sudden item we managed to obtain worked almost like an event flag, and as a result we were forced to change our plans. As such, we found another vacant house that we're going to use as our safe house for the nearest future, and where we would like to relocate Emule, Alva, and Strahd. Mold. You idiot. You stupid idiot. That's why I said I was sorry. You are. Talk about amazing in the wrong sense of the word. We have 3 seafood emperors here. I wonder if they fuse together we would get something alongside the lines of Ultimate Seafood Emperor. Ultimate Seafood Buffet. Seafood Emperor? What is that? This whole situation started in a rather slapstick kind of a way. While we were on our way back to the base, Mold happened to slip and fall to the ground, gathering the attention of the surrounding fish people. It may have been just a case of a really bad RNG on our hand, but the number of fish people was so big that that noise they were making gathered the attention of other fish people in the vicinity. At this rate it would be just a matter of time before they would discover our base and the NPC inside of it. To make matters even worse, there were 3 rare monsters thrown into the mix, making this a complete monster parade unlike I have ever seen before. Not that I want to be a pessimist, but I don't want to draw such a huge crowd near our base if I can help it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ouch, 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 ouch. That hurts. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Stupid, stupid idiot. Thinking about it, the place we are in the vicinity of is the place that is also my respawn point. So even if I happened to die here, there would no real consequences to it, right? All right. I'm going to divert their attention a little bit, huh? I will try to lure them away from you, die as a result and come back to life in a respawn point. In the meantime, you go on ahead. I see. All right, I understand. No, really, I mean, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I know we have enough of those on our plates already. Don't worry. Don't worry. As long as you understand, that's fine with me. Looking objectively at our current situation, it is only natural that one of you's players will need to sacrifice him or herself so that the others can flee to safety. I mean, it's not that death is permanent in this game, so it should only come as natural. It's also a real bother to wear your weapons out for something as stupid as this, so I might as well fight with my bare hands. Oi, you stupid rotten sardines. Come here. This way. I'm here. It appears that the great underwater city Lulalas marathon run was far from being over for me. However, my glorious and simple plan of making a few rounds around the underwater city's outer rim has gone to hell in an instant. An instant during which I saw something really slippery emerging from behind the corner of one of the houses. Why, you are? That appearance, that face. There was a really uncomfortable impulse swirling through my chest at that single moment. Before I was able to notice, I ready my weapons and charge in, closing the distance in between us in a blink of an eye. This guy in front of me and a whole school of rotten fish behind my back. I have put myself in between a rock and a hard place, but right about now I could not allow myself to leave this place. There is something I must absolutely do. I must defeat that guy right here, right now. No matter the consequences or the sacrifice. This does not look too good. Rust and mold. I wonder if it is not too late to go back to where they went. No, I must stop thinking like that. If I think like that, it's as though I have already given up without even putting up a decent fight. Sometimes in life, a man comes across a fight that he simply cannot allow himself to back away from. Too slow. Did you happen to get in some sort of trouble on your way? Ah. You have come back? It took me a while to die because of the way the fish people decided to deal with me. Basically I was turned into a food supply for the fish people, and they took their sweet time devouring me. And since I was never before eaten alive, it was a new experience to behead for sure. Not that I want to repeat that anytime soon. What in the everlasting fuck hap? Sanraku-san. Oi, Alva, lower that sword. Don't point that fucking thing at me. And you, Emule. Stay, I said. Isn't that just a terrible thing to do? Look at the person's face and react in a way like that? I know that it looks just like it looks, but what do you want me to say to it? I'm as confused as you are, if not even more. I get up from the bed I was laying on after I finally managed to respawn and stand up with my own 2 legs firmly. When I did that, the people around me took a huge step back in reaction. Once I have seen that was all the confirmation I needed, but I still ended up taking a deep breath, just to be absolutely sure. Gosh, it stinks so bad. Just like a fish would. I am tuna underbelly fairy. Bufua and Cuffew. I guess it should only be considered as natural, seeing that I was wearing salmon on my head. Please stand by until the apparent confusion subsides. Salmon. It's a freaking salmon. So what's with the tuna reference? Nfu. What do we do, Rust? It seems that now mold broke down as well. Mold in general has a pretty low threshold when it comes to laughing. Once he hears a joke, he can remember it and laugh because of it for the next 3 to 4 days. No matter how you may look at it, laugh to boiling point is too damn low for this guy. I mean, He acts like he's on helium right now or something else like that. I know that my appearance is the reason for that, but the hell is this? This thing here? Richmond King Salmon Head Shireman. It's your typical item, but you can also equip it. Well, think of it as an equipment piece. And what exactly is the effect of this item? It smells fishy! Exclamation mark. Mold fell onto the floor and started acting as if his sides were about to fall off from laughing too much. I have decided to ignore him for now, and I turned towards others in order to confront with them. Come here, Emule. We'll try to put it on your head next. Absolutely not. It looks like a fish. It smells like a fish. And see, there's even a fragment of fish spine coming out of it. And have you seen its eyes? Dead like that of a dead fish. It's too scary. I'm not wearing that. The real kicker is that you can see perfectly while wearing this on your head. Chapter 191 Part 2. Chapter 191, Salmon Head's Advice Part 1. How does the salmon head allow you to see, exactly? Does it reflect light in some kind of way? No. I forget that this is a game. Questioning every single detail won't bring me any good. So best not to think about it too much. But oh my god, it stinks so bad. I wonder if at this rate I would completely turn into one of them. I do get a feeling that a scenario like that would not be too far-fetched. I'm sorry for asking this, but see if you can bend your arms or legs in directions in which they should not ever be bent. Preferably way beyond the capacity of human joints. Even though the subconscious need to not inflict self-harm onto myself was still there, I could indeed bend my arms and legs in directions where it should normally be impossible to do so. But only to some extent. But this is actually very convenient. I can definitely incorporate this newfound ability of mine into my battle style. And how about that strawed kid? I haven't shown this to him yet, but you can be damn sure that I will do that. But as luck would have it, stupid shithead should still be cowering in fear under the bed. He who few e few I he I shall drag you into the depths of the realm of the dead. No, I don't wanna. It was all an imitation, but a rather convincing one. All thanks to the know-how from various survival horror games I have played that featured zombies. Because of that I was able to act like a real zombie in a quite convincing way, if I do say so myself. As a confirmation, Strahd started to scream while falling into a real frenzy. Then he got up, started to run around like an idiot and hit his head quite hard as a result. It also appears that he has lost consciousness as a result. Oh shit. No. See? You're not dead. You're not bursting into polygons. See? I feel like my heart is about to burst out of my chest. It's okay. Humans were created to be mentally strong creatures. Unless a chain of misfortune continues to strike on us, we can recover from almost any sort of trauma. His father was kidnapped by the fish people, is currently missing and is most probably dead. Got lost in this monster-ridden city due to his own careless behavior. He probably wandered right into the school of fish zombies and got turned into fish food, or even worse. Phew, talk about a triple combo, huh? Yo, is he dying or what? No, wait just a second. Rust-san. He's not dead. He's not dead. At least I think he can still do his best. Right? Since I was receiving so much negativity under my address from literally everyone present, for now I have decided to put the salmon head away back to my inventory. I was also forced to put my original bird head mask on, and seeing by how much hatred I have managed to get on me, I was starting to wonder if maybe it was some kind of a hidden ability of this item. There must be some explanation, but right now I had no way of actually investigating that matter. However, it seems that the salmon head has way better defensive stats when compared to my usual bird head mask. If you wish to tell me that I'll be able to tank even a dragon breath to the face with this thing, I will kill you with my laughter. Mold, go back to normal, why don't you? It's okay. I'm okay. Fufu. Who would have thought that we could be so considerate? For now I was sitting in the corner of the room on my own, because the group thought that Strahd might have an actual heart attack upon waking up and seeing a giant talking salmon right in front of his face. I was sitting right there, feeling really sad, swinging my head from left to right like a metronome, with a mule still sitting right on top of it. Meanwhile Rust and the mold raise Strahd and show him the cutlass. "Get up," I said. "Get up, you stupid shithead." You. A fish-speaking human tongue. "Fujiu?" A good old straight chop through the middle of the face should do the trick nicely here. Just as I thought about that, Strahd started to regain consciousness, looking as though he had no idea where he was at the current moment. NGH, where am I? Who gave you permission to go to sleep? Just be useful for a change and have a look at this. It's just your simple cutlass." "Wait a minute. This is..." I knew it, so it was an event flag after all. With his eyes wide open and lips quivering, Strahd looks at the cutlass as if he wanted to burn a hole through it, or, to be more specific, he was staring at the emblem of the red whale that was carved into the cutlass's handle. This is... Where did you... My God, so noisy. I think to myself that if he does not shut up there would be a serious need of silencing him myself, but even so I present to him the possible clues about his father. "I have found it in this city." It was a possession of a very strong monster. Then, does that mean that Papa is... And here you go, mumbling to yourself again. "I understand how you must feel, but just so you know, not everyone is just like you, and some of us like to take the risks, unless the possible penalties or death is not way too probable." "Well now, what should I do?" "Since I do realize that none of those guys are really good with role-playing and stuff." "No, really, I get it, I really understand it. You know, sometimes there is no need for role-play. Sometimes there are just certain characters or races that can say what needs to be said all natural and without much effort. But more often than not you need to be the one who says the exact words that the NPC needs to hear. We are both players who tend to look at the plot of the game from a bird's-eye perspective. That's just who we are, and that is why it should be my own time to shine in a time like this." "Oh well, I guess it cannot really be helped. Just leave it to me. I have no idea how this whole even is going to turn out in the end, but I guess it is better than just sit on your ass while holding the cutlass to your chest and weep all day." "Boy, are you really okay with that?" I can see from the way that he was holding this thing that this NPC was accustomed to handling a weapon like that. Chapter 192 Part 1, Chapter 192, Lighting the Damp Matches, Wolves Hunts in Packs Part 1. Even before the era of Shanfro, the AI of the NPCs was constantly evolving and growing for a while now, although it must be said that before Shanfro it was not all that perfect and accurate. Especially since Shanfro's NPCs can answer complex questions about monsters, events, places and things such as weather. Hell, they can even tell you the story of their lives and mention what they were eating for dinner yesterday. But still, if only you remember to formulate your questions in a right way and use some keywords recognized by the system, you can have a quasi-normal conversation with any NPC and expect them to answer your questions in a detailed way. There are some games that cannot even do something half as impressive as that, but we are slowly getting there. We just need to give the industry a little bit more time to adapt. The sword that the Snail Knight carried with him. Do you understand why it was carrying that item with it in the first place? And as the technology advances ever so further, the AI evolves as well, being able to express various emotions and acquires superior intelligence. Because AI is constantly evolving, the NPCs are becoming more and more autonomous, and in some games they can even create their own communities and elect their own rulers. But that is still something that is fairly uncommon and can be considered a muddy field to talk about. Do you really understand why that is? I want to hear you say it. I get it. I understand. It means that Papa died after being dragged in here. NPCs are curious creatures that act like real people, but at the same time are not real people. They are creatures that simplify the complexity of the human nature, which is then compressed and expressed as a set of parameters, and their knowledge cannot exceed beyond that what is written in the script that was assigned to them. A villain NPC can only be a villain because it is the only way of life he had ever known, and NPCs cannot tell you about their ancestors or distant relatives if they do not have information like that programmed into their code. One could even say that NPCs are like simple keyholes. It is easy to unlock their contents with the right tools in your hands. It is only important to know just with which exact tools you need to work, and that knowledge comes from the individual characteristics of each NPC. No, I can clearly see that you do not understand a thing. Then what the fuck is it? Now listen here. You piss stain. Who the fuck do you call a piss stain? Alright, you may not be one, but just because the in-game engine does not allow it. But if you could piss your pants, you'd surely do that. Be honest here. Oh well, that does not even matter right about now. What matters is that this kid is just a sacredly cat and nothing more. So what I need to do right about now is to find a way to inspire him. And the right tools for the job here would be father and subordinates that are left. Listen up, kid. There are 4 monsters in this underwater city that are unlike the rest of the rotten fish zombies that roams its streets. The one we got that sword from is one of such monsters, and they essentially just stay holed up in the 4 towers around the city. So, how the hell that does connect to? If Pensilgton was right here with me, she would surely call it a white lie. It is basically lying to someone's face, but you try to mask it behind kindness and consideration. So instead of telling him the whole truth in one go, I shall feed him so small lies first, only to start delivering the truth gradually, over time. Think about it as a really convoluted game of Othello. How about it? Pretty clever, huh? Your dad might have fallen into an ambush and died as a result, but here is when you enter the stage in his place! Exclamation mark. Do you realize what does this mean? Or maybe I should ask you something different. What is your purpose for being here? Good, good. The roleplay element is coming along quite nicely. I already have some experience with pulling some wool over the NPC's eyes, and even why Sash, a potential unique monster, has fallen into my clutches thanks to techniques when a single bad lie could spell your doom. Even though he was taken here, your father never stopped fighting. However, he might not have been strong enough, and that spelled his doom. Don't give me that look. After all, the story of your father is still going on. Use the resulting emotions as a stick. Beat him with that stick. And once he decides to take proper actions, give him some carrot for his efforts. Don't bother with respecting the dead and the cutlass having a sentimental value. It is all weapons that can be used for you to reach your goal. What is it that I can do? You yourself should know that best. I think that your father knew that as well. He knew that he was not cut out for the task, but he still chose to challenge the Snail Knight. Why he chose to do that, you understand, right? This is, you can do it. No, you are probably the only one who can do it. He believed that his subordinates would eventually find their way here, to the bottom of the sea, and finish the job that he had started. That is why he was able to stand his ground until the very end. That kind of resolve takes courage and needs to be respected. Resolve. Sure thing, in your veins flows the same blood as your father's. However, a child is so much more than just his or her parents. So what you should be doing right about now? Cowering in fear under the bed? No, you should find the determination within yourself to go on and press forward. Press forward. It must be scary to walk through the dark with nothing to hold on to, right? But you see, that's why we are called pioneers. We lounge into the darkness with nothing but torches in our hands head first, so that those who follow us can walk down the bright and illuminated path. And right now, we can help you in the exact same way. I then direct all of my attention towards rust and mold, hoping that my aura and the general tone of the discussion will be able to reach them and that they will figure out what I have meant by that. Apparently they got the message and were all about to confirm my words themselves, although there were so ad-lib differences here and there. That's right. And there are others besides us in here that you can rely on. Chapter 192 Part 2. Chapter 192. Lighting the damp matches, Wolves Hunts in Packs Part 2. Either way, if we want to get out of this place, we have no other choice but to fight our way out. So I guess having one more shithead to carry on our backs won't make that much of a difference. Stop calling me that already. So what? You would like me to call you something else? Like moist match bastard? That sounds somewhat combustible. No, better not do that for now. I didn't work my ass off picking best possible options to get this shithead motivated just so he could bail out on us now. We plan on taking the master of this place on in about 2 days from now. So you have about 48 hours to find your resolve. After saying that, I have left the base with a mule sitting on top of my head. By climbing through the hole in the roof, you couldn't possibly ask for a better finishing touch than this. So what are we going to do now? I would like to take down the remaining bosses just as planned, but I would also like to wait for others to join us in our efforts. Sometimes the bosses might drop items that are not really suited for your particular build. So it is important to have others with you so that you can trade off. It's more efficient that way. However, without doing that I might just end up with a lot of free time on my hands. So how about collecting some materials? You know, it might be a good idea to gather about 1 gross of certain items while we are at it. 1 gross? How much is that? 1 dozen times 1 dozen. So 144 items total. We might actually run out of inventory slots for this. It seems we have a whole lot of work cut out for us. What a chore. What a chore. Guess we can always utilize the inventory. If its only purpose is to house powerful weapons and armor, it might as well be put to a good use as a temporary hold. At times like this, unlimited storage hold really comes in handy, since you don't have to consider items weight and all that. It can also serve as the emergency escape room, where you can reorganize and patch yourself up if need be. However, its only downside is the fact that you must possess a minimum amount of MP in order to get in and get out. Oh, that's right. Rust. What's that over there? Over there? Yeah, I would like to drop by there at least once. With both looks and hand gestures I urge Rust to continue talking. It seems that I have stumbled upon some really interesting information. This is, you know, how should I put it? It's simply amazing. Oh, if I had to put my finger on it, I would say it's a painting. At least that's the impression I'm getting. Right now we were at the outskirts of the underwater city. A place that should have normally be a sandy shore, but right about now it was nothing more but a shipyard full of destroyed ships. Rust and Mold managed to find this place during their area survey before, but ended up leaving without inspecting it because they were attacked by a huge swarm of fish people. Somehow, this place was littered with silver and gold chests full of money and materials, and a truly blinding shine was welcoming anyone who wished to enter that place. This place looks like it could net you a hefty amount of money. While we are here, we might as well try to recover as much of the treasure as we possibly can. Are you really okay with that? Keeping me company. I mean, with our inventories being pretty much limited, there's no way we will be able to collect all of that anyways. Well, they may be right about that. At least that is true for normal players. But since I have my inventory with me, such limitations are of no real concern to me. That is why we were running through the shipwrecks, collecting anything that could be collected or converted into cash, and before long we managed to collect a hefty sum of money, one that would surely allow us to buy ourselves a small fortress if we only wanted to buy one. It's not that we really needed so much money, but it's just, you know, it's just bad manners if you see garbage littering the floor and you don't pick it right up, right? Oh, while we're at it. By the way, I forgot to ask about that before, but are the two of you free for the moment? Free? Do you happen to belong to any particular guild about now? Free in that sense. That's right. There were a whole lot of stories like that around the time when the game was being launched. But thinking about that time will invoke a whole lot of memories being remembered one after another like a chain. So for now I chose to keep that box closed. It's like drinking a whole mug filled with freshly squeezed out lemon juice or some really nasty vegetable mixed juice and chug it down. You see, since there is also the case of the mecha in this game, it would really help me out if you could join in our guild. No thank you, that sounds way too normie for me. But it is far from being normie. You see, you can belong to the guild, but it does not limit you in any sort of way. There is even no need to go to the guild house. Not that we have any to begin with. Besides, I still needed to pay them for that tip about Cutanid of the Abyss. And if they were the members of the same guild, that would surely prevent them from leaking the information outside of the guild. As I have explained before, our guild Wolfgang has only 3 members right now, each with the access to the mechas. And we are willing to share with the members of the same guild. Go on, I'm willing to listen. For now, it's the last push here. Now, the final blow, summoning the tactical war beasts. It's a lot tougher to handle these guys than you might expect. Barky, Gushaw, clang. Yeah, now that I think about it, wouldn't putting 4 giant mechas inside of a ship that looks run down and moldy as hell be a bad idea? What if they happen to break the ceiling or destroy the floor and the whole ship collapses on us? Oh shit. Mechas are. If you keep making such sounds, the half of the city's fish people are going to get on our asses. What the hell? I can hear something drawing closer to us, and there's a whole lot of it. Forget about the mechas for now. We can always go back to retrieve them later. Now grab the treasure and let's haul ass from here. Leaving something for others? Shut the fuck up. That's something only a total loser would say. It's money we talk about here. Cold, hard cash. And you know what costs money? Repairing and strengthening your goddamn equipment. Especially my special weapons. Seriously, you wouldn't believe just how expensive this shit can get. Good evening ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to welcome you to. I know that we are all pretty tired, but what's wrong, everyone? Now this feels more like Great Lula's Marathon if you were to ask me. I'm not all that good at long distance running, but as long as it is something below 2,500 meters, I should be all good. Stupid Sanraku. You are such a big idiot that you cannot possibly be an even bigger idiot. No, really, I am most terribly ashamed. That's right, before I forget, Akatsu Arcane. Are you currently in any guild, by any chance? If not, maybe you would like to join my guild? Wow, this is the first time ever that I was invited to join a guild. With pleasure. Talk about a wise and prompt decision. Chapter 193 Part 1. Chapter 193, Release from Impatience, Running with Impatience Part 1. Here's how our party looks for the moment. We got me, Rust, Mold, Emule, Alva, Akatsu Arcane, Sickle, and Nereus. It is a pretty good composition, judging by the fact that Rez not here with us and Strahd cannot actually be of any use in battle. Our vanguard consists of 7 people, 2 people in the vanguard, out of which we have 2 heavy hitters and 2 squishy mages. When it comes to the purely physical fighters of our party, we have me, Alva and Sickle who wields a magically extending stick. A bamboo, perhaps? No matter, but it may be possible for him to be able to carry out some magic attacks with this thing. Although our long-distance attackers can handle both physical and magical attacks, their compatibility leaves much to be desired. Rust can use both types of attacks no problem thanks to her bow and arrows, but in case of Akatsu Arcane we can talk about mainly magic attacks with physicals as an added bonus. That is why we need to do as much as possible until the moment Trust and Mold needs to log out to switch to Nuf Hollow. This gives us the time limit to the morning of the 6th day, so if we want to beat another boss, that would mean, yeah, let's go destroy the Barnacle. It is the boss that can nullify short-range attacks, which means that our physical attacks vanguard is pretty much garbage in this fight. However, if we want things to proceed smoothly for us, it is imperative that we deal with this threat right now, so that we may deal with the remaining bosses in due time, preferably when we won't be at too much of a disadvantage. The Barnacle is the perfect choice here. Either way, in this next battle both Alva and I are going to be trash, so that's not really something we should be concerning ourselves with for now. Worst case scenario, I can carry a mule on my head and turn him into a mobile turret, and apparently Alva can materialize Nereus and have her fight as well, so that's that. And what about Sega Zero-san? We need to give it our best in her stead. No matter how hard your level is or how powerful you think you are, there are just some things in life that you just can't help. So if Rez not coming, it must mean that she's dealing with exactly that kind of situation. But still, all this time we have not even heard a word from her, which must mean that she did not log in at all lately. I know that we have summer vacation at full swing, but it is August, so I highly doubt it that some kind of unforeseen or sudden business came up for her. Then again, It would be a whole different story if she already had plans but forgot to notify us. It's really a shame that the time advances in this game for you even if you are not logged in, but I guess it is something we cannot really do anything about. Well, in the first place, I think the fact that you need to devote yourself so much to the unique Scenario X is one of the few rare flaws that this game has. I wonder if it continues to go on in that direction. Will it still be popular seeing how games and gamers tend to be nowadays? Not that I would know all that much about popular games, since all my life I have been doing nothing but shitty games all time, but I can tell you this, it's not all that uncommon for games nowadays to be a product of copy-slash-paste scenario, making their worlds and plots and lore look pretty much the same. Those are some real shitty games. There are exceptions from that rule, however. But I guess that managing your schedule is not that much of a problem for people, especially in the era of social media and all that stuff. Now that VR has pretty much settled in the field of gaming, its momentum can no longer be stopped, but at the same time it won't also accelerate like it used to do it its first days. Still, there are some developers out there who would wish to do just that. I am that kind of a player who tends to stick to one particular game until I finish it all. But I know that there are people out there who can organize their time so well that they can basically play a few different games in one day, and not having that fact impede on their social life. Usually, players like that tend to be pretty good and devoted to their games. That is, until the alarm that they have set starts ringing, signalizing that it is high time to switch to the different game. Then they can disappear in just a moment, usually in the middle of the quest or combat. Not to mention that you tend to not see them around from around 5 or 6 a.m. or sometime like that. Whoa there, looks like we are here already. Sanraku-san, were you perhaps lost in your own thoughts this whole time? Oh, it happens to me from time to time. I was just thinking if it would be at all possible to program your own biological clock in a specific way. Walamule seemed to be mumbling something in retort to that. It seems that we have arrived at the tower where the barnacle was located. Apparently alongside the way we were attacked by swarms of sharks and frogs which grew hair all over their bodies, but the fact that I was thinking to myself all this time and hardly ever recognized them as a threat was speaking volumes about them in the first place. I mean, the players as well as NPCs of this group were no pushovers, so there was no way that enemies like that would be of any real threat to us. Honestly, I am not sure if the monster designer gave it his all with this one, or if hardly ever put any work into it. It was humanoid in shape. Or maybe it was barely humanoid in shape at all. Its neck was way too close to its left shoulder, and its right arm was bloated and enlarged to an absurd degree, amongst other things. However, what is really noteworthy here is not its overall shape, but the surface of its body. Do you know how barnacles look like? You know, the ones that you can often see on the bottoms of the ships or at the breakwaters? So yeah, the whole surface of this boss's body was overgrown with barnacles, but those ones were really huge, way larger than you would expect. Ugh, how the hell is this thing able to disable short-range attacks when it is like that? You think those barnacles form a shield or something like that? Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe the moment you try to hit it with a blade the barnacles increase in amount, but is that really all that important right now? I'd say yes, but still. Chapter 193 Part 2, Chapter 193, Release from Impatience, Running with Impatience Part 2. Although the scene was quite shocking in its own right, the barnacles growing over the boss were somewhat lacking the glossiness that the seafood would usually have. Honestly speaking, as someone whose father was a real nutjob when it comes to the idea of fishing, those barnacles were hardly classifying as seafood for me. If anything, they were much closer to being a mere bait in my book. Wait, is it even possible to eat barnacles in the first place? No, I don't think it is. Or you'd have to take at least some part of them and cook it in a really convoluted way. Looking around, I could see all of my party members looking at me as if I just said something incomprehensible or downright stupid. I could honestly even feel that the barnacle was looking at me dubiously as well. Sanraku-san, not to be rude, but you are probably the only person in this world who would genuinely think about trying to eat a barnacle. I was thinking about that, but Sanraku, are you perhaps the type who will eat anything, as long as it looks even slightly edible? No, you see, no matter how you look at this thing, it does not look like a real barnacle, so it must be something else. Yeah, something else for sure, but you can be damn sure that if an edible item drops from this boss, I'll be the first one who will try to eat it. I can promise you that. Okay, without any further ado, let's do this thing. Alva, let's go. Yeah, let's start this battle with a bang. Hit it with the best shot you've got. Yeah? Don't look so confused. If it really can nullify close-ranged attacks, we need to see if there is a limit to that nullification, and if we can still focus its aggro with short-range attacks. It makes perfect sense. Come on now, let's go. Let's go. Don't just stand there or you'll be left behind. Gah, fine then. You want brute force? Brute force it is. It's the first time I see Alva being so agitated. You must have really gotten to him. That he did. Nereus, if you'd please. Of course. Deep Sea Fisher. In the next moment, the blade of Alva's thick sword stared to shine with a deep blue glow, and when the blade soared towards the body of the barnacle faster than it could have possibly responded, a dull sound could be heard unlike anything we have all heard before. It was not the sound of metal hitting against metal. It was not the sound of metal slicing flesh apart. It was more like the sound of metal object hitting against something extraordinary hard. Of course, the sound indicated that a huge amount of damage was being dealt, but Alva's attack did manage to reach the barnacle's body, so it works like the protection mechanism in close proximity. It looks like this thing is not messing around. Alva's blade was on its way to slice the barnacle's face in half, but before it managed to make contact, something exploded in between the two objects, like a bomb. But it was not an actual bomb. It's just that the barnacles proliferated at an astonishingly fast rate before Alva's blade. What an elaborate technique. So it works like a micro-shield being deployed at the exact location where the foreign objects are supposed to make contact with the boss itself. However, it seems that Alva's skill was not completely in vain. At least it looks like you can successfully aggro the boss with your normal attacks, judging by the fact that the boss was on the move towards Alva, wanting to crush him with its bloated arm. Okay, it looks like getting through that is going to be quite literally impossible. Plan B it is. Alva, fall back for now. That was Plan A, during which we needed to estimate the distance at which the barnacle nullifies physical attacks, and since it should be somewhat related to the Snail Knight, whose effective range of attacks was from 5 to 8 meters, it could be estimated that the effective attack range for this here barnacle would be from 8 meters onward. Okay, Emule, Akatsu Arcane, your time to shine. Leave it to me. I shall do my best until my bones turn to dust. Don't you fucking dare to get into a situation where you'll end up being crushed to dust. No, stop worrying me. This is not me versus Sylvia Goldberg anymore. Akatsu Arcane and Emule know how to handle themselves, so they surely would not think of tanking attacks that it would surely one-shot them. And speaking of one-shots, that arm is huge. Like holy shit, that would surely turn you into dust with only one attack. Okay now, Sickle, Alva. From now on we must do our best to grind this sucker into dust. Yeah, are you sure you couldn't have said it with a little bit more grace to it? Let's swat it down like a filthy fat fly it is. I'm sorry for saying anything. Chapter 194 Part 1 Shangri-La Frontier Chapter 194 Meaning of Climax Part 1 Evasion Tank. It is a job that the player can assume in order to be the shield that protects their party from the opponent's damage. However, they employ their protection not by the art of soaking up damage, but rather focusing on evading it altogether. When it comes to merits of a job like that, you only need a set of working legs in order to make this work. But when it comes to demerits, once you get hit at least once, it could be all over to you. Hey. When I was starting out in this game, the ninja class seemed to be really appealing on paper, since it naturally possessed many traits that the evasion tank would love to have in its kit. However, seeing that Shanfro's system was really specific in some aspects, playing as a ninja from the beginning would have been tremendously difficult and challenging. But now that I have acquired quite a lot of useful and wholesome skills, the ninja class seemed to be less and less appealing to me by the day, because on my own I came to possess some skills that were simply ideal for that kind of tank. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're not really all that fresh, huh? Hey, let's talk about something different for a moment. The idea of fishing for enemies, or should I say baiting? It was quite the elaborate system in this game. Or maybe not. Was the elaborate an appropriate word to use in here? But at the same time, there is also a job called fisherman in this game, and apparently the trademark of this class is that it is being able of fishing for various kinds of fish right from the get-go, with as little as a basic fishing rod or even without it. Salmon, sea serpents, lobsters, leviathans, you name it, fishermen can catch it. And switching fishing rods and baits to better, rarer versions only boosts the probability of catching more rare and expensive fish. And if I can remember correctly, barnacles can be used as a bait for fishing. So does that mean that this here barnacle could serve as bait as well? Won't you look at that? Water shoots like jetpack propellant from its back. It's coming this way. Sure looks that way to me. Watch out, everyone. So apparently, it can also absorb the barnacles it generates and convert their energy into kinetic energy that enables it to swiftly move across the battlefield. It would also be wise to assume that it can change such energy in order to attack. It surely is a handy ability and one that you'd need to be wary about, but it is one distinct weakness. One that can be rather fatal. Even if you were to suddenly cut the kinetic energy to zero, this does not mean that the object propelled by that energy is going to stop right away. That is why even if you are riding a car and you suddenly see a pedestrian right in front of you, even if you floor the brakes you will still travel some distance before you come to a stop, which is more often than not enough to send the pedestrian flying. Barnacle was on a collision course with Alva, Sickle and I. It was only a matter of time before it slammed its body into us with full power, which it did almost right away. Apparently MP recovery items and effect are unaffected by such things as monsters slamming into you, because Akatsuakin used one of those at the last possible moment and shot a beam of energy from his mouth in order to make the impact less powerful than it could have been. It was a really surreal sight. Are we even playing the same game here? I bumped right into Sickle, it seems. I'm so sorry. I shall name this apology breath, apology gun. Sometimes it is really hard to decide on a proper name. I was afraid that it would be a whole lot harder than that, but with a party like that this boss turned out to be nothing more but a total pushover. But you still have to hand it to it, it was quite fearless. It was really horrible. Ahaha. But the second half of the fight was really interesting in my opinion. In the end, it turned out that Snail Knight must have dropped that cutlass as some sort of event flag, but Barnacle only ended up dropping normal items and materials. There was nothing all that special to it. And since our party was quite big to begin with, after splitting it all up the amount of items that a single person would receive was not all that impressive. No, impossible. But what if? What's the matter? No. Nothing. You see, I was just thinking. Oh well, there is nothing I can do about it right now, so I might as well save it for later. By the way, Emil, watch out as to not hit your head. With that, we have managed to take down 3 of the 4 bosses. That would leave only one more boss left to be slain. I wonder why those bosses nullify the things that they nullify and what will actually happen once we manage to defeat all of them. Honestly, I would like to go and defeat the last boss as soon as possible, preferably right now, but I know that I must be patient. Emil, watch it so that you don't hit your head by accident. Be that as it may, there is always the possibility that once the final boss is defeated, we'll be locked into Kutanid battle without any means of actually preparing ourselves beforehand. Emil, I swear to God, if you bump yourself in that stupid head of yours. What is it? Emil, above us. Above? As I lifted my head upwards, I could see something in between the bits of underwater snow that was falling down. Arctis Regilex, opening its huge jaw wide, was coming down right at Emil and I, apparently intent of eating us in one big swoop. Good thing that, judging by its shadow, only Emil and I were within its reach, for now, at least. Oh shit, dodge. PI. Hollywood jump, Hollywood jump. God damn it. Judging from the perspective of the third-party observer or the world itself, what I managed to do right now was a perfectly executed Hollywood jump, one that could surely net me the nomination for the Academy Award, or maybe even the award itself. The very next second there was a loud sound in the exact place where Emil and I were standing just a moment before, and the Arctis Regilex crashed into the ground with a loud roar, forced to accept the full humiliation of being outwitted like that. If I were to name that action, it would certainly be something alongside the lines of licking the earth. What was that? That's not how the pecking order around these neck of the woods should go. No, I mean, what are you even doing, mister? Licking the earth with your face like that? Are you mad? Chapter 194 Part 2 Shangri-La Frontier Chapter 194 Meaning of Climax Part 2 No, something's not right here. Why did it hit the ground so hard? But anyways, we know that this thing is not friendly. That being said, I take out my weapons and prepare myself to rush into action. When, good thing that this game regulates the gore factor. That way, no matter how you brutalize the enemy or your fellow players, there will be hardly any blood to be seen. You won't be able to see any cross-sections of flesh and bones, and there will be no innards spilling all over the ground. However, I was sure of this one thing. Right about now the head of Arctis Regilex was being crushed flat by a tremendous shock from above, caused by the weapon that looked strangely like an oversized sledgehammer. Of course, the one holding such a monster of a weapon was none other than our good old Sega Zero, wearing a demon-like armor and accompanied by the effect resembling steam erupting from it, even from the helmet. I gazed at Sega Zero looking like that. Finally found you, Caillou. Hey. Wasn't that the same kind of reaction that Emil did once he learned I wanted to go and face off against Gravekeeper Wiseman? The one that was so over the top that it was actually quite entertaining? Why would he react like that right now? To be perfectly honest, I was more surprised than scared here, especially since I would not pin in on Rare to do something so gory and over the top for an entrance. But more than anything, I was feeling relief right now, something alongside the lines of she's finally here. Hello there, Ray. Why the silent treatment? All of a sudden, the way Ray was behaving right now and the way in which she manhandled the Arctis Regilex just now made her look like some overly edgy boss character from a B-rate movie or game. And now it was even more ridiculous, because Arctis Regilex finally died, exploding into a geyser of polygons. The sight of Ray standing in the rain of red polygons that once made Arctis Regilex was so overwhelming and shocking that for a good moment out there none of us knew how we were supposed to react to that. Just then Ray put the hammer back into her inventory, took a step back, and I am truly so terribly sorry. She bowed down so deeply that she almost hit the ground with her forehead. Oh yeah, I guess I should say something here, right? Oh, so I see I was right. You had some urgent business to take care of in real life. I am so terribly sorry about that. I was unable to contact any of you for the last 5 days, so it must mean that whatever it was that Ray was taking care of in real life, it must have been some serious business, especially since it was making her unable to log in even for a moment and to read on the situation, even in the evenings or at night. On the other hand, once Ray rose her head and calmed herself down, I was able to ask her if she would like to participate together with us in the final battle on the 7th day here. Yes, that would be great. Please let me do it. There's no problem with that. I see. Yes, that's right. Obstacles. All of them. I mean, I have taken care of everything that needed being taken care of. Oh, I see. That's cool. But although Ray's voice was the same as usual, a gentle female voice, for some reason her words just now made a chill run down my spine. I wonder what's up with that? Sanriku, I have a suggestion. May I? It seems that all of the players have assembled here right now. Yes, that's right. If so, why not challenge the 4th boss right here right now? There's nothing that would prevent us from doing so anymore. Seriously? No, but that might actually be a really good idea because we do not know how long it's going to take us to defeat Cutanid. If we go to battle it too late, we might get forcefully evacuated from this underwater city if we run out of time. And if that is the case, then the proposition of going to fight the fourth boss as well as Cutanid right here right now is actually the best possible course of action. While I think about that, I take a look at the faces of all people gathered around me in this moment. After that, making a decision was only a matter of a few seconds. It's true that I want to have a go at Cutanid at best possible conditions for us, but at the same time I don't want us to go fight it as we are, without proper preparations. So here's what we are going to do. We go and we fight the fourth boss. If it takes us straight to Cutanid after its defeat, then fuck it. That's what we are going to do. But if nothing happens, we are going to fight Cutanid during the 7th day, as early as possible. Any objections? There were no objections at all. And with the addition of Ray, our battle party was now officially completed. That being said, we went towards the fourth and the final tower where the last boss-married couple would await us. How would you define a cripple? Nowadays it can very well be a term used to define a person who sacrifices every moment possible from the interactions with the real world on something else. In this sense, gaming. What is even a cripple? A cripple is someone who, willingly or not, has reached the maximum limits allowed by the system. What is even a cripple? As far as our strategy for this boss was concerned, I have decided to leave it all to that one person so that the others could see that she was the real deal. That should be more than enough to beat it. If so, then what is it that the cripples possess that makes them such a threat? Of course, it's brute power. Physical attacks are hardly doing any damage here. There are 3 ways in which you can activate magic in Shanfro. First, enchanting the incantation and then releasing the spell that you have memorized within you. The number of spells that you can memorize is dependent on your skill levels. However, there are not all that many people in this game that can cast complex or powerful spells one after another that way. And apparently the most mainstream way of spellcasting is to use spell books during battle, like the one that Mold has on him. Next we have casting the spell with emission of the chant, which is probably the most popular way of spellcasting in this game. Although the speed of spellcasting increases tremendously, the power of the spells will decrease accordingly. The one to use that method are hybrid of mages and warriors, who focus on the offense but do not possess stats that would allow them to utilize spells' potential to their full extent. And finally, we have a proxy activation via a magic scroll. Although spells like that are weaker than normal ones, they can be cast by almost anyone, even a monkey, as long as they have enough MP to activate the spell. Generally speaking, scrolls are best effective when using non-offensive spells, such as teleportation and the like. Oh, the fierce flame, grand roar of heat that dwells in the beast's throat. Thou art the great tusks of the beast that looms in the darkness. Violet eyes that stalks their prey, sends shivers down the spines and sinks the fangs of fear into the tender flesh. Oh, the fierce flame, become the grand beast and rage on. Beast doom flare. And there is also that, a technique that is accordingly called complete memorization. I don't know how some people manage to do that, but I know I would not be able to chant an incantation like that properly without biting my tongue at least once or mixing some of the words. Especially since some of them were repeating themselves quite often. And all that in the middle of the battlefield, with dangerous enemies being on our asses, the unarmor places her hand over one of the faces of the married couple, and in the next moment a raging firestorm erupts from her hand. That firestorm takes shape of a huge fiery beast that will keep on raging about for as long as Res MP bar would allow it. It raises its mouth and lets out a grand roar, one that could surely heat up the atmosphere itself. In the next moment, the fiery beast sinks its fangs into the boss's upper half, almost splitting it in half. I see, so that kind of attack technically does not count as physical attack. So it gets the job done. With the extreme heat burning its body and evaporating it, the boss monster lets out a tremendous scream that reverberates throughout the arena. It's really convenient that they are of one set. Emule, aim for the throat. Magic edge. Emule's attack hit the husband right where it should have, and as a result it stopped moving altogether. Then Emule fired another shot. this time aimed at the wife's throat. He transitioned to the next target so smoothly, as if he did not wanted to miss this opportunity. The icing on the cake was the magical arrow fired off by Rust, which managed to finish the job alongside Rez's fiery beast. All of that combined, it was a force that was simply too much for the boss monster to handle. Beware of the cripples. In the world of the MMORPGs, where everyone can proclaim that they are the protagonist of the story, there is only one thing that can be called absolute power. And if there was one thing that could be called absolute power, it was the skill maximum firepower. And as to its efficiency, suffice to say that with the addition of only one person to our party, we managed to clear that last boss way faster than the other three. And just like that, all of the 4 bosses, the Sea Kings, were defeated. Chapter 195 Part 1, Chapter 195, Reaching the Heavens Part 1 Part 1. Let me tell you this right now, to not keep you all in the dark. Nothing of particular notice end up happening. Apparently there is no such thing in this game as automatic boss rush or anything remotely similar to that. That is why for the time being our team ended up disbanding, promising to meet up on the last promised day. Until then we would all do our own preparations. Of course, those would be fairly limited as well, since because of Cutenib we were basically unable to get out of the underwater city as long as the clock was ticking away. Damn that stupid octopus. It also seems that the place of the final battle with the Blue Palace right in the middle of the city. We all agreed that for the sake of caution none of us would dare to enter it before the last day. Surely I would like to test it, but since we had no information whatsoever, we decided it would be best for us all to enter that place at once. And that was that. One castle siege on the 7th day, made by the team composing of both players and NPCs. Our goal, to make the giant octopus into seafood. Yufu. Let's do our best on the 7th day, you all. I know that I said that, but what exactly am I supposed to do until then? It's not like I can really progress with the game or anything. If I was already an adult, this would be considered to be a smoke break, but I'm not, so that analogy does not really fit in here. But on the other hand, one of the biggest advantages of the VR games is that no matter how much alcohol you pour into yourself or how many cigarettes you smoke, they would literally have no effect on your body in real life. By the way, cigarettes are available in this game, but surprisingly enough they are considered to be healing items, one that restores your HP bit by bit as long as you keep smoking it. So if push came to shove, everyone in this game would turn into chain smokers. Well, it's all good that both alcohol and cigarettes can heal you in this game, but that comes with a problem of its own. People's avatars in this game can vary in age from old people to little children, and we all know that the images of children drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes are really bad PR. Hey, as long as no one is going to get sent to jail for drinking or smoking or gambling inside of the game. My point of view on this is as follows. The smoke coming from my mouth feels weird. The cigarettes in my fingers feels weirdly thin. My fingers holding onto it feel strangely numb. Not that I would know how would smoking feel in real life. In a sense, I think that shitty games sometimes better nail that feeling than godly games. For example, a survival game called Survival Gunman. It was a shitty game where you were stranded on a deserted island with other people who were out there to get you. But even so, you'd always have a gun on you, with precisely one bullet loaded into it. Not for anyone else, but for yourself. And for some reason, even though the online environment of the game was already closed, one could still access it online. It was a shitty game, but it was also quite expensive, and because of that it was hard for me to actually get rid of it. By the way, I managed to get my hands on it when I was in the second year of junior high school. How should I put it? It's been a while since I have last breathed in that air. Right about now all of my memories of shitty games are being dominated by Shit Chronicles Online, but I was not going to let that fact stop me from jumping to other games without hesitation. Especially this one, since it was kind of life-changing for me back then. Welp, that does not really matter all that much right now. The only thing that matters is that I have come here in anticipation of our battle against Cutenid. Just like I did with Grap before confronting Gravekeeper Wiseman. The main feature of this game is that humans are stranded on the deserted island, a place where they are at the very bottom of the food chain. You start with almost nothing, and you must scavenge and search for tools that would ensure your survival. Here, even insects can be of dual nature. Some of them can restore your HP, but some of them can be poisonous, and if the whole flock attacks you at once, then you can be sure that you're going to end up dead on the spot. You are never the hunter here, you are always the one being hunted. But that being said, even if you have to compete against other humans, they are not the ones you should be worried about, the ones that are the real danger here. Oh, it looks like it has come a little bit earlier than expected. Mutton, is it? It is fairly strong, but I'd say that it is more than a fair opponent for a warm-up. This thing was huge. It had long fangs sticking out of its mouth, a muscular tail that was sweeping the ground, and a body that was all muscle with very little skin to it. It was causing trees to break and sway to the sides, and no ordinary weapon could hope to damage it in the least. A pig, or in other words, demonic pig mutton. By the way, there is no magic in this game. The only thing that can sound slightly magical or demonic are the names of the monsters you encounter here. I wonder what exactly is this monster? A pig? Or maybe a boar? Oh well, since this is only a shitty game, it shouldn't matter all that much. It's only for a little bit, buddy. But keep me company, why don't you? A handgun with a suppressor attached to the barrel. It's not nearly as powerful as, let's say, Magnum, but this little guy has saved my life when I was in a pinch more times than I could possibly count. Now then, let's see what you've got. But you can blame only yourself when I cut you to pieces and burn you over a bonfire until you turn into a well-done meat. In this game, basically anything can happen. A single enemy, a small number of enemies, mild number of enemies, a horde of enemies. And that is exactly what I want from here. This situation, this constant scenario of monster versus human is what is going to prepare me for the upcoming battle with Cutenid. Or at least I hope it will. At the very least, I should get some know-how. Now be a good beastie and drop dead. Let us have some delicious cutlets for lunch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I wonder if that new version will do something about muscle stiffness? Not that I would be able to afford it. As I got up from my bed, I started to move my right shoulder around, trying to make the blood circulate through it again. After I done that, I went down to the first floor. After I managed to deal with the pig, I went on to fight oversized owls and tigers in the island's forest. The size of each monster was gigantic, and with each consecutive fight I could feel that my instinct of the predator was slowly starting to get back to me. Yes, it was all coming back. Soon, I won't perceive those monsters as monsters any longer. They shall become nothing more but moving target practice. Ah. This takes me back to the good old days when I was active and Suvagun. Pork cutlets deliver. Oh, there it is, modern-day Japan, where you can order anything and have it delivered to your house with just one click of a button from your phone is simply the best. I place my order, ding dong. It took them 1 second to actually deliver it. If so, that would be setting a new world record for food delivery time. Attack. As if something like that would even exist. What the hell is going on here? Dad has gone offshore fishing with a fishing buddy that he met recently. And Mom went to the world's insect exhibition to witness some kind of a rare species of beetle there. As for Rumi was currently going through some setbacks with one of her modeling jobs, and asking her about it would be like sprinkling gasoline all over a raging fire. So whatever it was, she needed to deal with it on her own. Chapter 195 Part 2. Chapter 195, Reaching the Heavens Part 2. Yes? Hello. I have a package to deliver. Please wait just a moment. A package? Did Rumi ordered some clothes again? Or maybe Dad ordered a new set of fishing rods? Please don't tell me that Mom ordered a new set of insects specimens. Are we going to redo this whole world's moth selection horror? We have been through this early spring? The horrifying possibility was always there, but it did not make that much sense to me. You can leave it there. It's no problem. No. We'll have to carry it inside. It's quite big, after all. Quite big? Looking behind the courier standing at the door, I could hear 2 more men talking to one another. One of them said all right, lift it up, followed by the noises of some huge package being taken off a large truck. The hell is this? A package that is so large that 2 grown-up men need to carry it? What was in that package? Anyways, did mother buy a whole terrarium of some crap? I remember how last Christmas mom tried to recreate a South American ecosystem around the house, but it was blocked by the neighbors who were scared that some of her pets might actually break loose all over the block. She was supposed to abandon that project completely, but what if she was working on it in secret all this time? No, mom would never be so stupid to do something like that. Probably. That's right. Excuse me, but what is this package? Anyway? Oh, yes, it should be right here. Tahai's Utomura Kuro-sama. Use chair type full dive VR system Pro. That's what it says here. And I must say, it's the first time I see something like that being delivered to a private user, not some shop or company. Hello. Due to a critical error, Sanroku.exe has shut itself down. Restarting Sanroku.exe. One new update was detected by the system. Sanroku.exe will restart upon the completion of the update. The fuck is this? I don't want to be rude, but who actually sent this? 1 second, please. Cyber Battalion. Is the VR chair some sort of a prize for being a part of a professional gaming team? I see how it is. Now, please excuse me for a moment. Where would you like us to carry the package? Please take it to my room, I mean onto the 2nd floor. Sorry for the trouble. Yes, that's right. As for me, I have several questions. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Sanroku. 2, Modorokatsu. Body: what the frick is that supposed to mean? What gives? Dude. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Modorokatsu. 2, Sanroku. Body: nice attempt at Kansai dialect. Made me laugh a bit, but it seems that the package has arrived. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Sanroku. 2, Modorokatsu. Body: right. But what the hell is that supposed to mean? And I'm warning you, if they ask me to pay for this shit, I'm going to sue your ass. Huh? Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Modorokatsu. 2, Sanroku. Body: for now, please try to calm down. Let's say that we have sent it for business purposes. Consider it a gift from our sponsors, a token of gratitude for a no-face for participation in GGC, and it's completely free. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Sanroku. 2, Modorokatsu. Body: you do realize that there is nothing scarier than a free gift, right? They are traps in waiting most of the time, aimed at making the life of the main character miserable. You can't even trust people's good intentions anymore these days. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Modorokatsu. 2, Sanroku. Body: please stop overthinking things to such an extent. No need to be on the lookout for traps everywhere at every moment. Why not stop for a minute and take a deep breath? How about this? Consider this an investment on our part. Who knows? Maybe you'll get an official email sometime later. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Sanroku. 2, Modorokatsu. Body: anyways, how the hell do you even know where I live? I don't remember ever sharing my address with you. Subject: Yo, what the fuck? From Modorokatsu. 2, Sanroku. Body: if you are wondering about that, it's simple really. All I had to do was to ask Pencil Warrior in my spare time. Subject: you bitch. From Sanroku. 2, Pencil Warrior. Body: I'll sue your fucking ass. Subject: you bitch. From Pencil Warrior. 2, Sanroku. Body: why, it's good to hear from you, too. Besides, why are you so angry? Shouldn't you actually be happy about it? And rest assured, I have made sure that your private information were kept strictly confidential. Probably. Subject: you guys, I just can't even. From Sanroku. 2, Pencil Warrior. Modorokatsu. Body: think about my feelings for once. What do you want me to do if all of a sudden a package like that arrives at my doorstep? Subject: you guys, I just can't even. From Pencil Warrior. 2, Sanroku. Body: anyways, Today's super seems to be especially delicious. Subject: you guys. I just can't even. From Modrokatsu. 2. Sanraku. Body: smile. My dear Sanraku, you are never fully dressed without a smile, you know? Those stupid bastards. Isn't that your private information are legally protected? Have they all went and forgotten all about that? Oh well, I would be lying if I said that the contents of this package was not making me feel happy. At the very least, it made that 3 days and 3 nights trip to GGC all worth my while. Would you like to open it here, right now? No. That's all right. I'll arrange it myself later. Right. Now I just need you to authenticate it with your fingerprint, if you please. In this day and age, fingerprint recognition can be used instead of ID when you order things online. So I pressed my thumb against the small device that was presented to me, and after a second or two of the data being loaded, the identification process was finally complete. Right, that completes it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Now, then, I see the courier off. Lock the front door, take off my shoes and return to my room on the 2nd floor. But now what? Receiving this thing is pretty much equivalent to being scouted by the same team that Katsu belongs to, and although he said to treat it as a gift, and I know that I have promised my family that I would go to university, but with this calls for a family meeting. No, more like family interrogation, more like family torture, I dare say. Though my thoughts were going into a pretty dark direction, my body was filling with excitement. With shaking hands I open up the cardboard box and take out the VR system that was inside. Oh wow, I let out my voice from my throat, but that's weird. My voice sounded strange, as if it belonged to me, but at the same time it belonged to someone else entirely. I feel like my hands won't stop shaking. What emerged out of the box was the newest type of cheerful dive VR system. Machine parts of the device were covered with reinforced plastic exterior, and there was a folder attached to it, with illustrations presenting both Cursed Prison and Prison Break inside of it. There was also one more file, an illustration of a mercenary wearing a metal pumpkin-like helmet with a logo with words "No Face" written on it. Looking closely, the backrest also had a logo of Cyber Battalion engraved on it. Subject: Postscript from Modrokatsu. 2. Sanraku. Body: those illustrations attached are the handiwork of the artist that designed the characters for the game. They are one of a kind, attached to only one specific VR system in the entire world. It surely makes me happy, but why does that last line sounded more like a threat than anything else? The moment I have found those illustrations, it was like I just signed a pact with the devil himself. I don't know how else I could be able to put it. But still, this thing will surely come in handy once the time to fight against Cutenid arrives. Chapter 196 Part 1. Chapter 196, Reaching the Heaven Part 2 Part 1. Even though the sequel has only been announced, and I can already feel that so many feelings are already overflowing. Originally it was a game that depopulated quite fast because the demand to be able to clear the content on the front lines was way too damn high, but you know how it is, right? When you announce a sequel to something, people really want to try the first title to see what all the commotion is about. At least that's my take on it. The main entrance, usually full of evil glares and intense aura due to intense competitiveness even amongst friends, right about now was bursting with new players and the overall atmosphere was much tamer. I get it, I totally get it. It is good to want to test your own limits against other players, but being obsessive about it all the time is bad for your health. Sometimes a change of pace is what you really need. Receiving this business gift, not really a gift, more like a bribe, was really sudden, but since I got it, the only thing I can do right now is to utilize it to its full potential, and since I thought that a machine of such high quality would be wasted on a mere shitty game, my choice for the first game to be run on the chair was Nephilim Hollow. I could have chosen any other game, but there was not really all that much to the fact that Nephilim Hollow was my choice. Well, maybe a little bit. It's because I want to test something with rust and mold, but we shall see how it goes. So, Here goes my plan. Because I have shifted from survival gunner to Nephilim Hollow, I should be able to have best possible conditions and achieve best possible results. No, I was sure I will be able to do just that. After briefly looking through the entrance, I realized that Rust and Mold were not here. Then I saw it on one of the monitors. Rust and Mold were fighting someone named Super Tama. Both Phoenix and an unfamiliar craft were locked in a fierce combat, with the skills of the pilots being roughly on the same level. At this rate, I do not think that Phoenix would lose. Or maybe I shall be in for an unexpected surprise? Now then, I will show you the fruits of the remodeling I was doing bit by bit all this time. Also, let's see just how much my performance is going to improve thanks to that new hardware I just got. I don't think that there is a bird with so many colors and that can achieve so much speed. A brand new Nephilim with wide palette of colors and wings added for an extra effect. Each of its disjointed parts had a different color, as if you just took different buckets of paint and splattered them all over the machine. Naming it in the same way would not sit right with me. It was too distinct from Kingfisher to simply inherit its name, and because of that, a different approach is needed. Let's name it in a way that is somewhat related to Kingfisher, but at the same time different. Well then, let your wings flutter, Colossus Lilac. This is going to be my revenge for that one time with Kingfisher. Just as I predicted, Rust ended up shutting down Super Tama's craft, and right after that I have issued a challenge to her. And just like I expected, the acceptance came almost right after that, probably because Rust took the bait seeing that the name of my craft was different from the last time. The only downside of official matches is that you cannot chat with the other player. It is a feature that is only available in custom matches between friends. However, judging from the way that Phoenix rushed towards me the first thing after the signal to fight was given, I'd say that Trust was more than motivated enough to do this thing. Good. No escaping or hiding this time around. Shoulder blades, arms, shoulders, legs and hips. Except for a pair of handheld portable blades dubbed Totsuka, every single part of this frame is equipped with propulsion boosters, and if you combine it with the basic boosters that gives you 14 propulsion boosters in total. That's a lot of propulsion power. This frame has completely abandoned any form of long-distance combat in favor of maneuverability, also that it could make sharp turns, close the distance between itself and the opponent and then devastate it with two portable blades in its hands. Someone might think that this is a disadvantage, but there is no such thing as a complete disadvantage in this game. I'd say that this frame is even stronger unit than Kingfisher was. And check this out. This is what I can use right now. I ignite 4th, 5th, 11th and 14th booster. Do a quick triple axle in the air. And as a result my frame avoids Phoenix's charge and manages to land safely behind its back. Phoenix was quick on the uptake and started to move in order to attack me, but it was too slow. However, I have already ignited 3rd, 7th, 8th and 13th booster. Keeping the momentum created by the triple axle, I start to spin around while swinging my blades, which results in me managing to cut off the Phoenix's arm. Phew, ha 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 ha. Did you see that, Rust? Did you see that, Mold? You may have won against my Kingfisher and Fiddler's Club, but make no mistake. I have the power now, and because this new chair, I'm practically invincible. You'll never beat me. If the Scarlet Wings and asymmetrically placed boosters allow you to perform irregular maneuvers, then this should be something like Super Ultra. With this much flexibility and booster power I should be able to go even further beyond with no problem. Foo. Now that is the level of agility that I can put behind. However, need to remember to keep the maneuvers real, because no amount of processing power and tech specs could make impossible possible. With the headgear console, the processing power was always too slow and the input would often end up not keeping up with what was actually going on at the screen. So while you were rolling around in midair, you always had like 30% chance of actually crashing into the side of the building. But with the additional processing power that I have acquired, I'd say that this number went down way below 20% at least. Normally it would be hard to move in an environment like that, but Nephilims can even break dance in the air if need be. Now let's try this full 3D maneuverability that I have heard so much about. Just like those annoying mosquitoes or dragonflies, I fold my wings and mistake with controls. Goodbye. I was thinking concrete that makes up walls of the buildings are such ears because no matter what you do and how much affection you shower them with, they always cause you harm, treat you poorly and never reciprocate your feelings. I feel like drinking a sake of victory right now. Straight out of the barrel, baby! Exclamation mark. Even though Rust was constantly trying to hit or punch me. However, I was not going to give her the satisfaction of doing that. No. No, can you feel it? That anger and frustration? How does it feel? Better savor that feeling while you can. However, this marks the vengeance for Kingfisher's shaming as officially complete. I was so close. I could feel it. And that fact makes it so goddamn frustrating. What even is this thing? This colossal lilac? Anyway, I need a fucking drink right now. Wait, stop. Could you just stop it for a moment? That's dangerous. And moreover, what else can I possibly say here? The more speed and momentum I accumulate, the more the probability of delivering devastatingly powerful attacks. One more. I want one more duel. No way. Do you have any idea how taxing moves like that on you? I can't do a couple of battles in a row. Chapter 196 Part 2. Chapter 196, Reaching the Heaven Part 2. Part 2. Above all else, that crazy maneuvering, it's the source of the damage of this frame. It is really taxing for the body, but this is the optimal build. And believe me, I have tried many different, even more complicated builds and combinations of acrobatics and acceleration, but the more complex you go, the more compromises you have to make. But still, who would have thought that you could pull off such crazy moves in this game? Actually, I have changed my current VR system for a newer one, so that might be the reason why. Could it be a business purpose one? When I nod my head, Mold opens his eyes wide in surprise. Mold then wrapped his hands around his sides and crouched on the ground, looking as though his stomach suddenly started to hurt. At the same time his expression was something alongside the lines of "It's unfair that technical specifications give you advantage. You sure you want to act like that, Mold?" "I am fairly sure that soon enough you shall reach this game's allowed pain threshold. Yeah, I set this thing up for a test drive, but as you can see, this horsey tends to be too rowdy at times, and I cannot have that. Since I'm a burden all that." Phew. Sanraku, could you please stop turning Mold into a useless person with your lame jokes? It's really inconvenient. And how is that my fault? It would be bad if he remembered one of your jokes while navigating and made a mistake as a result. Saying that, Rust sulks her shoulders down, apparently giving up on the idea of having a rematch, at least for today. All around us I could hear people talking in excited voices, discussing new strategies and possibilities. Something in my gut tells me that boosters and thrusters are going to be bought en masse around here in the nearby future, with people being inspired by the battle they have witnessed on the screen. But all of that was making me feel kind of enthusiastic as well. Honestly, I am still not entirely sure if this moment right is not a dream. It may very well be. I might have been lucky to be able to catch a bluebird here. And what is that supposed to mean? You see, I really love this game. I think that if I were about to die, this game would probably be the last thing that would ever cross my mind. And for this game, the appearance of Kingfisher seemed like some sort of a turning point to me. At least I think so. Okay, but I repeat, what is that supposed to mean? A coincidence is nothing more than that, a coincidence. The fact that a black cat crosses your path does not necessarily mean that you're going to be struck with misfortune every single time. Oh yeah, while we're being at it, I should probably ask Rust about it. Hey, Rust. Since the sequel to Nephilim Hollow has been announced, does that mean you are going to stop playing Shanfro? It would be great if Rust wanted to focus all of her efforts on one single game, and if that game is going to be Nephilim Hollow and not Shanfro, I have no right to convince her otherwise. However, my contract with Rust and Mold still stands to show them mechas in Shanfro. I would absolutely hate it if the two of them left Shanfro without achieving that goal. I'm still on the fence when it comes to Shanfro, but I'm definitely going to stick with Niflheim. What is this black doll thinking, using Shanfro system for such a depopulated game? Idiots. Complete and utter idiots, and I'm going to follow them for the rest of my life. Seriously? Shanfro system is a system derived from the game that implemented it first, which is Shangri-La Frontier. In other words, a system that allows to create a virtual reality that is crazy similar to reality. According to Rust, this Balkdoll person, who is the head of the Nephilim Hollow project as well as the person responsible for the marketing of the product, announced that they will be incorporating Shanfro system into the sequel, since there is no better game than Nephilim Hollow to utilize the system to its full potential, and using an already existing system instead of making a whole new one would also cut the costs and development time tremendously. I see how it is. One does not need to have an open world game when using a system like that. You can only create one city like in Galaxia Heroes, Chaos, or even a single region instead of a whole new world. After that, it is mostly a matter of managing your resources in a creative way. And if you manage to do it all just right, you can even create a high-speed mecha combat game that could potentially turn the whole industry upside down. With that thought in mind, I do really think that Rust is lucky. After all, despite the low player base, her favorite game is receiving a sequel. This only goes to show that the developers and publishers see the potential this game still has. Often it is that no matter how popular the game, if the higher-ups won't make a decision, there will be no sequels, and eventually the game will depopulate and fade into oblivion. Personally, I do not mind that. Part of the reason is that some of my favorite games are those games that are not already a thing of the past, but other reason is that getting a sequel does not guarantee that the game is going to be improved on. Moreover, the history of gaming industry knows a ton of cases where the further down the sequel hole a series went, the worse games it was starting to get. We've seen it way too many times. That is why a sequel should be something more than just some upgraded mechanics and a number 2 slapped in the title. Being able to witness the birth of a sequel thanks to the Shanfro technology is a true privilege, especially for someone who had seen just how poorly that can end in the past. It also fills my heart with some truly mysterious feelings. And seeing how Rust and Mold were excited for that sequel, it makes me feel ever so slightly envious for them, and for the new players that are going to discover this game. So, how about you, Sanraku? Are you going to buy it once it comes out? Would you like me not to buy it? Buy it, don't buy it. It's entirely up to you. I cannot force you to do anything. It was at this moment that I realized something. Right now I was playing Nephilim Hollow as well, but what do I want to do with it? I think about that while looking at other players gathered here. Do I really have to thank Shit Chronicles Online for being right here, right now? It all started with me playing it and getting so irritated that it made me want to leave the shitty games behind forever. Then I started playing Shanfro, restarted playing Nephilim Hollow, hid my face and went on to fight foreign professional gamers. Suddenly all of my actions and my life were no longer feeling as if they belonged to me. For the time being, I want to focus entirely on our battle against Cutenid. I can focus on the unreleased sequel to some other games later. We start our battle tomorrow, so try to get a good night's rest and don't play too much, okay? Of course. Besides, I need to get used to Shanfro's system even more in preparation for Nephilim Hollow 2. I'm not going to let some stupid Cutenid beat me. And I will definitely ride those mechas. I could clearly see the flames of determination burning up in Rust's eyes. I knew it at that moment that I could count on her. A bird. That is also a horse. A horse? What's a horse? Pew, Kukakakaku. Stop laughing all by yourself. It's creepy enough as it is. I think that this time around it may be even more severe. Chapter 197 Part 1, Chapter 197, Reaching the Heavens Part 3 Part 1. There is an old saying in this world, time and tide wait for no man. It means more or less that you should always use light magic and dark magic as soon as you can, because they are crazy powerful and keeping them away is not going to help you in any sort of way. And if you run out of them, just use fire magic instead, since it is as good if not even more destructive. Things may vary when you apply magic to attacks, because then using fire magic in combination with, let's say, arrows is a sign of being pure evil. But hey, you won't hear me complaining. Not in the least. Not when you could easily become a walking murder machine thanks to such tactics. Now, some tactics are way more op than the others. Some of them might eventually get patched. Some of them might get you banned. Some of them might cause the community to collapse. But does that even matter? What should matter the most is the fact that you are having fun. All jokes aside, my oh my, won't you just look at the time? We have entered the underwater city in the morning, so I assumed that the countdown would also reach 0 in the morning. And it just so happens that the 7th day have just started. The time for our battle would span from the evening of the 7th day and end in the morning on the 8th day. That's when the countdown should end. In other words, I expect our battle to last all night long. That way we could all be sure that nothing urgent comes up, as well as ensure that Ray, Rust and Mold would be able to participate without any interruptions. It was truly the best time ever for some hardcore quest conquest. The more important matter is the black cardboard box that is right in front of me. It's finally here. No, wait, why the hell is it here in the first place? On that day at the GGC I have met a mysterious person in black hoodie at the food court, a person who claimed himself to be an employee of the Gatling Drum Company, the manufacturer of Riot Blood. Although I am sure it was nothing more but a polite business opportunity, I ended up with an assortment of Riot Blood being sent to me as a thank you for promoting the Riot Blood during the GGC. But here's the thing, I do not remember actually sending them my address. But my guess is that Katsu must have leaked some of the info again. Hooray for privacy, right? That, and the fact that it arrived via mail in a pitch black box made me feel some truly nasty occult twins. Ones that should have been extinct in this day and age of reason and science. Even though it is the middle of summer, I shudder as a huge chill runs up my spine. Unlimited, undead, backdraft, quantum, tonight. Orange can? But if memory serves me correctly, Blood Riot does not have any imprints on their cans and they only come in 5 variants. Is this a prototype product, or something? Riot Blood Revolving Lantern. Revolve. Rotate. Lantern. Light. Running light. Even though it could have been a misprint, no one would ever willingly name their product like that. No matter how you look at that, that's way too sinister of a name. Moreover, if you look at the design on the can, the person holding the logo of Riot Blood is a person holding a metal pumpkin head helmet in its right hand and a burning lantern in its left hand. No, 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 no. It has not even been a week since the end of GGC. Why would they even? No, 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 calm down, me. I'm sure that this is just a coincidence. What's the probability of something like that actually being true? Less than 1%. That what it is? It's a free sample, right? What's this? What do we have here? Riot Blood Revolving Lantern is a trial product still in the test phase developed by our company to meet the demands of clients who need maximum amount of concentration in short amount of time. Although its effects are relatively short, lasting for only 30 minutes to 1 hour, we can guarantee that a boost of energy is going to be so big that not even a sleeping pill will be able to offset its effects. Think this is a joke? Calm down, my left arm. It is far too early for you to unconsciously try to reach out for my phone and dial a number for police. Even though the name of this thing is shady as hell and the caffeine amount is huge enough to knock you off your feet, there is just no way that an officially registered company would produce something hazardous to health, right? So calm down, hand off the dial. Don't you dare to press that connect button. What about the ingredients? Oh wow. Isn't the amount of that simply a health hazard? And why are there so few of them? Isn't it illegal now to conceal some of the ingredients for a stuff like that? You may be wondering, why am I so wary of a mere energy drink? That is because Riot Blood must be consumed with utmost care, unless you want to suffer some terrible consequences. It is said that if you mix energy drinks with alcohol you get drunk faster, but when it comes to Riot Blood, the most hardened veterans of alcohol drinking were downright knocked out cold after mixing their favorite liquors with Riot Blood. A free samples from a renowned manufacturer, and consisting of products that are not officially listed on their website to boot. This must mean that I am probably the first general consumer ever to receive such a thing. I must drink it with utmost care. Oh well, for now I might as well give it a try, and we're going to worry about other things later, when we actually have time to worry about them. I am sure that my performance is going to go up significantly for those couple of hours, but the real problem for the future is going to be limited shipping if it turns out to be good. A few hours later I get my act together and leave the problems of reality in the real world. Now it was time for us to log in to Shanfro and go to the palace in the center of the underwater city, where the rest of the Cutanid extermination squad should have converged by now. I have also decided to drink that energy drink beforehand, so it should start to kick in into my system soon enough. Now, I do not know if it was the fault of the riot blood revolving lanterns or not, but for some strange reason the edges of my field of view felt somewhat blurry and as if some strange symbols were appearing there from time to time. Chapter 197 Part 2, Chapter 197, Reaching the Heavens Part 3 Part 2. Curiosity, no, more like super anxiety. And even though many people would surely get scared and seal the riot blood away for good and never again have a taste of it, I wasn't going to let something as simple as fear to take over me. No matter how dangerous of a substance, as long as it can give me the advantage I desire, I shall pour it into my system no problem. But what is courage when you are the only one doing something? It would feel a whole lot better if others beside me were also drinking it, so we could all experience this, or suffer, together. I mean, if we want to challenge someone who can play around and reverse even the concept of life and death, shouldn't we be prepared to put our lives on the line as well? Yeah, not really. Must play it safe. In other words, in the end I chickened out and did not dare to try revolving lantern for this specific fight. Instead I have chosen another product that was sent to me, called Riot Blood Undead, mainly because of its design and the catchy catchphrase, "Will make even the dead raise up again." But it tastes like a freaking toothpaste. Now, I feel like the mint flavor lovers from all over the world would slap me mercilessly across the face for saying something like that. But if you are someone like me, who is on pretty neutral ground when it comes to mint flavor, the only thing you can do here is to suck it up and deal with it. Besides, it's not so bad. The taste could have always been something much worse, so toothpaste is not actually all that bad. Alright, caffeine intake officially complete. What a shame, Cutanid my boy. Even if you somehow manage to kill me, the caffeine flowing in my veins shall animate my body forward so that it can still kick your ass. Now then, Ray's the only one who still needs to get here. I am so terribly sorry. It looks like I have made you wait for me once again. Oh, no, it's okay, really. We've all gathered in here just now, so it's really fine. Akatsu Akane and Mold logged in a little bit earlier than the others so that they could gather some items from the fishermen around town. I also came in earlier and hunted some of the wrecks at the graveyard for items and gold, but it was all more of a time-killing thing rather than being earlier for the meetup. Rust also came on time, but it was then that we learned that it was only because Mold logged out and checked on her. If it was not for that, she would have certainly overslept. All NPCs were already present, and what do you know? Strahd is also here. What's more, there was no longer any sight of fear in his eyes. Instead, he was holding on to his father's cutlass and his eyes were filled with determination. Apparently he must have had a change of heart while I was away. Now then, since we are all here, it is time for us to venture into the castle and get this thing rolling. Sanraku, I have a suggestion. What is it, Rust? Since we are doing this thing, don't you think that it would be nice to have a squad name? A strategy name would also add to the experience. Personally, I do not care all that much, but if others think that this is a good idea, then I am not going to complain. None of the above things are connected to stats boosts in any way, but a boost in morale is not something that should be underestimated. Not to mention that a thing like that creates a sense of bond and belonging, making you feel as if you're truly a part of the group and something bigger. Might as well spare a minute or two to get this done. After all, it's not like Cutanid is going to go anywhere. For that exact reason, The expedition into the castle was momentarily postponed in favor of picking up the names for ourselves. We should name ourselves Team Let's Survive. And the name of our strategy should be Operation Sunrise. Yeah, that sounds good, Rust. My dear, team name does not have much meaning if you try and make it into a sentence. How about Team Octopus Hunter? And the strategy is Cutenid's demise. Too simple. Me. Let me try. Team name should be Lulilus Expedition, and our strategy should be solving the mystery of Lulilus. Team name, I'm sorry, I really can't think of anything good on the spot, so I'll think I'll pass. Sanraku-san. Of course the team's name going to be Vorpal Assault. Am I right or am I right? It does not stick well with anything in here, so forget about it. Screaming and crying are not going to help you here. But Fufafu, I see that the time has come to astonish everyone with my masterful naming sense and prowess. Team name is going to be Mortals, and our strategy will be called Stargazing. In this inverted city, Cutenid is almost like a god trapped underwater, and we ground-walking mortals want to track it no matter what. We are named mortals because our perspective differs from the omniscient and powerful gods. And stargazing because we fight to return to the surface and see the normal sky. It's a win-win, no matter how you look at it. I think that the team's name is good, but the name of the strategy sucks. Besides, stargazing? And is that thing that falls here truly marine snow? I somewhat doubt that. Akatsu again. Listen man. You can't take everything literally. What is meant by stargazing is the fact that we want to get out of here in order to gaze at the proper sky up above. Finally, both name of the team and the plan of action had been decided based on the vote, in democratic way. All right then, without any further ado, Team Mortals shall roll out. Operation Bring Down Cutenid of the Abyss shall now commence. People, fish people, spirits, Vorpal bunnies. Our group was all over the place when it comes to races, but the strong cheer that everyone let out in response to my words has shown that we were truly united and hell-bent on emerging victorious. Chapter 198 Part 1, Chapter 198, Reaching the Heavens Part 4 Part 1. Here's something to consider: what is actually required of the players that are playing this game. You go around the maps. You slash and kill everything that comes up to you and wants to kill you. You gain EXP points. Yay! Great. You level up as a result. It may seem really simple, almost like your typical hack and slash games, but there is something more here. It's mystery. No, not quite mystery. There is a better word for it. It would be unknown. Let us take a certain situation as an example here. We have a suspension bridge. This suspension bridge is not in the greatest condition, as the ropes tying it all together are worn out and snapped in various places, and the planks making the foothold are broken and moldy, with some of the planks hanging ominously on the ropes or downright missing. Now, even without thinking too hard about it, it does not take a genius to figure out that if you happen to sprint through the bridge you'll end up dead in no time, falling to the valley below you. If you want to safely arrive on the other side, you need to inspect the ropes to see if they are going to hold the construction together and see if the planks won't just break under your weight or that you won't slip off from them. This here is a consideration that needs to be applied. You need to approach situations like this like you would approach the jigsaw puzzle. Sure, you can guess what the picture is even with some of the pieces still missing, but you won't get the full picture that way and some crucial information could be omitted. In that case, what is the main theme of this unique scenario X? Gazing at the abyss, and the world turns around? Don't you think something is bound to happen once we enter the castle? It would be wise to assume that the interior of the castle looked like your typical castle from various other games out there. The only exception here was the fact that it was all blue. And calling it typical was maybe not all that accurate, but it surely looked just like you would expect a castle to look like on the inside. Immediately after entering, we were all wary for traps or guards coming our way. But a few minutes have passed and the enemies were yet to be seen. Also, no alarm has been risen so far. Could it be that there is another dungeon inside of this place, and this is merely the entrance? Sanraku-san, we have found a staircase. It goes both down and up. Oh wow, just what you would expect from a shinobi assigned to do some reconnaissance up ahead. But for now, instead of doing anything hasty, it would be best for us all to consider our options and deciding on a course of action before going anywhere further. However, the core dilemma remains here, bottom or the top of the stairs. Where is Cutanid of the Abyss lying in wait for us? When it comes to common sense, it would be natural to think that it is literally impossible to jam-pack a huge octopus-like monster on top of a European-looking castle. It would only seem logical to think that the only place of hiding suitable for a monster like that would be underground. Then again, we have to remember that Cutanid is not normal and simple monster, like any other. It's not even normal as far as unique monsters are concerned. It's more like a cheat monster, so it may be entirely possible that it is waiting for us right at the top of the castle thanks to some sort of a cheat-like ability. For the time being, let's check all the rooms on this floor before proceeding upwards or downwards. Want us to split up? It was always wise to listen to Rust's words, and after some deliberation we have arrived at the following conclusion. It is highly unlikely that some drastic change is going to occur as long as we all remain on this floor. So as long as no one uses the stairs to go either up or down, we should split up to cover more ground here. That way we should investigate the ground floor of the castle in no time. I have a strange feeling that upon entering this castle the type of the game that we play here has drastically changed. It feels as though every single action right about now will be like rolling a dice. But oh well. This is Unique Scenario X we are talking about here. Unique Scenario X's dungeon, Unique Scenario X's rules. It is important that we search every nook and cranny in here. There may be some clues as the Cutanid itself hidden somewhere in here. Look at that. The candles are all blue in here as well. It seems as though this is nothing more but a flavor for this entire location. I mean, if there was really something of importance in here, that would be something that would stand out, right? Like an item or something else like that. However, from experience I can tell that in RPGs the placement of items and key items can be random at best, as the most important or powerful items or equipment would often be hidden away in places that you would never even think to look for them. I guess even though we are in the VR era of gaming, some things never change, huh? That is why I believe that Shanfro would not possibly take a shortcut like that and place the all-important items at the mere entrance to the dungeon. That would be too easy. Now then, it seems that our dear octopus wants us to go on a search for it. The question is, up or down? Where should we look first? Of course, being a team it was cast to a vote, and just like that, the majority of the team decided that we should first go down to the basement, and eventually work our way up floor by floor. We then moved towards the staircase that Akatsu Akane had discovered. Yup, and here we go with a sound check right from the get-go. When we opened the door leading to a spacious chamber, there was a huge octopus-like creature waiting for us there, looking about ready to do battle. Wait just a moment. Say what? A battle right from the get-go? No. No, if you are going to set up such a grand stage and place such grand door in here, then the least you can do is to allow us to properly enjoy it. Take it all in, and it might be just my imagination, but is that an evil aura pouring from the chambers that are further ahead? Would you be so kind as to give us a save point here? This is totally like all those messages in the old RPGs, the ones telling you that you should save your game right about now, because you will not be able to do that later. Chapter 198 Part 2, Chapter 198, Reaching the Heavens Part 4 Part 2. This monster, it was an octopus as well, so it felt like meeting Cutanid all over again. It had a bald head, or more like a head torso, surrounded by 8 muscular and agile tentacles. It does not look twisted or menacing at all. It's just a normal octopus, albeit much larger. The difference between the two is that Cutanid was jet black all over, while this thing only has black tentacle. Also, 4 of the 8 tentacles of this monster are being chained to the ground with thick chains. What's up with that? A machine warrior stylized after a samurai, a black wolf that only attacks people in the dead of night, a golden dragon king, although that's just a speculation. In comparison to all of the above, this thing looked rather normal. It was just an oversized octopus. Compared to that, even Wysash, a potential unique monster, is more complex than this. I feel that this thing is trying to act intimidating, but it was not doing all that great of a job at it. But no matter how hard I try, I cannot really feel even the slightest cutenid vibe from this thing. Even Reaper Orca from the city held much more boss potential than this thing. Is it because 4 of its tentacles were now shackled to the ground, pretty much unusable? At this rate it looks like we would be able to defeat this thing immediately. So why? Hey, Emule, what's your take on this guy? I'd say that's our opportunity to strike. Right. I see, I get it. But that's a terrible idea. Everyone, listen up. For now we're retreating. We need to revise our strategy for now. Hearing me say that, Akatsu Arcane, Emule, Sickle, Alva, Nereus and Strahd looked at me as though I just said something crazy. With that one exception, all of them were NPCs. Imagine that. They may not be convinced, but I was sure that Rust and Mold felt it too. That something in here was really not right. With the NPCs somewhat dragging behind, we slowly exited the large chamber through the same door we entered. I was making sure that nothing would jump at us at any last moment, and I was looking at the strange, cutenid-resembling creature. It was dead in the center of a huge open space that looked like a baseball stadium, a creation that surely could not be natural. I was sure that an ability of some sort was used to create that space here. For now I would say that this get a passing grade. It might look as though we were running away, but I would like to call it more of a tactical retreat for now. And just before we left the chamber and the doors closed behind us, I thought that I saw something truly unnerving. I could see it in its eyes with a horizontally shaped pupil. If that thing had a mouth, its corners would most probably be arching upwards right about now. Yes, that's right. This thing was looking down on us and laughing. I'll be honest with you all. If we go in and challenge Cutenid right now, I don't think we would have a 100% chance of winning. But why? If we all go together, surely we can. Shut the fuck up, stupid shithead. Bonk. With a pretty nice sound effect, Strahd kneels down while holding his head with his hands, and Rust takes over the conversation. Our opponent here is a unique monster, meaning a monster that is bound by the shackles of the story related to it, and although it is bigger than us by a huge margin, I think we might have a chance at beating it, if it was not for that strange feeling. Now that you mention it, there was surely something strange about it. Akatsu Arcane, if nothing else I expected at least you to notice it as well. It is quite enviable to be able to immerse yourself with your character so much, but immersion is not what we currently need here. Or maybe not. It might actually be good, since we have someone who thinks a little bit outside of the box here. In the first place, we humans are very fragile creatures. If you get down to it, even insects are far better than us, since all that it takes to take us down is some damage or poison. For that example. Talk about fragile, but at the same time, we have something that other creatures do not possess, the ability to learn and boundaries of common sense. And it is thanks to that ability to learn that humans can discern something as within or outside of the boundaries of common knowledge, and become wary of anything like that if need be. But for all that we know, Cutenid has a way of surpassing even that. He can reverse anything, even reality itself. It is an ability that us mere humans cannot possibly hope to fight head-on just like that. So why would you all even think that we has a chance against an opponent like that? Especially since we have a Vorpal bunny here, a creature that is crazy strong, but should cower in fear of any creature that tops it when it comes to strength. Thinking about it calmly, the answer was more than clear here. Apparently it was the power that the first form of Cutenid possessed. If I were to call it in any kind of way, it would be inversion of the sense of threat. It sounds stupid, but it was too accurate to actually be just in my head. I was sure of it. But you do know that it is technically possible to influence the players in that way, don't you? Mold, do you happen to know about the people who were arguing against the implementation of the VR technology when it was first being introduced? Do you know what their arguments were? Nowadays it is true that a full dive VR system has been widely accepted by the general public, but it is also true that not everyone was on the wagon with the idea. There are those who tend to oppose the idea of VR invading their daily lives. There are also those, calling themselves realists, who downright detest not only VR but all the forms of reality-enhancing technology, arguing that it twists the perception of reality and tries to sell it as being better than the reality itself. And while some of their arguments make a decent amount of sense, the vast majority of them makes you want to go like, well, maybe before you start yelling about the dangers of virtual reality, you should first go to the psychiatric ward at your local hospital and get treated for differentiating between reality and fiction. That being said, I do realize that not all realists are stupid, at least not completely. Some of them also argue that it is harmful for the human mind to constantly distracting itself from reality and its problems with the problems and passions of the virtual reality. And I can certainly see that. Speaking of which, some people argue that a VR technology is nothing more but a glorified electric chair, but in different shape, sending electric shocks through the brain and stimulating it in various ways outside of dreaming state is certainly not the healthiest thing that you can do. More details, if you please. If you know your enemy well, and you know yourself just as well, even if you end up fighting 1,000 battles, you will always be okay. And if you can't find it in yourself to listen to what others have to say, then that means words are pretty much meaningless. Am I right? Welp, not that I care all that much about that, but what I do care about is the system of electric signals flowing through the brain. I do believe that a certain guy once summarized it in a really nice way. What you see, what you feel. It does not necessarily has to be true. Those may very well be malfunctions of the electric waves that are being sent to our brains. You can even think of it as that kind of state that you experience when you are dreaming, or you know what? Forget about 80% of what I just said right now. It's too scary of a concept to think about it that way. Now that Rust and Mold seem to be in this at least halfway, I cannot help it but to try and approach the VR technology from a more of a philosophical side. What I wanted to say here was that, it is technically not all that hard to misunderstand the player and the player to misunderstand things as well. Sanraku, in this particular case I think that our overall situation is pretty much irrelevant. What we must do right now is to simply charge at Kitanid. We don't have any other choice, but the fact that we do not know his true form yet is not making it easier for us. A very concise conclusion, I must say. Thank you, Rust. I mean, this stupid shithead here. I mean, isn't it weird that a guy who's been hiding under a fucking bed for almost a week is all I can do this? I can win. All of a sudden like that? Well, now I'm just full of regrets about all sorts of things. If I knew that such a crappy gimmick existed here in the first place, I would have set the goal of attacking the castle on the very first day. Consideration. Yes, in order for the players to clear any unique scenario X, what is needed is a considerable amount of consideration. We have less than 10 hours to find Kutanid, recognize what it can do, conjure a strategy and finally defeat it. Chapter 199 Part 1, Chapter 199, Reaching the Heavens Part 5 Part 1. With this type of bosses, it is not all that uncommon that there are some key items that serve the purpose of revealing its true appearances. What we were doing right about now was holding a special emergency meeting. Our Kutanid extermination squad was analyzing what we just learned and we were pondering our heads as to how to approach this problem. When Mold said the above words, I nodded my head in agreement. Yeah, I have played through a lot of games and in vast majority of them a thing like that was often present. Although it does not necessarily has to be an item, it can be a weapon, or some sort of specific magic, or literally anything. So, does that mean we need to find that item? Roger that. On it, Akatsu Arcane, stay. Over time, we would surely figure out how to deal with this situation. However, I could very well understand Akatsu Arcane's eagerness to act. Since his base profession was that of a thief, he could explore the majority of this dungeon with fairly low probability of getting detected. He has the biggest chances of discovering the key item in question. Therefore, in order to utilize his talents to maximum, we need to send him to the place where it will be the most probable to find the item in question. Even though we have no proof to back that up, there is a high chance that we cannot defeat Kutanid as it is now. That is why we are holding this emergency strategy meeting right now. We must review what we know and agree on what to do next. Let us start with the basic information. What do we know about unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss? Well, one thing that we know for sure, without any trick to it, it's an octopus. A huge octopus that made its nest here in the underwater city of Lulilus. And most probably, its special ability is the power to be able to reverse the nature of seemingly everything around it. It even manages to hold the principles of life and death in the palm of its hands. I mean tentacles. It completely depends on its mood, but it can rebuild the destroyed city seemingly on a whim, as well as cook all of the living fish around the town into rotten sushi. And that is without mentioning its ability to turn people into fish zombies. Let us not forget about that. Just like Rare mentioned, its ability is inversion. It is a powerful ability that managed to even sink an entire island and city to the very bottom of the ocean. Since it is a unique monster, it would only be natural for it to possess some sort of magical abilities. But at the same time it is quite impossible for its physical abilities to be low. I mean, with body this big, it could easily steamroll us all into pancakes just by walking all over us. At the very least, with our current information we do not know anything about Cutanid's possible weaknesses, or any means of inflicting huge damage to it. I would not say that, Rust. We do know something. Did you look at its tentacles? 4 of them were being chained to the ground. I think that by defeating the bosses of the 4 towers we managed to at least weaken Cutanid's battle potential, or maybe even seal away some of its abilities. Or at least it would be nice if it was something like that. Surprisingly enough it was Akatsu Akane who pointed that fact out to Rust, who still seemed to not get it. I mean, it should have been obvious from the start that those bosses would serve that kind of purpose, right? It almost feels like Cutanid-san wanted to tie itself down. Like it was waiting for it to happen. Yeah, that's exactly right. 4 towers each located at the edge of the underwater city. 4 boss monsters waiting inside of the towers. Their powers: magic nullification, physical attacks nullification, long-distance attacks nullification, short-distance nullification. Each boss monster held a different nasty ability that could severely impair the playstyle of the players. Up until now we had no idea what would happen if we were to defeat them, but now at least that mystery seemed to have been resolved. Of that I can be sure. I have seen with my own eyes that 4 out of 8 of that creature's tentacles has been chained down. Their powers most probably sealed away, but the question still remained: why? I feel like we're missing something really important in here. And that's right. It can certainly be said that as for right now, all of the underwater city of Lulilus stays under Cutanid's direct control. Now then, this gives rise to another question. Why would the boss monster of this whole place set up a gimmick that would lower its own power and impair its battle potential? It seems that normal logic cannot be quite applied to Cutanid. It's almost as if it was the irrational incarnate. The good news here is that even though our dear Cutanid has a trap set up in place, there should be something in this dungeon that serves as a key to that trap. Talk about a design flaw. Or was that supposed to be some sort of pity system? A way for the strong to let the weak at least have a sliver of a chance at fighting back? If that's the case, we definitely cannot lower our guard around this place. We need to be cautious if we want to emerge victorious from this battle. It seems that our logic was partially flawed here as well. Apparently destroying the 4 bosses of the towers around town was not a trigger for being able to fight Cutanid, but rather a gimmick used to weaken its battle potential. Apart from that, everything else seemed to be just like we managed to deduce it. It's both good and bad thing that this game likes to keep things clean and proper. Even in challenging quests like that, we have to figure our why and how ourselves. No one is going to guide us by the hand. For now, we have way too few information about Cutanid, so we need to change our approach quite a bit here. We also have to consider the fact that as we saw there might not be Cutanid's real body, or maybe that its real body was the underwater city Lulilus itself. Underwater city Lulilus can be roughly divided into 4 sectors: shipwreck graveyard, towers, main city and the castle. Lulilus is inverted city, which means that there was a time when everything around here was normal. I'd say that both the castle and the town were made before the inversion took place, and the towers and the shipwreck graveyard were added after the inversion took place. At least that's what I think. Chapter 199 Part 2, Chapter 199, Reaching the Heavens Part 5 Part 2. I looked around the shipwrecks earlier, but I did not manage to find anything quest-related in there. And believe me, I was really thorough with my investigation. Sure, there was a whole lot of treasure and valuables in there, but none of them look appealing enough to be considered quest-related. What about the towers? Were there any clues there? Nope. They were just like ice cream cones, empty on the inside. Mold. That was a serious metaphor, so no laughing, if you please. Ice cream cones. Foo-fa-foo. No, I'm sorry. If we start thinking about it like that, that would mean we would have to search the whole castle and town inch by inch. Let's not go back to the city. We would be searching all day for clues, and we have no guarantee whatsoever that we would be able to find anything at all. So in the end, our only option is to search throughout this castle until we find something. Well, we have to check every nook and cranny out, so might as well stay on the lookout for anything suspicious. What came after that was a few seconds of a very awkward silence. I don't know about anyone else, but for me that much was kind of an obvious ever since we first arrived here in this place. Now, let's take one more look around and start exploring. Be careful not to enter the basement, and let's search every single nook and cranny of this place. I know that I said that, but this whole castle is crazy big. It is so big that you can easily get lost in here. In that sense, it is more of a labyrinth than a dungeon. What's more, since the general color scheme of this place is blue, aside from the occasional furniture, all of the rooms in here look more or less the same. With that being said, the room we were currently in had a giant fireplace with blue flames burning inside of it. I turned towards Ray while looking around. Hey, Ray. Found anything? Not really. If not counting a decorative sword, I have nothing on my end. Ray shows me the decorative sword that was hanging on the wall. The sword looked truly decorative, and in real fight of swords and magics it would truly not be of much use. Plus, since Ray's current armor set was more Japanese-oriented, it did not really go too well with a Western-looking sword. When we talk about clues for quests in castles, throne room comes to mind as the place that should have some. Does that mean we rush to the throne room? Stay. God damn it. Kutanid is not going anywhere. We don't have to be in that much of a hurry. Yes, sir. If you want to say something like that, you might as well start to call me Colonel Sanraku. That, or Brigadier General. Those titles sound really cool. Marshal? Not so much. It sounds lame in my opinion. I think that if we are on the lookout for something, it might as well be a diary. At least that would be the case in every other game that I have played thus far. At the current moment, our team mortals divided into two separate teams that are on the lookout for any clues. It was only natural for us and Mold to be together in one team, so team consisted of me, Ray, Akatsu Akane, and Emule. It was more convenient that way. Sickle, Alva, Nereus and Strahd were all part of the other team. If that was not obvious at that point in time, we were yet to find any clues in here. But my brain has been working full throttle all this time. What is the relationship between Kutanid and Lulilus? I feel like this is the key to the mystery of this place, a key that shall open the door to Kutanid's gimmick and bring us victory. In the first place, this whole city may have been a normal island with a city in the middle of it, not underwater, but on the surface, and it was probably just that, a city, not a city-state. To be something like that, it should have been way larger than it is now, and something must have happened to this city. There is no doubt about it. The desolated landscape is more than enough of a proof. Siege, collapse, there are many things such as that, and even plagues and pandemics that come to mind, but none of that matters for the moment. Something happened here, then came Kutanid and did something else. As far as I can see it, if the city was attacked by a huge monster, shouldn't the damages be far greater? A devastated and completely abandoned city, but if it was truly the working of Kutanid's invasion, wouldn't the damages be way more severe? But even if he did end up leveling the whole city to the ground, shouldn't it be a piece of cake for Kutanid to bring it all back to normal and make it feel like brand new? So why would Cutanid choose to leave the city in this half-desolated state? If it's a hobby, then surely it is a pretty twisted one. There were certainly signs of life around this town when we were looking around earlier, but what could that possibly mean? They all perished, slowly. Yes, that is exactly it. Ara, is my role being snatched away from me right now? Oh well, doesn't matter all that much. I mean, it is always way more fun if more people manage to figure something out rather than arriving at the conclusion alone. Has the arrival of Cutanid caused a mass panic throughout the city? It certainly feels like the current residents of this city are not exactly the ones who were living here before. More like this city getting destroyed in an instant by a huge cataclysm. Doesn't it feel to you that it was more like a gradual disaster? I can't help but to worry now. All right, let us look into other room. I understand, just leave it to me to unlock it. At times like this, it was really convenient to have a thief in our party. If it wasn't for Akatsuki in here, we would have to open the lock the old-fashioned, master key way, which means forcing the lock open with lots of violence. It was at that time that I have become aware of a particular detail on Akatsuki's fox mask. While he was already on his way to the next room, I realized that he had markings that looked like patterns carved directly on his skin. It was only later that I would learn that those were curse marks put on him by Seguin the Skylord. They say that the devil will never use violence in order to obtain what he wants. But if indeed so, then what is the exchange that underwent between Cutanid and Lulilus? It's a contract. Could it be that just like people making offering to the gods, the people of this town were making some sort of offerings to Cutanid? The answer to that question surely would await us somewhere around this castle. Chapter 200 Part 1, Chapter 200, Reaching the Heavens Part 6 Part 1, A Contract. A two-sided transfer of merits to both parties involved. For paying the agreed price, you can obtain something that you were previously lacking. People of the underwater city Lulilus made a contract with Cutanid, so they had to give something to it. And what could they possibly obtain in return? That's the question. If we want to get some answers for ourselves, our best bet is to look for them ourselves. No other choice but to explore the castle. I guess this is it. We can only do that, since we currently have no other option. A written report. Someone's diary or notes. Notes and report logs from an experiment. We look for anything that may resemble things like that. A medium like that is a nice tone setter. It helps to keep the suspense building up, and it adds flavor to any horror-like setting. Nothing better than finding disturbing, blood-soaked notes, no matter the contents of said notes. In this kind of setting, the usual suspect would be a monster breaking out of a secret underground laboratory, or a military virus getting released outside by accident or on purpose. But no matter what happened here, we must get to know what it was if we want to have a chance at this fight. And what do you know? As luck would have it, our team may manage to discover something. It was a diary all right, but we have found it not in the throne room as you would expect, but in the chamber that looked somewhat like an office or a study. At the same time, Rust and her team B ventured into the top floor of the castle. Now then, let's give this thing a read, shall we? I wonder how long it's been since the arrival of the blue that brought with it the end of the ocean. At first it was only the cities in the west, then the cities in the south had been all but swallowed up by it. Those who tried to fled from it on the ships ended up resting at the bottom of the ocean. Eventually, even this island was devoured by blue and ended up eroding completely, and it was such a horrifying sight that it was more than enough to cast not only the common people into despair, but the entirety of the royal family as well. What the hell is this? Stop throwing new settings at us already. Blue? The hell is this whole blue thing all about? No. Calm down. At least there are two crucial things that we have learned at this point. This place was indeed an island, and something managed to invade it. Although it was not Cutanid, the streets are now completely overrun with blue, and everyone and everything it touches becomes the part of the blue as well. Fortunately or unfortunately, we managed to evacuate most of the ministers and innocent civilians inside of the castle walls, giving all of them a temporal safe haven. Not closing the castle gate on anyone in need of help is the least we can do in this time of despair. For now, I get the impression that the one who wrote that diary must have been a really good person. Let's see what comes after that. I am terrified of this stalemate that's been going for so long now, but I cannot voice my worries and concerns to anyone, especially not the ministers. With our regular attempts at driving the Blue out of the city, we are constantly losing small number of soldiers. It is a loss, but at the very least with less soldiers we are able to provide accommodation for more citizens. At this point in time, the castle walls were able to take in all of the remaining people from around the city. Originally the number of citizens was way bigger than what we are down to now. But there is nothing that we can do to fend the Blue off, and it is that exact powerlessness that I cannot absolutely forgive myself for. As it also turned out, no one from the immediate surroundings of His Majesty knows how to address this current threat that is looming over us. At first I thought that this blue thing might be some kind of foreign invader, but the more I read the more that seems not to be the case here. The person who wrote this, I don't know who it was, maybe some regular citizen or maybe one of the smartest people around here, but they were using the word blue in a singular form here rather than plural. Thinking about it for a moment, does that mean the blue is one huge singular entity, or maybe it's just a concept of something? Could this really refer to Cutanid? It's really frustrating that we cannot do anything but to wait in here while the blue constantly besieges us. The fact that some of the ministers who fled the city by ships took most of our food supplies with them is not helping us, either. Seeing as our current food and water reserves are not nearly enough to sustain hundreds of people every single day, I cannot help it but to think that our fate is to slowly wither away and die here. This pattern will always lead to infighting and the surviving community basically tearing each other apart from the inside as time goes on. That being said, there is no evidence that supports the assumption that there was any fighting inside of the castle's walls. To sum up, once the invasion started, people have fled to the castle for safety. But there was no fighting amongst themselves. Rather, the most likely cause of their deaths was the fact that they died of starvation and dehydration, since a bunch of retarded ministers fled the city by ships, taking food and water with them for the ride. At least that's my understanding. A terrible storm happened today, the kind of storm that would normally take everything in its path and return it to the sea whence it came from. However, it is impossible to simply wash away the blue, not now since it has taken roots so deep into the foundations of our city. At the very least, that's what I thought. What's with that flow? It's as if, Chapter 200 Part 2, Chapter 200, Reaching the Heavens Part 6 Part 2. It appeared together with the stormy weather, swallowing up the blue that first emerged from the sea. I don't know how to describe that creature well, the one who managed to get rid of the scourge that would swallow up buildings, people, livestock and the space itself. The creature that got rid of blue. The best way I can describe it would be the eight-headed dragon. Maybe this whole eight-headed dragon actually represents Cutanid. Huh? But Cutanid is actually an octopus, right? If an octopus wiggles its tentacles hard enough, it just might seem like a dragon for those who are distressed or scared. I see. It all makes sense now. No, it does not. I mean, technically Octopi does not have heads per se, but you could still call it a head if you really wanted to. But as far as the diary's text was concerned, was Cutanid perhaps something like the savior of this city? It surely gave that kind of vibe. For us who were in dire need of salvation, it felt like the divine intervention of gods themselves. Even if it would become even greater scourge than the blue, we were so overjoyed that blue was no more that we have failed to realize that the power of our savior was much worse and way more sinister in comparison. Finally, the blue was silenced. God has won. With the city no longer in danger, and people safe to leave, we ordered for the gates to be opened up after the longest of time. Then we have knelt before our new God, not because we were ordered to, but because we wanted to. Sequel. Give me the sequel. I'm curious what's in it, too. Not that it interests me in the slightest, it's just for the information gathering. But I see that Ardira can't wait to see what will happen next. Just look how eager she looks to turn the page. Ahahaha. The god answered our prayers in his divine grace. And then the god spoke. My name is Kitanid, the one who resides over the abyss. While not God himself, I wield divine powers. In return for saving us, God wanted us to give up our land in return. I swear to God, if that's all there is to it, I'm gonna start laughing. Well, that would certainly be a little. The line here was really thin. I mean, I get it. Kitanid is really powerful, but that is exactly why he did not have to do things in such a roundabout way. Instead of toying with people and making them suffer, he could have spared them the pain and fear and offer help and demand compensation immediately. The god wants this land. This here Lulilus, but not its inhabitants. And in the wake of our infant-like ignorance, we the people asked God, will you drive us out of our land? However, God did not become angry with us, and answered. Blue has permeated this land to its very core, so it is no longer suitable for humans to live in it. He said that crazy blue horde will eventually appear again here. Therefore this very island needs to be returned to the bottom of the sea, whence it came from. If it's destruction that you want, then I will let you continue to live your lives as you used to. I wonder if Kitanid is the good guy in this story? And that whole blue thing was really starting to rub me off in the really wrong way. It is highly unlikely that anyone is ever going to read this diary, but nevertheless I am going to leave it here in this castle. It is the proof that there once existed the country of Lulilus, and that I was once its ruler. The time we depart is near. We shall board the remaining ships and leave this land forever. As our thanks to God for salvation, this castle is going to become his cradle. The throne is embedded with a new monument. An oath that passes the right to rule the land. That was my last duty as a ruler. This is it. That's probably the event flag that we were looking for. A keystone placed on the throne by the ruler of this city. It probably has something to do with the fact that this whole place got inverted. No matter how much you think about it, you would never think that the whole city has something to do with the boss gimmick. Or rather, the item that would otherwise only be the symbol of the right to rule this land. That symbol should serve as the key to unraveling Kitanid's true form. The question now is this: what do we do about that symbol? Do we just break it like that? No, let's not do that for now. For all that we know, there might be some other way to deal with it. The rest of the diary, fuck. It ends there. I know, it would be too good to have the whole story written here. But can't you just give us a little bit more? At the very least we know where to go for now. Let us join with the Rusts group near the throne room and see what they manage to find. Nothing here. How about over there? Any luck? For the time being, no luck here as well. Before we actually knew it, we have spent so much time searching for clues to defeat Kitanid that the hour was already around 3 a.m. We were all prepared for grueling battle and possible exploration, but it was an undeniable fact that we were all fatigued. Maybe we should all take a break really soon, but for now, let us exchange information. T may manage to find some sort of a diary in the room that looked like office or a study. It mentioned that this city used to be an island and mentions some sort of jewel in the throne room. And that's about it. Team B actually encountered a monster at the top of the castle, and it dropped this when we killed it. While saying that, Rust pointed towards a piece of headgear that was resting on top of her head. It was a small, but intricately made crown. It also had some really conspicuous-looking empty spaces right in the middle of it, almost suggesting that there was something missing in there. I don't actually think that it is irrelevant, but for now let's take a short break. I saw that some of the rooms in here had beds in it, so let's take that opportunity to log out and take an hour for a break. We still had time to search the throne room before actually starting our decisive battle against Kitanid. Chapter 201 Part 1. Chapter 201, Reaching for the Heavens Part 7 Part 1. Well then. If it isn't Ray. I only wanted to log out in order to take another sip of riot blood and eat some snack real quick. I was always a part of the Vanguard, so I was used to things like that. But surprisingly enough, once I logged back in I saw that Ray was already here as well. Good morning. Or should I say I'm back? Talk about a quick break, Ray. Likewise. Well, I just needed to eat something and recharge my batteries a little bit. And then there was silence. That really awkward and nasty one. No, 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 wait, think about a topic that you can talk about. There has to be something. I mean, we've been doing basically the same quest for almost a week now. Ah, I forgot. Rose absent for most of that time. Oh, that's it. I know. Yes? What is it? What did you think of? I forgot their names already, but that sword and armor you have been using all this time. Are you not going to use them anymore? That's right. You see, the thing is, I wanted to change my image a little bit. But you are probably wondering if I am going to wear it for the final battle against Cutanid, right? Please. Don't worry, I am going to wear it properly when the time comes. I see. So that's how it is. While we are on the subject, soon my scorpion gauntlets should be done charging as well. Thinking about it that way, the timing for us to be undertaking that quest and its climactic battle could not have been better in more ways than one. Well, that just sucks. Even though I tried my best to keep the conversation flowing, but still we have arrived at yet another awkward silence. With such low conversation skills, I should probably worry about my future love life. And I can already hear all those dating sims that I have played in the past laugh at me. While I was going through the process of forcing my brain cells to work full throttle while thinking of a good conversation topic for us to partake in, it was Rare who actually spoke up to me first. That works for me as well. I am not going to complain. So let us continue with the conversation from this point forward. You see, the thing is, there is one thing I would like to ask you. If you don't mind me asking, that is, as long as it is going to be something that I will be capable of answering. Rethan shakes slightly in her armor, and makes a weird sound. While wearing that particular suit of armor, it made her seem like it was nothing more but the growling of a very angry and hungry beast. What was that reaction just now? Is this going to be one of those topics that's going to be really uncomfortable to answer, or that I'm going to regret ever agreeing to answer it in the first place? It's about that guild of yours. About the Traveling Wolfgang. My brain, which is operating at a really high speed for the moment, makes a connection between Re's current state and the words she just spoke just now. Based on all that information, there are few possible reasons why she wanted to ask me about that. Those possibilities are, aren't you getting overly confident and lucky recently? Looks like I need to crush you. What kind of information are you hiding? Spill the beans or I'll crush you where you stand. It will be quite a hassle if you become too overpowered later on, so I might as well crush you right here right now, so to prevent that from happening. NNH. When it comes to pure player skill, Rare should not be nearly as powerful as Sylvia Goldberg, but she would easily make up for that with pure destructive power. However, this here is not a fighting game, and what makes the player overpowered in here is not all skill dependent, but it is more thanks to the player's stats. And in terms of stats, it is safe to assume that Rare more than surpasses Sylvia Goldberg by a huge margin. Rare does not need to know how to jump or bounce around, how to chain combos and aim and shoot properly. In other words, what Rare may be lacking player skill-wise, she can easily make up for that with sheer stats coming from her weapons and armor, not to mention her destructive power lurking within her skills. And even if this does not guarantee her a perfect score, it more than enough gives her a passing grade. I bet that if she wanted to get rid of all of us right now, she would have absolutely no trouble with doing that. And she would not even break a sweat while being at it. That being said, even running away from her should be out of the question here. If possible, can you use non-lethal force? I'm begging you, ? What's this? I was sure that she was going to beat the living crap out of me and squeeze every single bit of information out of me that she could, but I guess that was not the case here. I mean, were her previous actions not just a form of intimidation, growling like that and shaking her armor, so similar to wild predator displaying its full physical prowess to the poor prey it was stalking? You see, I was wondering if, right about now your guild is maybe looking for new members to add to your ranks. New members? What the hell? It was all about recruiting new members. Please, don't scare me like that. I mean, sure, having new members would be nice and all that, but there is just no way that our little guild could possibly be able to compete with the top dogs of Shangri-La Frontier. Nope, not a chance. Chapter 201 Part 2. Chapter 201, Reaching for the Heavens Part 7 Part 2. I mean sure, I can brag about how I managed to clear a whole unique Scenario X in Shanfro with only 3 people, but I cannot say that the team composition of that time was anything ordinary and normal. Quite the opposite, it was nothing else but deranged. There is only so much that our guild can do on our own, and it is only thanks to careful planning and strategizing. But that is only when quality is taken into consideration. If we were to participate in battles that involve sheer numbers of people, we would not be able to hold our ground, not even for a moment. So what is the right answer here? Should I really be okay to say that every player character in this party has already joined our guild, but Rue was the only exception? No. But still, is there really a reason to keep that knowledge away from her? Shit, no matter how many times I think about it, I always seem to arrive at the exact same conclusion. I wish Pensilgton was here. This sort of situation is something right up her alley. Well, since we are freshly formed guild, I guess that there are still some places that are open. I mean, it's not like people are dying to join our ranks or anything like that. Is that so? But why would want to know about something like that in the first place? Oh, it's here. It's finally here. Now I have gone and done it. One of the greatest taboos of video gaming. Asking your enemy or rival for an answer to a mystery that you were supposed to figure out entirely on your own. In general, it is something which can result in annoyance, reversing the bonds you've managed to forge with that person, and in some cases even death, resulting the other party feeling tremendously offended. However, this is the interpersonal matter here. I can always lie my way out of this by just saying that I was curious. Why would she even ask about it in the first place? It is perfectly normal question. Nothing weird about it. Even someone like me can easily do it. And I don't want to be rude here or anything, but Resh surely looks like someone who would be easily convinced by an explanation like that. Even more since her communication skills seems to be somewhat lacking. Why? You ask. Why? You see, that's because this is, actually, Rez avatar is currently dressed in a full set of armor resembling that of an Oni. I cannot actually see her expression thanks to the mask in shape of the angry demon's face, and I cannot understand the motives behind her silence right now. This time around, the silence was as long as 23 seconds, 23 seconds of an awkward silence. It was only after those 23 seconds that Re finally spoke up. No, thinking about it, it may be better to wait with that conversation until we manage to return to the surface. I see. Now you've got me all worried. Why would you phrase that sentence like that, Re? Now I'm worried about that conversation even more. See, I'm worried quite a lot. Shit. I should have expected something like that coming from the dreaded Sega Zero. I did not expect to be in need of this so early on, but this is the battlefield known as Shangri-La Frontier. I cannot allow myself to hold back any longer. Time for gulping down some energy drinks. I just remembered that I need to take care of some urgent business. I'll be going really quick. Good night. Take care. Log out. Shit. Is she some sort of pervert who takes pleasure in frustrating others? Or maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe Rez simply wanted to talk about that matter once we are all over this quest, so that we could talk with nothing standing in our way as distraction. Energy drink. Where is my energy drink? Oh, there it is. Even when the whole in-game world is falling apart and you act like a total scumbag, it is always possible to just shrug your shoulders at all of your problems and sum it all up as a simple "why should I care?" It's only because in-game events have no real impact on us that we can afford to role-play like that. However, when it comes to Shanfro, no, when it comes to all games when you play as the sort of your own alter ego, what happens in-game cannot be simply shrugged off or taken lightly. It is not someone else's problem, but entirely your own. While thinking that I opened the can and chugged down on its contents. Wait a second. What is this taste? It does not taste like anything like I have ever drunk before. What is this energy drink, even? I gulped it all down without really taking a look. But, Riot Blood Revolving Lantern. I could feel that right about now the expression on my face must have been as goofy as the one drawn on the pumpkin head on the energy drink's can. I just stand there for a single moment, and a drop of bright liquid drips from the corner of my mouth in a single thread. I drank it. I wanted to make all the necessary preparations, see how far I can push myself without it help, but it was already too late. The caffeine was already starting to course through my body. Oh wow, this thing has way more kick to it than anything else that I have ever tried before. Amazing. But surely it is not something that can be considered good for your health. Ahahaha. Log in. Welcome back. Alright, break time's over, kids. Let's go to the throne room. The throne room. It's raid time. Time for a raid. Even though I have no idea what's that supposed to mean. Ahahaha. Wait a moment. I thought that we had 5 more minutes. What happened to you, Hizu? I mean, Sanriku-san? No matter how long it takes for the effects to finally kick in, you can be damn sure that once they do kick in, they will do so with full throttle. So let's fucking go. Let's do this thing. No need to worry about consequences. The sky looks so pretty. And look, up is down. Up above I can see the ground. Ahahaha. You see, here's a good example. Let's say that human body has a switch on it. Right about now I feel like I was flipping that switch on and off over and over again, which finally resulted in short circuit. But if I were like that at that time, sure I would have won against Sylvia Goldberg no problem. But somehow I get the feeling that the way in which this thing works is a little bit different from all the others. Think of it like an industrial pipe that sends away waste. If normally it would be a constant, steady flow, then right about now what I was feeling was an accelerated pressurized stream. No, could it all be because I happened to take Riot Blood Rotating Lantern right after sipping on Undead? Well, there were no warning signs that would prevent you from mixing 2 energy drinks in one day, and surely I would not die as a result, right? And since the effect is supposed to be really short on this one, we really need to solve this mystery quickly and go beat the crap out of Cutanid before the effects start to wear off. Anyway, there's a lesson in this for me. Even when it will be officially released, Revolving Lantern is not something that should be ingested carelessly. You need to consider both time and place for this thing. Chapter 202 Part 1, Chapter 202, Reaching the Heavens Part 8 Part 1. This feels completely different from what I would usually feel after gulping down energy drinks. It feels as though all of my senses have become sharpened. Or maybe not that. It feels as though my thoughts have become a lot smoother. Yes, right about now I'm feeling as smart as that certain child detective who always arrives at the right conclusion, no matter how much of an ass-pull they may seem to the reader. No matter what kind of mystery stands before me, I am going to lay it all bare right here right now. All right, you're getting your ass destroyed. Shouldn't we think about it some more before we do anything rash? It was behind the throne. It was there that our team mortals managed to find the stone that the diary of the city's former ruler was talking about. As for the ruler itself, it was hard to actually figure out if it was a king or the queen. I can say with all certainty that my expectation had been betrayed. I was honestly expecting to find some sort of a secret chamber here in the throne room, and what would be inside of that chamber would be a huge chunk human-resembling meat, with the look of perpetual agony written all over its deformed face and only being able to whisper "kill me, over and over again. Instead, we have found this thing. Just sort of laying there as if it was the most natural thing to do in this situation. A humanoid crystal? It looks like it could be worth quite a hefty sum of money. Akatsu Arcane, read the mood for once. Why don't you? Oh, yeah, that's right. I am so terribly sorry, Rust-san. No, but like, seriously, can you imagine just how much cash we could receive for a gemstone this big? It certainly wouldn't hurt to try. Ouch. Don't just kick my ankles like that all of a sudden, Rust, you bitch. What are you, some kind of a demon or what? Shit. Oh well, doesn't really matter. What matters here is the fact that this thing is indeed a gemstone, but it has humanoid shape. I don't know if this is the actual stone that the diary was talking about, but it surely looked as though it would fit the description quite nicely. Or at least let's hope it's like that. Sanraku-san. There is some sort of inscription at the back of the throne, but unfortunately I am unable to read it. All right, time to find the solution for this mystery. By solving it I mean smashing it to pieces. Has something happened to Sanraku-san? His thinking patterns became so straightforward all of a sudden that it's actually disturbing. No. You know that I'm right, right? I mean, without a doubt destruction is the simplest and quickest solution to all of your problems. When facing a locked door, it is always the quickest solution to smash it to pieces rather than back away in order to find a key that would unlock it, wherever that key might be. Oh, and there is always an option to just smash through the wall that is right next to the door. A little bit more effort, but it's quick and efficient all the same. There were even games that were giving you so much freedom to do as you please that you could even reach the last boss inside of the final dungeon that way, smash through the walls and no gimmick would be able to stop you. I don't get what's going on either, but if Sanraku keeps on acting up like that, I will become a huge problem for us. We must keep an eye on him at all times. Aha, ahahaha. But I must say, that is one very well made crystal, if I do say so myself. This is something that only only Emuland I know for now. A humanoid figure that looks as if made out of crystal, or strictly speaking, ghost looking. How could I ever forget such a sight? As a matter of fact, I have no idea who that crystal was modeled after, but even though the figure was made out of crystal, it was so intricate that it was possible to recognize the style and pattern on the figure's robes. Surely, Setsunu of the distant past had the same style of clothing. Just who the hell is this person? I know that it could be virtually anyone, but just who is the woman that was the model for this crystal figure? Shit. There is too little information on this subject. Even with my thinking potential fully unlocked for the moment, I cannot seem to arrive at the answer. So I guess that smashing it might be the only solution after all. But surely you must all admit that the image in the crystal is quite gorgeous. I mean, yeah, sure it is. Just look at those eyes. They look like made out of ruby. But isn't that part here intriguing? It looks like a necklace of some sort, but the centerpiece looks different. As if there was a diamond stuck in there that did not belong there in the first place. And the way in which it is cut certainly looks different from all the rest. For a moment out there Rust and I just stand there, looking at one another in complete silence. We were just making sure that our minds were being on the same track about this whole situation. Once we confirm that it is indeed like that, we each give a small nod with our heads and start acting without much hesitation. Rust's two fingers instantly sink into the ruby eyes of the figure, and my fingers aim towards the necklace hanging around the figure's neck. Both of us just grabbed the gemstones that were shining brightly in their respective sockets, while everyone present were too shocked by our sudden display of violence to react in any way. We managed to accomplish what we set out to do, that is grabbing the gemstones and pulling them out of the figure. Wait just a moment, Rust, what the hell? Sanraku-san? Transferring the right to rule. What is it that makes a king? I mean in a symbolic sense, not political one, and it should be obvious, right? This is a game, so it is only natural that the key to unlock some locked doors would not be hidden away in the same place. Chapter 202 Part 2, Chapter 202, Reaching the Heavens Part 8 Part 2. When you think about the ruler's job, the first thing that comes to mind after assuming the role for the first time is get yourself familiar with every single bit of information about this castle, the key to Kutanid Seal, the throne room and all other stuff like that, and perhaps it is just a in-game arrangement, but those gemstones are neither too big nor too small, making you feel as though they would be missing pieces of something else. The diary mentions that the transfer of the right to rule this place is connected to the new ruler, the statute and the throne, so if we assume that it is correct to reverse all that, as everything else around here when damaged, the stone shall restore to royal power, the right to rule. That's right, Ray, you even said so yourself not so long ago. that this ground seems way too shabby and that it looks as though you could insert some gemstones into it. No. This thing is practically begging you to do so. The royal gemstones that were once part of the crown are now going to be returned to where they rightfully belong. Awfully clever of them, not gonna lie. What the? It's not going in. Sanraku, you seem to be holding it upside down. Gently now. Mew. NH. Oi, Rust. If you keep forcing it in like that, this poor thing is going to break apart. Are you sure that this thing is really supposed to go in there like that? Then, what about that place? Nah, this doesn't fit in, either. Huh? What the hell? I knew it. Destroying this thing is just going to be so much easier. Told you? I told you that's what we should have done from the start. No. Let me do it. I'm quite adept at solving various kinds of puzzles, you know. Akatsuki says so, and Rust and I hand both crown and the jewels to him. Even though we were obviously really skeptical about all this, will he really be able to do it? Even with our combined wisdoms, and my energy drink boosted intellect to boot, we were unable to figure this one out. Flipping the jewels upside down and rotating them slightly. Won't you look at that? Now it fits like a glove. Imagine that. I knew it. The thing was just rotated wrong to begin with. I wonder if it was also Cutenid's fault that the crown and gemstones were misaligned like that? Laugh all you want, Akatsuki. This here is the prime example of slapstick comedy. We could not figure this out, and you just got your hands on it and look. All done. I feel like I should be proud of myself, but at the same time I feel that I should also feel embarrassed. This feeling is killing me. How? Just when and how did this happen? What is wrong with us? To be unable to solve so simple of a puzzle on our own. If something like that was enough to defeat us, then at this rate we will crumble to dust on the spot when it comes to Cutenid battle later on. At any rate, the crow was restored to its former form. But does that mean some sort of a change is going to occur? Looking closely at it, the crown probably used to be golden, but now it was all rusted and overgrown with mold. But waiting a few more seconds, something started to change. The rust started to crumble away, and mold peeled off, and the crown gradually regained its gold luster and shine of the precious gemstones that were implemented in it. Right about now it was truly a symbol of kingship. I thought that something is supposed to start happening, but I guess nothing for now. So that would mean we must go back to that place where Cutenid is. No, before we do that, let us explore this place a little bit more. On one hand I want to start the battle while the effect of revolving lantern is still active. But on the other hand, I want to collect as much information as possible. So I go around the throne and inspect in closely. Could this be? There was something written there in a very intricate style, almost as if it was cursive. It was at that time that we could feel the whole city shaking to its very foundations. Of course, the epicenter of the tremors must be coming directly from below us, and because we were all at the epicenter of the shaking, it was so powerful that we all fell down to the ground. Judging by the fact that it took this event a while to load, this cannot be anything good. Does that mean we are going straight into the battle against Cutenid? I don't know, but the possibility of that is really high. While the tremors intensified, we got up on our knees and got our weapons out, keeping them at the ready all the time. However, soon we found out that it was not Cutenid's fault that the tremors happened, but the space or even reality itself. When I first saw it, I thought it was a bug or something similar to it. After all, the tremors and the growing noises were affecting everything around us, but not the players or NPCs themselves. But just before I was able to put my increasing worries into words. Wait, rumble. And just like that, up became down and down became up. The floor, which used to be right under our feet, right about now was way up in the air, out of our reach. But in exchange, the ceiling got a whole lot closer, making for a good foothold. But the most important thing here is that our bodies follow the basic rules of gravity, meaning we are all going up, I mean down. Wait. Won't it be bad if we all fall to our deaths right here right now? This is bad. This is really bad. At this rate we are all going to die. Oh my god. No, wait just a moment. Just wait and hope. Sure. If it was a shitty game, that would surely be the case that we all fall to our deaths and that's that. But this is a godly game. It is godly, so surely everything will be just fine, right? I mean, if we're really going to fall to our deaths here, I'm never ever going to do any serious work for the rest of my life. Mortals, the name might not imply this, but there is an absolute hostility hidden behind it. It bears the hatred of humans who cannot stomach the thought of living under the same stars as the creatures that resemble gods. We are like oil and water, and we shall never get along. However, right about now the concepts of both heaven and earth had been turned upside down, at least in this here underwater city. That is why our goal here may have happened to become inverted as well. We may no longer aim towards fighting a giant octopus at the bottom of the sea, but rather show to gods that we are strong enough to be able to take the future into our own hands. Which was already one heck of a task, that now has become even more convoluted. You encounter the unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss. The Abyss has risen from its depths, forcing us once again to try and reach towards the heavens. Chapter 203 Part 1. Chapter 203, Reaching the Heavens Part 9 Part 1. First there is the feeling of free falling, then followed by the impact of hitting the ground. You couldn't say that it was the real damage that has been done to you, but surprisingly enough it was still enough to cause poor Emil to faint. Ube Fujiu? In other words, it felt just like when you do some push-ups, but after going at it for a while you feel that your arms start to slowly give up under the notion of pain, which eventually causes you to collapse and fall down. Aside from the fact that there was no damage here at all. The others seem to be fine. But my face hurts. Emil, for the love of fuck, I'll listen to all of your whining and complaining later. For now, grab your weapon. I see. So this time we still were not transported directly to the boss's chamber. Even so, talk about a dick move, switching the whole dungeon upside down like that. But does that mean that something changed here as a result? The castle of Lulilus, which we were exploring for a good while now. No, you can't really say that it was rearranged. Maybe all it did was to return to its former state. It was as if the whole castle was turned into cubes and those cubes were right now being rearranged in front of our very eyes, although on fast forward one castle was fast being replaced by a completely different one. A supernatural phenomenon that could have never occurred in reality. And there was something else to it as well. Look up there, the sky. When I rose my head, I could see it clearly, a true night sky, with the moon and the myriad of stars all over it. Not the canopy of sea water with marine snow falling down on us all the time. It was in this rearranging castle that Emil and I have witnessed a true night sky for the first time in 7 days. Won't it fall down right on top of our heads? This looks like an elevator's shaft, so we should be fine. At least I think so. I wanted you to at least reassure us that it will be okay, even if there is no basis to say so or proof to back that claim up. Rust. We were so caught up in the sight of the moon way above our heads that we basically forgot that all around us were moving blocks of the castle that was in the middle of rearranging itself. Some of them were circling around us, and some of them were violently falling down, apparently finding its respective places. Right about now it could be said that we were standing in the eye of the cyclone, with parts of the castle flying all around us like an angry tornado. It was not the most heart-calming situation to be in right now. There were pillars erecting all over the place in equal intervals. Storm of bricks started to form a flight of stairs. There were candlesticks everywhere serving as the source of light, and in the distance you could see the materials starting to form some sort of a huge and circular arena. Take a look at that building over there. It looks like that huge landmark in the middle of Rome. Huge landmark in Rome, Italy. Do you mean Colosseum? Yes, exactly. That's the thing. It's amazing, isn't it? Even though it was something so vague, I was still able to get it and answer accordingly, even though I never witnessed the real thing with my own eyes. That being said, the bowl-shaped arena surely resembled Colosseum in a frightening detail. Well, maybe except for the fact that its size was much larger, making it almost twice the size of the regular baseball dome. Is everyone alright? Yeah, no worries here. We are okay here as well. I am in one piece. As much of a surprise as that is. Alright. It looks like all of the NPCs are fine. Good to know. As for the other players, they respawn after death, so even though it may sound cruel and heartless, I could not really care about them for the current moment, not when they would be able to come back to us after a slight delay. By the way, if the organizer of this Grand Colosseum went to such lengths to create a building quite like that, does that mean that they want to make this an event or something? If so, I sure hope that they will have masks here in this joint. Then we could have some good old masked wrestling match, a match to the death, that is. Wouldn't that be quite fitting in here? Show me. Mew. It seems to me that the NPCs had some sort of problem. Emule kept on shaking on my head like mad, which in turn was causing my head to shake wildly, and it was making me feel as though the whole world was starting to spin around. He was also holding his ears down as if he was trying to block the sound that was coming inside of them. What was going on? I had no clue what could cause him to act like that, but I had to quickly get some information. Chapter 203 Part 2. Chapter 203, Reaching the Heavens Part 9 Part 2. First of all, that voice sounded as if it was coming from the inside of my head, and it sounded as if someone was scratching a whole lot of mud-covered, rusty nails against a very worn-out blackboard. Needless to say, it was not the kind of voice that you would found to be pleasant. And judging by the reactions of other players and NPCs, they heard it as well. That's the only logical conclusion I can think of. Your inherited will. Duh. If you want to speak like that, at the very least inhale some helium first. That way your voice will be slightly more bearable. Compared to this, Gravekeeper Wizerman's voice was nice and pleasant. Oh shit, I thought that only NPC would be affected by it voice, that whole fear status or whatnot, but at this rate it will also affect the players. Like, it won't cause fear in us, but it will be quite the distraction. But anyways, where is this damned octopus? I do my best to fight this overwhelming sensation and try to look around. Sanraku-san. Up above. It was not on the left, and it was not on the right. Down was out of the question, so the only logical conclusion was up. What the fuck is this? It is not all that unusual for the first form of the last boss to have some sort of unnerving or unusual appearance. At first they may look weird and weak, but with time they will grow more monster-like and intimidating. That is why I thought that the giant octopus was supposed to be cute in its first form. But if that was the case, then what is that? Second form? Or maybe something even stranger and different. TSK, does that mean as long as we don't do something about it, NPCs are going to be basically useless? Sanraku, what do we do? For now we must leave the NPCs alone, make them sandbags, as cruel as that may sound. I'll support you as always. Thanks a lot, Mold. Even Alva and Sickle seemed to be completely stunned and out of it. This guy was obviously interfering with the NPCs in some convoluted way. It is unthinkable that they would be rendered useless for the rest of the battle like that. Now, wait just a minute, Emule. And don't get too close to that thing over there. Alright, does any one of you have some tool that will make it possible for us to fly over there and get rid of that thing? I cannot really put my finger on what exactly this thing is, and I was sure that others had no idea as well. So for now we could only point at it and call it that for all that it was worth it. That looked like a giant. Something with tentacles and eyes that were growing out of a huge magic circle that was drawn on the sky. Inside of the magic circle, there was a symbol of 8-armed star. I don't really think that even a great bow would be able to send an arrow that high in the air, and I can bet that magic won't be able to reach it for that same reason, or maybe even because of those distance gimmicks. It could be exactly as Ro was saying, but I somehow doubted that. Because of that, I turned towards the only person who would have a realistic chance of reaching that thing with their attacks, the one with the longest attack range in this entire party. That would be Akatsuki Akane with his dragon breath technique. If this breath is really similar to that of Sequim's, then it is surely bound to be able to reach that thing. At least I hope so. So it's finally my time to shine? Akatsu Arcane, stay. See? Even Rust was starting to treat Akatsu Arcane like a dog. But I can't blame her for that. We can't have the guy run around like a chicken with its head chopped off when he can be our trump card in this upcoming battle. We need to carefully examine our options before we do anything rash. We don't know if even if you were to attack it that your attack would hit. We need to verify that first, see if we won't just be wasting precious ammo. But what about that incoming attack? Spread out. Once every player here heard my voice, they all understood what needed to be done. We all leapt from where we were standing, dispersing in every possible direction. The very next moment, a giant swarm of octopus tentacles rained down on us from the heavens, stabbing the ground in places we all were just a moment ago. Oi, oi. Does this mean this thing has more bizarre tricks up its sleeves than we thought it would? A monstrous octopus smacked right in the middle of a magic circle, and the 8-armed star patters? There was a tentacle emerging from each arm, but apparently each of 8 tentacles were able to further divide itself into smaller tentacles, which were then fired at us like projectiles. Now, let's assume that each tentacle can divide itself to a maximum of 10. That would give us 80 tentacles that were currently raining down on us. Whatever should we do? We shall proceed further with an unshakable resolve. Right now, no height is impossible for us to reach. Shut up. So noisy. No, wait, it's too early for us to go into offensive. Battles like that usually are not your plain and simple contests of power, and even if, it would be in favor of the boss monster, but during times like these, boss would usually leave some hints, hidden in dialogue options or attack patterns. Could the former piece of dialogue be a hint as well? TSK, I was kinda expecting that, but this thing has some fine homing to it. It's not nearly as bad as some of the attacks of Loser's Woods, a monster I have fought at rabbits in the past, and not nearly as fast as some of Gravekeeper Wisman's special attacks. However, the damage and the area of effect of the projectile tentacles was not to be underestimated, especially since there was so many of them. What's the condition for it to switch phases? It's too far away for us to reach it with its attacks, and I can't seem to find any gimmick objects here. No, it's not like that. When it comes to the real-time battle as well as turn-based combat, it is not always the brute force that is the way of doing things. Sometimes you have to think outside of the box. Sometimes the not-so-obvious things and attacks turn out to be the most effective ones. It was at this moment that Akatsu Arcane twisted his torso and slashed with one of his short swords at one of the tentacles that were still stuck in the ground. The tentacle got slashed in half, and after that a small trace of magical energy went out of it as it withered away, retracting back into the magic circle. That action did not slip my attention. With that, I have conjured us a hypothesis that was worth checking out. It's better than nothing. Tentacles. Attack the tentacles once they get stuck in the ground. That is all that we can do right about now. Now, to deal with that annoying magic circle. Chapter 204 Part 1. Chapter 204, Reaching the Heavens Part 10 Part 1. 1, 2, 3, yeah, just a little bit more and I'll have the timing just right. This should work. No, it will work. 1, because the attacks come at regular intervals with no mix added to them. And 2, because at least for now the boss does not have any moves and attacks that may result in player getting killed instantly. In that regard it is easier than Gravekeeper Wisman or Night Prololican. Once the 12th tentacle hits the ground, they will go back after 5 seconds. If you manage to avoid them at the last possible second, you can attack them for 5 seconds straight without having to worry about distance or getting hit. While I'm running all over the place, jet black octopus tentacles rain down on me from above, missing me only by centimeters. It's good thing that my reflexes are so sharp. Otherwise it would all end really badly. By the way, for some reason I can't feel any fish odor coming from those projectile tentacles. No. No, move your body first, think later. The 12 tentacles shoot in a straight line each time, with very little free space in between each projectile, but just enough to be able to avoid them. There is no need for scorpion gauntlets right now. Yuzuki's upper fang and lower fang are going to be more than enough to slash away at them. A few seconds later the tentacles turn into magic power fumes and retreat back into the arm of the star that they were ejected from. Looking towards the magic circle, 5 out of 8 arms of the star and its tentacles were done for. The remaining 3 are just a matter of time at this point. Although now the strategy seems to be pretty simple and straightforward, if you fail to notice those details about the tentacles and the magic circle, you might as well run around without end, without being able to do anything. But here's the thing, now that you know what to do, it seems way too easy to fight it. Yeah, of course. There must be even more forms than that. This is the end. Mold summons up a magical arrow and shoots it at the last tentacle that was left on the field. As a result of all the tentacle projectiles being destroyed, the last black tentacle retracted back into the magic circle. But what now? The 8-armed star will disappear? Or maybe destroying 98 smaller tentacles will force Cutenid's main body to emerge? There is no height that cannot be reached. And even if an obstacle like that rises, humans shall conquer it eventually. It was another part of the boss's dialogue lines, but its meaning could easily be understood this time around. It was more or less a matter of whatever will you do after you have reached your goal here. In most cases in games that would be fixed to a particular quest, and usually in other games it would be possible to re-challenge the boss over and over again, presumably with increased difficulty or in forms of time attacks. There is lots of ways in which you can make this fun. In order to change the world, it is required to find an unwavering conviction in one's heart and never stop believing in it. Alongside those words, the 8-armed star started to shift positions. The patterns round the circle started to change and the surface of the circle itself looked as though it was boiling up. The 8-armed star disappeared, replaced by some convoluted origami figure. The eyes and the tentacles hiding away inside of the circle burst forward into the void, and something follows closely after them, reshaping and transforming. That something started to take more shape with every passing second. It contours smoothing up and increasing in size and form. Ah! I knew it. I knew it from the very first moment that I saw the tentacles retracting into the circle that something was wrong in here. Now it all makes sense. Some part of me right now felt like a kindergartner trying to think about quantum physics for trying to come up with solutions how to attack the magic circle. No, that would be utterly impossible of a thing to do, but now I can think about it for real. What do we know? What to do? And how to defeat our enemy? That magic circle was not remotely controlled by Cutenid or anything like that. It was the magic circle that was hiding Cutenid itself. Huh? So what? Does that mean this thing is its final form? Maybe not final, but next one for sure. Here it comes. Right in front of us. What falls out from the magic circle is the 3-dimensional version of the black octopus known as Cutenid of the Abyss. Maybe it was because it fell right out of the magic circle, but during its descent and hitting the ground, even though its body was quite gigantic, there were no tremors or even the sense of this thing having any weight at all. At the same time, Ra brandishes her sledgehammer and rushes forward. As expected, Ra was really thinking up ahead. She must have anticipated that there will be more forms to Cutenid, for she was yet to don her usual white knight armor. But even so, at the very least some sort of caution was required here. Since this our first time fighting a monster like that, we would need to confirm its moveset first. What should we do? For now we need to see what this thing can do. We bait some of its moves, and if we see an opening for attack, we attack with all that we can. Akatsu Arcane, try to focus on close-range attacks. Save your ninja tools for later, in case this octopus has more phases up its sleeve. Yes, roger that. Rust, I'm going to cast some buffs on you, then on the others as well. Time for me to pull out all the stops. 1 combo. Me, 2 combo. I'm grateful, but maybe your own buffs would be more than enough here. It would be meaningless if they were not stacking, so 3 combo. Yes. Eventually, after Mold finished buffing Rust up, he went to buff up everyone else as well. And just like that we were able to move forward with the offensive. This thing surely has tentacle attacks in its repertoire, but are you sure that it is okay for us to just fasank it? Yes, It should be okay as long as it's me taking the attack. I have a tank class skill called Collision Counter for things like that. I am sure to take some damage, but I'll just have to endure it. Judging by its name, it must be an attack that works as counter once you receive a hit from the enemy. That sounds really nice. Right up my alley. Maybe I should take some interest in tank as a class? But oh well, since I heard that class reset in this game is a real mess to deal with, guess my curiosity will be just that. Curiosity. Chapter 204 Part 2. Chapter 204, Reaching the Heavens Part 10 Part 2. Now then, just how are we going to do this thing, Kittenid? No matter what the boss may throw at us next, this time around I can respond to it properly with my full power of the level 99 extended. No, hold on just a second. What's up with Kittenid's tentacles? The tips of the tentacles. Each of them was now glowing with a different color. And what's with this texture, looking like a fragile glass? Oh well, it would surely be nice if they just broke as easily like glass when you smash something against it. Oh, talk about bright. My whole field of view was dyed blue right about now. The light was so bright and intense that it even overwhelmed the naturally blue color of Lulilus, and as it so happens that light was coming right from the tip of one of Kittenid's tentacles. Another piece of information that might help us during this battle. But if that light does not do damage to the players and NPC, then what is it that it is supposed to be doing? Maybe it's something similar to that what Lucan was using. Anyways, for now it is wise to assume that it is a gimmick of some sort, and I would not be surprised at all if it was coming along with so overpowered and terrifying debuff. Sanraku-san, are you alright? Whoa, what was that voice just now? It was a woman's voice, but it was not Rust Ori, that's for sure. As for the NPCs, no, there is just no way. None of them sounds like that. Could it be a hallucination of some sorts? Because if it indeed was like that, then talk about an annoying things the programmers decided to implement. Alright, let's just ask everyone present if they feel odd or strange, or if anything's changed. Alright, everyone listen up. I want to make sure that we are all okay and that nothing strange has happened. Seriously, what is this? I hear a woman's voice, but it is not somebody else's voice. Certainly, those words are in accordance with what my thoughts come up with and what my mouth has spoken. No, no way. Wait a minute. There is just no fucking way. Kittenid's power is that of inversion, or rather reversal, which means that it can change A into B and B into A respectively. No. I do believe that in this case it is much more accurate to say that rather than changing A into B, this power managed to change X into Y and Y into X. You are humongous. They looked as though they would spill out of my hand if I tried to cup them with my hands. It's not that I have never played female characters before, but E-cup. No, perhaps this is an F-cup? Now I must say that this is rather surprising. I mean, it may affect my combat potential if my center of gravity is going to be affected by those two huge lumps just hanging from my chest. Are you serious? Gender reversal? It should not be that much of a problem if your gender gets reversed. There is no change to your stats and you are always wearing an underwear or at least a tank top when you are half naked. So no matter what, we won't have a situation where something is happily bouncing around for everyone else to see. That would be so embarrassing, so I'm glad that this is not the case. Oh well, it doesn't really matter right now. Now, let's get this party started, shall we? I think that would not be able to eat it even if I were to bake or hard-boil it. From the perspective of my current viewpoint I can estimate that my current height is roughly 150 centimeters. As for my current weight, yeah, it will be quite a lot. Since those two things feel heavy as heck, no status changes, and I can still use my special weapons without any problems. In other words, the changes are only in voice and height departments. Does that mean it's all but cosmetic? Was this supposed to be some kind of joke, or maybe there was some hidden meaning behind it? I know that playing God is fun and all, but damn you, Kittenid, you're taking this way too far. While moving forward I took a moment to test my current agility and ability to jump, and I even managed to overtake her while I was being at it. Clearly this sudden change managed to hit her pretty hard, for she was literally unable to move and was standing in place. It's almost scary to think that it took me no effort at all to get used to this new body of mine. I knew it. While trying to attack Kutanid's body directly, I did nothing to it. I could only feel as though my blades were slashing through massive lumps of fat. I tried to attack Kutanid a few more times to see if that fact is going to change, but the only thing I was getting from it was that I felt that I was doing no damage at all. Ray, the way I see it, this armor is not really fitting your current avatar. But can you move like normal? Oh, wait, it's alright. I can move like I normally do. Apparently the shock must have been so great for her that Rose was holding on to her hammer in a really strange way, as if she was treating it like the only anchor keeping her in reality. I don't want to play a role of psychiatrist here, but apparently upon hearing my voice Rhea managed to snap out of it and come back to reality bit by bit. But it also must have been a huge shock to see her companions in such state. Oh well, it was rather annoying and sad to see Rhea like that. It seems that the height parameters during inversion were chosen at random, as a result of which we had Rhea with the height of a regular high schooler, but this does not change the fact that her armor was still retaining its original shape and size. It looked grotesque, to say the least. Is she going to be able to attack as normal in such state? To hell with it. Please excuse me for a moment. All right. For a moment out there I wasn't so sure if the equipment's size will allow me to do it, but putting that few extra points into strength did not go to waste. I see. I pick her up and start to carry her around while also avoiding the incoming tentacle attacks. At this rate it would be far too dangerous to let her run around normally, since her armor was likely to fall off at any second now. While being at it, those tentacles sure make some weird smashing sounds despite having a huge mass themselves. There are no specific patterns to those tentacles smashes, but I am sure that there must at least be a small window of opportunity to avoid them. Otherwise I don't know what the developers were thinking. Just hold on tight for now. PPP Princess. CCC Carry. For now, let us prioritize rejoining the others. Guys, are you okay? Yeesh. Upon hearing that I saw two obstacles appearing right before and one of them was a burly mass of muscle that looked about to burst. No. You call that chunky, I think? And judging by the tone of the voice, that person was panicking from the gender change even more than was. The other one was someone looking like a distinguished old man with a long and fluffy beard, accompanied by the face that looked like that of a fox, with strange markings all over it. No, you are Akatsu Akane. Yes, it is I, Akatsu Akane. Yeah, Akatsu Akane is always going to be Akatsu Akane, alright. I was going to make a comment that Akatsu Akane was acting like an old man for whatever reason, but it was then that my whole field of vision was filled with a bright green flash. And then the world got overturned once more. Chapter 205 Part 1. Chapter 205, Reaching the Heavens Part 11 Part 1. The night sky turns white all of a sudden. The Colosseum changes its color to red in an instant. The figure of Kutanid now looks strangely white as well. Looking at my own hands, they were now strangely pale as well, looking as though they did not belong to human being. What is this? What's the meaning of this? Please calm down, Ray. It looks to me like the colors everywhere around us got inverted with that flash of light. At least I think so. Inversion of colors. That's right. You're absolutely right. The impact of this ability may be tremendously distracting at first, since the color palette that you are used to suddenly is no longer there, but when you get down to it, it is that one particular thing that gets changed, colors. There is also a possibility that it is just a bug in the system, but in that case sort of contact with the admins would be required, but the one responsible for that is most probably that green-tipped tentacle just now. The hell is that supposed to mean? Calm down. I'm telling you. Geez, why won't you listen to what everyone is telling you? Perhaps it is because my avatar got changed into a female one, but my throat starts to hurt after yelling loud like that just now. This is not good. We cannot allow ourselves to panic. That's exactly what Cutanid wants us to do. The only way for us to ever hope to defeat it is to overwhelm it with so much force that it will blow away all traces of panic and fear. Akatsuki Arcane. It's dangerous to panic like that in the middle of the battlefield, so try to calm down. God damn it. On the other hand, Rust and Mold. Don't be so stiff. Play with your equipment and adjust it if you must, and you will be just fine. There's no need to feel upset about it. Those are just colors. Guess I have no other choice but to take the matters into my own hands. Like a true bearer of the Vorpal soul. And since I have no idea what those guys will be trying to pull off in this state, I must bring them all back to reality right here and right now. So I jump towards Akatsuki Arcane and smack his right across the head. Then I just switch towards Rust and Mold, and I flick both of their foreheads with the amount of force that may have very well been overly excessive. After that was done, I took Rez's hand and we rushed towards the edge of the arena, where all of the NPCs were safely relocated. Uwawa. Sanraku-san. Sanraku-san. Oh my fucking god. This is such a drag. Why did everyone have to go crazy all at once here? Why do I have to act like a fucking kindergarten teacher while there is a huge ass monster casually rampaging all over the place? But calm down. Calm down. Remember, this is not a single player game. This is an MMO. It takes team effort to clear this fight. I'm not alone in here, but as the only one with my head on my shoulders right about now, all the decision-making is on me. Listen to me, all of you. You must all try to calm down, alright? Calm down. I know that you must be afraid, but I need you all to try to calm down and take it easy. Take a deep breath, inhale and then exhale. Now close your eyes and think this to yourself. The sky is white, my skin is pale. Alright? Think you can all do that for me? If you understood me, you can say yes, you can say no. You can shake your head or you can do whatever you want. Or even better, say, yes, Mom. I think that you're the one who should calm down first, Sanraku. On the other hand, do you have any other idea how to calm them all down? If someone thinks that they can do a better job than me right now, then please, by all means, step right up. Let's see how it goes. All right, that seemed to have done the trick. Everyone, including the NPCs, seems to be calm enough to be able to listen to my explanation without throwing that much of a fit. There was also Straw to take care of, but here all it took for the stupid shithead to calm down was a good old karate chop to the head, but maybe it was too hard, because for a moment out there his eyes seemed to have rolled inside of his skull. I don't know the exact details, but I think I'm starting to get what the hell is going on here. When it comes to bugs, it's not that simple of a matter. Sometimes the bugs are bad, but sometimes they can be really helpful to the players, even possessing the power to defeat the last boss easily. But more often than not you just get a bug that one-shots you out of nowhere, even though there were no enemies nearby. Incidentally, bugs like that tend to occur because of a very simple, and also very stupid reason. You see, sometimes the developers get to change some things around the maps at the very last possible moment, and during adjustments like that they tend to forget to remove mobs that were in the places that were being changed. This results in a strange state where the invisible mob from the previous map overlays with the new textures and can attack the players without them even realizing what is going on. You hear about things like that being discovered in games all the time. Normally it's all good if things like that keep on happening in the areas you are yet to discover, but it can be pretty annoying when you accidentally raise an event flag or need some items and materials that can only be obtained from those bug-ridden locations. The fear and anxiety the trips to such places can induce is something else entirely. Okay, so here's the thing. For now the only thing I know for sure is that something tends to happen each time of Cutanid's tentacles glows. Blue light reverses the gender, and the green light reverses the color palette of everything within your field of view. You're Rust, right? My eyes are finally starting to get used to all this. Apparently Rust and Mold got turned into characters taken straight out of the pages of a Shuo manga. Rust was a handsome guy who was rubbing the paste in between his brows for some reason, and the Mold got turned into a well-proportioned girl who was mumbling to herself all this time. Are we going to wait and see what Cutanid does next? Chapter 205 Part 2. Chapter 205, Reaching the Heavens Part 11 Part 2. I must say, that Rust and Mold's current appearances were quite a spectacle to behold. Even though I knew that it was not right and that their clothes did not belong to their respective genders. As for Akatsuki again, no, it was out of the question. That was just a gag character, nothing more. I don't think the game is being considerate here. Some tutorial would be nice for this. It's really hard to move like that. Now, I'm not going to laugh at anyone or point fingers at anyone specific, and I'm especially going to keep silent about the fact that Mold looked like a protagonist of a shoujo manga right now. I mean, is it not because you know that their genders does not really match their clothes that they tend to look even better? No, I must not think like that. If I keep thinking about it, something strange is going to awaken deep inside of me. I must calm down. Only calmness can save us right now. I don't find the concept of gender bonding appealing in the slightest. I'm not. Sanraku-san? What is this? What in the everlasting fuck is going on here? I don't want to hear that from you. Next. I have never heard of Cutenid possessing this kind of ability. Yeah? No shit. I did not think of that either. Next. Such humiliation. Yeah, it must be unbearable. Next. I do not feel that anything has changed. That's because you're genderless. Next. Shit, normally I would have a field day laughing at all those guys right now, but at this rate none of them are going to be of any use to us in the upcoming battle. And while we were at it, another tip of Cutenid's tentacles started to glow with bright light. This time around the light was orange in color. No wait. Was it really orange? Our perception of colors is being inverted right now. So what kind of color was that just now? No, it's not orange. It's blue. I see, so the effect must go back to their original state once the same light shines again. The old man with a foxy face, a duo consisting of shoujo manga protagonist and a shonen manga protagonist. It seems that everyone were able to go back to their respective genders. After I confirmed that, I turned towards Cutenid. For the time being, let's wait for green to turn up again so that we can see normally. Once the colors return to normal, we go towards that tentacle and beat the living crap out of it. There is also one more detail about those tentacles. Each one of them was holding onto a cup at all times, even during the times when they were slamming into the ground. It is also because of those tentacles that there was a slight lag between the slamming into the ground and the tentacle going back up. Most probably those cups were the source of the tentacle's powers. Now, the question remains, if we destroy the cup while its power is still active, will it go back to normal, or will the power stay in effect? But even if so, I'll keep on fighting with my boobs swaying around and my color palette inverted. I'm curious what the other tentacles are capable of doing. But right now we must take care of those annoying ones. Since I'm starting to get it, the chalice gets within reach every time the tentacle rests on the ground after the slam. So first we trigger the tentacle slam, and then we attack the chalice. That being said, if just the brute firepower is enough to destroy the chalice, raise our go-to option. But is the sledgehammer really enough here? No. What am I saying? In terms of sheer destructive power, hammers are much better for destroying objects like chalices and stuff like that. I mean, it's pretty logical to assume that, since even people of the past must have known that. It would be weird otherwise. Let's destroy the gender reversal chalice first. Otherwise the NPCs are going to freak out every time their gender becomes swapped. Confirmed. In this setting the thing that upsets me the most is the fact that Sickle, who could be the main damage dealer alongside Rendai, was sitting right there, totally useless. Also, that color reversal was not that much of a problem for us, but who know how it was affecting the NPCs. It certainly must have been difficult for them to act normally. While dodging the tentacle slams, Rendai reached all the way to Cutenid. Due to the inverted colors it looked to be pure white right now. But more importantly, the colors of the tentacles were also inverted, so it was really hard right now for us to determine which tentacle was responsible for which power, which foot. Maybe it's the opposite of the blue one, so that would mean that this chalice is gender reversal, so that would mean that that one is color reversal. First of all, Gender reversal. Even if you think that you do no damage to it, we must remain careful at all times. Even if we have to chip its HP little by little, that's what we are going to do, but we must be cautious at all times. Just then one of Cutenid's tentacles slams into the ground right before and we ready our weapons to attack. Let's just hope that's the gender inversion power. It's hard to say what is the power of the cup just by looks alone. Just as I was wondering about that, Cutenid's eyes turned towards me. The tentacles come all up and ready to attack, becoming a serious threat to Rendai. However, even if our field of view has the coloring inverted, it is not nearly enough to stop us. Here it comes. The tentacle comes smashing into the ground, only to hit an empty space, as everyone present already managed to dodge into safety. But as a result, the golden chalice comes so close to the ground that it was well within the reach of melee fighters. That was the moment we've been all waiting for. We jump towards the chalice and begin to unload everything we had at it: arrows, swords, magic. Wait, what is the exact HP pool of this blasted thing? Anyway, no luck. This is extremely hard. Is it even possible to destroy it? It looks like it's cracked, which means it can be destroyed, shouted Alva, but the tentacles slamming the ground all around him did not let him say anything more. In that short moment the chalice went upwards, where the short-distance fighters would be unable to reach it. For the time being, we must bait its attack patterns and attack the tentacles in the meantime. It's the only way. Ah, the light shines again. Is it the gender reversal again? Not that I'm bragging or anything, but even with some underwear equipped on me, they sway and bounce around so much that it fucking hurts. Not this shit again. So annoying. Chapter 206 Part 1, Chapter 206, Reaching the Heavens Part 12 Part 1. Geez, what a drag this is. I screamed that line at the top of my lungs with a voice so high-pitched that I just could not believe it. At that same time, the blue chalice went out of our reach once more. Although our fields of vision were being played with at least several times now, we finally managed to succeed in destroying the green chalice. We managed to do it while our color vision was normal, and we were enthusiastic about going towards the next tentacle. But we managed to discover a few things, some of them good, some of them bad. The next light emission is coming soon. Please be blue, please be blue, please. Oh God Almighty, let it be blue. Indigo. Fuck you. Random numbers. First of all, the mechanic of the color changing that we were slowly starting to understand after witnessing the color changes many times now. The changes will occur every 30 seconds. If the colors are different, their effects stack, and when the same color shines twice, the previously active effect will go back to its original state. I wonder what got inverted this time around. Buggy. Sanraku-san? Okay, all right. I think I cracked the code here. My agility was just replaced with my vitality. Although I managed to avoid being hit directly, I was still caught in the blast of the tentacle smash and was blown away in a rather spectacular manner. But normally, thanks to a really high luck stat, I could always count on a skills effect that would allow me to survive the fatal blow and leave me with 1 HP. But thanks to my stats being replaced, I lost only about 10% of my HP bar. Apparently this power is meant to render highly mobile character such as myself completely useless in battle. That is the power of indigo. That's right. The effect of the indigo light. That's the second fact. If the previous effects reversed the gender of the players and reversed the colors which they were perceiving, this color was directly affecting the player's status. But it was even more of a drag than the other two, because apparently the two statistics that are getting switched are being selected at random. An ability like that is the natural enemy of players who have very specialized stats distribution. For example, what would have happened if you subtract the points in strength or vitality from a tank character? Or what would have happened if you were to strip the light warrior from her agility or dexterity? What would be the result of removing the precious MP points from a character that only deals in magic attacks? That kind of ability is a true evil incarnate, something that cannot be worked around, and it cannot be easily countered, if countered at all. Ray. Time to do a role switch. Affirmative. Since Ray's stats should be relatively distributed in an even manner, she should have suffered the least amount of damage by this sudden change. That being said, her firepower and tankiness should diminish slightly, but she should have gained some mobility in return. Me, on the other hand, right now I was pretty much immobile, but I should have a pretty good damage resistance thanks to my current tank-like vitality. Once I suggested the role change, Rhea falls slightly behind me to prepare herself, while I go forward without stopping or adjusting my equipment in the status screen. Right now I am not the same person I used to be, so you might even call me Sanrakuver. 2. Right now the situation was not all that great for me, but I had to make sure that for this limited amount of time I am going to do my very best. And what I mean by that is, you fool who said that little old me cannot tank damage. The only way in which players can obtain equipment without crafting its pieces themselves is through buying it in various stores with money they manage to accumulate. But for me the things are a little bit different. You see, I asked Break, a Vorpal Rabbit Smith, to create a set of armor for me. A set of armor that could be used by tanks, just in case. It is called Guardian's Armor and it's a full set that Break managed to create thanks to her combined roles of Master and Grandmaster at blacksmithing. The full set of armor also some with the added effect, equipping a complete set will cause you to take reduced physical and magic damage, as long as you're not using any other skills and magic. Normally a setting like that would be quite problematic, since there are hardly any players out there that fight without the use of skills and magic. Normally that effect would have been completely useless to me, but not right now. Right now it was actually perfect. The potions that I have bought in advance are long gone as well. Right about now the only way for me to recover my HP from Cutenid's tentacle attacks was to eat the HP recovering fish components that I managed to farm a whole lot of during my sightseeing of the underwater city. I was getting thrashed all over the place and it was looking quite serious, but the damage itself was fortunately not all that great. Oh shit. Why the fuck did they had to reproduce the feeling of bones breaking in this game as well? Chapter 206 Part 2, Chapter 206, Reaching the Heavens Part 12 Part 2. Good thing that this game did not reproduce the effect of having one's throat crushed. No. I think it's not impossible to recreate that in this game. It must be because the developers chose to omit something like that. Now, for getting back my HP, I knew it. Potions are way better and faster at HP recovery. It would be better if I could at least cook the fish before eating it. That way it would be much easier to swallow. But raw ones are fine as well, especially in this current circumstances. If Rust saw me eating with my bird mask still on, I'm sure that she would make a sassy comment about birds swallowing their food in one piece without chewing, but I'm a human being as well, not a bird. Speaking of which, ever since I have started playing this game lots of people have confused me with a bird for some reason. What's up with that? Even Elva was thinking at first that I'm a birdman or some other creature like that. This really will give me an identity crisis somewhere down the line. I can already feel it. Whoa there. Hello. I make a sudden jump, putting all of my strength and my whole body into it. Then twisted my whole body like a madman once I realized that indigo light flooded my vision once more. I hurriedly took off my armor and started to run away from Cutenid. Once I realized that my HP was getting dangerously close to the levels of 0. Like that, I was once more a half-naked female character, but right now I had little to no time to worry about my appearances, since survival was the only thing I could think of at the current moment. That was dangerous, too dangerous. Mug. Maybe you should try to wear a little bit more clothes. Or maybe stop eating raw fish like that. That's quite an image to get stuck in your head. Mold. Please do not be fooled by my appearances. I am still a man through and through, and I think that for the sake of the efficiency it is okay to throw the common sense out the window from time to time. That's not just the common sense you are throwing out the window right there, that's actual decency as a human being. I know that there are some animals out there that eat their prey all at once, some birds even swallow them whole with the heads and whole skeletons without a goddamn care in the world, but I'm a human, not a bird, but a busty human right about now. So I don't know why would everyone would get upset at me trying to eat like normal humans does. Sanraku, please don't teach Mold any unnecessary thing. If you really want to do something, then please go do it somewhere where other people can't see you. Once my status goes back to normal, I'm heading back to the front line. So it's just a waste of time for me to go somewhere else just so that I could not bother anyone in here. See that chalice over there? The purple one? This one is of the highest priority, so be sure to aim for that. It should also go without saying, but at the start of this battle phase 4 out of the 8 chalices got destroyed on the spot, most probably corresponding to the 4 tentacles that got sealed away thanks to our previous efforts. By extension, it would most probably mean that the powers that the 4 tentacles represented should no longer be active, which is good, because it means that we would not have to worry about Cutanid screwing around with distance or attack types, but other effects are the ones we should be on the lookout for. And yup, the next light that glows is colored purple. Wait, we talk heal like that and the chalice? I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't able to destroy it. Holy fuck, is that something healing related? Oi, what are you all waiting for? How many potions do you have on you? I still have some of them left. Me, too. And the third thing that we managed to discover, which turned out to be the worst news out of the entire bunch. The power of the color purple, it is damage reversal. And that's not all. There was a slight twist to it. What that power does, is that it turns normal damage into healing, and healing into damage. Meaning that every single normal attack we direct towards the chalices would now start to regenerate it. But wait, there's more. Cutanid raises one of its tentacles. Then the tentacle fall onto one of the other tentacles, the one that was holding the most probable target for us to attack, the blue chalice. It was not going to attack us. At the moment of impact there was a loud crashing sound, but instead of becoming damaged some more, the chalice was starting to repair itself. That's right. That bastard Cutanid knows all too well how that power of his works, and how he can utilize it to its full potential by healing itself. What a cheeky octopus this is. And the worst thing is that we cannot counter it in any way. Damn you, Cutanid. However, it's not all so bad. The damage heals it, but the opposite effect also applies. That is why we have been throwing bottles of potions at it right now. What was intended to heal all wounds was now acting like a highly potent acid, and it was damaging the chalice that was already regenerating. Good thing I have a whole lot of fish to replace those potions if need be. This fight was already annoying as it is, but the fact that this monster can also heal itself is even more annoying. Good thing we know how it works, but we also cannot rest assured that it is a foolproof method. We can save some of our potions to use them as throwing weapons if need be, but we must not hoard all of them. Either way, with Rare being back to the front to cover for me, I now have some time to think things through. I don't want to change our current formation, since if I stay behind I cannot fully utilize my potential in dealing damage to the chalices. But thanks to Emil's voice we would know when the next light emission would occur. Now the only thing that was left was to pray for a good RNG to occur. 30 seconds have passed. The timer. I can hear Emil's voice sounding through the air just now. It's indigo color again. Alright. That's what I'm talking about. Now let's just break this sucker to pieces. After I regained her original tankiness and I have regained my original agility and speed, the two of us brandished our weapons and we started attacking the indigo chalice like there was no tomorrow. I'm getting really tired of this. This swaying, that is. My chest was really starting to hurt. Chapter 207 Part 1. Chapter 207, Reaching the Heavens Part 13 Part 1. At that exact moment, my body just started moving on its own. I'm not letting you get away. I still have about 5 seconds left until the next light emission, until the chalice changes. You think you can completely heal the damages we managed to do to you? As if I would let you do something like that. Even if your name and settings are kinda cool, I am still going to get you. I then reach out to my personal Sanraku armory and take out a big and sturdy sword out of it. The one with the longest reach. By the way, at the top of my armament list is my trusty Yuzuki, followed by the Scorpion gauntlets. The chalices are sturdy, but that means that they can take as much punishment as you are able to dish out onto them. I'm no hero by any means, but even I was able to admire the dull shine of the blade that was reaching out towards the chalice. Although it was my wishful thinking and nothing more, it seems that the chalice has reached its limit from all the abuse we were subjecting it to, especially from the potion bombs we have been throwing at it. Once the point of the sword reaches its target, the chalice begins to shine with ominous light. However, it was not the kind of light that would herald the fact that damage switches places with healing once more. It was the light of the chalice being destroyed, since its core was no longer able to sustain itself in this world. Even if the world itself changes, the foundation will still stand strong. But if the change occurs, human will still be able to reach out to the sea of stars. Yet another piece of dialogue from Cutenid. I have no idea what it means, but that's not the problem right now. For now, let us just memorize those lines and focus on the task at hand. We can always analyze them later. We can also assume that there will be more of them to come. We continued to destroy the chalices, and eventually Cutenid lost all 8 of them, alongside of the colors that they were representing. However, even though we were trying it quite a number of times, both R and I were unable to inflict any kind of damage onto the main body of Cutenid. Well, that was to be expected of magic life form. No, it was probably a huge mass of magical energy given shape. That's a more likely explanation. Personally, I don't think that this phase of battle would allow us to do any kind of real damage, unless Cutenid itself would allow for it. Once the 8 chalices were done for, the tentacles started to roll inwards towards the main body. How should I say it? It was awfully octopus behavior out of that monster. One that I could not normally expect from a unique monster like that. But why do I get a feeling that I have seen such a thing somewhere before? Oh yeah, it's like you are playing around with 3D models in graphic programs. It looked almost exactly the same. As Cutenid continues to ignore any known laws of both mass and physics, its tentacles continued to fold inwards, focusing on a single point in space. Even though they should be getting thinner and longer, they were only becoming smaller and thicker, until they were completely incorporated into Cutenid's body. You know what? Wouldn't it be a total joke if what comes next was a plain, normal octopus? You know what would be even funnier? If that normal octopus was able to kill us all simply by rolling over. That would be the joke of a century. I see that you get it, Rust. You must be one of our people then. During trials like that one, it is important to stay positive and laugh in face of danger. That way you won't get frightened nearly as easily and you will not fall into despair. Honestly, right now Cutenid looked rather pitiful, like an octopus that ended up having all of its tentacles ripped out of its body. It was a really grotesque kind of a circle, with the octopi eyes slapped right in the middle of it. But even those eyes were slowly starting to sink in the middle of its torso. Finally Cutenid formed something that was resembling an apple-shaped cocoon, made out of a jet black mass that looked unlike anything I have seen in my life. Just then that mass started to distort in a strange way, as if something was trying to break free from the shell that was once known as Cutenid of the Abyss. Far, far, I have come so far. I know not of her hometown. My hometown was the vast sea of stars. And her smile was my only companion. Whoa. Somehow I get a feeling that this sentence came actually out of nowhere. Does that mean we are finally going to fight its final form? No, Ray. I would not be so sure about that. Let's wait and see for now. I feel that this thing was a pupa, so maybe there will be one more form before we are going to go against its final iteration. Suddenly, the movements of the black mass stops all at once. Next thing is, before we even know it, the cocoon violently contracts. It was then starting to shrink its size, growing gradually smaller and smaller. I walk in this world, but I am not this world. I lack the flesh. I lack the bones. I lack the blood that would course through my veins. You hear that? Boneless. Boneless, it says. Whelp, Octopia limp to begin with. So small wonder about that. Bafugue. Bafu ha ha ha. Mold. Get a fucking grip. I was surprised that Akatsuakane did not laugh at that joke. And well, Mold was to be expected, since his laughing threshold is way lower than that of any ordinary person out there. Well, I myself was not in the mood for joking. Not as long as Cutenid was alive and kicking out there. Maybe I'll allow myself to have a good laugh once we make sure that this thing is truly dead and gone. It's okay. We are going to do this thing seriously. So Rust, Sanriku-san, please stop looking at me as though you want to set me on fire with your minds, okay? Gamers are a truly mysterious people. Depending on the circumstances at hand, we can adapt to any situation and change our attitude at will. And it's okay, Mold. It's okay now. No one's going to set you on fire. So relax, man. Please don't look at us like a lamb that's realized that it is going right into the slaughterhouse. Good boy, good boy. If so, I will make all delusions a reality. I will turn illusions into solid matter. Then I shall emerge out of the fantasies. That is exactly why I shall shed the virtual skin and don both flesh and blood. Chapter 207 Part 2, Chapter 207, Reaching the Heavens Part 13 Part 2. What's that? You want to eat some yakiniku, is that it? Akatsu Arcane. Now you get a grip. For some bizarre reason I was also feeling like I wanted to laugh, but the moment I have seen the change undergoing in Cutenid, I knew that it was not the reason for why I was laughing. It was because all the people around me were running around with panic in their eyes, acting like headless chickens. I screamed at everyone while readying my weapon and taking a battle stance. Everyone, ready your weapons and brace yourselves. Eyes at the back of your head. If you were to compare that event that was happening right before our very eyes to something, seeing how Cutenid's flesh was being sucked into itself and then expanding like that, there was only one thing that was coming to mind. A terror from deep space, an occurrence that swallows up stars and planets and even devours light. A black hole. After the shrinking and compressing was finally done, what was left was the Cutenid black hole with dozens of magic circles starting to appear all over it. And while I am no magic users and by no means I am familiar with how magic and magic circles in particular are supposed to work, the way in which they were currently glowing and their symbols were strangely familiar to me. To be more exact, it looked very similar to that one particular magic ability that small and vulnerable creatures like Vorpal bunnies or Kate'seth possessed. Struggle is the essence of life. Life is like the constant going against the current. It looks like Cutenid managed to get his very own version of skill random encounter, but with this, I don't think that there was anything random to it and it has nothing to do with encounter of any sorts. Oh, and instead of one, there were like 30 magic circles that were activating right about now. How can I even describe this? In a nutshell, this is hell. Literally every monster possible from the underwater city was now present in here. This feels like a mixture of horror game with a hunting game and zombie apocalypse game. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We are all going to die. Stop your bitching. You're a Vorpal bunny for fuck's sake. Now let's focus on that incoming monster train. As I said that, the horde of the rotten fish people and giant fish started to run in our direction, causing us to start to run away for our lives. There is something in the gaming terminology as Monster House. It is a kind of trap that is common in dungeon exploration and it describes a situation when a mass of monsters flood the chamber and you cannot exit the chamber unless you clear the entire mass of monsters first. There are many types of monster houses, with the two most popular types being a swarm of lower-level monsters and a few powerful monsters whose levels even exceed the number that the players may have. It seems that Cutenid is taking advantage of both of those types. For convenience's sake, let's call that ability True Random Encounter for now. It was an ability that employed magic in order to fill in the Colosseum with a huge numbers of monsters. Thus our current predicament where we would face off against the little zombie fish horde. Just like in some cheap horror movie. What the hell is that? Looks like a summon friends command to me. Alright, Mold. You take care of support on it. I'm truly glad that there is at least one fellow gamer here who can understand my train of thoughts. Then I look at Akatsu Arcane, who looked hella confused. Cutenid has friends? That's what his current expression was like to me. You got to admire the fact that he can be seriously oblivious like that on a daily basis. I'll try to focus the aggro of this big thing onto myself. You take care of all of the small fries. Thinking about a meaning behind Cutenid's actions, calling your friends for help to battle is something only a wounded monster would do. It's not that uncommon for boss monsters to be able to do that as well, but not in such quantities and only to devour them indiscreetly. If so, those monsters are not simple mobs, but the blood, bones and flesh that Cutenid was talking about. So apparently Cutenid's dialogue pieces were part of the bigger game lore, as well as hints towards the next gimmick of the form that was coming. Good thing that Cutenid's lines were written in a modern language, albeit needlessly esoteric and convoluted. If we analyze it for some time, we are going to find the answer eventually. It said it had no blood, so it wanted blood. And with delusions turning into facts, fantasies begin to gather and turn real through the means of virtual reality. What is important here is not the overall meaning, but the specific words that are appearing: delusion, fantasy, virtual, imagination. If we think about it in terms of the battle so far, it might be possible to assume that this octopus would have 5 forms in total, so the current form should be the virtual one. A mule. I will try to get the incoming monsters to go after me. Then you attack them. If possible, try to get rid of as many as you possibly can while you're at it. Alright, ask for flesh and blood, and flesh and blood you shall receive, apparently. Not to mention that the final form was most probably on its way here. Maybe now would be the time to start fitting in all the pieces of the puzzle. Cutenid has given us enough hints as it is. Proceed with an unwavering heart, and there will be no heights that you cannot reach. Fight without giving up. Without giving it everything you have got, you won't be able to beat Cutenid. That is the only way to take down things that stay high in the sky, way out of reach. Or maybe getting rid of the tentacles would do the trick, in getting it down to the ground. I mean, believe in yourself, and your resolve shall not shake even in the face of most powerful of adversities. 8 chalices, 8 lights and 8 powers associated with them. No matter what kind of power it was, none of it was affecting Cutenid itself. And no matter what we were doing or what was happening, Cutenid kept on fighting until half of its chalices were finally broken. But if so, what does the previous words of Cutenid even mean? Struggle is the essence of life. Life is a constant going against the current. If you want struggle, then we are struggling against a current, alright. Against a current of monsters, that is. Although our current actions would not exactly fit the definition of going against the current, but much rather trying to run away from the current. Thinking about it calmly, it becomes apparent that Cutenid did not transform into a little black hole. It was something that was more resembling an opened mouth. Could it be that it decided to ask for a food delivery at the last possible moment? Then we all know what it is that we must do. Reduce the amount of smaller monsters that go into that thing's mouth, in order to prevent it from becoming full. Apparently this form is all about us being able to reduce the power and HP potential of the form that comes after that. Chapter 208 Part 1. Chapter 208, Reaching the Heavens Part 14 Part 1. In short, this is nothing but a mini-game. The second form, the fantasy form, you must destroy all of the tentacle projectiles in order to shoot Cutenid out of the sky, where it was safely outside of the player's reach. The third form, the imaginary form, is a mini-game where you need to destroy 8 tentacles holding 8 chalices, which were colored differently and were activating various special effects every 30 seconds. If so, then what exactly is the deal with this mini-game? With the fourth form, the virtual form? It was actually pretty simple. Do not let him stuff its mouth full of the food he was so desperately trying to obtain. Who knows? Maybe it is something that will be related to the final, and hopefully the last, form. Maybe its strength is going to increase based on the number of monsters devoured, but still, the strategy is simple here. I don't think we can efficiently beat the huge ones time after time. I'll aggro them towards me, while you take care of the small fries as much as possible. The very first Arctus Regilex that appeared was immediately swallowed up by the black hole alongside a bunch of mermaids. As a matter of fact, almost every single monster that was initially summoned by Cutenid was sucked into the black hole. And right about now we needed to deal with a new batch of summoned monsters. That is why I was trying my best to aggro the big ones and trying to pull them away from the black hole. The aircraft carrier monsters are especially dangerous here, since when it is sucked into the black hole and dies, all of the smaller monsters that were inside of it would also end up dead as well. That being said, the items were dropping out of those monsters as normal right now, or maybe even more than usual. I know that we have more important things to do right now, but leaving all of those delicious drop items to waste like that was just not sitting right with me. I think every gamer out there would think so as well. It might be a little bit of a stretch to say this, but right about now the space in the sky was like one huge treasure chest. Its contents just waiting to be pillaged. Maybe it will be a good idea to prioritize the carriers and try to take down at least a couple of them while we are being at it. But at the same time, we cannot ignore other small fries, for if we just let them roam free, they will just end up as food for Cutenid. I leave long distance fighting to a mule and focus on destroying the small fries in order to gather the attention of the big ones. And while I'm making the big guys focus on me and give chase, others shall see to it that the small mermaids are going to get taken care of. And even though I am only interested in the big guys, I cannot help but to notice that they were dying extremely fast. Could it be that their HP bars were adjusted for this fight so that you would not have to waste so much time with them? It must be something alongside those lines, since even I, whose strength was not all that high to begin with, was able to defeat them in just a few slashes. But if that was indeed the case, then it only goes to show that the strategy that I have come up with was a correct one. We must get rid of as many as we can. There it is again. There is a hole opening up in the middle of the Colosseum space that starts to suck everything around it inside of itself. I don't know what is the principle behind that action, or is it a suction in the first place. The fact is that the players and NPCs are not being sucked into it at all. The only ones that are getting affected by the black hole are the monsters summoned up by Cutenid. I threw one of the smaller monster towards the sucking hole and watched what would happen. Interestingly enough, the monster dissipated into red polygons before it was sucked inside of the void in space. While we're being at it, how many times the magic circles appeared now? 10, or maybe even more? How many more times is it going to repeat that action? It's been like 5 minutes already. I would worry about the weapon durability first. At this rate we might get in real trouble if a few more waves like that hit us. Mold is a magician, so we don't have to worry about him. And my bow's durability only goes down whenever I fire my arrows. That's right. I may have a weapon in my arsenal that won't be causing its durability to become a problem, but unfortunately others do not have such luxury. We have no idea to know when this phase will actually end, and with us having to actually cut down the small fries all the time, it's no wonder that our equipment would start to deteriorate at a really fast rate because of that. And the fact that the amount of small fries was like that of some Musou games was certainly not helping here. Rust's words just now sounded very serious. It's true that bows have durability as well, and it even lower than that of swords or other weapons. And it also appears that both her normal bow and magic bow are approaching their limits fast. Apparently she has some other normal and magic's bow left just in case, but before it would come to her resulting to those, she would surely run out of both arrows and MP. Think you'll be able to keep going? Worst case scenario, I will even use my bare fists to contribute. Everyone, watch out, the 12th wave is incoming. As expected, Rose counting the waves properly this entire time. This was to be the 12th summoning in this phase, and the magic circle that was being erected right now was far larger than the ones we've seen before. Maybe it was an indicator that the battle was nearing to a close, but somehow I was having a really bad feeling about all this. After all, if there was ever a monster that would be able to be summoned from inside of the underwater city by a summoning circle of this size, that would surely be oh shit. This isn't good. I see, it would be Emule's first time witnessing this thing with his own eyes. Alvacun, please tell everyone present what that thing is. I don't really feel like doing it right now. Atlantic Reaper Orca? That thing is really bad news. It's better to just think about running away for now. The very next moment the place that we were just standing in got completely razed to the ground by a huge electric discharge. Chapter 208 Part 2, Chapter 208, Reaching the Heavens Part 14 Part 2. Hey, Everyone, are you still alive by any chance? That sounded awfully like something that a teacher at school would say. You know, that famous line, who is absent, raise your hand in the air. Akatsuki Akane. Was that comment just now really necessary? Or you know what? Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It's not important right now. The Atlantic Reamer Orca, otherwise known as the Sea Emperor, did not receive such a name just for show. That laser attack and electric discharge were both so powerful that the whole of Colosseum was reduced to rubble, and I would not be surprised if the whole structure right now was on the verge of collapsing. Obviously, if we were hit by those attacks, it would have been the end for us all. Whether they all could hear me or not, we were not in the clear just yet. We still had to run away and avoid the incoming attacks, until the Reaper Orca was sucked into Kutanid black hole. That is, that last discharge must have been its parting gift for us all. All right, whoever is not dead, speak up. How about you, Emule? You dead there, buddy? I feel like I'm dead. Nah, you look fine to me. I feel like I'm about to kick the bucket myself, but as long as I have HP left I will be fine. But I also noticed that my eyelids felt really heavy right now for some reason, and my movements were really sluggish, as if they were in slow motion. I could also feel a slight pulsating sensation in my head. Looks like my caffeine supply is running out. Never mind that. No need to worry about it. It said on the Kinevrat blood revolving lantern that it was meant for short-term decisive battles only. And since it took me way too long to get here and figure out what the gimmicks were all about, its effects were already starting to wear off. I know that I won't fall asleep in the middle of the fight, but I sure hope that this chronic dullness in my legs won't affect my battle performance. Mold and I are safe. Yeah, somehow. Nereus and I are in one piece as well. Alva, are you alright? I think that Re's going to be fine as well, but what about the stupid shithead? I hope that he didn't drop dead on the spot and died on us. I was looking for Strahd all over the place, and when I was about 60% ready to give up and lose hope, I saw it. Some of the stone rubble started to be pushed to the sides, and Re emerged from under it, holding Strahd under one arm. She must have jumped towards him, knowing that he's the key NPC here, and protect him. So we are still in the clear, it seems, and since Akatsuki Akane and Sickle were right beside us, it was easy to confirm that they were alive and kicking for now. Anyways, it seems that somehow the whole gang managed to avoid being killed. Now I want some freaking soy sauce. Alright, everyone, listen up. I know it may sound cruel, but if we are not dead and we can stand up, that's what we must do. No dilly-dallying. And imagine that. The colors are now all back to normal, too. Emule, who slipped from my head on my nape, climbed back on top of my head, and I could feel his shaking all over my head, but it was a warm and fluffy feeling. Listen up, you stupid shithead. From now on you're just a dead weight. So haul us the fuck away from here as fast as possible. Got it? Aye. As unfortunate as that may sound, no one here can sail a boat except for you. In the meantime, while we are fighting here, find us a boat, no matter how small, and secure an escape route from here once this is all over. Both Rust and I engage in some small role play. Also that Strahd would leave this place and go somewhere else, where he would not die because of some stupid reason. It's only a common sense for gamers to get rid of any nuisance that might act in an unpredictable way and focus aggro on themselves for whatever reason. I don't know how well he received those words, but for now we all run from the corner of the Colosseum while the stupid shithead was just sitting there with tears welling up in his eyes. Now then, Re, how about you do the same thing you did before? Yes, the same procedure needs to be done here, but it can be done no problem. Right, let's all keep doing our best and try not to get ourselves killed. Keep your cool and everything should be fine. Affirmative. The void in which the monsters were being sucked into changes into a jet black hole right in front of our eyes. Its depth, unfortunately, there is no way for us to confirm how deep it is. However, just then, from the edge of that hole, there was a hand that was suddenly emerging. Kutanid of the abyss. The figure that emerged from the deep pool seemed to be the literal incarnation of the very name. Broadly speaking, it looked almost like a human being would, but its whole body was covered in red and black magical signs and patterns. which seemed to resemble its muscles, veins and skin. Its body was also gigantic in size, and there was still a fishy odor to it, probably because it was not all that long since it managed to create this shell for itself using the flesh of sea monsters. But there was also one more scent lingering on its body, that of blood and death. Also, there was a giant octopus sitting on the place where human head and torso should be, which was giving it the striking resemblance to the creature known as Cthulhu, an enemy design that was fairly common in video games nowadays. But that was clearly not Cthulhu. And one more thing. Humans. The first of many miracles that was spread around and grew up. Humans, create the miracle and move forward, illuminating the darkness with your light. What have you done? What will you be able to do? Show us, show us, show us, show us. Seeds sown from the heavens, have they finally grown roots? I am the one WHO reaches the heavens. I am the one WHO sees the world from the depths. I am the one WHO knows the warm afterglow of the great trajectory. Show me the value of life. Show me if her wish was finally granted. We all hear a voice echo throughout the arena, a voice that clearly did not belong to any living creature. This voice should have belonged to Cutanid, but it sounded as if multiple people were talking all at once. Generally speaking, what should have emerged from Cutanid's back should have been a pair of black, demon-like wings, but in Cutanid's case, the thing that was erected from its back was a huge circle, like an angelic halo. And on that circle, 8 jewels were shining brightly, like fruits hanging down from a tree. Shut your mouth. I don't know anything about the lore here. So just shut the fuck up and give me the World Truth Tome already. Preferably without resisting too much, you octopus bastard. Alright, everyone. This is likely going to be the final battle, so show me some fighting spirit here. Struggle is the essence of life. And if that's so, then show me how you struggle. Prove yourselves. The final form of Cutanid, the one in shape of a giant octopus, our team of brave warriors, mortals. The curtain has finally risen on the final battle. Chapter 209 Part 1, Chapter 209, Reaching the Heavens Part 15 Part 1. Rust fires a mighty blow from her bow. The arrow that she managed to shoot at the cost of breaking one of her bows cuts through the air in a straight line, landing right in the middle of Cutanid's chest. No way. That arrow was supposed to pierce its heart for sure. Sorry to say this, but I do not think that you will be able to pierce the muscles of such a giant mountain of flesh with a simple bow and arrow. Surely those muscles are not just for show. They must act like a sort of flesh armor, being impossible to penetrate by any normal means. If there is something that would be able to pierce through it, it would surely have to be a trump card in form of the ultimate offensive power attack. Fortunately both Ren and I have means to use such attacks, but for the time being let us stick to the basics here. Aim for its face. It is what I would like to say, but first of all, aim for its legs. Once it's down on the ground, then we all focus on the face. And for now we must figure out just what kind of attacks this thing is able to pull off. With an appearance that resembled a combination of gorilla, octopus and a bodhisattva, this form of Cutanid is probably the only one that possesses a physical body. In other words, this form was probably going to be all about good old fist fighting, with no strange gimmicks, reversal effects or tentacle smashes. It even said so itself. Show me how you struggle. This surely must be a challenge. All right. I'm going to crush that stupid jaw of yours into million pieces. It is not yet the time to use my trump card, but in order to see how Cutanid behaves in a one-on-one fist fight, I needed some preparation. So I just activated Infight and closed the distance that was between us. In the meantime, I also equipped my scorpion gauntlets. Come on, Cutanid, you asshole. Let us punch the living crap out of one another. Oh, nice. Very nice. What a sonorous war cry. I can see a mighty straight punch coming my way, a punch that would normally be too fast to perceive or react to in any form of way. But if those last few battles taught me something, it is that everything is possible. In order to avoid that blow, I use one of my newest skills, Moment Sight. Once I do that, it is as though the whole world slows down significantly. I did not really need to use that to avoid this, but I needed that for something else while I was at it. As Re mentioned before, she has a tank skill that allows her to counter any physical attack right after that attack hits her. I would like to imitate that somehow. I know that technically I have reached the limit by achieving level 99 extended, but I also know that limits exists in games to be surpassed, so it would not be all that utterly pointless for me, Sanriku, to try to learn the basic movements for a skill like that, even if I have stopped growing for the time being. I stop the skill's effect and regain my speed when the world around me goes back to normal. Normally that would cause some problems to my movements and coordination, but I did some secret training and now I was already used to that effect of sudden acceleration. I twist my body, making a side step and shifting from Cutinid's blow, activating my own crystal pillar at the same time. I then use my other gauntlet to completely knock Cutinid's arm to the side, and then make a punch of my own. Upon impact I could feel a shockwave going throughout my entire body, accompanied by the feeling as though my arm was about to fall off. However, it was a clean and direct hit on my part and I could definitely feel it. You seem to have all basic hand-to-hand combat moves covered. What other tricks are you hiding up your sleeve? Anyways, what's the deal with that halo-like object and the jewels hanging from it? It is supposed to do something magical. Better be wary of that, or maybe even take measures to destroy the blasted things. Perhaps my intention was written all over my face, because Cutinid roared loudly as it returned its fist back to a neutral position while shaking its body tremendously. In response to that, the ring that grew on its back. Oh, wow! I only noticed that right now. But that ring was actually made out of bones, probably coming from some sort of a large monster's rib cage. If so, then the only monster large enough to fit the description would be. No, there is literally no point thinking about dead monsters. The jewels attached to the ring shone brightly, and after a few seconds they started to float, separating from the ring. Then they move over the heads of everyone present here and stop all of a sudden. What the hell is this? That's dangerous. No wait, something's not right here. It was too slow and there's too much room to act around it. I don't think that it would introduce an insta-death gimmick this late in the fight. How can you know that? It would be nice, but... Analysis? Analysis? What is that? The pronunciation was a little bit off there, but... No, for starters. Why would Cutinid even have a move with such a strange name to it? The circle of light expands from the jewel and descends towards me, scanning my entire body as if it was trying to read some sort of data from my avatar. I could see that each and every other player was subjected to the same process. Akatsu, Akane and Sickle tried to do the most logical thing in response to that action and tried to bail out from the light circle, but I think that it is no use doing that. In my opinion, once the light has shone on you, you cannot escape its effect, whatever it may be. Now then, what comes next? I have no idea just what kind of analysis those jewels were conducting on us, but once they were all but done they all turned blue and returned to Cutinid. The jewels lodged themselves back onto Cutinid's halo and after once more bright shine they went back to their original colors. Could it be that the number of the jewels corresponds to the number of people in the player's party? Or could it be that 8 was its original limit? It is a boss monster, a unique monster at that, so the former was very much possible. But the latter was something that could not be denied either, since it could have been something that only this octopus would have. Refluxus, Chapter 209 Part 2, Chapter 209, Reaching the Heavens Part 15 Part 2. Oi, wait just a moment here. Isn't that just cowardly? The blue jewel then lights up. There are other jewels with blue light out there, but the ultramarine one was the one that was shining right above my head. However, the light it was shining with was not nearly enough to be able to fill my entire field of vision, unlike the chalice light. Still, there was some major difference there. With the passage of time, the light was not spreading more, but instead it was shrinking and concentrating on a single point on the field. That point is Cutinid's back, and when its giant body absorbs all the light, a change seemed to have occurred within it. Is that perhaps Sanriku? Out of everyone present here, you are the only one who is proficient with dual-wielding short blades, right? Blue light starts to overflow from both of Cutinid's hands. Then it shapes into a pair of short swords, which were equivalent of human longsword, but it seems that Chitinid was able to manipulate them just like the short swords without much of a problem. Also, the stance that Chitinid assumed right now seemed to be very familiar to me for some reason. It was the same stance that I would always assume to battle, the stance that I created based on all the historical drama and Hollywood blockbusters that I have watched, and of course all the video games that I have played over the years. My stance. In other words, does that mean the thing that this light was analyzing was our own playstyles? It was almost at the same moment that Akatsuki Akane shouted the answer out loud, which was most probably the right answer by the looks of it, that Chitinid swung its swords and attacked him. Sanraku-san. Yu-woo-u, the right sword comes crushing down, and the left one is being thrusted forward towards the place where I was standing just a moment ago. This form of Chitinid is 5 meters tall, or maybe 4 meters tall at best. It is much smaller than the previous ones, but because it is a humanoid shape, the laws of physics that are governing its actions are much closer to that of normal human beings. I managed to avoid that attack just barely, by twisting my body and striking the side of the incoming sword and blowing it to the side. Then, when Chitinid's arm was coming back into a neutral position, I was going to step back to put some distance between us and avoid any further attacks. Sanraku. Switch. Thanks. I'm counting on you. When I was starting to feel exhausted by avoiding, Alva and Rare both stepped in to take my place and allowing me to catch my breath. Looking around, Mold was in the middle of buffing up Rust, and both Akatsuki Akane and Sickle were running through the field of the debris around the arena, trying to get behind Chitinid's back. Just then, a light blue jewel shined on Chitinid's back. The twin swords in its hands vanished into thin air as if they were never there in the first place. What appeared in their stead was a single-edged sword that looked gigantic, even though Chitinid's body was so massive to begin with. This time it's me. Surviving a hit from something like that would be impossible. The two of them crouch in a hurry, and a second after they do that, the huge Odaki swings right through the place where Alva and Rare's necks were. Chitinid then wanted to slash at them again, but its attack was interrupted by the blue magic arrow that managed to hit it in its head, thus causing the attack to miss its mark. Did it miss? No. It's because the object of its aggro has changed. What the hell is this Odaki? Could it be that Chitinid abandoned its pride as a gimmick-oriented boss and was now only going to use attacks that would result in an insta-kill? The marks that the blade has left in the ground were only the testament of the blade's destructive power. There is no doubt about, one blow from a blade like that would probably be more than enough to get you killed on the spot. However, it seems that we have someone on our team that does not know how certain skills or abilities can cause the boss's aggro to shift on the spot. That someone is Akatsuki Akane, who right now tried to deliver a mighty flying kick right to Chitinid's knee, but is that action could really hope to deal some damage to a unique monster in the first place? View E. Whoosh! A red arrow pierces the air as it flies towards Akatsuki Akane, but since he manages to avoid it, it missed its mark and flew over our head and right next to Rust's face. It only stopped when it hit the spectators' seats at the other edge of the arena, and when it did it managed to cause a miniature explosion that sent forth a shock wave. In other words, this boss imitates the favorite equipment and play style of everyone gathered in here. If it is indeed so, then this whole situation is really, really bad. I mean, if it's all true, then right about now Chitinid has 8 distinct playstyles at its disposal, some of which allows him to make some really acrobatic and crazy moves, even though they are suited for humans, not meaty giants. Those players would be Akatsuki Akane and I now. If you were to slam Rare's moves set, the one of a heavy armored knight onto a mountain of meat and muscles like that. The red light shines brightly. It forms the shape of a huge sword. Judging from that, it can be said that Chitinid's power of analysis copies not the most recent equipment and skill set of the player characters, but the ones that we have been all carrying around for the longest time, the things that we are the most comfortable with. TSK. Everyone, avoid it. We must wait it out until it becomes a type that is easier to kill. And when will that be, specifically? I don't know, but preferably someone who is so trashy with physical skills and physical attributes. Someone like Mold and his naive and stupid playstyle. I know, that's right, but that's also so horrible. Now it's just a matter of surviving the monster of both strength and vitality that Kitnid has become. Chapter 210 Part 1. Chapter 210, Reaching the Heavens Part 16 Part 1. When it comes to my, Sanraku's, skill build, I prioritize mobility, agility and simple hit-and-run battle tactics. Whether it is dodging arrows, evading spears and javelins, jumping off cliffs and running into dead ends, there is no obstacle that I cannot overcome. If there is no road to follow, I shall run alongside the wall. If there are no walls, I shall run or jump through the sky. I am confident in my abilities, and thanks to that, with the right combination of skills activated all at once, I am sure I would even be able to run on the ceiling without much of a problem. An oversized mass of a weapon is being swung down, being thrusted into the ground. The features of the current form of Kitnid. I must understand how it works during the duration of this fight no matter what. Certainly, copying the profiles and playstyles of the party members with the help of magic jewels is annoying and very powerful and dangerous, but so far no party member died as a result of it. We can employ certain characters into the vanguard, such as Rei, Akatsuki nor myself, to deal with the incoming Kitnid attacks, but above all else we must figure out what exactly its weakness is during this phase. Its movements are too monotonous. A blade this big relies on its mass for attacking, not sharpness. It means more or less that the damage it inflicts counts as crushing, not slashing. No matter what, a blade of that type will never be able to cut through flesh, no matter how hard it tries to do so. I activate 3 skills: Demonic Possession, Gravity 0, and Trial Traverse. Then I jump on top of the great sword and start running up on it, using it like a makeshift tightrope. Halfway through the sword I activate the Utsuru Mikogami skill, leaving my shadow version halfway through the sword to gather aggro, while my real body continues its ascent. Being able to copy the playstyle of your opponent, that surely is one heck of a powerful and annoying ability to have. However, here there is no real application to that imitation. And even if Kitnid can imitate how to move and how to attack in certain ways, it does not do it with its own thoughts behind it. It is all like a command-based game. Every move is preset, and there is a pattern to be exploited to everything it does. In theory, it is not impossible to learn the patterns of every 8 of Kitnid's current modes, but it would be extremely difficult of a thing to do. Long story short, rather than trying to memorize it all, it would be best to just get used to it. This is the 3rd time already. Get a hint already, Kitnid. I then activated the skill Flip Float and the world momentarily turned upside down for me. Using the foothold in midair, I jumped over Kitnid's head and readied myself to make another jump. This time around going from the midair towards the ground. The speed and the now properly working gravity would only add up to my attack power in a moment, which was going to be performed by the 2 scorpion gauntlets that were on the ready. Their skills about ready to be used. 2 skills of the scorpion gauntlets, Late Vanisher and Agartram. I throw the lucky hand into the mix as well, which uses the luck stat for a chance of additional damage if the attack manages to connect to the enemy's head. And as luck would have it, I managed to hit Kitnid right in between the eyes with a crystal pillar. Kitnid makes a loud roar that was actually hard to distinguish. Then it bends its body while dropping on its knees and holding onto its face. I landed on Kitnid's back and slid down towards the ground. Then I passed her and nodded at her, right after that dodging to the side. A moment after that, a pillar of pure white light struck Kitnid right in the middle of the back. Catastrophe. Res. No, strictly speaking, that maximum firepower is not something that belongs to Rei exclusively, but it is something that is the result of the combined powers of her current equipment, two-faced armor and Sword of Gods and Demons, Antimony. The two combined create the bane of unique monsters. An attack that is easily an equivalent of 10 normal powerful abilities. Armageddon. I have notified all the party members to temporarily step back and go to the rear guard thanks to a mule, who got down from my head and was currently working as a messenger. Right now he was with the rest of the party, but it is not impossible that I will need his messenger abilities some more later on. Being struck by both my attack and res maximum firepower, there was no way for Cutenid to emerge out of that as if nothing have happened, and it fell to the ground after stumbling for a short moment. To be perfectly honest, the scene of dwarf-sized humans managing to fell down a giant looked really grotesque in my eyes, but that's just how things are in video games. If you want to achieve the best result possible, it is sometimes necessary to sacrifice the looks in favor of efficiency. I have run out of arrows. What did you just say? Rust said that she has run out of arrows. The logical conclusion here would be that Rust shall now switch into her magic bow for the offensive, but that way it won't be long before she is going to run out of MP to use. I'm sorry, my ninja tools are about to all run out as well. My magic power is also approaching its limits. My MP is running low in a second as well. Chapter 210 Part 2, Chapter 210, Reaching the Heavens Part 2. But we can worry about the advantages and disadvantages later. Right now we needed to address a certain bad news that was affecting us. This Cutenid right now is tough. It's easy to knock it off balance and bring it to the ground, but its toughness. It was something else alright. Its body was currently way sturdier than that of any monster I have encountered before. Ever since the battle started we have run out of our potions and we were substituting them with fish for HP recovery, but our weapons are the entirely different matter. Both our weapons and armor's durability was going down as the battle raged on, so no, we were literally being pushed back into a corner. Even someone like me, with a variety of weapons at my disposal, was approaching my limit weapon-wise. Now I would like to have a weapon that can dish out frequent critical hits while not losing its durability. That would be nice. But I highly doubt a sword like that exists, when even my most sturdy weapons are meeting away right before my very eyes. In this game, once your weapon or armor piece reaches zero durability, it is lost forever. Of course, there are some exceptions to that rule, but that seem to be extremely rare, so let's not count on a miracle here. Next, I don't really think that it will be possible to defeat Cutenid unless Ren and I both bust our trump cards here, which is a point of concern in and out of itself. Sanraku-san, we must go. Shit. Now that I think about it, why is it that people always try to push the heavy lifting onto my shoulders? I just want to be in the vanguard. That's true, but I was never trying to get myself into position of commandeering others around. What I'm worried about here is the phenomenon of certain bosses, which is being able to stop the damage being done to them thanks to its high physical defense. It's not common and the most occurs with some event bosses, but once it occurs it is really a pain in the ass to deal with. To give an example, you can inflict about 10,000 damage to a boss that has only 1000 HP left, and you will end up inflicting only about 50 HP worth of damage. That kind of pain in the ass. If something like that was to be applied to Cutenid, then we would really be in a whole lot of trouble. However, chipping its health bit by bit is also an option, as it will get us there eventually. Yeah, so let's get to it. Alright, I get it. Let's play some tag. Shall we? And I will run away from you, and you'll try to catch up to us. Sanraku-san, me too. I also would like to participate. No, Akatsuki-kane. You'll have a different role this time. Just sit there and watch. It may just so happen that you'll have to save our asses. Right. Now, prepare yourself, Cutenid. Exceed charge. It was a mistake on your end to emerge to the surface and bring us here, Cutenid. Please tell me, what's that shining above our heads all the time? It's moonlight, isn't it? And guess what my scorpion gauntlets absorb for power? The amount of moonlight the gauntlets absorbed should be more than enough to inflict devastating damage, and since it's the final form, there is no meaning in holding back, right? The glittering gauntlet transforms, revealing the golden core that was shining brightly, ready to unleash waves of destructive energy. Seeing that, Cutenid threw another punch my way, apparently turning into a complete muscle brain when faced with danger. I will be taking that side of yours. Reject. I was the one to move first, but it was Cutenid that would have me within its reach first. However, just before a punch with its left arm manages to reach me, I twist my body around my left foot, using the momentum of the turn to position myself right where I wanted to be, before I slam my right foot to the ground and come to a halt. Avoid another straight punch that Cutinid was trying to throw my way, and sidestep so that its left flank would be perfectly within my reach, with no interruptions between us. Power output, 120%. With so much power about to release all at once, I must brace myself for my inevitable self-destruction. But even if that would not be enough, I am sure that Re would be able to finish this thing off with her own attack. Compared to the rest of its body, Cutinid's flanks are fairly lightly protected. So the moment I strike Cutinid's side after evading yet another attack, I could feel the tip of the crystal pillar going into its body, accompanied by the feeling of eroding flesh and a stench that almost threw me into convulsions. If you have more tricks hidden up your sleeve, then hurry it up and spit it out. Rupture. A crystal pillar emerges from the gauntlet and scoops out a huge chunk of flesh from Cutinid's side. This results in a shockwave, one strong enough to bounce my body backwards like a rubber ball. Additionally, I could see cracks forming on the gauntlet's surface, as well as massive black smoke oozing out of them. If this was not a sign of clear malfunction, then I don't want to know how such a sign is supposed to look like. It would be super convenient if that attack blew it up completely. Alva, I need a little help here. I am truly amazed that you can scream such pathetic lines with such confidence. Because of that last attack, my current HP sits at the magnificent number of 1. So that means that if I hit the ground now, it will be all over for me. My only salvation is that Alva manages to catch me in midair and prevent me from receiving fall damage. Fortunately enough, Alva was able to swim in midair just as good as he was able to swim underwater here, so he managed to catch me before I hit the ground and died as a result. However, my current HP is 1, so I cannot stay here and do nothing. What about Cutinid? I do not care about my own HP right now. What of Re's attack? I attacked Cutinid, but what about his reaction? This is what I saw when my vision finally stopped being so blurry and I could see normally. This is the beginning of the end, as well as the end of the beginning. Armageddon. Huge jet black tentacles emerging from Cutinid's back and sides. It was the same kind of jet black destruction that destroyed our ship 7 days ago and dragged us all under the sea. And right about now, that massive black tentacles was colliding with Re's pure white attack in the ultimate clash. Chapter 211 Part 1, Chapter 211, Reaching the Heavens Part 17 Part 1. A black and white spiral collides with Cutinid's body. This should be able to do the trick here. After all, this attack is the thing that managed to slaughter the alter ego of Niprololican. However, it seemed that it would not be so easy as we all thought it would be. 8 towers. No, those were 8 tentacles. Each tentacle was thick and at least several meters long, and they all wrapped around the Armageddon fired by Re. Of course, Armageddon is a skill effect, so there is no way that you would be able to grab it or block it by any means. However, that was exactly what was happening here at the current moment. 8 tentacles wrapped themselves around the beam of Armageddon and tightened all around it, squeezing it. No way. That's impossible. Even though the Armageddon was supposed to be the strongest offensive skill this game had to offer, right about now its effect was crushed by Cutinid's tentacles as if it was basically nothing. But how did it manage to do that? Did it disperse the damage somehow? Or maybe it was that the tentacles had separate HP bars and they took the majority of the damage onto themselves? Cutinid managed to crush Armageddon, but it did not do that without paying a heavy price for such feature. As a result of Armageddon's attack, Cutinid's 8 tentacles were now completely loose and motionless, falling down onto the ground and crushing the Colosseum seats underneath their mass. Also, Cutinid itself seemed to be exhausted. But this is the only thing that matters here. Armageddon was unable to defeat Cutinid. It got squashed away and Cutinid was still alive and kicking right in front of us. Let me down, Alva. Go retrieve Ren's head. But why me? You are probably the only one who can manage to pull away that heavy armored knight purely by force alone. This is bad. This is bad. This is seriously really bad. Certainly. The cooldown to be able to use skills again goes into effect regardless of the fact if the attack was successful or not, and the fact that it was actually rendering our main attacker pretty much useless was troublesome. Even more, super troublesome. Everyone, retreat. Put as much distance in between us and this thing as possible. Not to mention that I was still in the shittiest position of us all here. I needed to patch myself up quickly, but with everything that's been going on here I was unable to do so. As a result, I started to retreat with an astonishing 1 HP left on me. Looking back, Alva was swimming fast towards me, dragging behind Rhea, who was now holding a greyish sword and the armor that looked as though it was dragged through the earth and mud. Time for the emergency strategy meeting. For now, we had no other option but to retreat from the Colosseum before Cutanid would regain its composure and went after us with all it had. I am so sorry. The tentacles appeared so suddenly out of nowhere, and my aim was off because of that. No need to torment yourself over it. Let the bygones be bygones. For now, we must focus on what to do from here on out. This is not Rhea's fault in any way, and everyone knew that. There was no way that we were going to blame her. At that moment she was the only one at the front line, and she gave it everything she had. And honestly, if so many tentacles appeared seemingly out of thin air right in front of you, everyone would be scared. Even I? If anything, we should all praise Rhea for not getting scared and backing away. All right, for starters, let's all assess how worn out both our weapons and armor are. The magic's bow is approaching its limit. I estimate that I can fire 20 more shots out of it at best. If I limit myself to Rust alone, I can cast my buffs several more times. Mold and Rust are approaching their limits. It's possible that they did not prepare for this all too well because they were returning to the game and were a little bit rusty. What about you, Akatsu Akane? Let's see. I can only use my hidden blade jutsu from now on. I am truly sorry for being so useless. It's not that anyone here is angry with you or is blaming you for anything. For now, tell us more about your equipment situation, so we might know what's going on. Right. I have used up all of my recovery items and the only real projectile I have left on me is my dragon's breath. I see. You see, Akatsu Akane, I won't lie to you. Both Rhea and I have used up our trump cards. To make matters worse, Rhea's equipment got demolished as a result of her using her trump card, and I have burned out of my healing items in order to patch myself up. Doesn't that mean that we are all in quite a pinch right now? Yes, quite a pinch indeed. I still have some firepower left up my sleeve, but right here right now, Akatsu Akane, you may be the one who possesses the highest battle potential out of all of us. Who? Me? Really? Easy there, and calm yourself down. All right, now take a couple of deep breaths. Okay, have you calmed down? You must have, right? Right, so right now I want you to think long and hard, about your trump card. You must have one, right? And it should be quite powerful right about now, since you must have leveled up quite a bit after that battle with Lucan, right? Your trump card. I think that you try to put way too much responsibility on my poor little shoulders here. That's right. The amount of responsibility resting on your shoulders will be quite heavy. Maybe even so heavy that it might end up breaking you to pieces. As far as NPCs are concerned, it's just what you would expect. The only exception here was Alva, because it turned out that his sword was some sort of a special weapon, one that you could use MP on in order to recover its lost durability. Right about now, all of the players, me included, were looking at Nereus with a really sloppy eyes. It would certainly be nice to possess a weapon like that. And finally, there was Rhea, who was so down in the dumps that it was actually hard to look at her. I have never before seen her being so depressed. So, how are you feeling? It might sound harsh coming from me, but right now in her current state, Rhea was nothing more but a dead weight to us. Not to mention that she had suffered a penalty for failing to meet Armageddon's conditions. With her equipment in shambles like that, Rhea's stats plummeted down all across the board, and the worst part was that right now she was unable to change her equipment into something else. Chapter 211 Part 2, Chapter 211, Reaching the Heavens Part 17 Part 2. Honestly speaking, if things continue like that, I am almost 100% sure that we are going to crush ourselves against a wall. Yes, I realize that. Because she was nothing more but a liability right about now, understood that clearly. That is why she was being silent all this time and squeezed out a reply out of herself only now. But, I can still fight. Right, I understand. She said so, and there was not a trace of deception of over-exaggeration in her voice. Maybe that is why I was able to believe those words. She is one of the most powerful Shanfro players out there. If she says that she can still fight, I have no reason to doubt her. At that time, the loud roars of rubble collapsing grew even louder than before. It was accompanying us ever since the beginning of this strategy meeting, and it was finally drawing closer, so it means that it was time for us to finish. All right, we are entering the last spurt of our battle against Cutenid, and whether we win or we lose, it will be what is going to be. No hard feelings. What if the NPCs do not respond? It's a possibility. What if we get wiped out and we won't be able to challenge the boss again? A possibility like that is also there, but more importantly, they all had the right to be angry. We all had the right to be angry right now. Dragging us to the bottom of the ocean all of a sudden and forcing us to sit here for 7 days straight. I say that he made our lives miserable enough and it's high time for it to pay for that. I'm going to win this battle, even if it means I'll have to punch it and bite it. We all let out a roar of unity that was almost as loud as the sounds of destruction all around us, if not even louder. Turning around, we could all see Cutenid approaching us, slamming its tentacles into the ground at random. Since right now Cutenid was moving on its tentacles instead of its legs, it looked as if its main body was floating through the air. The halo behind its back and the tentacles growing out it were now larger than the first time we have seen them. Most probably because of that action of stopping Armageddon by force. It was also reminding me of something. Leonardo da Vinci's. That picture of that one guy laying down on the ground and looking like a huge letter, right? Fubafu, fu, and fufafafafabu. It hurts, Rust. If you keep hitting me with elbow like that, you're going to break my ribs eventually. I wonder if everything's okay with me? Right now, I felt literally nothing. No anger, nothing. Maybe I have finally managed to reach nirvana. It would be ideal if we could reduce the amount of unforeseen circumstances to 0, but the sad truth is that unforeseen circumstances will never amount to 0. Even if we take extreme precautions and come up with the most safe and elaborate strategy out there, there is always a possibility that all of a sudden a meteorite might come crushing down, and we would be the only ones receiving damage from an attack like that. Let's just hope that a nasty surprise like that won't meet us here. However, those are the events that are subjected to ifs and buts, something that you cannot really account for when creating a battle plan or a strategy. To begin with, there is no such a thing as a game with 0 amount of unforeseen circumstances, and even if there was a game like that, you would have to take the possible risk of bugs and glitches into account. However, yes, there is one big but here. Here in this world of Shanfro, where the developers tried to be as accurate with reality as possible, unforeseen circumstances were suddenly elevated in rank, and were now a realistic threat that you had to take into consideration when you were making plans. This means large-scale buffs, Regulus Gloria, a skill that greatly raises all stats across the board. Overwake, a skill that gives buffs to your stats that are proportionate to the number and quality of bad stats and status effects. Exagation Brave, a skill that gives you tremendous boost to stats while you fight against enemies that are larger in size from you. Fair Rewards, a skill that raises your stats such as magic or strength proportionally to the decrease of stats such as HP, MP or stamina. Also, there are lots of money bills flying in the air right before my eyes. No, that's not it. Those are not bills, this is merely an illusion. What I'm seeing right now is a tremendous amount of magic scrolls being used up. I see. What you need to use Armageddon is the skill itself, as well as the sufficient amount of MP to use it. However, the parchment scrolls were not containing any spells. Instead they were feeding MP directly. You can do something like that? I got them. Just in case. As a last resort. I won't last for very long, but I can still fight. It looks expensive, but the price must be astronomical. About 8 digits in total, so we talk about at least 10 million money. That's really a lot of money. If so, then those scrolls flying through the air could have been bills coated in a huge amount of magical energy. The rust-colored heavy armored knight stands up once more. Due to after effects of using Armageddon, Rhea cannot take off her armor or let go of her sword. However, it seems that she also had an alternative, for Rhea did not hide the sledgehammer back into her inventory, only left it on the Colosseum's ground. Apparently, since Rhea was still holding onto the sword, the sledgehammer was treated like a mere object rather than regular weapon, which means it can still be used in a fight, but only as a regular weapon, and all of its skills and special effects could not be used. However, since the sword was also a broken slab of metal for the time being with lowered stats and durability, comparing the two, the sledgehammer would actually be way more effective and useful of a weapon in here. Now then, Rhea was on the front lines. Alva and Sickle were right beside her as part of the avant-garde. Mold and Akatsuki Arcane were staying at the back in order to avoid focusing aggro on themselves. Rust was moving around with a mule on her head. Her role right now was not to attack from the distance, but rather to observe how the situation would turn out. So, what am I doing at the current moment? I'm messing with the inventory screen far away from Cutinid's slimy grasp. The heart of this operation is Akatsuki Arcane, who at this point should have quite a bit of knowledge when it comes to fighting strong enemies, since he helped us out during the battle with Knight Prololican. And to make sure that Akatsuki Arcane's trump card hits its mark, I needed to make sure that Cutinid comes to a full stop with fear. It's not just your usual fear, it was that kind of fear that would make your whole body go numb and unable to move for a whole 10 seconds. And with the rest of the team being exhausted and unable to act, I am the only one who can do it. 3 minutes. Knocking out Cutinid in that time limit is a huge responsibility. It might be hard on you as well, but right now I really need your help here. Let's fulfill those ambitions that we were unable to fulfill on that day. No need to be stingy with energy, so we might as well go wild here. Seiryu, Chapter 212 Part 1, Chapter 212. Reaching the Heavens Part 18 Part 1. The Tactical War Machine Dragon Seiryu is a mecha corresponding to the series that was available to me, Divine Beasts. It is a non-standard specialized reinforced armor, to be exact. As the danger in form of Cutinid was creeping its way towards me closer and closer, I went out of my hiding and ordered the Azure Dragon to follow suit. Let's do this, Seiryu. We are going to combine. Affirmative. I never would have guessed that a hyper-realistic game such as this would ever allow me to shout out such romantic words as combine. At the same time as Seiryu managed to bark out that response, a number of lines of text started to appear right in front of my eyes on the helm's display. Since the helm's visor would not allow me to see the back of my head, it was really hard for me to actually recognize what was currently going on the battlefield. However, the pressure was my indicator here. It was here all right, but it was not too light and not too heavy, so it would not crush me under its weight. I guessed that Seiryu was doing its job all right. It feels strange, as though something was pressing against my back. There was also the feeling of Seiryu wrapping itself over my head and arms, creating something of the additional coating or armor around my arms. That armor was reaching as far as my shoulder blades. Individual parts ready to connect. Union sequence of this craft is ready to initiate at any time. The explanation that I have read was pretty vague about it, but I'm pretty sure that I know what to do. Time to do some work. As part of its settings, Seiryu is supposed to be able to manipulate both the attracting and repulsing forces. This means that if you can attach its particles to the air and use the repulsive force at just the right spot, you should theoretically be able to walk on walls or even the ceiling. That's just how much freedom this game was offering you, and if you keep this ability switched on constantly, it would be like the combination of both a zero gravity and flip float, allowing you to walk in the air. The VR reads my thoughts, which are then analyzed by the Shanfro server, and finally Seiryu ends up displaying a desired route for me via the helm's visor. The moment you make a step onto the road that should not exist in the first place, The information is reflected in the helmet and your field of view expands drastically. It also feels as though the air was being pushed up under my feet. Watch your step. Ooh, it feels pretty much like a conveyor belt going at an extremely high speed. Or like skiing down the mountain slope, only being able to ride in a straight line. Or driving a sports car at full throttle and having little to no control of the vehicle itself. Going so fast and twisting and turning was causing my body to rock back and forth, so it was really hard for me to maintain my balance properly. I basically had to lean forward and look straight ahead all the time. Hey, why the fuck the road end with something that looks like a jumping platform? You always need to specify the exact path you wish to take. Coordination is key. That's why you should never allow for others to drive for you. Fly away. My body approaches the end of the road and flies off the ramp while wearing the armor made out of Seiryu. Apparently Cutenid also noticed a blue object flying through the sky towards it, for it extended its long tentacles towards me in an attempt at swatting me down like a fly. Oh, thanks a lot, you idiot. I'll make my own road out of it. It seems that you must always imagine the road in your mind for it to be there and you being able to travel on it. However, Cutenid's tentacles are not imaginary. They are a solid substance that will always be there, whether you focus on them or not. This will be a direct shortcut for me to get right in your face, you asshole. I managed to land on the mass of meat that felt like a whole bunch of rubber stuck together, and I accelerate further. Certainly, such levels of acceleration should not even be possible normally. However, right now I was using the power of repulsion to bounce off the air right under my feet. Think of me like a living pinball for now, ready to bounce off anything and anyone at a moment's notice. Thanks to my fusion with the Blue Dragon machine right now I am able to glide alongside Cutenid's tentacles. By the way, this is only a hypothesis, but those tentacles look as though they were made by fusing together the blood and flesh of the monsters that Cutenid managed to assimilate into itself. My current goal is to reach the base of those tentacles, to find myself right near Cutenid's side, who took the Vitruvian man pose once more. While gliding down the tentacles I operate my inventory real quick, while the tentacles try to do their best to shake me off. It was not going all that well for them, since I was using the power of attraction to keep myself glued to their surface. I had to hurry and be sure that I execute everything here perfectly, since I was on a strict time limit and the clock was ticking non-stop. This is the legacy left by Gravekeeper Wiseman. The tactical war machines. Powerful armors that can act independently if need be, but if we have armor, it goes without saying that weapons must be following suit. Non-standard armaments. Let us break away from the sword and magic setting for a while. Then I select the twin guns caster Pollux and transfer it from the inventory into my own equipment. When they appear right in front of me from the inventory space, they do not look all that special. Honestly, they looked like two rectangular blocks of black metal, not like some weapons of mass destruction. I was expecting at least something similar to heavy machine guns. However, when both of my hands touched the rectangular blocks as instructed by the Seiryu on my helm's display, the block immediately started to change and deform. A single line appears on top of the block's surface and begins to trace all over it, causing the blocks to start to unfold just like an origami figure. Once it finishes unfolding, I was left with two huge barrels that attached themselves to my arms, followed by a series of power cables that plugged themselves into my arms and back. Right after that, the streams of energy started to flow through the cables. Hey, that's so cool. Connection complete. Number of charged shots loaded. 20 shots in one gun, or both. Or well, to hell with it. Let's assume 20 shots in total for now. Chapter 212 Part 2. Chapter 212, Reaching the Heavens Part 18 Part 2. I point the muscles towards Cutenid with surprisingly little effort, which was weird in and out of itself, since there was metal components attached to both of my arms. Then I create a path through the visor that does not exist in the real world. Then I jump off the tentacles and step through the air, positioning myself right in front of Cutenid's face. Let's see how you like this. There is a splatter of lightning. Next, A barrage of bullets is being ejected from inside of both Caster and Pollux, hitting Chitinid dead in the face, even though my aim was only rough and not all that accurate to begin with. When faced with a theoretically high firepower like that, Chitinid, who should have been really tank right about now, falls back and screams loudly. For a short moment when the boss was stunned, the tentacles opened up, exposing a gap we could exploit. No, unfortunately, it was too shallow. I imagine a slide going down in a gentle curve and I slide down towards the ground on it. We must hit Chitinid with even bigger firepower, open up a bigger gap that will stay there for longer. Only then we can be sure that Akatsuki Akane's attack is going to connect for sure. Amazing. This is freaking amazing. Simply marvelous. You are? Oh, it's just you, Rust. Apparently I must have landed near Rust's location. And while I was getting impatient and thinking about my next move as the time limit was fast approaching, I was approached by Rust with a mule sitting on top of her head. I'm sorry girl, but if it's impressions you're looking for, please save it after the battle is over. I think I might have found a clue in regards to Chitinid's weakness. Okay, I'm listening, but make it in 20 seconds or less. The remaining time is less than 2 minutes. Right now every second counts. The ring behind Chitinid's back, from where the tentacles grow. There is something shiny at the base of every tentacle. It makes it feel almost like a weak spot. If you can focus its aggro on yourself, I can shoot those points. Even though Chitinid stopped moving for a moment, the info on the Visio was telling me that its aggro was still focused on me. I don't have time to confirm that myself just to be on the safe side, but I believe that there is no real need for me to do that. You sure you can do this? I only have enough MP left to make 8 shots. But with buffs from mold I should be able to pull it off. Right. Leave the role of the decoy to me. Emule, tell Akatsuki Akane what is going on. I want him on standby at all time. Yes, sir. All right. Everyone. Plan B. What does B and Plan B stands for, you may ask? Well, of course it stands for blow away. Or beat it to death. Or beat the living crap out of it. What is meant by that, is that right now everyone present except for Akatsuki Akane are going to hit Chitinid with everything they have without holding anything back. But of course, Chitinid is not stupid and the opposite can happen as well. That is why we needed a code like Plan B in order to make it cryptic, but also easy to understand for all of us. Let's do it like real men. Mano. We are dealing with an octopus that inverts things just so that it can get its sick kicks out of this. So I'd say it's only fair if we give it a taste of its own medicine, right? Hearing my command, everyone starts to approach Chitinid in a straightforward, and a little bit cowardly manner. Apparently my previous attack caused it to fall to the ground, but now it was trying to get itself back on its feet, which was hard to do when you are floating in the air. What's that? Is it doing push-ups all of a sudden? No, there's just no way, but it's convenient for us, I won't tell. Remaining energy at 30%. Charging requested. Fucking fuel efficiency. But wait, isn't that you just eat way too much fuel for what you're worth? Forget it. I'm going to make you do your part of the job, even if it requires me to drop the fuel reserves to 0. Instead of Caster and Pollux, I deploy a new non-standard weapon. A huge cannon named Rigolus. As a result, there is now a huge, 1 meter in diameter cannon being strapped to my right arm, and perhaps it's a common theme for non-standard weapons. But this one also unveiled its true shape through repeated unfolding. I don't know how he knows that, but apparently Chitinid is able to recognize that Rigolus is a serious threat here. It even raised its arms in a defensive motion, turning towards me. I don't care, you idiot. You can even come and attack me with your stupid tentacles for all do I care. The time has come, Chitinid, so let me tell you something good. The true meaning of the word inversion. Take Mikazuchi. Tidal deep. Fair and square. What's that even supposed to be? Is it something to eat? Is it tasty? While Chitinid was on high alert of me, both Sickle and Alva sneaked behind its knees. They both attack its knees at the same time, but this time around the firepower behind their attacks was on a completely different level. Fire. Chitinid collapses on the spot, since the attack on its knees has greatly changed its center of gravity. The barrel of Regorlus shines brightly right in front of it. Although the attack would not probably be able to blow it away, I was hoping it would cause it to lose its balance even further. The mighty bombardment hits Chitinid right in the clavicle, causing its center of gravity to shift even further, pushing it back. If you like to invert things so much, how about you do the same to your own body? Ray! Exclamation mark. Chitinid tries to fall back, but it was not enough. But even so, a massive barrage of attacks like that would never be enough to stun it for long enough. That is why we are going to go even further beyond that. Call it an overkill if you must. But right now Rose about to unleash the full power of the magic scrolls she used up on herself just a moment ago. Here I go, Titanomachia. Rose began to gather all of the magic energy she received from those magic scrolls, and after a brief moment all of that energy was released in given form according to Rose's will. This particular spell corresponds to the earth attribute, and has a special requirement in order to cast it. There must be soil in a specific radius of the caster, and although we were underwater at the current moment, Lulalas used to be an island originally. So technically speaking, we are all standing on the ground at the current moment. So the requirement to use God's mighty blow was satisfied without any issues. Right after that, the ground in the middle of the Colosseum cracks and splits open, and something massive emerges from the underground. Oh wow! That looked just like flipping a pancake on the frying pan. A huge fist made entirely out of earth emerges from the ground. It looked like a fist of the angry red giant, or maybe even some sort of an ancient god. Whatever it was, it flew straight into Chitinid's back, delivering a mighty blow to it. Chitinid, who was just on its way down from being struck in the air, bounced upwards once more. Yes, believe it or don't, we were currently juggling Chitinid round. Rust. Now, let us show you the power of the strongest player that Nephilim Hollow has to offer. Chapter 213 Part 1, Chapter 213, Reaching the Heavens Part 19 Part 1. When it comes to facts, for Rust bow is just your ordinary fantasy weapon. Personally, I have no real experience with sniping and any form of archery, but I am more than sure that she chose the bow as her main weapon only because it was a long-range weapon. However, the way she was able to swiftly move throughout the battlefield and shoot at the same time was reflecting countless hours she must have spent doing that in Nephilim Hollow. Also, she was handling the bow like a natural-born archer, which was pretty amazing in and out of itself. Judging by the fact that she went back to Shanfro only recently, so she did not have all that much time to practice. I would not be able to do nearly half as good as Rust was doing right now. Mold. That is all from me. I'm sorry, Rust, but I won't be able to cast any more buffs. I have run out of MP. TSK, alright, fine, I get it. Now, if you look in the distance, you will be able to see a truly marvelous and fabulous non-standard war machine conducting a truly marvelous and spectacular bombardment. Mechas in Shangri-La Frontier. Rust was not able to use them herself as of now, but she was definitely going to see to it that she would be able to experience them fully before long. And if that was the case, then I believe that she would do everything in her power to be of as much use as possible during this battle. Also that she could score some extra points with the owner of not 1, not 2, but 4 mechas. That person was of course me. Rust told me that at the current moment her magic bow, La Willow, was approaching the limits of its durability. However, at the current moment it must be durable enough to withstand 8 more shots. Probably the greatest merit of magic bows is that they can shoot out magic attacks as through they were skills. That is its general merit, but for us the ultimate merit was laying somewhere else. It was the fact that you did not need didactyl arrows to shoot your projectiles, since the arrows were being made out of magic. This was burdening your body less. It's hard for me to aim like that. In other words, magic attacks coming from magic bows in this game are very similar to beam attacks in the sci-fi games. What's more, Rust can further amplify that feeling of shooting beams by using her own archer skills and mold support skills. Whatever works for her. Her target was simple, 8 jewels that are located behind the Chitinid of the Abyss's back. Rust fires her first shot, additionally corrected by her own passive skill Heavenly Arrow. An arrow of pure light shoots out of Rust's bow and travels towards Kitanid's back, hitting dead in the center of one of the jewels located at the base of one of the 8 tentacles. Next, Rust fires a second shot, enhanced with the skill Stream Arrow, which results in increased penetration of the arrows that you shoot. The arrow flies towards its mark and hits it just like the first, and just like the first jewel. This one also ends up shattering to glittering pieces. Next go the skills, Crane's Shooting, Prancing Horse's Shot and Double Arrow. It should also be mentioned that a magic bow did not require that much strength from the shooter. It was easier to handle than the regular bow, mostly because the string that you were pulling in order to shoot the magic arrows was magic as well, not a physical one. Therefore the magical arrows could be all fired in a rapid succession, hitting Kitanid merely seconds after it fell onto the ground. And Rust's eyes were clearly not deceiving her. Every time one of the jewels was being crushed to pieces, the tentacle that was corresponding to that jewel was drying up and rotting away, ultimately getting destroyed. Just 2 more? Rust. But it was right here that Kitanid's behavior became rather unexpected. As for the remaining 2 jewels and their respective tentacles, they started to move around violently and bent in a weird ways, lodging themselves into the ground. There was no way for us players to know that at that time, but the tentacles are special objects that under certain conditions can act and move in a way that would normally be impossible for any human or animal limbs. The tentacles that struck the ground seemed super heavy for us, but for Kitanid they were lighter than a feather, which means that when the tentacles acted like springs and ejected Kitanid in the air, it was only the mass of its main body that it had to be concerned with. But their strength was still there, and it was more than enough to give Kitanid some truly amazing hang time. It jumped. Rust, get out of there, now. The moment Rust took notice of that was the moment that Kitanid's body was starting to fall back towards the ground. It was not a jugular being thrown into the air by the enemy. It was a voluntary maneuver that was supposed to secure you an advantage over your enemies, being above them and being able to assess the situation better. This giant would eventually fall down towards the ground, but for the time being the power scales were completely reversed here. The remaining tentacles take aim and start to swing towards us. I won't let you. The Rusty Knight enters the stage, pushing Rust back and causing her to roll alongside the ground. When Rust regained her composure and stood up, what she saw was the image of Sega Zero blocking the attack of the tentacles all by herself. There was no way that Sega Zero would be able to withstand that kind of attack. Not when her equipment was weakened, and she could not cast any magic or use any skills herself. Of course, she tried to attack the tentacles with her now rusty sword and the sledgehammer that he picked up alongside the way. She put every ounce of her strength into that attack, but it was all to no use. The attack hardly did anything to the tentacles, and it did not shift their position even by a centimeter. The next moment Sega Zero's body was slammed by the tentacles and bounced off the ground like a rubber toy! I'm okay, I can still fight. No, stop concerning yourself with it. Try to convince yourself that this is a waste of time. Try to be like Rust, who went on the offensive, knowing that it was what she needed to do. The tentacles raise once more to attack, but Rust also raises her bow high in the air, as to not miss an opportunity to attack. That's right. I still have role I must fulfill. I still have my responsibility. I must make sure that Kitanid is going to be stunned for long enough. Chapter 213 Part 2. Chapter 213, Reaching the Heavens Part 19 Part 2. There was 10 seconds left. The amount of energy that I had left was very small as well. Equipping any more artillery might be very dangerous, and I might run out of ammo to use those weapons, anyway. But, there is still something I had to do. No, it was something that only I could do. Seiryu, fly at full speed towards the sky. Affirmative. Right about now, Kitanid has the advantage over us when it comes to terrain. So what can we do right now? The only thing you can do to regain the upper hand is to simply overwrite that advantage of his. And make no mistake, you stupid Kitanid, the sky belongs to me and Seiryu alone. The invisible road only I could see was stretching right in front of my eyes in a straight line, and it was going vertically towards the sky. I fly up like a water current during a water fountain show, or like salmon going up the stream, eventually overtaking Cutanid. The lone blue dragon raises with the dark night sky in as its background. Release. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna make it in time. This is dangerous. Only 1 second left before the appointed time of 3 minutes is over. Not being able to wear this thing again and do maneuvers like that sucks. But if that is going to let me beat Cutanid with it, I'd say it's all but worth it. I throw all the parts of the control unit aside from the helmet back into my inventory, and then I give Seiryu one last order, capitalizing on the fact that it is still operational. Ram me into that fucker. I equip both Uzukis and combine them into a single sword that I hold in my left arm. Then I extend my right arm towards Seiryu. The blue dragon grabbed my arm and started to swing me around with all the remaining fumes of its energy before it eventually threw me like a hammer during the Olympic Games. And I was sent flying straight down as a result, while falling at an extremely high speed, way higher than the Seiryu that was plummeting towards the ground devoid of power. I thrust my blade forward and activate a skill which was really hard to do, considering my current conditions. My whole body is being enveloped in a pale, bright light that trails behind me like a tail of a meteorite, and thanks to the blessings of laws of physics, it was a moment at which Crescent Vorpal was able to surpass Cutanid, even if only for a brief moment. It was at this moment that Cutanid, who was still trying to smash Rust with its tentacles, finally noticed what was going on and turned towards me. It tried to move out of the way at the last possible moment, but it was already too late and the blow landed. Say your prayers, Cutanid. My sword, now gaining additional speed, penetration and power, was tearing through the air with such might that it was causing loud bursts and tearing noises. The power the blade has gained was enough to crush the last jewel on Cutanid's back to pieces and send it flying towards the ground. However, the price for doing that was indeed high. Gwa. I fell to the ground from about 10 meters away. Since that was the point where Cutanid was in the air, I was like a ball thrown by a pitching machine, but instead of going horizontally I was going vertically. Of course, once I crush into something, the impact will strike at me with all of its might. What's more, right about now I have put my everything into attack, forsaking other skills and landing abilities for the sake of power. When I hit the ground, the laws of physics will make sure that the landing will be a painful one. My whole body goes numb and I feel weak. This must mean that my HP has dropped to the threshold of 1 once again. I managed to survive that. But since I landed on Cutanid's back, I am going to fall from it and hit the ground again. I am already out of MP. Seiryu won't save me, because it has run out of fuel. Even if someone was to rush towards me, they would not make it in time. And even so, I would still sustain damage. Does that mean that I'm going to die this time for sure? However, even though I feel numb and weak, I can still move my body. And with those last ounces of strength left in me, there was only one thing I wanted to say to my friends down below. Finish it. The last arrow is shot. With no way to defend against it, the last sparkling jewel on Cutanid's back is being destroyed, leaving Cutanid with no more tentacles to fight us with. It was left on its own. Rei runs. She picks up her sledgehammer from the ground, bounces off the ground and then off Cutanid's body, and then slams the sledgehammer right in between Cutanid's neck and collarbone. The impact causes Cutanid to raise its face in pain, making it completely exposed and vulnerable. This is it, a checkmate. Right now, Akatsu Akane jumps into the air and prepares to fire the dragon breath technique. This is it, everyone did their very best just to get us to this very moment. Akatsu Akane takes a deep breath, and a wave of dragon fire starts to burn and swell inside of his mouth. All of a sudden, the exposed face of Akatsu Akane turns towards me and there was a sight of hesitation on it. I was wondering why it would be like then, and then it occurred to me. I see, now I get it. As I am right now, I would also be hit with the dragon's breath. It was such a trivial matter that it never even crossed my mind. I was going to die as well, here at the very end. If so, then there was only one thing left for me to do. While falling to the ground, I show a thumbs up towards Akatsuki Arcane, and tell him just that. Get this thing over with. There was no reply. However, there was no hesitation in Akatsuki Arcane's movements anymore. Now then, Kitanid, I presume that this is going to be a first time ever for you to experience something quite like this, so go ahead and savor this experience. The ground is coming ever so closer. Still, my eyes would not close. The last thing I saw was the flash of something that looked like a dragon and a faint glow of something that resembled tears being shed by someone. It fills my whole field of vision. And then I was swallowed up into the light alongside Kitanid, and died. Chapter 214 Part 1, Chapter 214, Reaching the Heavens Part 20 Part 1. Once upon a time, I was created as myself. Now, I have never before been dissatisfied with being myself. Because if I was, I would never hope to stand proudly in front of them. It is not the mission of this name. It is not the reason of this body. I think it's because I am right here and right now, in this very moment. That is why, that is exactly why I will praise them right here, right in this moment. Huh? I'm still alive? Could it be that I have managed to survive simply out of my insanely high luck stat? Could it be that Lady Luck finally decided to answer my prayers? Could it be that RN Jesus finally graced me with his blessings? Even though I was constantly talking shit about them? I'm so glad I made it in time. Ray. Why is Ray so relieved that she managed to made it in time? I did not have to hear the explanation from her, since I could roughly guess the answer judging from the after effects and particles that were still shrouding my body. Could it be a reviving item? Yes, I had a few ever since that time. When there was the previous case of PKK, I still had some reviving item left. Previous case of PKK, huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. She means that time when Pensilgton asked her to offer in combat right after the Wiseman battle. So, in other words, no matter the RNG, I still died all the same. You know what, Lady Luck and RN Jesus? Fuck you guys. Fuck you from the bottom of my heart. In my eyes, you are nothing but a scam and demons. And no, I am not saying that because I am salty right now. I am really not. Not in the slightest. Or could it have something to do with the Fool Arcana that I possess? Could it be that the Fool influenced the RNG somehow? If so, was I really saved by RNG just now? He. You know what, Lady Luck and RN Jesus? I was kidding when I called you a scam and demons just now. So we are still cool, right? Well then, what about Kitanid? Technically, I did not need to have asked that question because I could clearly feel it. The atmosphere of dread that I was feeling ever since we have come here and witnessed it for the first time, it was no longer here. That could only mean one thing. Does that mean we have won? At the end of my line of sight I could see Kitanid's body. Now that all of its tentacles were gone, it was unable to support the weight of its massive body and it collapsed to the ground like a marionette that had its strings cut. Then, a magic circle appeared completely out of nowhere, and it started to go upward slowly, as if it was trying to escape from Kitanid's body. No, it must have been Kitanid's real body escaping its flesh and blood suit. The brilliance of life. I have seen it here with certainty. So does it mean that this is truly the end? It may be. At least, that is what I would like to believe. I'm so sleepy. God. I want to hit the sack do freaking bad right about now. Please Rust, do not fall asleep just yet. It would be crazy if you were lying on the ground while the event would start playing at the same time. I am sleepy as well, so trust me. I know how you feel. And please, just bear with us for a little while longer. This magic circle does not have eyes or a mouth. Unlike that time when it was floating up in the sky. Right now it was just a bunch of intricate symbols and patterns slowly turning like gears in the mechanism. I don't know if it was true or not, but I had a feeling. A feeling that the real Kitanid was gazing at us from behind that intricate patterns and symbols. That presumed line of sight first looks at us players. Then it looks at the NPCs. And then finally it looks somewhere in the distance. After a moment of brief silence, we hear words inside of our heads once more. I have witnessed 2 miracles in a row. Being able to coexist together without conflict. I am overjoyed to see that. Oh, is there something wrong? No. It's nothing. It's just that. Does that line mean that we have managed to activate some sort of a flag with it? Or maybe it means that a condition for some sort of a special award has been unlocked, just like that time during the Wizardman battle? It certainly had that kind of vibe to it, and if so, then what could the conditions for a special reward be this time around? Defeat Cutinid while the quest-related NPCs are in your party. If it was indeed like that, I can see why Alva was placed here in this city. No, there was also the case of Strahd being brought here with us from the surface and surviving the fight. Could that be the case? It seems more likely to me, anyways. Far away, far away. I have come from so far away. But the Sea of Stars is already so far away. However, this sea that I have looked upon for so long is now my new home. Travelers, WHO have conquered the Sea of Stars. Even though it may lead through destruction, your journey still continues. Humans, you did your ancestors proud. A being that came here from across the Sea of Stars. Well, that kind of setting is typical for any SF title out there. I mean, apparently the beings that the people of this world regard as gods were originally aliens that came here on board of a giant spaceship. I wonder if that means that somewhere alongside the line we will go on a journey with a starship, but for now let us all enjoy the afterglow and satisfaction of clearing the unique scenario. I then remembered that I would probably have to share the World Truth Book with that magical girl wannabe from that one particular guild. But I will try to think of a way not to do that. Or at the very least to prolong not doing that as much as possible. Chapter 214 Part 2. Chapter 214, Reaching the Heavens Part 20 Part 2. On the other hand, sometimes the best method of making something stand out is to simply make it not stand out so much. That is why moderation is the key to success more often than not, especially when video games are concerned. I don't know if the rest of the world caught on the fact, but as Japanese people, we really cannot pass by the poor puppy left in a cardboard box during the rain. That's our national trait. Humans, you have clearly displayed thine strength to me. As a reward, I shall aid you in your journey. Oh yeah, rewards time. The magic circle that emerged from Cutinid started to morph and change shape, splitting from 1 into 8 more, from which 8 lights shone brightly right in front every single one of us. Each light shone with different color, representing the colors of the chalices that we managed to destroy some time ago. By that fact alone, I was already having ideas about the nature of the rewards we were going to receive. My 8 brilliances, I shall bestow upon thee a fragment of my powers. Huh? Only 1 power out of 8? Somehow, I get a feeling that we are going to get scammed here. But no, it couldn't be, right? Surprisingly, I was really worried about those 8 lights that kept on rotating in between us players and NPCs for a while. However, once the lights came to a stop, the proper item description windows popped out. So it seems that I won't have to leave that choice up to chance. But I could be sure that if I happened to get something for my tactical war beasts, it would not be something that was too OP. The developers surely would not want the players to have a mount that would rival Wizardman's Chiron in power. Short range, long range, physical skill, magic skill, gender, visibility, damage power, various statistics. If we truly were to get an item that would inverse any of those at will, the value of such an item would truly be unimaginable. With an item that would allow me to swap my stats, even someone like me could become a magnificent tank. I would only need to switch my luck with vitality, and if I were to increase my MP, I could even try to become a magician of sorts. And even if I was to not receive such an item, there is always a chance that I would be able to get one of the range items. That would always allow me to save my ass at the last possible second if I were to use the short-range negation, or to really mess up the enemy's ranks with long-range negation. But let's just not get ahead of ourselves too much there. However, I am also sure that everyone thought that at some point, there can only be one. But Japanese people are prim and proper in public, without fail. Even if they do not voice their concerns out loud, they must surely think about them inside of their minds. After all, there are 8 lights, but maybe just one of them contains the equivalent of a grand prize. That is why someone had to step up their game and say something here. Hey, there, Mr. Octopus. Can't you make it 3 gifts instead of 1? You woo. Hey, I should have expected Akatsuki Akane to speak up, but honestly, I never would have thought that Akatsuki Akane would speak up or not. More than anything, I would like to ask, where did he found so much courage to speak up in a situation like that? But before I could do that, he already spoke up to Kutenid directly. It doesn't have to be 3. At least make that 2. Akatsuki Akane, you. Since when did you grow such balls? We were at each other's throats not so long ago. I understand that, but it is exactly because we were able to overcome such tremendous of a challenge that we can bargain with this guy. However, since that thing was not a living being, only an AI, it was bound to act only with certain patterns, so it should not be suspicious. Seriously, man, what the hell is your deal here? Is this that famous kind of bravado, the same that allowed you to face against Saigwam? All of a sudden, there is a long and awkward silence dominating the room. The players must have felt that it was simply atrocious of me to make such a request, and the NPC must have thought that it was simply atrocious of me to talk like that to a being that was equivalent to a god in their understanding. However, Kutenid continued to spin as the magic circle in complete silence, watching us. No way. There's just no way. There is no way in hell that you get to haggle with a unique monster, since it should be resistant to something like that. And that's beside the point that this request was unreasonable to begin with. Very well. 2IT shall be. Was that a critical success at negotiation? Or was it simply a lie? All right, awesome. Thank you, Mr. Octopus. You are the best. You have got to be fucking shitting me. See that? This is something that no skill will be able to give you. This is a one-of-a-kind combination of both luck and natural talent. This one of those things that only certain gamers possess, something that makes other gamers go red with jealousy and shout, "How the fuck do you manage to do this?" That type of gamer that manages to find hidden op items by breaking a specific wall, doing a specific action, wearing a specific equipment, or simply because of being at the specific place at the specific time. I did not think that I would be able to witness such a moment with my own eyes, but Akatsuki Akane, man, talk about scary. No, I didn't think it would agree on doing this so easily, and to such an extent. What can I say here? Yeah. Oh yes. Sanraku-san tried that technique once with Luca. Lucan, was it? I remember that clearly. He tried talking to Lucan. Yes, I did try that once in the past, although the result was quite different in my case. To say the least, I can see that the people turned their gazes towards me, but I guess seeing the wolf's marking all over my torso and legs was quite enough of an answer for everyone present. And how did it turn out? It was my fault that I started complaining, but I guess I should be happy that I got off the hook with that I got, because he could have made it a lot more troublesome for me if he wanted to. Talk about unforgiving bastard. I must thank Lucan someday, but for the time being I turned towards the light that was right in front of me. If we can take 2 items, then please don't mind if I do. I will take this, and this. I did not really think that negotiations like that would work, but there was a part of me that was actually kind of sad that the quest was now over. Wait a minute. Did something happen? Suddenly, I notice. Hey, there should have been an announcement just now. One about defeating the unique monster. Did anyone of you heard that announcement? Rust, Mold and Akatsuki Akane all looked as though there were question marks flying above their heads. However, Rei seemed to remain calm, since she was all familiar with the announcement system of Shanfro already. The two of us understand what it all means. I put all of my remaining strength into my weak body, and then I surveil the whole area, my body being wary all the time. I wonder if other also felt as though something in here was seriously wrong all of a sudden. It was at that moment. Swoosh, and in the next moment, blue starts to wriggle around. Chapter 215 Part 1, Chapter 215, Breakwater Protection, Fate is Not on Our Side Part 1. No one had to say anything. We all knew it was blue, the very first and mysterious calamity that first invaded this city and brought it on the very verge of ruin, way before Lulus was brought underwater. Honestly, I thought it was nothing more than a flavored text, some nice addition to the lore that would make Kutenid's backstory a little bit more menacing, and I thought it would stay that way for sure. Emule, Get on my head. Alright. Our feet. It's okay. It's not all that active for now. For now it should be okay to touch it. This is. Mold's thinking is going in the right direction. Best not to touch that, or else we might be really sorry. This is no longer a story event that cannot be beaten. This is a field gimmick. One of the more famous ones. The famous "you defeated the boss. Now get the hell out of here." Ghost of the Abominable Source. Say what now? I get a feeling that this is one last ace up Cutenid's sleeve, or something like his dying breath. However, I had no time to really think about it all too deeply, since Cutenid spoke once again to us all. Humans, this place shall sink into the depths of the abyss once more. The crisis is at hand, but do not ever forget about your dream. There was no actual finger pointing in that moment of any sort, but for some reason we all reacted the same way. We all looked towards the same direction. Go forth. Your journey continues. Humans, denizens of this world, you must find Bahamut. This is Bahamut. Why does this name keeps on popping up again and again? To begin with, what is that thing? Anyway, a dragon? Or maybe something else? I think it would be too easy to think of it as a dragon. It belongs with those who previously inherited the will, and they are those who are currently fighting against the incoming crisis. Shit, I do not really get it, but if it is something you want us to do, then that is what we are going to do. Now then, the quest is not over until we all manage to safely return home. Everyone, let's get out of here. Rust, please, let's give it our all just a little bit more. Okay? Think you can do that for me? All right, I get it. I will do it. I'm running. See? I'm running. Akatsu Arcane, how come you can be in such a good spirits after all we have been through today? Are we really going to run again? Are we not all dangerously close to approaching our limits? Alva, you can do it. I believe in you. You can cry all you want about it, but at least keep those legs moving and run. And if you fail the quest just because you were too lazy, do not go and complain about that to me. We keep running until we emerge back into the city. All around us, the blue was rampaging around like waves during a storm in the open sea. However, even though the whole cityscape was basically collapsing, the road we had to follow out of the city was strangely being kept in one piece. Yes. Even though I could see that Rose talking to Cutenid at the current moment, I was too busy with recovering Seiryu and the blade that was still stuck in the ground right where I fell down. So unfortunately, since I had more pressing matters to attend to, I was unable to hear what exactly the two of them were talking about. Gubbe, what the hell is this? It looks like a little wall of slime or some other substance like that. Is this blue as well? And why is it blocking out path like that? It was so terrifying that it was small wonder that a mule let out a scream like that. Is this supposed to be an event of some sorts? Yeah, right. The kind of you touch it, and you die. I do not feel like trying out if that theory is equal to being a reality right now. Although Lululus was blue all over as well. Right about now the city felt nothing like it used to be before. Right now it was more of an entranceway to hell itself. One entranceway across which blue was rampaging without showing any signs of stopping. By the way, just how long is this going to follow after us? Bohu leading the way, Akatsu Arcane jumps over the blue that was crawling all over the ground before us, and Sickle was going its best to cling to his head while making some rather peculiar noises. By following the lead of our lead runner, we all managed to jump over the blue in the same fashion, knowing full well that touching that stuff would only end up in a disaster. We must run there, towards the edge of the city. We must get into the sea. So you want us to swim all the way towards safety from the bottom of the ocean? Just so you know, triathlons are not really my forte. When the time comes, everyone holds on to Alva. That's how we're going to escape. No way. There is just. That's impossible. TSK, talk about nasty tactic, aiming for our only way of here. I click my tongue in annoyance and manipulate my inventory quickly. Then I select the Guardian's armor and throw it towards Alva and Nerelis, who were both about to be swallowed up by the blue. If what we have read on the blue in that diary is correct, blue should be a type of parasite. one that clings to inorganic matter and eats or erodes organic matter. And no matter the action or type here, both of those actions could only be classified as extremely bothersome. It seems that you have saved me again, my friend. You can thank me for that later. For now, we run. Fuck me, that shit was really expensive, you know? But armor is something that can be made again or replaced, and the same cannot really be said about the NPCs. So it was bad. Yeah, but it was a necessary sacrifice. After the situation repeated itself a few more times, at the expense of the Guardian's chestplate, helmet, leggings and waist plating, we finally managed to reach the coastline, gaining some distance from the Blue and much needed time to rest shortly. Goal. But what are we supposed to do from here on out? The fucker should know. We dive into the sea, or what? What should we do? We must do something. After all, the value of our lives is not equal in the slightest. We players can afford to get swept by the sea currents and die as a result, but the same cannot be said for Alva, Sickle and Emule. It would be like sentencing them to drown. As I watched the incoming blue tsunami that was getting closer, in my desperation I was seriously going to consider entrusting both Sickle and Emule to Alva and ordering them to get the hell out of here. Hey, you guys. Apparently there is still hope left in this world. And right now its taste was so sweet that I could not possibly believe it. And it comes together with a childlike voice of someone who seemed to have matured just a little bit throughout this 7 days expedition. Well, won't you look at that? It's that shithead Strahd. Once I turned around, I could see a brand new pirate ship floating its way towards us. What's strange, it was the same kind of ship that was grabbed by the jet black tentacles 7 days ago and got destroyed. But right now it looked like a brand new thing. And behind its steering wheel there was Strahd, waving the cutlass he was holding in his hand towards us. No, but how can it possibly flow in the air like that? It doesn't make sense. What is going on here? I don't understand that, either. It doesn't matter, just hurry it up and get on. Chapter 215 Part 2. Chapter 215, Breakwater Protection, Fate is Not on Our Side Part 2. Yeah, let's do just that for now. A rope ladder was sent down from the top of the ship's deck, and after I put Emule on top of Akitsuakane's head I urged them to climb to the deck as fast as they could. Come on, Alva. Hurry it up. It should be a piece of cake to you, so step on it. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm way stronger than I look, so I'll make sure that you all get on without trouble. My friend, just don't go dying on us now. Idiot. Even if I die, I am still going to get back home in one piece. I send a quick wink towards her and then I turn around to face the wave of blue that was approaching us fast. I'm really confident in my battle skills, so pay no mind to me and just get on with it. If blue was just a field effect or a gimmick, what I was about to do was basically pretty much useless. But I think that this whole blue is an actual monster, and it actually matters not if it's a single monster or an amalgamation of monsters. What is important here is whether or not it has the concept of aggro implemented to it. That's why I need to conduct a quick experiment to confirm it. First method, try to throw an item at it. Second method, activate Utsuro Kagami secret technique and see what happens. If this thing has the concept of aggro implemented into it, it got caught. The swarm of incoming blue overruns my clone in no time, confirming to me that this thing indeed has the concept of aggro implemented into it. However, it was only a few seconds later that I have come to understand that this knowledge would amount to nothing here. After all, it turns out that blue was so massive that it managed to overrun not only my clone, but the whole beach in a matter of seconds, and with little to no effort. I feel like the saying quantity over quality was not even doing this thing justice here. I mean, just look how fast it spreads. If you leave this thing alone to its own devices, the world itself might find itself in danger. Come to think of it, if this thing would overrun the whole planet, since this is an MMO, how would the devs address this issue? Planetary set? Or maybe a post-apocalyptic continuation? This is going to become really not good in a moment here. Sanraku. Alright. My turn to evacuate. So long, blue you sucker. As long as there is no way to physically inflict damage onto this thing, I'm afraid that there is nothing I can do here to fight against it. It would be a whole different matter if our battle potential was higher, but with Alva and Ra being worn out after Cutanid battle, I'd say the wise move here is to withdraw as fast as possible. Yeah, that's what I thought. Try to catch me now. It's 10 million years too early for you to do that. The wave of blue color washes near my legs, trying to grab a hold of me. At the same time, my caffeine-depraved brain started to scream, demanding a well-earned rest. While the waves of blue attack me as if they were trying to devour me, I trample it all and run away. I was wondering how I was able to muster so much energy to fight back and run like that, since I was sure that my stamina was at its last legs right now. Apparently, when you are desperate you are capable of achieving things you would not be able to do normally. If I won't make it, what will happen to me? Will I die alone in here? Come to think of it, once I die here, my respawn point should be still in Lulilus, right? I don't want that. I'd hate to live in here, but I'm totally okay with the idea to come visit this place from time to time to farm. 3 meters left. I felt as though something moved under the water's surface. 2 meters left. I felt that the water that would normally cling to my feet to some extent clearly grabbed a hold of me. 1 meter left. Come on, I can still make it. But then it was as if someone laughed at all of my efforts. The next moment, the sea right behind me explodes with a high pillar of water. No, it was not quite the explosion. It was as if something has hit the water's surface with tremendous amount of energy. Turning around, I could see a gigantic transparent tentacles crushing the waves of blue with nothing but sheer force of its mass. No, it was not a tentacle. That was. Why are you even alive, Buckle Cone? It was an upside-down buckle cone that was being thrown around at full force by the one who was wielding it. Ooh! I jump in the air. What follows was the legendary superhero landing, the one that was supposed to be so terrible on your knees. Sanraku, are you alright? Do I look like I'm okay to you? Oh fuck, my poor fingers, my poor knees shake. While the whole ship shakes around, I turn towards the place where the tremors were coming from. And even though I did not lose all that much HP by that landing of mine, right about now I felt weak in the knees and could feel my whole body become paralyzed. It was one of the seal bosses. Its head opens up and closes in an unnatural manner, the one that was surely not human in the slightest. Cleon looks up to me warmly and turns back towards the blue. Then it raises its hand in the air and in the next moment the waves of blue that were attacking it gets pushed back by waves of mysterious energy, further and further back into the city. Is this supposed to be some sort of an epic event scene? Movie guns and movie knives usually kill in one hit, so best not to provoke them needlessly. A movie weapon. Like the name suggests, it's a weapon that can kill someone in one hit during a particular scene, even though it could have been established that a certain character could only be killed by being melted inside of a pool of lava. However, taking Cutanid's power into consideration, it's not all that weird the dead bosses were brought back to life. Once it pushed the blue back into the city, Cleon retreats back into the city as well. No, it went back to its respective tower, one of the 4 that were at the city's edges. Then it just stands at its top, waiting and watching. The other bosses are there as well. You can't really make all the details from here, but just as Rust said, there were figures standing at the top of every single tower. Seal bosses. I wonder what was it? Was it Cutanid that sealed part of itself just for fun? Or was it that the bosses were sealing away the blue, deep inside of the abyss under the city? It should be all in the World Truth book, but let's forget about it for now. Hey, guys, I didn't wanted to bring that up. But now. What is it? Mold? This ship, don't you think it is about to capsize any minute now? The ship was suddenly grabbed by Cutanid's giant tentacles. Then, as if to display their full power, the tentacles tilt the ship diagonally and start to push it towards the surface. Everyone, grab a hold of something here, quick. As I say that, a strong inertia starts to affect us, as the ship that was supposed to sail horizontally started to move vertically at a high speed. As we were moving up more and more, we could see the view of Lulilus, once a beautiful underwater city, now a desolated rubble and mixture of both grey and blue. All thanks to the blue rampaging around its streets. But there were also the 4 towers, shining brightly and emanating waves of energy that was keeping the blue contained within the city's walls. The 4 towers and the light shining at their tops. Once an island, now turned into the underwater city at the bottom of the ocean. Lulalus was once again dragged into the abyss, taking the blue with it. The reign of the city's lord continues uninterrupted. Cutenid of the abyss ventures into the heavens once more. The great blue calamity has been sealed once more. Cleared the unique Scenario X. People gaze into the abyss. The world keeps turning around. The little pirate looks towards the future without fear. Cleared the unique scenario. Punching the Apostle of the Abyss. Obtained the title, Survivor of the Abyss. Obtained the title, Truth Seeker. Obtained the title, Flying Innsman's crew member. Obtained the title, Proof of Succession. Obtained the title, The Different Road, The Same Heart. Obtained the title, Heart-Changing Outlaw. Obtained the title, Billion Getter. Obtained the item, Blue Holy Grail. Obtained the item, Indigo Holy Grail. Obtained the accessory, Abyss Warning Bell. You have obtained a key item, World Truth Tome, Abyss Dash. World Quest Shangri Frontier has progressed. Chapter 216 Part 1, Chapter 216. A road may be different, but the heart stays the same. Part 1. Nothing in this world can last forever. Even a home run ball is eventually going to lose its momentum and fall back towards the ground. Same principle applies to the rapidly ascending ship. We are falling. We are falling. Oh my god. We are going to die here for sure. Hey, we are being held in place. So at the very least we are not going to die on our way down. Silver lining. That is exactly the problem, Sanriku-san. Now please hold me so that I won't fall away. Right about now I was doing my best to grab a hold onto one of the ropes that were hanging from the ship's mast. And well, what did you expect, Emule? It was only to be expected that once the tentacles let go of the ship the laws of physics will start to act on it once more. So if we were ascending at such high speed, it is only natural that we are going to be descending equally fast and eventually hit the surface of the sea. Nothing we can do about it. Look, the sea is getting closer. And right about now, stick to the landing. The ship crash lands into the sea, raising a huge splash of water in the air. It is a good thing that the ship was really sold. So instead of going back to the bottom of the ocean it was pushed towards the surface and it was floating again. Just like the ship was supposed to do. Yo ho. After the ship finally stopped shaking I looked around and saw that everyone was here with me, although looking a little bit shaken and exhausted. But oh well, it's the fact that we were all alive that counts. Really now. For now, thank you guys for lending me a hand with clearing that unique Scenario X. Those last in-game 7 days were pretty much chaotic and made me feel like I wanted to drop dead on the spot on more than one occasion. But I would lie if I did not consider those last 7 in-game days to be hell of a fun as well. This is also quite the accomplishment. No one has ever cleared that boss before us. We are the first ones ever to do that. Well, that is not exactly true. Truth to be told, this quest must have been cleared at least once in the past, by the beta testers during the testing phase of the game's development. But if we start thinking about games in that category, then no game in history has ever been cleared for the first time by the actual consumers. So let's not venture down that rabbit hole. Where do you think this ship is heading? Judging by the direction, I would say it goes towards Fifthsia. We can finally go home. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, or else we might get lost on the sea, and we don't want that. While listening to that random banter, a sudden realization hit me. It was the end. The quest was over. And then I felt that I could finally relax for a moment for the first time in a long while. So tired. During this past week I have been running around like mad in more sense than one. So tomorrow I am going to sleep a whole lot, until I finally feel that I have regained my lost sanity and health. I could technically take a short nap while we are on our way back to Fifthsia, but I might as well go through our loot and see what we got. First thing first, the 2 chalices out of the 8 Blue Holy Grail and the Indigo Holy Grail. From what I remember, Blue one was gender reversal and the Indigo one was the stats reversal. To be perfectly honest, At first I was at quite a loss over the selected chalices, but then I have come to a realization that they were highly versatile and surely they will come in handy. If the blue grail changes only appearances without interfering with the physique, then this is really not all that great, but if it could change, for example, the height of the target even by a few centimeters, then that is a whole different matter. Although the stats are the same even if the gender is reversed, there are some minor details that may prove to be really advantageous to me. If we talk about the difference in size or weight, it may be useful both attack and defense-wise. Welp. And this is about 60% of the reason why this item seems interesting to me. Rather, I think that the Indigo Holy Grail is way more interesting and powerful. This thing is nuts. And what is so nuts about it, you may ask? Its performance, that is what? Magic nullification, physical attack nullification, and distance nullification are all but defensive abilities. If I was a tank they would be of more use to me. But in my current state I am not really able to benefit from them all that much. Same with color reversals. It may be useful on some enemies, but it is nothing that some flashier magic is not going to take care of. The damage reversal was a tempting option, but the more intense the battles would get, the more ugly the situations that would call for its use would become. And if that's the case, I might just corner myself or throw myself into a dead end by sheer accident. However, the Indigo Grail is a whole different matter. I mean, the ability to switch stats around as you please is downright broken. Taking me as an example, I can easily become a tank just by switching my luck stat with my vitality stat. Hell, I can even switch it with magic power and make myself into a potent wizard. And since it is reversal, and not a redistribution, I can switch my stats all day long while basically maintaining my agility build without any drawbacks. That reminds me, what kind of grails did you guys choose? I was really curious about that, so I asked the other players. Ray, blue and purple, Rust, green and red, Mold, yellow and purple, Akatsu Arcane, blue and purple, Alva, red and yellow. I was surprised that Ray, who is a heavy armored fighter, chose a blue grail as well. However, if you like the game so much that you become a heavy armored fighter, you might as well like to experiment in one way or another, to see what else the game has to offer. But still, why not indigo and purple combination, I wonder? Well, when it comes to Indigo Grail, it cannot really show you its full potential unless you can switch your job to something else to some extent. Could it be that Red chose the Purple Grail so that she could try to achieve even greater firepower than that she already possesses? I mean, unlike someone like me who basically dies in one hit if something powerful slaps me, Red has the means of surviving a blow or two no problem. If that's so, then the Purple Grail's damage reversal is a great addition to the job of a tank, since you can basically regain all of your lost health just by standing around and soaking all of the damage that is being thrown at you. As expected, the old saying that the best way to improve your party fighting abilities is to strengthen your solo abilities rings oh so true here. I'm kinda worried about other people here, but I guess that they know what they are doing and that they have chosen the grails that fit their respective playstyles best. Rather, this here item is the real problem. Chapter 216 Part 2, Chapter 216. A road may be different, but the heart stays the same. Part 2, Abyss Warning Bell Dash. It is a warning bell, sent from the deepest depths of the abyss, a sea-colored bell that senses and warns the user about the impending crisis. It reacts to, revealed after clearing THE4TH stage of the world quest, warning the user about the incoming catastrophe. The ancestors have failed. Now it is your turn. Wow, won't you look at that? Only ominous things are written in here. No matter how you think about it, you cannot get rid of a feeling that some sort of a global scale crisis is going to occur somewhere alongside the storyline. Defeating Wizarman and having Cutenid acknowledge us, we have successfully managed to push forward the world quest 2 times. Even, clearing 2 unique scenarios X, the world quest should currently be in its 3rd stage. And while it is true that defeating 2 unique monsters raised more questions than gave us answers, it is also an undeniable fact that the world itself has moved on onto the next stage as well. For example, Let's say that harvesting apples from an orchard is a grand goal of all players on the server. The unique quests here would be connected to the orchard's owner and his family, while the world quest would be the equivalent of the changes that occurs in the harvested apples. It might not be the best analogy out there, but the main thing here would be the passing of seasons. And from the description on this item, apparently something is about to happen once the third unique monster is going to be defeated. Something is going to happen once the world quest reaches its fourth stage. And that something requires the assistance of an alarm. While there are players out there that might enjoy a slow life of farming and crop cultivating like that, I am that kind of player that likes to get into the thick of the action, seeking out powerful monsters and overcoming various challenges. However, as with everything in here, information is the most powerful weapon, and we should keep the most important things to ourselves and not let everyone else know about it, especially that wannabe magical girl. However, I have a certain feeling brewing inside of me. It's hard for me to think that a mere warning bell is a reward for defeating a unique monster like that. At first glance, this bell really looks to be just an alarm bell, and that would make it pretty much useless. But what if that is also a reversal here? Like, rather than warning the player about something that is about to come, it is going to signal that the player is getting closer to something that they are actively searching for? Something that would appear in the fourth stage of the world quest? What if a possibility like that really existed? That this alarm bell is in fact a radar of sorts? It reeks of a treasure hunting to me. But you can only smell the sea breeze here, right? Yup, that's right. And Akatsu Arcane, calm down for Christ's sake. Just like that, the ship continued to sail leisurely towards Fifthsia with Strahd at the steering wheel. Now then, I wonder whatever I should do once I get back. Oh, yeah, about that. I should really go and apologize to Vash for taking both Imul and Sickle with me to Lulilus. The old man might be really livid with anger at me. So worst case scenario, I'll just get down on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Nraku, Sanraku. HMNH? What is it, Alva? Nothing, it's just that I think I will go home now. That's right. We are currently heading towards Fifthsia. Thinking about it logically, Alva is someone who is not human, a member of an entirely different race. Fifthsia is not a base town for him, and it is not his home either. Yeah, yup. That's right, I see. Oh well, thanks for all of your help, Alva. I really appreciate it. Think nothing of it, my friend. Without your help, both Nerelis and I would have been a part of Cutanid City at this point in time. In fact, Alva's help was the key to victory on more than once occasion throughout the past week in the underwater city. Whether it was during the mob battle, or the fight against Cutanid, his strength as the sort of magic physical warrior was nothing to scoff at. It was a worthy addition. Say now, if you ever happen to meet a dwarf named Gandak, tell him that Alva sent you. He's a really skilled blacksmith. I'm sure he'll be able to help you out. Is this supposed to be a touching farewell scene, or what? I guess you can say that. After all, I'm a hybrid who must live underwater in order to survive. It would be difficult for me to meet you land dwellers in your natural habitat. To that, I shake my finger in a negating gesture and make a face that was supposed to be saying non. We are the pioneers of the unknown, always on the lookout for the edge of the world to discover. If there is something unknown underwater, you can be sure that we'll get there and discover it. After all, there's nothing that Spirit and Guts cannot accomplish. The existence of the fish people NPCs and the unique monster dwelling at the bottom of the sea. No matter how you think about it, there surely must be more in the deep sea for us to explore. So there is no solid proof for that. But the possibility of us reuniting in the future is not impossible. Alva's words became round as saucers when he heard me. But then he smiled broadly and reached out his hand towards me. I reached out my own hand to shake it. But then Alva hugged me tightly and slammed his hand against my back a couple of times. You know, this is a way in which Hollywood movie stars say farewell to one another, so to think that I would be able to experience something like that. I must say I'm impressed. Fare thee well, my trusty comrades. It was fun fighting alongside you. I hope that we will meet again. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. Nereus manifested the upper part of her body and waved her hand at all of us alongside Alva. Then the two of them approached the edge of the ship. Alva turned his head towards Strahd. "Little pirate, I hope that you shall grow up to be a powerful and respected warlord one day." "Why, yeah, of course I will. After all, I'm a son of a great pirate." I had no idea that NPCs could interact with one another like that. But after saying all that, Alva smiled one more time and then finally jumped off the ship's edge and dove into the water. What can I say? It was so random, but in that one moment he just upped his coolness points casually and then just left. Now then, I'm okay with our party splitting up here. What are you guys going to do after this? Sleep. I'm going to go to sleep. That's right. All in all, it was a pretty exhausting voyage, I won't say. Well, no need to do anything serious right after I returned to Fifthsia. After all, it was the battle that managed to exhaust both our resources and our mental fortitude as well. If I'm going to do something, surely it will be tomorrow, or maybe even the day after tomorrow. All right. Then, tomorrow. Nah, make that the day after tomorrow. We are going to go to meet with Vash, since we have a whole lot of things we need to discuss. Rhea suddenly speaks up and interrupts the conversation. Just what could it be all about? I thought that while turning towards her, getting a feeling that it would probably be something even more troublesome than the unique Scenario X. To be honest, I have a request. Even though Sanraku and the company were trotting down the sunny path, back in Fifthsia there was already a storm brewing among the players. Chapter 217 Part 1, Chapter 217, Epilogue. On the surface, War-Sniffing Beast Part 1. There was the sudden sound of bells ringing. We have an official announcement for all those WHO play Shangri-La Frontier. An announcement from the game's administrators, and the one that was new and unheard of for the vast majority of the players. I mean, yeah, I do believe that everyone who is listening to that announcement right about now is going to be shocked beyond all belief. Not that I blame them, since the announcements from the game's admins is always something one needs to be wary of. As for the current moment, the game's administration have confirmed the defeat of the unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss. The names of the 5 players that managed this accomplishment are as follows: Rust, Mold, Akatsu Arcane, Sanraku, Sega Zero. Additionally, with the defeat of the unique monster, the world quest Shangri-La Frontier has been advanced as well. On that day, unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss. It was one of the 3 widely known unique monsters. It was sitting alongside Night Prowler Lucan and Seagwim of the Heavens as the unique monster that was possible to appear as a result of a random encounter. It was widely assumed that it was somewhere at the bottom of the ocean between the old and the new continent, but because people had no idea how to get there, it was impossible to subjugate it until today. What's more, there was one name in particular amongst Cutanid's subjugators that was not appearing in the announcement for the first time. A name that almost everyone knew about ever since the last announcement. Again with that guy, that Sanraku bastard. But there was also the name of the maximum firepower out there, right? It's impossible for the same player to be able to defeat 2 separate unique monsters. Not in that short amount of time, no less. Actually, maybe he's just a team manager or something like that? It's a possibility, right? Rumors seems to be all over the place nowadays, so it might be true, but I could not count on it. It's best to take them in with a grain of salt. I know that. Besides, the famous pledge of Shangri-La Frontier, play and let others play. Or maybe the guy was paid by the others to aid them? There's also a possibility like that. Apparently the fact that the first unique monster Gravekeeper Wizarman was beaten by the team of only 3 people was still fresh in the memory of the people around these parts. And now one of that accursed 3 managed to take down yet another unique monster. No matter what, the circulation of information is something that once made into motion cannot be stopped. And since rumors travel from one mouth to another, it's just like that one famous children's game. The original message tends to be distorted or blown out of proportion faster than you would expect it to do so. I have heard that he's always running half naked and there's a bunny girl accompanying him. Well, I heard that this guy has a skill that lets him fly in the sky as much as he pleases. Seriously? I heard that he managed to park every single member of SF Zoo in one fell swoop in a single moment. Eventually, when the rumors got blown so out of proportion that it basically reached the level of there's this half-human half-monster guy who goes around with a bunny girl slave wrapped in chains and collar and PKs anyone who he lays his eyes upon, people will start to realize that the rumors are actually not true. However, it is true that as a result of said rumors circulating around the game's server, the name Sanraku has become something that basically everyone was aware of. There is an idiom out there that goes as follows: boiling with rage. It means to express or feel an emotion, anger for that matter, very intensely. It may be a little bit of a stretch to say this, but this usually describes the state of feeling so much anger that you would be willing to do almost anything to anyone just to give that anger an opportunity to dissipate. The act of willing to do something is the key here. And right about now a certain member of the Black Wolf Guild was boiling with rage so much that you could easily cook a full-course meal around it. Or at the very least, make some delicious hard-boiled eggs. Grandmaster? What? Nothing. It's nothing. On the outside, that person looked to be as calm as ever. However, it was what was on the inside that counted. And on the inside that person was like a steel slate that was heated up to the point where it was pure white with the heat. It was not the kind of heat that would burn anything that was surrounding it, but it was that kind of heat that would be able to clearly cut something in half if you'd let it to do so. That kind of heat that was pushing the steel to its very limit. That person who was boiling with rage was none other than Black Wolf's Grandmaster Sega 100. On the surface she looked as calm as ever, but the rage could be seen in her eyes. And anyone who dared to look in those eyes would instantly back away in sheer terror. Seeing that it may be better not to approach the boss right now, the other members of the guild backed away as well, and started to consult one another in hushed whispers. Nope, 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 nope. Not even my real boss at work can be that scary as the boss is right now. Please, dude. You're probably the only one in here who can communicate with the boss right about now. Why won't you do it? Then, huh? You're the wall tank for fuck's sake. Start acting like one. Yes. You see, I may be good at tanking physical attacks, but I cannot do shit against mental attacks. Hey, stop looking at Magic Caster like they are the perfect meat shields right about now. Jeez. I hate this. I'm scared. I wanna go home. There are some rumors circulating amongst the members of the Black Wolf Guild, and some of them are believed to be very real. According to one of them, Sega, Zero and Sega 100, who just so happened to be real sisters in real life, recently had a huge quarrel. Sega 100 is the founder of the guild Black Wolves as well as the element that binds all of its members together. And Sega Zero joined Shangri-La Frontier and Black Wolves on behalf of Sega 100's invitation, and now holds the title of the maximum firepower. All this time the relationship between the two sisters was perfect, you could even call it exemplary. From the standpoint of the third party, the relationship between the boss that can be a little bit pushy at times but not unreasonable and the Sega Zero who contributes the great deal to the guild's power and position, is just like the relationship of true sisters. However, for the past couple of days Sega 100 was acting strange. She was constantly on edge and would snap at anyone for no particular reason, and whenever Sega Zero was mentioned during the conversation, she would almost right away flight off the handle. There is no relationship out there that can be perfect forever, and it is not all that uncommon for even the closest of sisters to quarrel with one another occasionally. So for the time being the other members of Black Wolves decided to just let the situation unfold and resolve naturally over the course of time. However, there were rumors circulating around the guild at the probable cause of this sisterly quarrel. It is said that the matter that split the sisters apart was the player Sanraku, the same one who assisted the Walking Calamity Arthur Pensilgton in subjugation of the unique monster Gravekeeper Wiseman, the same Sanraku that happened to have taken part in subjugation of another unique monster, Kitanid of the Abyss. Say, don't you think it's kinda bad that this quarrel is taking them so long to resolve? You can say that again. Hope it's not anything serious. But that's exactly what it looked like to me. Since Black Wolves stand at the top of the guilds in Shangri-La Frontier, all of its members are seasoned veterans. There are no amateurs here. Sure, there were people like Sega Zero, for who Shanfro was their very first MMO ever, but the vast majority of people here are players who have seen some action in other MMOs as well, which also means that they know how badly the worsening relationships can affect the entire guild or the community as a whole. Chapter 217 Part 2, Chapter 217, Epilogue on the Surface, War Sniffing Beast Part 2, Clans, Guilds. Those are all group activities, not solo ones. No matter how good the players are individually, it will all come to nothing if they cannot work together. Especially since in this game unique events and quests can appear completely out of the blue and without warning. However, when it comes to unique monsters that are only 7 of which in the entire game, there is another layer to that. It should be guilds that take them down and earn glory and respect as a result. To think that individual players were able to snatch that glory for themselves, it was a sign of disrespect. Not to mention that some of the Black Wolves members felt personally offended by the fact that 2 of the unique monsters were already dispatched without them participating in it. They are one of the most powerful guilds, god damn it. So for them it was a matter of pride, if nothing else. Snake's Apple, 5th branch. Inside of this establishment that only those who have already forsaken their own taste buds would dare to enter, Arthur Pensilgton was smiling at the announcement that was just made. Behind the counter, there was a familiar face of the barkeep, same to every shop of this franchise in every major city. I tried to make the story as brief as possible, without giving out too much details. I didn't think the 2 quests would be connected, and before I knew it I was forced to clear them in one go, and without the help of this maximum firepower here it wouldn't be possible. Oh, and I have also pushed forward the quest connected to Lucan. I'm sure that Pensilgton knew that there was more to the story than just that, but the fact remains unchanged. I have managed to clear one more unique Scenario X. No, I must say this, things surely must have been rough. This is a commonplace occurrence in any world or game that has a ranking system implemented into it. People that tend to stand out too much will always have it rough. If it was Pensilgton of Sega Zero, things would not be so big or blown out of proportion. It would be nothing all that weird or surprising that the players with a number of achievement on their names managed to add yet another great achievement to their track record. But Sanraku does not have such track record. If I was doing it alongside Pensilgton and Katsu, I could at least shift the credit onto them and be done with it. But I was unable to do that, and now people surely are going to be onto me. To me it looks like you'll have much harder of a time playing the game properly from now on, unless you do something about it. Ahaha. And why do I get the feeling that you are partially to blame for my current predicament, my dear friend? True. Lately there has been a whole lot of people around me who are making my life a whole lot more difficult. Wouldn't you say? Oh my. I would very much like to comment on that, but I'm afraid that I'll have to refrain from doing that. Otherwise I could say something truly rude here. However, aside from Pensilgton, there was one more player here sitting with us at the same table. She was a female player wearing a light armor with a stylish sleeveless hura put on top of it. She would respond to Pensilgton's thorny remarks with a feminine voice with a slight tinge of masculinity in it, while sipping the contents of her cup. Apparently, this woman with a long hair tied into ponytail came here to see Pensilgton as well, and the cause of her visit was not pleasant or fun. So, what is it that you want from me, Kyogoku-chan? Did you perhaps wanted to convince me to inherit the Ashura Kai after that Lilican bailed out on us? I always knew him as a good person, but, no, I would never think that he would abandon us like that. Well, isn't that actually great for you? I mean, for such a battle maniac such as yourself, this is a perfect opportunity. Pensilgton knows perfectly well why that woman came to visit her. This woman was originally a part of the Ashura Kai, and a member of the guilds in a faction that more than anything seek out the thrill of battle in this game. But said group was no more when the Ashura Kai was annihilated, and instead of committing honorary PKK, its leader escaped to the new continent alongside the small group of his trusty followers. If you don't mind me asking, how did you manage to come back here all the way from the new continent? It should have been quite a treacherous voyage. You see, I had to cash in a small favor for that. Coordinated transfer gate. I had a friend of mine who is also a magician sent me here. I have a favor to ask. Transfer gate. I've heard rumors about that spell. It is said to be even higher in the spell hierarchy than teleport, and allows to establish a connecting point between two locations that the caster or the one using the gate had previously visited. In a nutshell, it would be nothing more but a fast travel system. The player magic casters could use it, that's a given. But apparently nowadays even some of the NPCs were learning how to use it. But more importantly, what would that favor be? What the hell could all of this be about? Now then, I know that you are a busy woman, Pensilgton, so please allow me to be honest with you and cut straight to the chase. Yes, come right at me. Hold nothing back. Foo-foo. You guys, sooner or later you are bound to jump at each other's throats with Guild Black Wolves, right? If that's the case, then, I want you to add me to your guild, your Wolfgang. That was to be expected. Apparently this girl is totally oblivious to the concept of give and take, and is going to be satisfied for as long as she is allowed to fight strong players. What a genuine swordswoman she is. Apparently she would propose an invasion on the Black Wolves on numerous occasions in the past and would get rejected every single time. So when she heard about a new upcoming guild here, our Wolfgang, she returned here and tried her luck one more time. Also that she could test her skills in battle against the strongest guild in the whole of Shangri-La Frontier. And as long as she could do that, apparently the consequences of her actions were of no concern to her. And if I said that you've had to get on your knees and kiss my feet for me to agree? Hey, if that's what gets your boat floating, I'm not going to kink shame or anything. If it was only me and Katsu here, then Pensilgton surely would have exploded with laughter right this instant. Right, so does that mean you want Denise-san to dye her name red once more? Ahaha, just so you know, if it's a one-on-one on the spot, I'm not going to lose. She was arrogant for sure, but her personality was not all that bad, to be sure. And that is exactly why this whole situation was truly troublesome. Their party may have been a bunch of strays and rejects, but it is without a doubt that they were pioneering the harsh environment of the newly opened continent all on their own. And the confirmation of her skills surely lied in that magical number that was right next to her PN. Level 104. I'd say that there would be no draw if we fight, but I'll leave it to your imagination for now. Whatever you say. Well, it's not really something I can decide on my own. After all, we have a democracy here, all three of us. We need to consult the matter first. It would surely be nice to have someone on our hands that could equal in strength to Sega Zero. But then a certain thought occurred to me. She may be strong, sure, but she is more like a joker card, or a ticking time bomb, ready to explode. She could defect from us or backstab us at any moment without hesitation. Then another thought occurs to me. Thinking about it carefully, she and Pensilgton have so much in common that it is actually frightening. I let out a deep sigh. That is exactly why hanging around Pensilgton will never amount to any good. Then I see a pair of beast's ears swaying right in front of me. A small detail about the hurry-wearing woman that managed to slip my attention before. I get a feeling that she's one of those people who will actually listen to what others have to say, but it would not change the way in which she does things in her own way. Oh, and one more thing. There's more? My name is not Kyogoku. The girl shakes her fox ears around, as if trying to underline the importance of that fact. My PN is Kyo Ultimate. It's a mouthful to say, so I reject it. Also, this helped me to reach a conclusion. Needless to say, the offer for her to join us was rejected. Chapter 218, Epilogue of the Deep, or what is called a God Part 1. It was a very quiet room. It was a really spacious room with concrete walls and no windows, so there was not really any sunlight coming into it. The only source of light was the soft LED light coming from the desk. And on that desk there was a sole desktop-style computer, one that looked ancient compared to today's standards. It did not have a touch screen, but the keyboard was really thin and the monitor was displaying the images in a really good quality. It was that kind of a PC that was common around the beginning of the 21st century, and during its time it surely must have been something that was ahead of its time for the general public. And inside of that concrete room, there was a woman who was sitting behind the desk. She was wearing old and worn-out jersey top and pants, both of different colors and in different sizes. Her hair was also a real mess, greasy and so long that their tips were brushing against the ground even when she was standing up. She was sitting in front of that old-fashioned computer, looking at the image on the screen that was of surprisingly low quality, and even though she looked like the happiest person on earth mere moments ago, right now that expression of happiness was no longer there. What was on her face right now was a nasty smile, the likes of which embodies the malicious intent unlike anything the world had seen before. I wonder if I should maybe change this thing into a death game after all. Tsukuri, please give me a break. You do that and it's my head that's going to fly, not yours. It was a joke. I was obviously joking. Tsukuyogi. No, It would be bad to be remembered for something so utterly villainous, said the woman to the man that had just entered the room. Even though she said it was a joke, when she was muttering those words she looked alarmingly serious. Even though the man told her to stop calling him that, she was still doing it, while letting out a deep sigh. The suit-wearing man called Tsukuyogi leaned against the wall and after a momentary silence he turned towards the woman and spoke up. Keep making distasteful jokes like that. Amaki will be after your ass sooner rather than later. I know, right? I mean, it would be totally weird if you were not. Tsukuri, Tsukuyogi, Amaki. Those three people were the founding fathers of the game called Shangri-La Frontier, and the amount of money they managed to earn from developing that game was more than enough for each of them to build a house of their own and pay their bills for the rest of their lives. However, there were times when Tsukuyogi was missing the good old days when the three of them used to play around with the code and drink a sea of booze in their university's dormitory room. It was just then, at that time, the door was left open, but even though the room and the walls on the corridor were built to be soundproof, you could hear the loud echo of tremendous footsteps that were drawing closer and closer with each second. It was enough of a proof that someone was approaching this place at an alarmingly fast rate, and soon after that another woman entered the room with such intensity that it would make you think that she would swiftly break the door open if they happened to be closed. It was a woman with a flat bangs, from who you could not feel even an ounce of sex appeal. She was wearing a lab coat on top of sloppy clothes and her hair was messy and unruly, as if it was the effect of her cutting it herself. She seemed to be that kind of person that would only go and take a shower once they were able to smell that their hair was smelling really bad. That woman yelled at Tsukuri with such vigor that even the small wrinkles around her face seemed to be angry and agitated. Tsukuri, you were playing around with the database again, you asshole. Shut up, you're too loud, god damn it. Besides, were you not the one who was messing with my world in the first place? Well, maybe if you were not sticking your hands where they did not belong, two unique monsters would not be defeated in a row in such short amount of time. Kakin. At that moment Tsukuyogi could hear the sound of a switch being violently flipped. It was not the first such switch that got flipped since today's morning, and it probably would not be the last one today. Don't you even dare to give me that kind of shit. You are the one who put shackles and limiters on my cute Wizaman and cute Nid. So don't you even dare to start complaining to me that they got defeated, since you made them to be this way. Can you blame me? Possessing a total number of 15 forms, using instant teleportation, time manipulation to launch attacks from both past and future at once. And you have the audacity to wonder why we could not allow for bullshit powers like that to be implemented into the final product. Ah. My poor baby, my poor, pitiable cute Nid. Look what they have done to you, how they have massacred you, forcing you to fight only in 4 forms. And you could even rival Wizamon if only you could wield your full potential freely. Full potential, my ass. If you make a boss to be this broken strong, do you know what this is? It's not being strong. It's being shit. Shit? Did you just call my babies shit? I'm outraged. I'm outraged beyond words. My world is shit too. You? Care to repeat that? Hearing that exchange, Tsukuyogi let out another deep sigh and took out a stomach medicine out of his suit's pocket. It was his reality now that he was not parting with the blasted thing. The genius who created the world of Shangri-La Frontier, Tsukuri Tsukuyo. The genius who made it possible to adapt the world of Shangri-La Frontier into a game, Amaki Ritsu. The above two were just like water and oil. Did not mix all that well with one another. So it was always the task of this genius to be a sort of mediator between the two. Tsukuyogi Sakai. Usually cat fights are all good and well, but not in this particular case. When it comes to this particular cat fight, they were the ones that could casually lead to the collapse of the great system known as the Shangri-La Frontier. And what's worse, they were happening here on a daily basis. That is exactly why sometimes it was even hard for Tsukuyogi to be able to mediate between the two. Sometimes even his stomach medicine was of no real help. Hell, even the delicious bento his beloved wife was making for him was not enough to power him up for the task. If it was not for my hard work and effort, you would not be as God in my world. This whole world would be nothing more but a data blob. So don't interfere in my creation. Oh yeah? If it was not for me always tempering your bad ideas, that whole world of yours would have already collapsed on itself long time ago. Ladies, please calm down for now. You can keep on arguing as much as you like for all that I care, but first take a moment to catch your breath. HMPH. Guru. Chapter 218 Part 2. Chapter 218, Epilogue of the Deep. Or what is called a God Part 2. Although the two women looked about ready to jump at each other's throats any moment now and start tearing each other to pieces, the truth is that both their muscles and motor capabilities were very poor at best. If they were allowed to continue like that, this whole argument would soon devolve into something that was even more pathetic than a fight between two hamsters. So it was best to let them rest while they still had the chance for that. Okay, first of all, Amaki, the data has not been tampered with, so the two unique monsters were defeated fair and square, without cheating being involved. On that much I can assure you. I think it's too early to be so certain about that. The fact that the timing of defeating those two unique monsters is so close to one another is nothing but a sheer coincidence. Various players were trying to beat Wizamon for quite some time now, and Cutenid's quest was also known to at least a number of players. Well, I guess so. Now, your turn, Tsukuri, and I want you to take it seriously. You say that you haven't tampered with the unique monster's data. Can you swear to us that you didn't do that on your grandfather's grave? That's a really cowardly way to corner someone, you know, Tsukuyogi. But sure, whatever. I swear on my grandfather's grave that I didn't do anything. Both Tsukuyogi and his wife had been really busy for the last couple of days, so it was true that their marital relationship got a little bit cold recently. However, Tsukuyogi's beloved wife had prepared him octopus-shaped sausages as a part of his bento. This meant that right about now he was pretty much invincible when dealing with these two. And since the two women knew exactly what was going on with him, a merit of having worked with the same group of people for a prolonged amount of time, they also knew that trying to resist him right about now would be pretty much a wasted effort. So for now, the two decided to sheathe their anger and call it a truce. At least for now. In all seriousness now, shouldn't we be more concerned about the fact that there is the same player name appearing in the list of the subjugators of the two unique monsters? I've already did a background check on that. Thankfully it's none of the relatives. It is just a regular player. What gives? You did something like that without feeling the need to inform us beforehand. But here's where things start to get weird. It's only been a month since that particular player started playing the game. For a moment out there was a complete silence. Amaki looked as if she swallowed something utterly bitter. Tsukuyogi looked as though he heard something incomprehensible and Tsukuri's eyes widened in shock. There's more where that came from. That player also managed to start the questlines for unique monsters Lucan and Wysash. Could it be one of the alpha testers? No, that's not possible. I've double-checked with the databases of both alpha and beta testers, but nothing came up from it. Moreover, since that player managed to achieve 2 separate conditions for Lucan's curse marks only around level 18, I suspected that he might use some cheats or third-party tools, but here it was also nothing. Could it be that a true monster have descended onto my world? I think we must make a statement on this. Achieving 2 separate conditions for the curse marks could be just a fluke, or a stroke of luck. It could have been thanks to that player's skill. But it might have been thanks to none of the above as well. The other two understood what Amaki was saying all too well. Since there was a player who was clearing one important quest after another in Shangri-La Frontier, it was now open to debate whether or not they should interfere with that player. No, we shall do nothing about that. And may I ask you why? Perhaps he was tired from standing up, because Tsukuyogi reached out towards the office chair and sat down on it. He knew that he had 2 women that were basically gods when it comes to Shangri-La Frontier right in front of him, but even for them such statement was the peak of arrogance. Gods should love everyone equally, but only observe. They should not interfere with their creation. Was that perhaps a quote from Nietzsche? Oh, so perhaps you have a better solution? Please submit it on paper, then. Limitations, 1 page, and the language should be simple, so that even a mental gorilla would be able to get it. However, Amaki shook her head and let out a deep sigh. It is true that before that player arrived on the server, the world of Shangri-La Frontier was in a state of stagnation. That stagnation was partially the result of the anticipation for the new content in form of a new continent, but it was also thanks to a whole lot of meaningless efforts they had to put into balancing the game. The reason for that being that the number of available classes and jobs have increased considerably. Do you want to discard one more precious memory and put it in the trash? Well, you're the world creative administrator, so if that's what you want, I won't say no to you. Now then. Amaki tapped her cheek with her finger as to allow her mind to switch gears, and voiced out a different kind of concern. Well, there is actually something else I wanted to discuss. 2 matters, to be honest, and I wanted to talk about it ever since yesterday. What would that be? Bosgaki and Freeloader. Oh, yeah. Just pass me the requirements and I'll see that it is done. What happened to the terrible atmosphere that was filling the room up to that point? Tsukuyogi felt that his stomach was starting to hurt once he realized that they are like a group of kindergarteners on the loose. One moment they fight each other, only to get united and venture to do pranks and tricks the very next moment. When it comes to the former, we should release some new preview. Really now? You're just like children that cannot hold anything back. I've already implemented the necessary data into the orchestra, so be sure to give it a look later. Oh, but regarding that thing from before, maybe a little punishment should be in order here? It would be so nice to just be able to kick Bosgaki's ass. The latter is just a request for maintenance. It reads literary. I didn't do anything and it somehow broke. Foo-foo. No matter how you look at it, it's such an old-fashioned excuse. Foo-fa-foo. It's kinda embarrassing, like a parent who can't leave their children on their own for even a minute. It was even more ridiculous since nothing in this life would happen entirely on its own, and both of those matters were so simple and down to earth that compared to the previous conversation it was something that would cause one to want to rip their own hair from their head. However, if Tsukuri were to handle everything on her own, it is possible that she would sooner rather than later die because of overwork, and just because of that, Tsukuyogi was always the one who was taking the vast majority of the mundane work onto himself. It was simultaneously satisfying to see the work done and the project of Bosgaki advancing smoothly, but at the same time having to deal with those 2 women constant bickering was drastically increasing the amount of the stomach medicine he was forced to consume. And that's a fact. And because of the ordering mistake about a month or so ago, his stomach was now in such a bad condition that he had to take even greater dosages of the medicine. Seriously, if it wasn't for his beloved wife's cooking he would have probably dropped dead long ago. Look, if you have nothing more to say, then please stop interrupting my blissful time and get out. Like, right now. Even without you saying that, there is a whole lot of work that needs to be done before adding the fourth stage of the world quest into the game. But you are also a member of society, so please remember to work in moderation. Now then, that example player, was it a Leviathan from last month? Oh, there it is. There it is. Playing with her personal mobile terminal, a device that was not yet introduced to the general public, Sukari was searching for the information on a certain player she had in mind. Looking at the log records of that certain player, Sukari started to smile even without realizing that right about now she looked like a god who was looking down onto his own creation, as well as a mother that would gaze upon the struggles of her dear child. Tsukumayu is out of the question, but Kyojuro should do the trick quite nicely here. Well, I wonder if I'll be able to observe something good. The Hand of God changes the file classification without much of a problem. There was a list of several player names. And at the very bottom, the latest position reads Sanraku. It is not a god's job to love every single person individually. It is to observe them. Otherwise. Chapter 219, Interlude. Those who wish for the Golden Falls conquer the heavens Part 1. This story takes place shortly after Kutanid was defeated, the middle of the gloomy jungle. That particular group consisted of veteran warriors, seekers and survivors. Even though they grew strong as a result of fighting against the world filled with monsters and magic, nothing could have possibly prepared them for what they encountered here. Look, I know that things may not look all that bright now, but there's no real reason for us to panic, okay? The name of that person was Blackshine. He was a young man, wearing a knight's armor and carrying a large long sword hanging at his waist, his armor adorned with a beautiful decorative cloth. In the party he was acting as a damage dealer, but if need be he could also switch roles to being a tank. And no matter what role he was currently acting, he was not going to any compromises. We have no idea what kind of monsters are going to spawn in this jungle after 3 o'clock in the morning. I know that you all must be nervous, but until we actually manage to confirm that, we must stay vigilant, okay? The man advising the other party members to stay vigilant was called Vigilance. He was wearing a full-on black ninja attire and there were 2 short Japanese swords hanging on his back. Unlike Blackshine, who was always trying to cheer everyone up and maintaining the balance, he was calm and quiet. Also, up until now he was mostly known for playing solo, but lately he's been accompanying various stray parties that were exploring the new continent, mostly in hopes of encountering and testing his strength against new monsters around these parts. It was actually a good thing that this party was well leveled and possessing good abilities and equipment. Thanks to that there was no worry of Vigilance being someone who would seek out profits and gains at the cost of those weaker than him. And because of the specifics of his class, even though he used to play solo all the time, his ability to detect nearby monsters was invaluable even to bigger and more experienced parties. You're absolutely right. Still, good thing that Cerberus Tyranno is not out for now. That thing was insane. The name of the woman whose voice matched her appearance, which was a rare occurrence in this game, was Emiria. Although there was nothing particularly noticeable about her at first glance, she was a cleric with a side job of carpenter, and amongst the Palias of the New World group she was regarded as someone who contributed to the party by taking care of the base and strengthening their comrades in battle. While at base she liked to walk around with a huge hammer equipped, and although she was a cleric, in the field she was using a huge mace to inflict damage. That is why other party members suspected that she might have a liking to violence and hitting stuff, even though the girl herself seemed to be totally oblivious to that fact. Some time ago their base had been attacked by a 3-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex-like monster. They managed to repel it somehow, but that monster, the name of which they did not know since they did not manage to kill it, left the whole group with a strong case of PTSD. It was so severe that they were all sleeping with one eye opened at night, and would shudder at the very sight of shadow that resembled the infernal beast. Still, some people claim that a tame skill is effective against it. So does that mean that you could technically make it into a mount and ride it if you'd managed to break it in? The name of the last member of this stray party was Ji. Although he kept mostly to himself and was not very talkative, as a magic swordsman he was a worthy addition to the party. His balanced use of a magic sword and powerful spells saved the party's hides on more than one occasion up until this point in time. In addition to being a magic swordsman, Ji also possessed the subclass of a rider. So aside from powerful spells and melee capabilities, he could also tame wild beasts and use them as mounts. However, he was yet to acquire his very first mount because, as he himself have said, "I shall only take the most adorable creature in this game as my trusty steed." Needless to say, he was yet to find such creature. For the time being, there are no monsters in the vicinity, but still, some of them might be able to use stealth that surpasses my detection skill, so please forgive me if one such monster manages to ambush us. Roger that. For now, let's just review what we know and what our goal is. The quest giver this time around is the transport ship Scale Feathered Night Owl, the one that delivers the pioneers to the new continent. The quest itself involved the hunting and subjugation of Dracarys Danu. We all have experience with fighting that particular monster. Am I right? Dracarys Danu. Strictly speaking, it was a rather peculiar monster. It was combining the elements of both dinosaur and an owl, with an added Dracarys to its name for some reason. We are talking about that Dino-Owl hybrid, right? I got incapacitated during a party battle against it, but ultimately we have won that battle. I managed to defeat it on my own on a few occasions, since not until that long ago I was a solo player for the most part. I have fought it as well, but it was not a clear win, because we got ambushed by another monster and the two of them basically ripped each other to shreds. Amongst all monsters that appear on this new continent, almost every single one that looked like a dinosaur had the words Dino or Dracarys in its name. Was it because the monster belonged to the same species? Or maybe there was something else to it? To each player it was their own theory. To some players, things like that are the objects of passionate debates that could last for hours or days without end. For other players, those who are less interested or simply do not care, those were just mere words that indicated a group of the very troublesome enemies they would have to deal with. Since Dracarys Danu is very adept at sneak attacks, can I ask you to be on a supporting role rather than the main attacking group? Vigilance-san? Roger that. Do you want me to limit myself to only using tools to support? Or would you like something else? Oh, yeah, since you are a ninja you can use various tools. All right. Then do as you wish, but please try not to use the Great Tantrum. I would never think of using that recklessly, not in this environment. Even on the mostly open and seemingly empty spaces. You never know if using that won't cause monsters to swarm all over you. Despite the fact that its feathers were all replaced with hard scales, Dracarys Danu was able to fly and move about in complete silence, attacking with its wings and air currents, sharing much similarities with an owl. Dracarys Danu was able to perform sneak attacks like a true assassin, and thanks to its full-body scale armor it possessed an impregnable defenses akin to that of a heavy armored knight. All that factors made it so that fighting it was usually taking a long time, much longer than any player would desire. Therefore, players with high agility and detection skills were desirable during fighting that monster. Since my vitality and defenses are the highest in this group, leave the aggro focus to me. Hear that, Emiria? Don't hesitate to hit me as hard as you can. Sure thing. Emiria will show you what a carpenter trained mace is capable of doing. Thanks to the specifics of the carpenter side job, the more Emiria was swinging her mace, the more proficiency points she was receiving to that weapon, so that statement was not entirely wrong. That being said, please limit yourself to magic that does not use any sort of flashy effects. Okay, just to be on the safe side, we should save all of our big and powerful moves and skills for later. Apparently there is a high probability of getting invaded by other monsters at night, so in case of that happening, we unleash everything we have at them at the right time and aim to finish it in one swift blow. Chapter 219, Interlude. Those who wish for the Golden Falls conquer the heavens Part 2. Since Blackshine belonged to the Guild 10 PM Army, a guild that consisted mostly of working adults who could log in only after 10 PM every day, He already had some experience as a party commander. Therefore everyone agreed with his instructions and the party started to trek through the thick jungle where even the path blazed by monsters were pretty much non-existent. Wait a moment. I would like to pick up an item. Wild Jurassic herb. It's a material used to synthesize the Great Recovery Potion, right? Ahaha. You see, base defense consume way more items and resources than one might think. Sounds kinda lame, huh? In the first place, with no real shops being available here for the time being, it is really important to procure material on the field, critical even, and even in towns or villages. If you don't know a friendly herbalist or alchemist, you might get scammed on the prices of ingredients and products. Would be nice if there was a fine for scammers, like maybe 5,000 money per person that got scammed. Man, that would be swell. Maybe it was a good thing that it was so dark already and only Vigilance, who specialized in detection and stealth, could see properly, because upon hearing that his eyes grew as wide as saucers and he even mumbled a silent "really, now?" under his nose. Apparently the existence of scammers was not so common of a knowledge. The four went on through the jungle. Thanks to Vigilance's guidance they were able to avoid the large and troublesome monsters, and quickly dispose of the smaller ones that would net them the even so precious materials. Even if you did not needed some of the materials from smaller monsters, it was a good idea to collect them still, since lots of NPCs would buy those materials off of you for a reasonably high price. Uchi-san, Raider subclass is a derivative of a ranger, right? So does that mean you can see some things that we are unable to see? Something that could help us track the monster down? Yes, that is correct. Since Raider is a subclass of a ranger, I can use a skill called Trace Chase that might be of use here. Oh, lucky us. Then please, by all means. If memory serves me correctly, one of the Dracarys Denul's characteristics was that its passing leaves broken branches on the tall trees. You sure know a whole lot about that monster, Blackshine. Not really. You see, my work requires me to be able to recognize a whole bunch of different patterns on the spot. That is why I'm able to project that onto the game. But the motivation here is much higher than in the real world. The skill Trace Chase that can be acquired by Ranger class and its subclasses is a skill that allows the active tracking of a certain monster or person via using a specific object as a catalyst. And although it is not a skill that is as accurate as Vigilance's detection, its range can span to even a few hundred meters radius, allowing the tracker to pinpoint a rough location of the monster they were looking for. It seems to be pretty close, even though we were unable to spot it just yet. I'm sure the Denul can search for enemies as well, right? Apparently so. You can get a jump at it if you have a sniper with you, so you can attack it before it manages to spot you. But basically it is a minigame with it. Whoever manages to spot the other side first gets the advantage. Sniper. You can do such a thing here? My guild. There was one crusader there that was capable of doing such a thing, and honestly, it was a little scary. He was really good in player versus player kind of fights, but he also possessed the skills and knowledge that would make him really shine in here. After all, in this continent it feels like a completely different game, the one with the element of hunting and survival mixed into it. Although Blackshine said that he was good at pattern recognition, there was often times where he would confuse the patterns that appeared in this game, and although it was surely a flaw on his part, it was also a fact that he was a part of the group that was exploring the new continent as one of the first in the entire server. It is thanks to that fact that his guild, the commonly known Afternoon Crusaders, is even ahead of the guild Black Wolves. However, once the main forces of Black Wolves were to arrive in here, that status quo was surely about to change. Everyone, I got a reaction close by, so it means more or less that we have been spotted. Let's give it a warm welcome. All right, just leave it to your trusty Emiria to beat it to death in a few strikes. Being here in the new continent means pioneering in the world of Shangri-La Frontier. Not every player out there had level 99, but since it was the minimum requirement if one wanted to get to 5th tier, it pretty much guaranteed that everyone who would come here would theoretically possess the skills and abilities necessary to handle whatever this new world would throw their way. Without saying anything, The party spreads about and assumes combat-ready positions. Black Shine would expect no less from the players he handpicked himself. Silence. Despite being of considerable size and being covered in scales, the monster was capable of flying in complete silence. They could only draw their weapons and wait for it to strike, being ready to receive it. Attacker. Perhaps Dracarys Danul understood that its prey was already aware that it was approaching, and so it changed the scaly feathers across its whole body to something else in response. Its green-colored feathers moved and changed positions, indicating that the monster itself has switched from the hunt mode into fight mode. Its beak clearly hid rows of sharp teeth inside of it, and assuming that it was really a beak in the first place, it was capable to movements that no beak would ever do. Then it appeared on the night sky, as to assert its dominance over its prey. As the name suggested, it was a hybrid of both dinosaur and a dragon. Just its sight alone was enough to assure you that the inhabitants of this new continent are not going to be pushovers. Are you really a bird, huh? If that thing ain't a jaw, then I don't know what is. All right. The scales of the monsters around these parts were not as hard as one might think, but instead each and every single one of them was like a razor blade. Useful both in attack and defense. Just brushing against them was enough to rip open your skin and cause some bleeding damage. If so, the best way to deal with monsters like that was as follows. Either use force so strong to crush the vast majority of the scales in one blow, or use piercing attacks that penetrate the flesh in between the scales. Fuyuh. The straight sword was swung down towards the claws of Dracarys Danul, striking its claws and the part of its right wing in the process. And because both of them were on the move at the time, the amount of force created by their collision was way higher than what would the strength of Black Shine normally be. Gudja! Dracarys Danul let out a scream of pain that was far from any cry a bird would be capable of and slides to the ground! Black Shine raised his hand and gave the signal to his party members. Next, Emiria, who was hiding in the shadows, jumped high in the air, brandishing her mace and about ready to bring it down in one fell swoop towards her enemy. Heave ho! Chapter 219 Part 3, Chapter 219, Interlude. Those who wish for the Golden Falls conquer the heavens Part 3. Skull Shaker. A skill dealing crushing damage. Additionally, when striking the opponent to the head, it was possible to deal an additional effect in form of a concussion, and when the monster got stunned and stopped moving, both she and Black Shine moved in on the offensive. Two swordsmen. In both cases their weapons are straight swords. However, this is where the similarities end because the properties of those weapons were fundamentally different. Both of them use the same skill, which was beheading, a simple, yet very effective skill against enemies with a certain degree of hardness to them. The skills strike against Dracarys Danul head, making it screech in both pain and fury even more than before. Shut your pathetic mouth. You irritate me beyond belief, you human insects. Obugu. In the next moment, a huge cannonball shot out from outside of the field of view of the three people who were currently locked in combat with Dracarys Danul, crushing against its body. The shell exploded on impact, but probably because of its low durability it was unable to gravely injure the monster. No, it was not the shell at all. Vigilance-san? There was a hole in Vigilant's body. Even though he was taking part in the group's attack while still being wary of their surroundings, his whole body was now being red from the effect of blood polygons raining all over him. A moment later Vigilance's body exploded right where it stood. HMPH. A rather uninteresting explosion pattern, if I do say so myself. What? What the? Enemy attack? A member of the Green Clan, huh? And what are those things? Just crawling on the ground like ants. From where? There was a loud crunch, followed by a loud thud. Then, Dracarys Danul's body went limp and collapsed on the spot just like that. That action alone let Black Shine and his comrades understand from where the attack came from, as it was done by a huge hand that swept in from the above, crushing not only the monster but also the drop items that fell from it. Black Shine-san. Above, where in the sky, the night sky was covered in shadow. Deep, jet black shadow without even a single star, that could never be mistook for the blackness of the sky. That shadow was wings of a creature so huge that it was actually covering the sky that Black Shine and his comrades were looking up towards. The time has come, so rejoice, human insects. I shall grant you the ultimate honor of becoming my kinsman's nutrients. Is that a monster? This is a dragon. Describing this thing simply as a monster, a dragon, or a walking calamity would simply be an understatement. However, there was no way to call it anything else, seeing that it managed to crush a monster like Dracarys Denul without exceeding any effort. It was that kind of strength that would easily raze entire camps and settlement to the ground in a matter of seconds. Black Shine-san, Ji-kun, sorry about that, but I'm afraid that our schedule has been changed at the last possible moment. Ji immediately understood what Black Shine meant by that. The look in his eyes was more than enough of a proof. Rather than aiming for the impossible idea of trying to run away or fight this abomination, Black Shine wanted to collect as much information on it as humanly possible. It was his sense of a high-level player speaking right now, especially since that thing would most probably decimate them all without even blinking. There was also a thought crossing Ji's mind right now: don't try to look so cool while saying things like that. It's unpleasant. Gah? Black Shine was blown away, but he was not annihilated with one hit. The reason for that is because as a result of many battles and encounters since his starting days at Shanfro, he managed to build a tremendous defense and vitality, backed up by sturdy armor and a skill I don't fear death. It was just too cruel. No, to call this cruel would not even begin to cover it. The body of Black Shine was destroyed by the second blow that came right after the first one, not even giving him a chance to stand up or to defend himself. The dragon that was even darker than the darkest night crushed Black Shine to the ground with its sharp claws that were sharper than spears and possessed more crushing power than any hammer or battering ram. Then the dragon moved its claws around, as if it was trying to grind Black Shine to dust. A whole lot of emotions were coming to mind upon seeing this scene, but the biggest of them all was the feeling that this could not possibly be real. Yes, it was just as if a human was trampling an ant right under their feet, because surely that is how the dragon must have thought about humans, if it even thought about them. That is, the ruthless light in its eyes was saying something completely different. They did not even recognize humans as living beings. Talking dragon. What is this? Maybe a unique monster. No way. Ha ha ha. They knew that they cannot win. They knew they cannot escape. Black Shine was unable to act or speak up, and he instantly became nothing more but a red stain on the ground. The only thing he was able to do was to utter those words. And as soon as he did, the dragon's gaze turned towards him. Fortunately or unfortunately, or maybe it was something common for talking dragons, who knows? When two warriors meet in battle, it is a common courtesy to respect your opponent and introduce yourself, even if your opponent is a human. At least that is what the Golden King always used to say. It's a shame that the Black Dragon never really cared to listen to those wise words. Fetchy. That answer turned out to be fatally wrong, but it was the right answer for the rest of the players out there. Are you the fake Sequim? Don't you dare to say that name. Ji had no idea what just happened. But all of a sudden his world started to spin in the ground and the black sky switched places, with the sea of trees right in the middle of it. But he could still hear them. The hatred-fueled words of a black dragon, who for some reason decided to correct the mistake of a human insect. My name is Noi Erlind. I am the one and the only, true king of all dragons. The encounter that happened to Black Shine, Vigilance, Emiria and Ji gave birth to the gossip about the jet black dragon amongst the player base. They had no way of understanding it. However, they were all soon about to be swept right in the middle of the War of the Dragons as the third part of the world quest was about to begin. The world advanced forward, the Gravekeeper went to sleep, allowing the new gods to move, the abyss sank, and the jet black mixed with gold started to move. The world keeps on moving forward, and with it, the vast life that trembles all over its surface. Thus began the third stage of the world quest, the Great War of Falling Gold. Chapter 220, Interlude World Truth Book Abyss Part 1. The recommended party size for fighting Cutanid of the Abyss is 8 people. It is also recommended that the party should contain as few people as possible. There are no limitations as to party roles, but having at least one heavy tank on the team will allow for even more freedom and flexibility in party composition. The conditions for beginning the Cutanid of the Abyss-related Unique Scenario X will change depending if it is your first time accepting this particular Unique Scenario X. First time requires you to accept the Unique Scenario punching the Apostle of the Abyss and meet the conditions for that quest. After clearing the quest for the first time, at least 2 weeks worth of time need to pass in order to undergo this Unique Scenario X again. It is then required to talk to the quest-related NPC in Fifthseer's port and set sail onto the sea, encountering Cutanid's sent ghost ship, which can appear at random. Inverted Underwater City Lulalas Overview. In this specially designed area, the appearing monster will change depending on the time of the day that is currently dominant in the city. During the daytime, it is possible to encounter kinsmen of the Abyss as well as the fake mermaids of the Abyss roaming the city's streets. During the night it is much more common to encounter monsters from the deep sea of the dead. There are many abandoned houses in Lulalas, and as long as the house is safe, you can go to sleep in the bed in those houses, save your progress and safely log out. There are 4 towers located at the corners of the underwater city, each housing a respective boss-type enemy-Sea Lord. Each of the Sea Lords possess one unique ability connected to Cutanid's power, that is going to be described below. By defeating each Sea Lord, that respective ability of Cutanid can be sealed away. Cutanid lies in wait in the sealed-off area beneath the center of the Lulalas castle. However, until the gimmick of the castle's top floor is deactivated, Cutanid is being kept in delusional state. Defeating it in this stat results in prematurely ending the Unique Scenario X and all players and NPCs being forcibly transported to various areas on the map at random. The top of Lulalas Castle house 3 chambers: King's Office, Throne of the Key, Nostalgic top floor. King's Office holds the Queen's Diary, which holds the hint towards solving the castle's gimmick. Throne of the Key houses the reverse keystone key item, an item used for dispelling Cutanid's delusional state. Nostalgic top floor holds the Old Glory key item, an item that is necessary in order to defeat the monster Devil's Shark. The gimmick is cancelled by returning the Old Glory to the reverse keystone, thus restoring the keystone to its former glory and dispelling Cutanid's delusional state and transporting the players to battle. Sea Lord's strategies. Clioquilla, clean-shaped monster which holds the ability to absorb all magic. Its tentacles may seem intimidating at first, but it is a relatively easy boss to deal with, since all you need to do in order to defeat it is to attack it either at close range or long range. However, since it absorbs all forms of magic, don't bother with bringing players with purely magic-oriented builds. Enslaving Dagon and Hydra. One boss sharing 2 bodies, a so-called 2 bodies boss. It nullifies all forms of physical attacks, therefore skills are also ineffective against it. Although it is the hardest of the 4 bosses to defeat since one cannot attack it physically or use skills against it, it is possible to defeat it with magic attacks, since its base stats are not all that impressive to begin with. You can also dodge its attacks or block them, which should create an opportunity for magic casters to shine in this battle. Bashed Mernakul, a kind of a symbiotic boss, where the main body of the boss is covered by a colony of smaller, barnacle-like monsters that grow on it and in turn prevent the boss from receiving any form of close-range damage. However, since the boss is short-sighted and its vision area is not too large, long-range attacks are effective since the barnacles tend to disperse slightly if no threat is present. Also, they are pretty weak individually and can be torn off from the boss's main body. Instead of single attacks, an all-out attack type of strategy works best here. It is also a good idea to try and throw the boss off balance, so items such as ropes prove to be especially effective. Ammon Autumn. This boss negates all forms of long-range attacks and the only way to deal damage to it is to engage it in a knight-like duel with weapons in hands at close range. Even though a duel-like strategy is required, it is technically one of the easiest fights, since its battle style closely resembles that of humanoid enemies or other players. The only point of concern may be its rapier, since it is difficult to block effectively and enables the boss to use some advanced forms of combination attacks. Strategies for Cutanid of the Abyss boss fight. There is a time limit related to this boss fight. Since you can only stay at the underwater city Lululus for about 7 days, you must defeat either delusional or imaginary versions of Cutanid of the Abyss within that exact allotted time. Doing so will result in clearing the unique Scenario X, different forms of Cutanid of the Abyss. Delusion, the initial state of the boss, in which it looks like a jet black octopus. In reality it is only a phantom vision that affects the people perceiving Cutanid, not Cutanid itself. In this state, Cutanid can use a special ability called Fake Abyss. That special action casts a curse onto every NPC that participates in the boss battle. The NPCs affected by the curse will now be forced to engage the fake, illusionary Cutanid in battle, no matter what. The curse is also impossible to lift, no matter the methods used. It is impossible to defeat this particular form of Cutanid, but if the gimmick of the Lululus castle has been resolved, upon being dealt enough damage Cutanid is going to shift into its imaginary form. Its main methods of attacking is to slam its tentacles into the battle arena or to swipe them across the arena's whole surface. Illusion, Cutanid's second form. One of a strange creature with eye-ridden tentacles emerging from the magic circle with an 8-armed star drew in its center. At the start of the battle, it will use its special ability called Abyss Glare to inflict all of the NPCs participating in the battle with the status effect Fear. The Abyss Glare effect is going to be dispelled after enough damage has been dealt to all of the 8 tentacles of the boss, and it will cause it to shift into its phase. The main attack of this form of Cutanid is to use its tentacles as whips that home on the player characters and NPCs, alongside the attacks that the first form possesses. Chapter 220 Part 2, Chapter 220, Interlude World Truth Book Abyss Part 2. Imagination, the third form of Cutanid, resembling a giant squid created as a result of combining various magic circles. Each and every one of the 8 tentacles of Cutanid possesses a special ability, and the corresponding inversion abilities are applied to the players and NPCs alike. Red, Short Distance Nullification. This power renders any attack applied to Cutanid within the range of 10 meters ineffective. Orange, Long Distance Nullification. This power renders any attack applied to Cutanid from the range greater than 10 meters ineffective. Yellow, Physical Dame Nullification. This power renders all physical attacks and skills ineffective against Cutanid. Chartreuse, Magic Damage Nullification. This power renders all magic attacks and skills ineffective against Cutanid. Green, Color Inversion Effect. This power causes all the colors in the field of view of the players and NPCs to be inverted. Blue, Gender Inversion Effect. This power causes the gender of all players and NPCs to be inverted. The body type and age are generated based on the play logs of the players and NPCs. Indigo, Statistics Inversion Effect. This power causes 2 randomly selected statistics of both players and NPCs to switch values. Purple, Damage Inversion Effect. All damage caused to Cutanid and its tentacles are being inversed into healing, and healing is inversed into causing damage. Each tentacle possesses an item called Holy Grail of 8 colors. Destroying one of the grails causes Cutanid to shift to the next corresponding color and power associated with it. This shifting will continue until the end of battle. During the third phase, Cutanid has no set attack patterns and its debuffs lasts through the whole duration of battle. Virtual State, Cutanid's fourth form. A huge jet black sphere resembling a black hole that sucks in all surrounding matter and players. It possesses a special magic ability Random Encounter for 5 minutes indiscriminately and inexhaustibly, absorbing all summoned monsters every 30 seconds. Depending on the number of monsters swallowed up during this phase, the total HP pool of Cutanid's fifth form may change greatly. This form does not target players or NPCs specifically. Imagination, Lord of the Abyss. The final form of the octopus monster given humanoid body, made of flesh and blood. Apart from new physique, This form of Cutanid possesses a two-level behavioral pattern. The first stage consists of Cutanid using two special abilities called Analysis and Refluxus to randomly scan the play log and motion log of the player or NPC and imitate it. The first stage of this form of Cutanid comes equipped with 5 damage armors. Doing a certain amount of damage to each part of the armor causes it to come off. Once all pieces of the armor are broke, the battle shifts to the second stage. During the second phase, Cutanid will grow 8 giant tentacles from his back. Based on the Abyss Jewels, the goal of the second stage is to destroy the Abyss Jewels on Cutanid's back, after the destruction of which the corresponding tentacle is going to disappear, dealing a massive damage to Cutanid's health bar. A certain amount damage can be easily dealt by one player alone, so it can be said that instead of fighting Cutanid itself in this form, the battle is actually to destroy all 8 of the Abyss Jewels instead. Story setting for Cutanid of the Abyss. As a creature coming from the Abyss, Cutanid's values are quite different from that of humanity. For example, Cutanid does not perceive humans as individuals, but rather as a collective called humanity. Because of its origins, Cutanid holds a sense of respect deep inside of itself towards the human race. For some reason it thinks humanity as the objects of the backup plan and resigned itself to observing them and watching them grow. Therefore, it can be said that this whole unique Scenario X is nothing more but a magnificent board game prepared by Cutanid, with it as the game overseer, designed to see if the participants can overcome various challenges it throws at them, and rewards the players accordingly when they manage to succeed. Some of you may have noticed that Cutanid is nothing more but a gamekeeper from your typical TRPG. Birth, growth, despair, destruction. No matter what you throw at them, humanity never stops moving forward and always overcomes every challenge you send their way. It is the reason for Cutanid's life, to see if humanity still has what it takes to move forward. The true nature of Cutanid is that of an octopus that was selected to be a subject of a certain experiment. The objective of that experiment was to grant one individual the power to mold the reality as one saw fit and observe the results. It was one other plan alongside Plan B that was formulated at the end of the era of gods. The first phase of the experiment was obtaining the spell itself. The second one was to successfully implement that spell onto an individual that would command it. The result was the power that would allow one to rewrite the fabric of reality as one saw fit, thus creating the power of inversion. Under certain conditions, Cutanid would wield that power freely and command it as it saw fit. However, as a side effect, Cutanid has lost everything: his body, his consciousness that was exchanged with an autonomous magic expression, ability to think, its memories. That is the Cutanid of the Abyss. In other words, Cutanid of the Abyss is a living magic, a magical concept that was engraved onto the world itself. Just as the concept of matter being transformed by fire is called burning, the concept of an apple being thrown in the air and coming back down is called pulling force. The concept of Cutanid itself is called Cutanid of the Abyss. Another key item that is indispensable when talking about Cutanid is the reverse keystone that is being held at the top of the Lulilus castle, and its keeper, the Queen of Lulilus. In fact, the Queen was the only human that Cutanid ever perceived as an individual. It is a model for Alice Frontier, who has the full authority over Plan B. The focus of Plan B is to deliver humanity to a future that differs from the one predicted in Plan A. More details will be described in the World Truth Book Undying chapter. Below, some information will be filled in after clearing the 4th and 5th part of the World Quest, as described in the Queen's Diary in Lulilus Castle. The reason for why Cutanid is based in the Abyss at the very bottom of Lulilus is to seal away the crazy Ultramarine Horde. To begin with, the true meaning of the crazy Ultramarine Horde is that it is ... that is, the awakening of the source originating from even before the era of the gods. People of the era of gods once tried to resist ... but ultimately failed to eradicate that threat. And now Cutanid is the kind of a warning bell for humanity of this era. Now, this source slowly starts to awaken mankind. Now it's the time to make a stand unlike you never made before. End of part 3.2.